Chapter 1. Transformed into the true heir of a wealthy family. Do you desire to cure Yangwei? Do you wish to possess more women? Do you long to ascend to the pinnacle of life, striking back at your enemies? Do you yearn to make this world bow before you? Bind a most formidable ace system 077 to receive all rewards. As Shen Qingyu perused the novel, he scoffed, boring. What era is it that such advertisements still persist? Yet, this insipid ad was as persistent as a pop-up on a dubious website, closing it was futile. In a fit of frustration, he inadvertently pressed the confirmation button. Thus, Shen Qingyu found himself inexplicably transmigrated into a book. He stood face to face with a woman, eye to eye, breast to breast. Shen Qingyu felt a prick of anxiety. What sort of bizarre game was this? Before him knelt a fully unclothed girl, her limbs bound with ropes and her mouth sealed with tape, her beautiful eyes wide with terror as they gazed at him. In his hand, he clutched a pair of scissors. How beastly! What was he supposed to do with this? The world not only revolved around him, but also twisted him in perplexing ways. A system voice echoed in his mind. You are Shen Qingyu, born to poverty, yet blessed with extraordinary looks and an icy demeanor. The girls who have harbored crushes on you could form a line stretching to France in classrooms. Girls often brawl just to catch a glimpse of you. The love letters you have received outnumber the exams you have taken, and the boys speak of you with envy and jealousy. This moment, you are unaware that you possess a remarkable lineage, and your family is about to find you. Unfortunately, in 1 hour, your reputation will be tarnished. Please, host, alter Shen Qingyu's fate and complete the mission to reverse his life. A.S. Shen Qingyu listened to the system's voice. A frown creased his brow. This plot felt eerily familiar. Suddenly, it struck him. Was this not the outrageous novel The False Heir of a Wealthy Family Must Have a Perfect Life he had read before his demise? He had transmigrated into the world of the novel. Moreover, he had become the tragic true heir sharing his name, Shen Qingyu. His childhood sweetheart regarded him as a backup option. His fiancée was determined to break off their engagement for the sake of the false heir. His sister viewed him as the family's disgrace. His father was fixated solely on wealth and power. His mother was powerless and timid. A heartless father, an inept mother, a biased sister, a scheming younger brother, and he, with nothing to his name. Shen Qingyu felt darkness envelop him. Let me go home. Please, let me go home. Dear Child. 077 replied, apologies, the system is only responsible for transmigration, not for returning. The host must act swiftly. You have only 1 hour until your reputation is ruined. Shen Qingyu hastily surveyed his surroundings. He was in the abandoned restroom of the original owner's university. The restroom. He recalled this scene just as the Gu family was about to discover the original owner. The male lead, Gu Yijin, had conspired to ruin the original owner's reputation. Gu Yijin had sent people to lure the original owner to the restroom before knocking him unconscious. The naked girl had been bound in the stall, her body bearing the marks of abuse. According to the original narrative, in an hour, individuals accompanied by police and journalists will arrive at this location. The protagonist has been falsely accused of attempted kidnapping and assault. Lacking any substantial evidence, the protagonist avoided imprisonment, however. His reputation was irrevocably tarnished, which is precisely the outcome Gu Yijin intended. The once admired male idol has now fallen from grace, becoming a pariah despised by all. Due to this incident, the Gu family harbors disdain for the male lead, marking the tragic beginning of Shen Qingyu's life. Therefore, this event must not transpire under any circumstances. Shen Qingyu gazed upon the innocent girl before him, her eyes wide with terror as a digital screen materialized in his mind. Before you stand a bound girl, your choices are A. Smirk and threaten her. Miss Song, you wouldn't want this image to be seen by others, would you? Cooperate with me. B. Flash a domineering smile, gripping her chin. My dear, you have piqued my interest. C. Extend a wicked hand towards the girl, showing no mercy to this delicate flower, fully embracing the role of the villain. D. Embody a Sigma male, ignoring the beauty before him and leaving without hesitation. Shen Qingyu declared, I choose. Yet he sensed that this was no ordinary system. Yet coincidentally, he was no ordinary individual either. The options A, B, C, and D felt rather mundane. He preferred something grander. Thus, he chose E. Shen Qingyu reached out to her. Her eyes, filled with terror, brimmed with tears as she instinctively closed them in fear when he extended his hand. However, the anticipated slap did not follow instead. The tape binding her mouth was torn away, and a coat fell over her exposed body, concealing her numerous injuries. She looked at Shen Qingyu in astonishment, her fear transforming into confusion. Shen Qingyu spoke calmly. "There's only an hour left. I shall be brief. The injuries you bear are not my doing. I too was lured here and rendered unconscious. The motives of the one behind this are singular. They aim to frame me for your kidnapping. If I truly intended to harm you, I would not have acted so foolishly in a school setting. Miss Song, you wouldn't wish for anyone to witness you in this state, would you? Do you know my identity?" Shen Qingyu was well aware the girl before him was the daughter of the Song group. Had it not been for the subsequent exposure by journalists, no one at school would have known her true identity. Song Jining encountered a girl who deceitfully claimed she needed assistance due to menstruation, and the unsuspecting Song Jining naively accompanied her to the restroom. By the time she regained consciousness, the woman had vanished, leaving her bound at in the original narrative. Song Jining understood that Shen Qingyu was not her captor, yet no explanation could convince others. Instead, she fell victim to fabricated images, disseminated by reporters bribed by Gui Jin, depicting a digitally altered photo of herself with Shen Qingyu. That it was precisely because of the unscrupulous journalist exposure that these images circulated widely, resulting in public speculation and gossip about Song Jining at school. Even after the Song family attempted to suppress those posts and photos, she remained unable to escape her predicament. She isolated herself at home, never returning to school, ultimately succumbing to depression and ending her life by jumping from a tall building. That I am aware, and you should comprehend as well, that I have no motive to abduct you unless I have exhausted my time on this earth, Song Jining remarked, her gaze flickering as her mind raced through thoughts. The individual before her was none other than the renowned and aloof academic prodigy, Shen Qingyu, whose reputation permeated the university, leaving no female student oblivious to his existence. She held no grievances against him. Thus, he had no rational reason to act in such a manner, for it would spell ruin for his future. Though she was uncertain how he had uncovered her identity, there was no time to ponder over such matters. Addressing the immediate predicament took precedence. Noticing Song Jining's silence, Shen Qingyu continued, "Should you remain skeptical, police and reporters will soon arrive, their intent being to tarnish my reputation, which in turn will compromise yours. If my claims are substantiated, you shall act in accordance with my instructions." "How does that sound?" Song Jining nodded. "Very well. I trust you. What must I do?" About an hour later, the campus was filled with the wail of sirens, as numerous reporters armed with cameras dispersed throughout the grounds, sparking a flurry of student speculation. What is happening? Why are there so many police officers and reporters? I heard a girl has been abducted, prompting someone to call the authorities. What? A kidnapping at our school? This is utterly outrageous. This is Jiangshang University. Who would dare commit such an act here? What kind of fool could gain admission to such a prestigious institution? It seems they have located her. She's in the restroom of Building 3. Let's go see for ourselves. A crowd had gathered around the restroom, as news had spread like wildfire the moment the police and reporters were alerted, clearly aimed at enticing student curiosity. Upon their arrival, the police's immediate task was to disperse the onlookers. However, before they could act, the restroom door swung open of its own accord. At that moment, the reporters had their cameras poised at the entrance, eager to capture the first-hand account of this explosive story unfolding at Jiangshang University. To their astonishment, a tall, strikingly handsome young man clad in a white shirt emerged, cradling a girl in his arms. Chapter 2. Unprecedented values. A young girl, clad in a complete black coat, leaned against Shen Qingyu, her pallid complexion contrasting with the depth of trust evident in her embrace around his neck. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, seemingly favoring him even among the elements. The boy's strikingly deep-set eyes bore a solemnity that enhanced his chillingly ascetic demeanor. His exceptionally long legs drew attention, and the hands wrapped around the girl were distinct and elegant, reminiscent of finely crafted bamboo. While the lens may magnify imperfections in others, this young man exuded an aura of exquisite perfection. The reporters incessantly clicked their cameras, leading any observer to mistake the scene for a glamorous red carpet event. The police rushed forward, yet Song Jining refused to detach herself from Shen Qingyu. Looking up at him, she softly implored, I want him to stay with me. I'm frightened. The officers exchanged glances before inquiring, "Did he rescue you?" Song Jining nodded, tightening her grip around him. Though she was the center of attention, her clothing remained intact, devoid of any visible injuries, thus averting the tragic fate often depicted in novels. Onlookers among the students began to murmur, their focus shifting from Song Jining to Shen Qingling's striking visage. He was undeniably handsome, leaving men dazed and women spellbound, almost like a remedy for despair. A siren's call for those lost in life's monotony. Shen Qingling had captivated everyone, professing his affection for small animals, yet neglecting the devoted admirer at his side. Goodness, Shen Qingling is so dashing. He resembles a protagonist straight out of a novel. If I were that girl, I would never forget him. He was not only stunning and academically accomplished, but also remarkably kind-hearted. One could only wonder how he came to save this girl. I can guarantee that once this photograph circulates online, it will undoubtedly go viral. Shen Qingling is destined for fame. Outside the police station, a sigh escaped my lips. How regrettable it was not to have finished that book. Now, I remain oblivious to its conclusion, truly unfortunate. Shen Qingling, having completed his statement, emerged early, taking a seat on a nearby bench to ponder his next steps. His greatest regret was not having read the book to its end. The plot had seemed too outrageous, and he found the protagonist's personality unappealing, leading him to abandon it halfway, unaware that he would end up entangled in this unfortunate narrative. The book's hero, Guijin, epitomized a villainous archetype, selfish and unscrupulous, willing to trample over others for power, a harbinger of countless tragedies. Shen Qingling was merely one among many unfortunate souls. Although he had managed to alter the original protagonist's disgraceful fate, Guijin would undoubtedly seek retribution, and upon returning to the Gu family, he would likely encounter even more treacherous traps. The storyline might also shift due to his presence, diverging from the original narrative, rendering the future uncertain for him. At this moment, apart from his handsome visage, he felt he possessed nothing at all. Do not fret, dear host. You have successfully taken the first step in altering the original fate, and thus, you are rewarded with 3,000 points. At this juncture, I have yet to inquire, what precisely is your system? The name is Goddess System 077. You may refer to me as Chi-Chi. As long as you can elicit the affection of the opposite sex, the system will bestow corresponding points upon you. These points can be exchanged in the marketplace for various advantageous items to aid you in completing your tasks. 077 has specifically selected Shen Qingling. This individual possesses exceptional beauty, a keen intellect, and can effortlessly embody both aloofness and innocence, making him the quintessential heartthrob. In his previous life, Shen Qingling was an actor of remarkable charm and skill, with a plethora of admirers that could easily fill a room, and countless women enamored with him. It is hardly surprising that 077 chose him as the perfect host. Before Shen Qingling appears a panel. Name, Shen Qingling, age, 18, height, 188 centimeters, beauty, 94, XX, 25, life points, 60, combat power, 65, reputation, 20, affection value, 50 points, 3,805 special items, none, goddess conquests, 0, reversal progress, 10, main quest progress, 1, side quests, not activated. Shen Qingling was immediately captivated by the number 25. Chi-Chi, could it possibly refer to what I think it does? Indeed, host, it is precisely that. This is astonishing. Furthermore, you possess the ability for extraordinary encounters. Thus, this narrative must cater to a female audience. To pen such tales, one must indeed be a masterful artisan. With Chi-Chi's assistance, you can even surpass this remarkable figure of 18. Let us cease this frivolity and address the matter at hand. Please elucidate the other aspects for me. Certainly. Your primary task is to alter the original host's destiny and facilitate a reversal of their life circumstances. Side quests will be randomly activated, and completing each one will yield corresponding rewards. The conquests of goddesses refer to your need to garner affection points from the opposite sex. The affection points from ordinary individuals can be disregarded, as they will directly convert into points. However, the designated goddesses must be pursued until their affection points reach their zenith. What if I choose not to pursue them? The system will be unable to acquire energy and will ultimately perish along with you. Such severity? Indeed. For these goddesses are intricately linked to the narrative's plot. Your conquests will also alter their destinies. With this revelation, Shen Qingling began to comprehend that these goddesses likely faced tragic fates, potentially intertwined with the male lead, Guijin. Thus, By pursuing them, he could change their outcomes. But I haven't even started my pursuits yet. Where did this affection value of 50 come from? And what about the additional few hundred points? Points are derived from the heart-throbbing values of those observing young women, who are ordinary members of the opposite sex, classified as C-level, and can be disregarded for pursuit. Their heart-throbbing values convert into points, benefiting the host as well. The 50 heart-throbbing points provided by Song Jining, while not designated as a goddess by the system, are classified as B-level. The higher the character's relevance to the narrative, the greater their level and the heart-throbbing value they offer. B-level characters may be pursued or ignored at the host's discretion. Progressing further, there are A, S, SS, and SSS levels. Goddesses above A level must be pursued. Shen Qingyu has finally deciphered the operational patterns of the system and understands what steps to take next. Gaining the affection of the opposite sex is Shen Qingyu's forte, as he thrived in this endeavor in his previous life. Moreover, the original host possesses an extraordinary level of attractiveness, which he has experienced firsthand in garnering admiration from women. This visage exceeds even the beauty he had in his past life, serving as a notable advantage. With such remarkable attributes, no woman can resist your allure. I can't shake the feeling that you are not a legitimate system. I merely state the facts. Even without these advantages, your striking 93 in appearance would still captivate women. Speaking of which, I find it intriguing that the original host's beauty is rated merely at 93. I wonder how extraordinary it would be to reach 100. The host can strive to earn points, with 100,000 points redeemable for one attribute point, which can be allocated to various attributes, including beauty and strength. At this juncture, 077 added. Additionally, length can be increased as well. In response, Shen Qingyu resolved to earn points, aiming for maximal beauty. Go for it, Shen Xiaokuei. He chose to disregard the system's last remark, feeling an inexplicable sense that this system was rather dubious. Just then, a girl tapped him on the shoulder. And as he lifted his gaze, he was met with a radiant smile. Thank you, Shen Qingyu. Chapter 3. The girl who self-strategies with imagination. Upon seeing Shen Qingyu's handsome face, the girl blushed instantly. His visage seemed etched in her mind. She couldn't help but recall how he had embraced her, akin to a male protagonist stepping into reality. Rumors abound that Shen Qingyu is a proud and aloof deity, perpetually maintaining distance from girls, a lofty flower on a high peak, where countless goddesses have met their demise. Thus, Shen Qingyu remains unattached, an unattainable white moonlight in the eyes of many, with none daring to approach. Yet, this very god, whose name appeared alongside hers in the news, has sparked a fanbase for their pairing, leaving her with a sense of secret delight. This is Shen Qingyu, after all, who truly understands her. 077 interjected. Song Jining has added another 5 points to your heart-throbbing value. Shen Qingyu, unaware of what the girl might be imagining, felt his already flushed face grow warmer, and his long eyelashes fluttered adorably. Reflecting on the fate of Song Jining, and upon encountering the radiant girl before him, whose smile blossomed like spring, Shen Qingyu offered a gentle smile, contemplating that perhaps he had performed a commendable deed. I am relieved to see you well. Song Jining, unable to meet Shen Qingyu's gaze, felt her heart race at the sight of his face. Cautiously, she gestured towards the seat beside him. May I sit next to you? The presence of this individual always evoked a sense of sanctity in her, making her approach him with utmost care. Shen Qingyu smiled lightly. Please, take a seat. You need not thank me. It is likely that you were caught in my misfortune, and assisting you is the least I could do. Song Jining felt her heart flutter with an additional 5 points of affection. He recognized his status, yet chose not to wield it for his own advantage. Instead, he comforted her, taking all responsibility upon himself. Such kindness. Truly, he was Shen Qingyu, a paragon among men. As the girl settled beside him, she spoke softly. Your gratitude is warranted, after all. You saved me and preserved my reputation. Shen Qingyu, with a serious demeanor, inquired, have you discerned the truth? Who was it that kidnapped you? Song Jining rested her chin on her hand and shook her head. Alas, the investigation remains inconclusive. We only know it was a female. The location was an abandoned restroom, devoid of surveillance, and seldom frequented by others. It will not be easy to uncover the truth. We must await the police's findings. She regretted having been so gullible, now left feeling weary of trusting anyone. Yet, she was grateful for his assistance. Thank you for your clothing. Suddenly, she paused, realizing she had broached an awkward subject. Glancing sideways at Shen Qingyu, she noticed a hint of crimson on his ears, which made her stifle a laugh. He responded with an air of discomfort, "Let us forget that matter. I saw nothing, so you need not dwell on it." The more he spoke, the more ill at ease he appeared, and Song Jining found him unexpectedly endearing, her eyes curving with delight. Who would have thought Shen Qingyu possessed such innocence? He must surely be bashful. The cold, scholarly persona of the boy revealed an intriguing facet unknown to many. The voice of 077 chimed in once more. Song Jining's affection points have increased by 5. No, this girl seems to be quite the daydreamer. I suspect she is on the verge of falling for you. This was hardly surprising. The original persona exuded an aloof, godlike aura. And encountering such a contrasting side would naturally pique her interest. A handsome, pure-hearted man such as myself is simply irresistible to women, especially a lady from a wealthy family accustomed to the charms of dashing suitors. Host. You should express gratitude to the original persona for crafting such an impeccable and virtuous image for you. Fear not. Even if the original were a fickle cad, I could still win her over, he mused. I can embody whatever persona they find appealing. Just then, Song Jining's phone rang, and she excused herself to answer it. Stepping aside to converse, her father, who had been abroad on business, immediately booked a flight home upon learning of her predicament. A few minutes later, Song Jining returned to her seat. My father expressed a desire to invite you over for dinner this weekend, to express his gratitude for saving me this time. Do you have any availability? Song Jining gazed at him with anticipation, hoping for Shen Qingyu to visit her home, yet fearing his potential refusal. I apologize, Miss Song, but I am uncertain if I will have time this weekend. The aloof male god must maintain an air of cool detachment. If he were too easily approachable, it might lead women to believe he is easily attainable. The more elusive he appears, the more unforgettable he becomes. The allure of the unattainable, like a white moonlight, is precisely what captivates. He had already shown enough tenderness to Song Jining today. Any more would diminish its value. After all, Song Jining was a young lady of privilege, seldom faced with rejection. Initially taken aback, she subsequently felt her heart flutter even more. Countless individuals aspired to associate with the Song family. Yet here was an opportunity before her, and Shen Qingyu chose to decline. It was truly extraordinary. With curiosity, Song Jining inquired, "Do you have plans this weekend?" Shen Qingyu replied calmly, "I will be working a part-time job." Alongside Shen Qingyu's striking appearance and exceptional academic performance, his poverty was also well known. However, few realized he was an orphan. Upon hearing that Shen Qingyu intended to work for money, Song Jining felt her heart flutter even more. The group in the background was bewildered. What is wrong with this girl? Did you put something in her drink? Is she really that easy to charm? She must see me as independent and self-sufficient, having been sheltered in a greenhouse, unaware of the hardships of life. Naturally, she would hold admiration for someone like me, who must rely on my own efforts to earn a living and can speak of it so nonchalantly. In simpler terms, she now views me through a favorable lens, perceiving me as exceptional, which naturally causes her feelings to intensify. This also indicates that Song Jining is a girl with sound values. She does not belittle me for my humble beginnings, nor does she find my need to work for money laughable. Feeling a hint of disappointment, she cautiously suggested, "Would it be possible to add each other on WeChat? If you have time, please let me know, all right?" She blinked and continued, "Rest assured, I won't disturb you." Shen Qingyu could not refuse the WeChat request. Under the hopeful gaze of the young lady, he took out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, Song Jining added Shen Qingyu on WeChat. Afterward, Shen Qingyu found an excuse to leave. Song Jining remained rooted to the spot, gazing at his departing figure, unable to regain her composure for a long while. Once Shen Qingyu was out of sight, she finally jumped in place. "Yes, I added the male god on WeChat." In a flurry, she changed her chat background to a photo of Shen Qingyu holding her. This image had gone viral, and Shen Qingyu had become an internet sensation. His face was far more handsome than any current popular star. The comments were overwhelming, filled with praise and admiration. The moment she glimpsed Shen Qingyu's handsome visage on her phone, she couldn't help but exclaim, "How can there be such an extraordinarily handsome man? Especially one who has embraced me? Just the thought of it is simply unbearable." On the other side, as Shen Qingyu boarded the bus, she once again heard the system announcement, "Song Jining's affection value has increased by 5. Chapter 4: The Betrayal of Childhood Friends. Shen Qingyu smiled softly. Song Jining was rather amusing, not the aloof young lady he had imagined. The young man sat by the window, gazing at the scenery. With a bit of time before returning to school, he decided to don his headphones and listen to music, shutting out the cacophony of the outside world. Host. Song Jining's affection for you has reached 85. I must admit, you possess quite the charm. This girl is quite exceptional. One could easily win her over with mere imagination. After all, she is a B-grade character, yet untouched by the male lead's influence, leaving substantial hope for conquest. A girl with such a pure heart is easily managed. Those with intricate thoughts, however, remain a mystery. As Shen Qingyu chatted idly with 077, unbeknownst to him, someone recognized him and discreetly snapped a photo to share online. Jiancheng, the second largest city in Huagua after the capital, boasts a thriving economy and the highest number of universities, making it common to encounter college students everywhere. Jiancheng has a forum app for university students called Encounter. Initially, it was a platform solely for local students, but it has evolved into a nationwide social medium for college students to share gossip and make friends, occasionally discussing the entertainment industry and supernatural events. This app resembles a fusion of the Tieba and Tianya forums from Shen Qingyu's world. Original poster. Guess who I just met? The Shen Qingyu trending today is right beside me. L1. No way, it really is him. He looks even more handsome in person. You didn't use a beauty filter, did you? L2. As we all know, cameras tend to capture people unfavorably. This must be an unfiltered shot. Shen Qingyu's looks are indisputable. L3. Odd, why haven't I heard of him before? With looks like that, you shouldn't have only just become famous. L4. Jiang University students are here, raising hands. Actually, many have posted about him before, but each time they were met with skepticism. L5. If I hadn't seen his photo trending today, I would find it hard to believe someone could look like this. Suddenly, Shen Qingyu's phone chimed. Upon checking, he found a message from someone named Chu Zhaojiao. Chu Zhaojiao. Shen Qingyu recalled her. In the original narrative, she was his childhood companion. They had both been orphans at the same institution until a couple came seeking to adopt. Shen Qingyu selflessly allowed Chu Zhaojiao to seize the opportunity. After her adoption, she began a normal life, yet their connection remained unbroken. Chu Zhaojiao's new home was not far from the orphanage, and Shen Qingyu would wait for her daily to walk to school together. Her adoptive parents were also acquainted with him, and thus they grew up side by side. Shen Qingyu treated her with utmost kindness, bestowing upon her the few tender emotions he possessed, yet she did not cherish them. In the original tale, she accepted bribes from Gu Yijin and later falsely accused Shen Qingyu of having committed acts of assault against her, and not merely once. She describes herself as timid and cowardly, constrained by the original owner's status as an academic achiever, fearing that no one would believe her words. Thus, she has remained silent and restrained. The person she refers to, Shen Qingyu, is a hypocritical, selfish, and twisted rapist. Chu Zhaojiao, in front of the camera, weeps bitterly, garnering immense sympathy from countless individuals, deepening their disdain for Shen Qingyu. Chu Zhaojiao and Shen Qingyu attended the same elementary and middle schools and continued together through high school, only parting ways in college. Their former classmates were aware of their close relationship. They were inseparable, and many girls envied Chu Zhaojiao for receiving Shen Qingyu's care and affection. Thus, when Chu Zhaojiao spoke, everyone believed her without question, as her accusations against Shen Qingyu seemed unfathomable. It was simply due to Chu Zhaojiao's reckless slander that this rumor transformed into a perceived truth, leading everyone to shift from skepticism to belief regarding the original owner's alleged kidnapping of Song Jining and attempted rape. Shen Qingyu remained unaware of Chu Zhaojiao's true feelings toward the original owner, nor did he wish to know. In the original narrative, her actions were unforgivable. This time, his arrival prevented the original events from unfolding, yet that did not imply she had not conspired with Gu Yijin in secret, given the opportunity. She would still choose to betray the original owner. In Shen Qingyu's eyes, Chu Zhaojiao had already been condemned, with no possibility of forgiveness. Upon glancing at her messages, he noticed that her contact was still pinned at the top of his WeChat. His brow furrowed as he quickly unpinned Chu Zhaojiao's messages. She was unworthy. Zhaojiao, Qingyu. You topped the popular post on. A classmate of mine spotted you on the bus. Haha. Everyone is saying how handsome you are. Shen Qingyu lowered his gaze, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. Were it not for the events of the original story, Chu Zhaojiao's true nature would be well concealed, making it difficult for others to discern her real character. On the surface, she appeared as a lively and adorable innocent girl, filled with admiration and dependence on Shen Qingyu. In reality, a mere 100,000 could buy her childhood affection for the original owner, leading to Shen Qingyu's utter ruin. This bond of childhood innocence was indeed rather cheap. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, detecting a targetable character, Chu Zhaojiao. A character panel for Chu Jiaojiao appeared before Shen Qingyu. Name: Chu Jiaojiao, goddess level. Identity: childhood sweetheart of Shen Qingyu. Personality: selfish, vain, hypocritical. Plot relevance: 30. Ending: insufficient points. Unable to unlock. Ding. Side quest triggered. Obtain Chu Jiaojiao's regret value. Reward of 100,000 points. Will the host initiate the side quest? Chu Jiaojiao's regret value is worth 100,000 points? Shen Qingyu frowned. The prospect of targeting a woman like Chu Jiaojiao was already disheartening, and now there was a side quest concerning her. Indeed, Chu Jiaojiao shared an inseparable bond with the original owner. She was one of the key figures responsible for the original owner's tragic life, making her regret value crucial to the original owner. Then let us embark on this side quest. After all, 100,000 points should not be overlooked. Undoubtedly, she will emerge again to create chaos, and if Gu Yijin wishes to undermine me, she will inevitably seek to win her over. Thus, the host must not only earn her affection points, but also her remorse points, rendering her a useful pawn. However, it is not a simple task to win the affection of a woman so selfish and self-serving. Is it truly complicated? In fact, it is not. From his perspective, the original host had been excessively kind to this woman. It was time to cool her ardor, to deliver a sting before offering a sweet reward, so she might grasp how her life would be devoid of Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu understood. Shen Qingyu replied succinctly, without an extraneous word. Chu Jiaojiao frowned at Shen Qingyu's curt response, not out of anger, but confusion. Although Shen Qingyu typically maintained a cold demeanor towards women, she had always shown warmth towards her, never responding in such a frigid tone. What was amiss today? Could something have transpired to dampen her spirits? That should not be the case. She had saved someone. Should that not bring joy? Chu Jiaojiao sent another message. Chu Jiaojiao, Qiling, what is wrong? Are you feeling down? Shen Qiling, no. Chu Jiaojiao, then why did you only reply with 3 words? You have never done this before. How about you come to my school this weekend? Upon sending this message, Chu Jiaojiao wore a disdainful expression. She understood Shen Qingyu all too well, regardless of circumstances. Upon their meeting, he would invariably treat her with the same kindness. A loyal admirer, indeed. Countless unattainable male gods indulged her whims, only for her to become a backup to someone she deemed unworthy. How could she not feel discontent? Chapter 5. In truth, girls can be quite lustful. Chu Jiaojiao and Shen Qingyu attended universities in Jiangxing, albeit at a slight distance from each other, requiring approximately an hour and a half to traverse. Each time Chu Jiaojiao expressed a desire to see Shen Qingyu, he would make the journey. Shen Qingyu did not harbor romantic feelings for Chu Jiaojiao. Rather, he regarded her as a younger sister in need of protection. Prior to the revelation of that incident, their relationship, while not particularly close, was imbued with emotional value. She encouraged him to apply to Jiang University, took an interest in his studies and life, and treated him like an elder brother, both admiring and reliant upon him. This dynamic led Shen Qingyu, who lacked familial support, to view Chu Jiaojiao as family. Regrettably, Chu Jiaojiao perceived Shen Qingyu as merely a devoted admirer, considering him nothing more than a backup option, a mere plaything for her whims, and only someone like Shen Qingyu would take her words to heart. Were it not for the fact that he once offered her the opportunity for adoption and was easily manipulated, providing her with attention, she would not have bothered to invest any thought into him. Thanks to her childhood companion Shen Qingyu, Chu Jiaojiao garnered significant attention and social standing. With his handsome looks and status as an academic star at Jiang University, his visits to her campus always attracted envious gazes from her classmates, greatly satisfying her vanity. At that moment, one of her roommates passed by and playfully remarked, "Jiaojiao, chatting with that academic star from Jiang University again?" "Yes. He mentioned wanting to come see me this weekend." "Well, I truly envy you. Having such a wonderful elder brother, if I had such a handsome friend, I would undoubtedly pursue him." Other roommates, overhearing, chimed in. Indeed, Shen Qingyu even trended on social media today. Many praised his looks. "You must seize the opportunity and not let him slip away. Jiaojiao, he treats you so well. Isn't he your boyfriend?" Chu Jiaojiao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Whenever a girl asked if Shen Qingyu was her boyfriend, she would merely lower her head shyly. She did not wish for other girls to approach Shen Qingyu and chose to neither confirm nor deny their relationship, allowing others to perceive a vague ambiguity between them, thus deterring them from pursuing him. However, if a boy inquired, she would promptly deny it, stating they were merely friends. In the presence of boys, she felt compelled to maintain her single status, Otherwise, how could she attract a better partner? Chu Jiao had never contemplated dating Shen Qingyu. In her eyes, while he was handsome, he lacked wealth and had a somewhat dull personality. Being a backup was sufficient. Romance held no allure for her. She merely wished to bask in his affection and the attention he provided. Jiao, have you truly considered being more proactive? A handsome guy like him will surely be snatched up if you don't seize the moment. Man makes a valid point. I advise you not to be so shy. Someone like Shen Qingyu, with his academic prowess, is bound for great success. Marrying him would free you from any worries in the future. With a smile, Chu Jiao replied, I know, you needn't worry about me. I am well aware of my own situation. It is utterly absurd. She would never entertain the notion of a romance with Shen Qingyu. While he may possess good looks, they are hardly sustenance. Such women are indeed superficial, a collection of mindless beings. She is well aware that Shen Qingyu, as a top scholar from Jiang University, will undoubtedly secure a handsome income post-graduation. However, she dismisses the allure of that meager wealth. Her aspirations are set much higher. She dreams of marrying into a wealthy family. Can Shen Qingyu, no matter how accomplished, truly rival the heirs of affluent dynasties? Chu Jiao, possessing striking beauty, believes she ought to lead an extraordinary life, not one marred by mediocrity. Her grandest ambition is to wed a wealthy second-generation heir, thereby entering a life of luxury that invites envy. To this end, she allocates nearly all her living expenses to purchasing fashionable attire and skincare products, relying on Shen Qingyu for an allowance each month just to scrape by. When Chu Jiao finds herself waiting indefinitely for a reply from Shen Qingyu, she dismisses it without concern, casting him aside. She has no faith that he can maintain this indifference indefinitely. Surely he will come to her, seeking her attention. This time, she resolves not to relent easily. She intends to feign irritation, compelling him to appease her before she acknowledges him again, testing his resolve against her icy demeanor. Shen Qingyu, however, is wholly unconcerned with her antics. He downloads the app Encounter, curious about the discussions surrounding him. The system informs him that he has accrued a considerable number of points due to a recent photograph. These young women, akin to the fans of his past life, are captivated by a mere image, developing fondness for him. Such infatuations can be transformed into points, a delightful arrangement for him, an investment with guaranteed returns. Yet, his jubilation is short-lived, as the system cautions him that should these affections turn to disdain due to negative publicity, the points will be deducted. Shen Qingyu responds with a resigned acknowledgement. He understands well that fans can be a double-edged sword. When wielded wisely, they serve as a sharp blade, but mismanaged, they can inflict wounds upon oneself. After completing the app download, he registers a secondary account. Upon entering, he immediately encounters a trending post discussing him, currently at the top, with over 1,000 replies. Shen Qingyu is known for his modest demeanor. Aside from his studies, he is often working, and his elusive nature dissuades others from approaching him. Thus, apart from his handsome visage, there is little else to engage in discussion about, as few truly know him. Conversely, the charmingly approachable gentleman attracts admiration. Such types compel one to gaze covertly, for even a single utterance would elicit blushes. The mere thought of him disregarding her would be mortifying. Yet, they fail to comprehend that it is precisely these aloof, handsome men who captivate. Consider the allure of a rare flower, unattainable by all, yet won by you. That speaks volumes of your prowess. This is the archetype I adore. Indeed. It is delightful to imagine that he is cold to everyone yet exhibits a unique warmth towards you. Just envisioning this scenario is exhilarating. A quintessential hallmark of a romantic protagonist. I cannot help but wonder how Shen Qingyu's expression transforms when he is in a state of passion. Is he still the epitome of reserved allure? Or does he furrow his brow and emit soft, restrained breaths? As she reflected on the matter, a wave of incredulity washed over her. Who possesses his contact information? She yearned to engage with him, to challenge the seemingly impossible. The further she scrolled through the comments, the more absurd they became. Some praised his handsomeness. Others expressed a desire to see his physique, while many sought to obtain his contact details. There were even those who shared his photographs, alongside a plethora of shocking and audacious remarks that left one's eyes widening in disbelief. Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow, finding little surprise in the situation. During his previous life, his admirers had often uttered similar sentiments, and he had grown accustomed to it. He had long since discerned that women could be quite unabashed in their affections. Having dated numerous girlfriends, this revelation was hardly novel. Women's admiration could be categorized into overt and covert expressions, alongside those who boasted brazenly online yet were timid in reality. Most of Shen Qingling's fans fell into the latter category, daring only to vocalize their fervent admiration in cyberspace, while in his presence, they were often rendered speechless with excitement. Those bold enough to utter such words to him face-to-face were few and far between. Such women were typically either immensely self-assured or intoxicated to the point of losing their senses in his captivating presence. However, it would not be long before he encountered a woman of this very ilk. Chapter 6. The abstruse and acidic young lady Shen Qingyu, your eyelashes are quite long. Hey, are yours long too? Shen Qingyu found himself cornered by a woman with no escape. This was precisely the type of woman he had described, one who, after indulging in alcohol, became entranced and disoriented by his presence. He wondered if, upon regaining her senses, she would be horrified by her actions. The tale unfolds several hours earlier. Shen Qingyu was working part-time at a CAF near Jiaqiang University. Initially, he only worked there on weekends. But due to his intention to accept Song Jining's invitation to dinner at the Song residence this weekend, he had swapped shifts with a colleague. To avoid drawing attention, Shen Qingyu usually wore a mask while on duty, and today was no exception. During the weekdays, the CAF was not particularly crowded, and after a brief period of busyness, he leaned against the wall to rest. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, detecting a potential target, Ruan Mingyi. Name, Ruan Mingyi. Goddess level. A. Identity, young lady of the Ruan family. Personality, abstruse, acidic, lacking affection, plot relevance. 30. Outcome, insufficient points to unlock. Shen Qingling raised his gaze towards the entrance and noticed a woman supporting another woman as they entered. By their attire, it was evident they hailed from wealth. They were undoubtedly young ladies of privilege. The woman being assisted was none other than Ruan Mingyi, the very target Shen Qingling aimed to pursue. Shen Qingling pondered, I have no recollection of this name. Does she have a storyline in the original work? 077 responded, indeed. You may have overlooked it. She is the sworn enemy of your future fiancée, Shengxia. During a banquet, the two had a heated argument, culminating in Ruan Mingyi dousing Shengxia in red wine. Gu Yijin intervened to defend Shengxia, only to be harshly criticized by Ruan Mingyi. From that point on, Gu Yijin harbored a grudge against Ruan Mingyi and sent someone to mar her beauty. The subsequent plot is for you to unlock, having divulged enough information. 077 left Shen Qingling to surmise the impending events. Ruan Mingyi had publicly humiliated Gu Yijin, and given Gu Yijin's temperament, retaliation was inevitable. Ruan Mingyi's fate would be no better than that of the original protagonist. Shen Qingling discreetly observed Ruan Mingyi and her companion. Yi Qiao helped Ruan Mingyi to a seat by the window. The moment they entered, they attracted numerous gazes. Ruan Mingyi possessed extraordinary beauty, not the innocent charm of a young girl, but the striking allure of a confident woman. Her features were exquisitely refined. Her eyes a deep and captivating blue, hinting at mixed heritage. Her fiery red lips enhanced her seductive charm, while her tousled waves cascaded down her shoulders. Her gaze slightly unfocused due to intoxication. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Qiao perused the menu, Shen Qingling inched closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. As he approached, he overheard Ruan Mingyi express her indignation. What do I have to compete with her? Her chest is bigger than my head. Yi Qiao, taking the menu from Shen Qingling, remarked while glancing at it, your chest isn't small either. Besides, what are you comparing? She's merely a big-breasted, witless woman. Ruan Mingyi sighed, lamenting. Yet he is drawn to such foolish women. If happiness were a realm, I would remain eternally in slumber as the husband who never awakens and as a passenger on a vehicle that hears no sound. Yi Qiao quickly cleared her throat. We are in a CAF. Let's refrain from such discussions. She pointed to the coffee on the menu. 2 cups of this, please. Upon lifting her gaze, Yi Qiao found herself locked in the gaze of Shen Qingling, whose eyes were strikingly beautiful. She momentarily froze, captivated by their allure. Shen Qingling acknowledged her with a nod before walking away. Yi Qiao nudged Ruan Mingyi's hand. Hey, did you notice that waiter just now? The waiter? What about him? My intuition tells me he is quite the handsome fellow. Enough, Qiao Qiao. I've completely given up on men. I, Ruan Mingyi, shall never again be swayed by any man. Yi Qiao smirked, well aware of her best friend's tendencies, falling for one man after another, yet her sharp tongue drove them all away, leaving her without a proper romantic relationship to date. Which man have you liked for more than a month? That's not my issue. They fail to keep things fresh for me. Yes, you are always in the right. At that moment, Yi Qiao's phone lit up. Her boyfriend was calling. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Mingy, she is calling me. I'll step outside to take this call. You stay here and sober up. Understood, love-struck brain. Yi Qiao grinned as she picked up her phone and exited. However, Wan Mingy paid no heed to her advice and instead retrieved the unfinished bottle of red wine from her bag, continuing to indulge. At a nearby table, two men had been observing Wan Mingy for quite some time. Seeing her drinking alone, they could not resist approaching her. Miss, why are you drinking alone? Feeling down? Would you like us to join you? Wan Mingy glanced at the two with a dazed expression, then smirked mockingly. She was already in a foul mood, and the sight of these unattractive men only aggravated her. Do you not check your reflection before stepping out? How dare you approach me? The man's smile faltered momentarily, prompting his companion to interject. Miss, your words are a bit excessive. My friend is quite handsome. Wan Mingy raised an eyebrow. Handsome? I find you even more so. The man's delight lasted but 3 seconds before Wan Mingy lazily sipped her wine and continued. I think you have a rogue charm, especially in your eyes. They resemble those of a rogue. The two men fell silent. The other man, undeterred, persisted, believing that a fiery woman like her was intriguing. He plastered a smile on his face and said, We merely wish to befriend you. Wan Mingy frowned. Her stance was already clear, yet he continued to pester her. You think someone like you could be my friend? I'd wager your paycheck is more akin to a refund from a discount site. There's no need for jest. I drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Your demeanor resembles that of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, reduced to a mere electric vehicle after a night of rain. Just because you have never seen it, does not imply its absence. Enough of your pretentiousness before me. The only thing that can elevate your facade now is your undergarment. As for the Rolls-Royce Phantom, you are merely a figment of illusion. Shen Qingyu finally comprehended why the system had designated Wan Mingy with the traits of abstraction and sharp wit. The two were engaged in conversation with Wan Mingy when Shen Qingyu approached, intending to dissuade them. Unexpectedly, Wan Mingy began to hurl glasses of wine, which were meant for the two men, but instead splashed onto Shen Qingyu. Realizing her mistake, Wan Mingy stood unsteadily, preparing to address Shen Qingyu, only to accidentally topple another glass of red wine, drenching herself in the process. Consumed by rage, she lamented her misfortune for the day. She raised her eyes to reproach the two men, only to catch sight of Shen Qingyu removing her mask. Chapter 7. Is it long over there? Red wine trickled slowly from the strands of the young man's hair, cascading down his prominent nose and gliding over his sensuous lips, which were pressed together in a slight frown, revealing his discontent. Yet, Wan Mingy was indifferent to his mood upon catching sight of Shen Qingyu. She could not suppress a swallow, her dreamy eyes momentarily stunned. 077. Wan Mingy's heart flutter value increased by 30. Shen Qingyu. So, she is indeed captivated by appearances. This was the same person who criticized Gu Yijin for being effeminate in the original narrative, possessing an exceptionally discerning eye. It was perfectly normal for her to be enamored with such a face. However, her infatuation with men typically lasted only a fleeting 3 minutes, quickly forgotten in days to come. What was required was to sustain her interest, to keep her captivated indefinitely. Upon hearing 077's assessment, Shen Qingyu discerned the approach to win over Wan Mingy. For a girl of her nature, one must not be overly fervent, nor excessively aloof. Rather, a delicate balance must be struck, akin to flying a kite, reeling in and letting out intermittently, ensuring she becomes ensnared. Outside, Yi Qiao sensed the situation was amiss and hastily ended her phone call to enter. Upon witnessing the wine-stained visage of Shen Qingyu, she immediately understood that Wan Mingy had caused yet another ruckus. I apologize, handsome. My friend is in a foul mood today and has had too much to drink. So I truly am sorry. Whatever compensation you require, we will. It's unnecessary, Shen Qingyu interrupted coldly. Wan Mingy would not be attracted to a man stripped of dignity, so he could not debase himself in her presence. The CAF's waitress, familiar with Wan Mingy, leaned in to whisper to Shen Qingyu. This CAF is owned by the Wan family. She is the young lady of the house. It is said that she has a rather tempestuous temperament. Another girl, harboring affections for Shen Qingyu, cautioned. Yes, Shen Qingyu, perhaps it would be best not to confront her, lest you invite trouble. Fearing a confrontation between Shen Qingyu and Wan Mingy, the waitress approached with a smile. Miss Wan, allow me to escort you to change your attire. Yet Wan Mingy pointed at Shen Qingyu and declared, no need for you. I want him to accompany me. Shen Qingyu turned to the waitress. It's all right. You needn't concern yourselves with me. I wouldn't want to complicate matters for you. I shall go. If my mere presence disrupts the CAF's operations, I would feel quite guilty. The waitress looked at Shen Qingyu with surprise, her cheeks flushing. Previously, she had perceived him as too cold and proud to approach, only to discover that he was, in fact, quite gentle and considerate. A blend of icy exterior and warm heart, the most alluring kind of man. Yi Qiao tugged at Wan Mingyi's sleeve. What are you doing, Mingyi? You've drenched him in red wine and have yet to apologize. Wan Mingyi, swaying unsteadily, grasped Shen Qingling's arm. Shen Qingling, right? I apologize. I will express my regrets in the restroom. She could barely maintain her balance and collapsed into Shen Qingling's embrace. Shen Qingling frowned slightly. Yi Qiao moved to support Wan Mingyi, addressing Shen Qingling. I'll help her inside. Would you join us? Shen Qingling nodded slightly and followed the two into the restroom. Fortunately, the facilities were separated into individual stalls, sparing them from any awkwardness. Yi Qiao dragged Wan Mingyi into a stall to change clothes. Shen Qingling stood before the sink, washing the red wine off his face, though the stains on his clothing proved more stubborn. As he raised his gaze to the mirror, he found that the dampness only enhanced his appearance. Suddenly, Wan Mingyi's voice floated in. Am I more endowed than that woman? You are. She as flat as a board. You are the largest. Then why is he with her and not me? With you mocking him like that, he must be furious. What did I say? You expressed a desire for a long-lasting relationship, but what you should have developed didn't flourish, and what should have endured faded. Did I say that? But I've never. I haven't even held his hand. You asked his ex-girlfriend, didn't you? She went to him to complain, and after a quarrel, he blocked you. Oh, right. That explains why I felt like drinking today. Yi Qiao looked at the inebriated woman, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. After changing her clothes, he supported Wan Mingyi as they exited. Upon seeing Shen Qingling, Wan Mingyi grinned and, pushing Yi Qiao's hand away, leaned closer, saying, You are so handsome, far more attractive than the men I used to like. When Shen Qingling remained silent, she pouted in dissatisfaction and poked him in the chest. Why aren't you speaking? Oh, I forgot to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to splash you. I intended to douse those two ugly people. You're handsome, so I wouldn't throw wine at you, hee. Miss Wan, you've had too much to drink. I really must get back to work. As Shen Qingling attempted to leave, Wan Mingyi grasped his hand and leaned into his embrace. To prevent her from falling, he instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist. The delightful scent of her perfume mingled with the aroma of red wine, enveloping his senses. While the woman leaned against him like a delicate puddle, her alluring curves visible with a mere tilt of her head. No, that's not right. Are you new here? I've never seen you before. If I had, who would still fancy that good-for-nothing? Wan Mingyi was clearly quite intoxicated, barely able to stand, her weight entirely resting on Shen Qingling. He looked down at the stunning woman in his arms. Her flushed face, a testament to her inebriation, added an undeniable charm to her beauty. Miss Wan, I must attend to my duties, he said calmly. Yet, Wan Mingyi, in her drunken state, was oblivious to his words. She gazed up at him, droplets of water clinging to his long eyelashes, softening the coldness in his expression and revealing a hint of youthful innocence. With a blink, she innocently remarked, Shen Qingling, your eyelashes are so long. Hey, are yours long too? Yi Qiao's pupils dilated in shock as she hurriedly pulled Wan Mingyi away from Shen Qingling. I apologize, my friend is intoxicated. She doesn't usually act this way. Her personality is just a bit abstract. The term abstract has become a popular excuse for many foolish behaviors. Shen Qingling's expression was equally unyielding. Wan Mingyi, a drunken fool, left Yi Qiao, the sober one, feeling more embarrassed. Normally, Wan Mingyi would not behave in such a manner had she been sober. Upon encountering a handsome man like Shen Qingling, she would have merely sought his contact information, then used her wealth to invite him out for dinner. If she liked him, she would engage in conversation for a few days. If not, she would simply move on. But today, under the influence of alcohol, she had made reckless remarks to Shen Qingling. When she woke up, she would surely wish to hide away in a hole. Wan Mingyi was a person who valued her pride immensely. In her eyes, face was more important than anything else. If the other party displeased her, no matter how fond she had been of them previously, her feelings would dissipate in an instant. Shen Qingling glanced at the red wine stain on his clothing. Frowning as he said, Miss, I must return to work. It would be best if you took your friend home. Otherwise, who knows what might happen. Yi Qiao responded, I'm so sorry for the trouble. We'll leave now, and I will ensure the establishment compensates you for today. Shen Qingling replied, No need. It's merely part of the job. His refusal of their compensation left Yi Qiao feeling even more uncomfortable. She then escorted Wan Mingyi back to the Wan residence. Wan Mingyi's father called. She answered the phone while sprawled on the sofa, still in a daze. "Hello, Dad. If you miss me, just call. It's still the same bank number." After uttering this, she hung up, leaving Yi Qiao to sigh in exasperation. Wan Mingyi's parents had divorced when she was very young, and since then, her father had been preoccupied with his business, rarely showing concern for her. Their relationship had soured over the years, and aside from financial matters, they hardly communicated. After a long day, Yi Qiao too felt weary and dozed off beside the sofa. By the time Wan Mingyi awoke, night had fallen. Rubbing her head, she frowned. "Ugh, why does my head hurt so much? What happened?" She recalled being blocked by that idle man, then drinking with Yi Qiao, visiting a CAF, and drinking again, and then. Wan Mingyi suddenly sat upright. "Wait, I flirted with a handsome guy?" Chapter 8. Does Shen Qingyu really have it? A piercing scream resonated through the 500-square-foot living room as Wan Mingyi expressed her exasperation. She nudged Yi Qiao beside her. "Qiao Qiao, wake up quickly." Yi Qiao, still groggy, lifted her eyes and murmured, "Mingyi, you're awake. Are you hungry? Should I ask the kitchen to prepare something?" At that moment, Wan Mingyi had no appetite. Her expression was one of sheer bewilderment as she stared ahead. "Did I say something unforgivable to a handsome guy today?" Yi Qiao lazily stretched. "Oh, you remembered. I thought you'd forget. You spoke recklessly to him, hugging and touching him. Luckily, he has a good temperament and high standards, so he didn't take offense." Wan Mingyi buried her face in an expensive pillow worth 80,000. Her muffled voice laced with embarrassment. "Oh my heavens, how could I say such things? Did I really ask if he has it? But does Shen Qingyu really have it? Given his height, he should be quite well endowed, right?" She hadn't dared to probe further. She was only bold enough for verbal teasing. When it came to action, she faltered. Wan Mingyi was a rather repressed individual, and her antics with Shen Qingyu yesterday could only be described as madness. The thought of her infatuated demeanor in front of him made her wish she could travel back in time and slap her past self. Yi Qiao consoled her. "Oh, don't dwell on it too much. Just find a moment to apologize. After all, he works at your family's CAF, so it's not a huge deal." "No, it is a big deal." The mere thought of Shen Qingling's handsome face quickened her heartbeat. Even his frown and cold refusal were strikingly attractive. "Qiao Qiao, I genuinely adore that face. If not for these awkward incidents, I could have maintained the poise and elegance of a beautiful young lady in front of him. Now, he must see me as nothing more than a lewd and infatuated nuisance. That's true. I could hardly bear to watch you back then. What should I do? Do I still have a chance? With your beauty and wealth, what man could possibly turn you down? As long as you curb your sharp tongue. I believe there is still hope. After all, you were drunk. It's somewhat excusable. Just what? I think Shen Qingyu seems quite aloof, and doesn't he strike me as someone who would be swayed by money? He is probably quite different from the men you've liked before." Wan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. "What of it? Isn't that even better? I wouldn't want a man who can be easily swayed by money." Before long, Wan Mingyi managed to acquire Shen Qingling's WeChat, intending to employ her old tactics to approach him. However, while she obtained his contact, Shen Qingling did not accept her friend request. Furrowing her brows, Wan Mingyi wondered if he was busy or simply forgot. She then added a note identifying herself as Wan Mingyi, stating that she wished to apologize, and sent another friend request. Unfortunately, Shen Qingling still did not respond. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling's phone lit up. A glance confirmed it was a friend request from Wan Mingyi. 077. Is the host unwilling to accept Wan Mingyi's friend request? Shen Qingling, it's not that I cannot agree, but rather that I cannot consent at this moment. Wan Mingyi must not be allowed to approach you too easily. If she acquires you effortlessly, she will find it uninteresting, fail to cherish it, and certainly not invest genuine emotions. Wan Mingyi's character is marked by a lack of love. She easily attaches to anyone who shows her affection, rendering her feelings superficial and insincere. Her need for emotional connection stems from an absence of love, seeking merely an outlet for her feelings. Indifferent to whom that person may be, this is not true affection. Shen Qingling does not wish to be yet another inconsequential trophy in Wan Mingyi's past. He desires her genuine heart. From this, one can also infer that Wan Mingyi's upbringing was likely unfavorable, not in terms of wealth, but in emotional nurturing. Otherwise, how could someone from her background lack love? It is the deficiency of complete and sufficient love within her family that has fostered her transient and capricious affections, making her incapable of truly loving another. Wan Mingyi offers nothing but a hollow semblance of love, hoping to obtain the affection she craves through this misguided approach. Yet, it is evident that her distorted notion of love makes it exceedingly difficult for her to find true affection, leaving her in a perpetual search for unattainable love. The more perfect a family is, with loving parents and doting on their children, the more likely it is to cultivate well-rounded individuals. Such children possess a greater capacity for love, radiating positivity and abundance. They do not seek extreme affection from others, but are more inclined to give love freely. For they have no reason to yearn for what they already possess. Shen Qingyu has encountered many individuals like Ruan Mingyi, regardless of gender, who ultimately leave their beloved ones hurt and broken. Shen Qingyu hopes to change her, provided she is still redeemable. Glancing at the time on his phone, he notes it is nearly midnight. He must retire promptly, as he has an early class the next morning. As a diligent scholar, he cannot afford to be late. The original host rented an off-campus apartment for convenience, located a mere 10-minute walk from the school. The following morning, Shen Qingyu awoke and opened his wardrobe, only to find an array of identical shirts, which rendered him momentarily speechless. Fortunately, it is spring, allowing for the option of outerwear and trench coats. Otherwise, anyone might assume he dons the same white shirt daily. Donning a mask and his trench coat, he stepped outside. The original host favored wearing a mask for the sake of discretion, wishing to avoid attracting too much attention. Shen Qingyu shares this preference. Having developed it from his past life as a star, he instinctively wears a mask to conceal his identity and evade paparazzi and obsessive fans. Arriving early at the classroom, he immediately captivated the attention of his peers. In his previous life, Shen Qingyu was a top-tier actor, renowned for both his popularity and skill, as well as being a frequent feature in prestigious fashion publications. While it is often said that female stars steal the spotlight on the red carpet, Shen Qingyu consistently outshone them. He seems to possess an innate charm, particularly evident in the way he walks and gestures. It is inexplicable, yet he appears more captivating than the average person. To put it poetically, he radiates a starlit aura. More simply, his physique is exceptionally striking. In truth, Shen Qingyu has undergone rigorous training. As an accomplished actor, every movement and expression has been meticulously rehearsed before the mirror countless times. He knows precisely how to smile most attractively and how to cry most movingly. Such a man, amidst ordinary company, is nothing short of a dimensional assault, leaving few women immune to his allure. Shen Qingyu removed his mask and casually selected a seat. As usual, few dared to sit beside him. His aloofness is well known, which naturally keeps others at bay. Even if one were to sit next to him, they would only feel a chill, akin to inviting humiliation upon themselves. No one wishes to approach and face such a frosty demeanor. However, today, the discussions surrounding him seem more plentiful than ever before. Have you noticed that Shen Qingyu appears even more handsome? I too sense something different about him. His face remains the same, yet there is an oddity. Could it be that after seeing that divine photo, we've developed a fan filter for him? Does Shen Qingyu even require a fan filter? Isn't his attractiveness evident? Even as a man, I find him undeniably handsome. This is an objective truth that cannot be denied. He is handsome, not to say he was ever unattractive. Yet it seems he possesses an even greater charisma today. The same trench coat, when worn by him, evokes an entirely different sensation. When he entered earlier, wearing a mask, he moved with the grace of a runway model. One might easily mistake him for a celebrity. Chapter 9. The cold-faced Shen Qingyu heard the continuous broadcast of heart-throb points in his mind, which had transformed into credits. He glanced at the system panel. Name, Shen Qingyu. Age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters. Length, 25 centimeters. Attractiveness, 93. Life points, 60. Combat power, 65. Reputation, 21. Heartthrob points, 117. Credits, 29,799. Special abilities, none. Goddess progress, 0. Expand, Song Jining progress, 85. Chu Jiao progress, 30. Ruan Mingyi progress, 32. Counterattack progress, 10. Mainline progress, 3. Side quests, opened, expand, side quest 1. Obtain Chu Jiao's regret points, progress, 0. Originally, Shen Qingyu had only over 3,000 credits, but now, through yesterday's trending topic and the heartthrob points provided by the girls at school today, he had accumulated over 20,000 credits. The fact that such a significant increase occurred in just one day underscored the importance of maintaining long-term exposure. Ordinary heartthrob points are indeed quite valuable. As long as I can sustain this visibility, I should be able to amass 100,000 credits swiftly. Indeed, Once the host gathers sufficient credits, various plots and character endings will become accessible, and the system shop offers a plethora of items. Would the host care to take a look? Are the items you speak of legitimate? Of course, they are legitimate items. However, there are also some less conventional ones. As long as the host possesses credits, nothing is beyond reach. Shen Qingyu perused the system shop, and indeed, it was filled with a dazzling array of products, including even intimate items. Clearly, this is not a conventional system. However, given his current credits, he could not afford anything and could only browse. Before long, the teacher entered, prompting Shen Qingyu to set aside his thoughts and focus intently on the lesson. Although he inherited the original owner's memories and knowledge, neglecting his studies could lead to a decline in his academic performance, and he certainly could not afford to transition from a top student to a poor one. Meanwhile, Wan Mingyi had risen early to meticulously apply her makeup before heading to a CAF. Upon learning that Shen Qingyu only worked part-time here on weekends, a look of regret crossed her face. Chow, he isn't here. I knew it. Today is Thursday, and Shen Qingyu is a student at Jiang University. He must be in class right now. I heard he's quite the academic achiever. I saw him trending on Weibo this morning. I saw that post too. The picture was indeed handsome. No wonder you fell for him at first sight. Alas, it's a pity he hasn't accepted my friend request on WeChat. Otherwise, we could visit his school. Aren't you afraid he might ignore you? I could say I'm there to apologize, and then take him shopping for a new outfit as compensation. After all, I have a reasonable excuse. Wan Mingyi felt her plan was flawless, as she had a valid reason. It was now up to Shen Qingyu to decide whether he could bear to refuse her. Wan Mingyi was quite familiar with Jiang University, as her family had donated a building to the institution, and she had dined with the board members. Gaining entry into Jiang University was a trivial matter for her. However, upon encountering the youthful faces on campus, she suddenly felt a pang of age, realizing that she no longer possessed that invigorating essence of youth. Wan Mingyi sighed. They are so young. Yi Chao chuckled. Why the sudden sentimentality? You've only graduated 2 years ago. You speak as if you've entered middle age. It's different. 2 years post-graduation makes one a seasoned veteran. We, who have entered the workforce, cannot possess the naive clarity that college students exude, she retorted. Come on. What you call work is merely sitting for an hour or two, pretending to drink coffee, without even turning on your computer. How can that be work? How annoying. And I can't even express my feelings. If I had to endure such a life, I might as well leap off a building. As Wan Mingyi and Yi Chao conversed, they strolled to the classroom of Shen Qingyu. Wan Mingyi immediately spotted the young man sitting upright in class. Yi Chao remarked, "How can he look so handsome even during class? It's like a scene from an idol drama." Wan Mingyi replied, "Those young heartthrobs pale in comparison. Cold-faced guy is far more attractive." Cold-faced guy was the nickname Wan Mingyi had coined for Shen Qingyu. Although Wan Mingyi was somewhat abstract in her demeanor, she understood that interrupting a class was inappropriate, so she and Yi Chao leaned against the corridor railing to chat. Even so, they attracted the gazes of several students inside the classroom, particularly a boy and a girl sitting in front of Shen Qingyu. Wow, there are 2 stunning beauties outside. Their figures are remarkable, their skin flawless, and their legs long. I'm envious. Which department are they from? Such looks shouldn't go unnoticed. They might not even be from our university. Just look at their attire. They clearly come from wealth and are unlikely to be students. I'm just a bumpkin. I can't even recognize their designer brands. I think that bag costs over $1 million, right? Shen Qingyu paid them no heed, remaining engrossed in his studies. On the surface, he seemed oblivious. But in reality, he was already aware of who had arrived outside. Unfazed, he ignored the murmurs from the outside world, earning praise from the girls in his class. Look at the boys in our class. Their jaws are practically on the floor, while Shen Qingyu has even glanced up. It seems beauty holds no allure for him. Knowledge is far more enticing. My idol doesn't even bat an eye at the campus beauty. To him, even the most stunning woman is merely a superficial facade. At this moment, another boy retorted, "Isn't it because he knows he has no virtues beyond his looks? What woman would want to gaze at his lifeless face daily?" Exactly. He probably doesn't even have the money to buy his girlfriend a dress and has to work just to pay his tuition. Such a person couldn't possibly attract those beauties, who would surely look down on a pauper like him. The combined worth of those 2 beauties far exceeds his lifetime earnings. I believe his fear of dating stems from the embarrassment it would bring. If you girls were to discover how miserly he truly is behind closed doors, who would still regard him as a deity and swoon over him daily? His fleeting sense of superiority would vanish in an instant. You see, Shen Qingyu is merely experiencing a financial setback at the moment. But that does not signify a perpetual state of poverty. You all should wallow in your envy. Let it consume you. A few boys chuckled heartily, while the earlier discussions about Shen Qingyu left several girls blushing with indignation. How infuriating. Resorting to poverty as a means to belittle Shen Qingyu. What a pitiful lot you are. Before long, the bell rang and students began to trickle out of the classroom. Some engaged in conversation with Wan Mingyi, yet she maintained an icy demeanor. Whispers circulated among the students speculating about whom Wan Mingyi and her companion had come to seek. Who do you think they're here for? Xing Chuan? Xie Zhiyao? Or perhaps Shen Qingyu? It cannot be Shen Qingyu. Who would dare approach him so boldly, fearing his scorn? Then it must be Xie Zhiyao, as there are certainly many admirers pursuing him. Can Xie Zhiyao truly attract such stunning beauties? I find that hard to believe. So it must be Xing Chuan. He is rather handsome as well. As Shen Qingyu stood and exited the classroom, his gaze immediately fell upon Wan Mingyi. Their eyes met for a brief moment before he attempted to turn away, only for Wan Mingyi to block his path. Hello, Shen Qingyu, do you remember me? Chapter 10. The alleged poverty-stricken male deity loses dignity for money. Shen Qingyu's expression was rather inscrutable as he cast his gaze downward upon Wan Mingyi, his demeanor perpetually frosty. The youth's slightly pursed lips revealed a hint of impatience. Miss Wan, is there something you require? Unfazed by his chill, Wan Mingyi smiled radiantly. I see you still remember me. Shen Qingyu's words dripped with sarcasm. Miss Wan has left a profound impression on me. I am here to apologize for yesterday's incident. I would like to invite you to dinner as a gesture of my contrition. Would that be agreeable? No need for that. It suffices that Miss Wan does not intrude upon my life. It's merely a meal. Surely you wouldn't wish to forfeit your part-time position at the CAF? Shen Qingyu furrowed his brow. Are you threatening me? Wan Mingyi blinked innocently. How could that be considered a threat? It's merely a little tactic to befriend you. Shen Qingyu replied nonchalantly, then feel free to dismiss me. Wan Mingyi perceived his indifference. For Shen Qingyu, this was merely a side job. If need be, he would simply find another, showing little inclination to placate her. Unyielding. Wan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. Surely you wouldn't want the entire staff to lose their jobs because of you? She noted that Shen Qingyu had been quite protective of the girls yesterday, suggesting he was not as cold as he appeared, but rather a person with warmth concealed beneath a frosty exterior. A man like this, once he allowed her into his heart, could undoubtedly bestow upon her all his tenderness and affection. Wan Mingyi yearned for love that was fervent and extreme. Anything less was unworthy of her. Indeed, Shen Qingyu wavered at her words. He parted his lips but refrained from uttering a refusal. Just this once. Very well. I hope Miss Wan is true to her word. I cannot deceive a man. Yu Qiao shot Wan Mingyi a glance, skeptical of her assurances. Shen Qingyu checked the time on his phone, however. I have a class to attend. Miss Wan may find a place to pass the time. Wan Mingyi's eyes, akin to those of a beguiling fox, sparkled with mischief. Despite her disdain for him, she maintained a courteous demeanor. In truth, Shen Qingyu was rather easy to manipulate. If one was unperturbed by his cold exterior and persisted with a bit of audacity, he would not retaliate. May I accompany you to class? Miss Wan is welcome to. The classroom is not under my jurisdiction. Then let us proceed together. Thus, the two stunningly beautiful women trailed behind Shen Qingyu as they departed. Those who had previously mocked Shen Qingyu fell silent. So they truly came to find Shen Qingyu. Would they seek us out instead? Do the affluent truly judge by appearances? Shen Qingyu's demeanor is so frigid, yet she still approaches him. Stop being envious. It's clearly because Shen Qingyu possesses charm. The girl conversing with Shen Qingyu was extraordinarily beautiful, rivaling even the school's belle. A handsome man and stunning women walking together resembled a scene from a campus drama. Shen Qingyu, standing at a standard height for a male protagonist, is unlike certain individuals who, after being deceived, found themselves in Myanmar, only to discover that what they had been selecting was not tendon, but rather the heel of a shoe. Shen Qingyu, alongside Wan Mingyi and Yu Qiao, traversed the teaching building, unwittingly captured in a photograph that circulated on social media, garnering significant attention from onlookers. He has now become a sensation, with admirers capturing his image wherever he goes. A male student, aware of Wan Mingyi's true identity, took to the forum to spread baseless rumors, claiming that Shen Qingyu was a kept man, maintained by a wealthy heiress. The post exclaimed shock. Jiang University's campus heartthrob Shen Qingyu is actually a gigolo, allegedly sacrificing his dignity for financial gain. This individual disclosed Ruan Mingyi's identity within the post. Ruan Mingyi does not enjoy a favorable reputation in high society, often seen dining with various handsome young men, most of whom are perceived as relying on the wealth of others. Thus, the conclusion was drawn that Shen Qingyu, too, was a man of compromised integrity, seeking monetary benefit. Numerous envious male peers flocked to ridicule Shen Qingyu, asserting their claims with such conviction that it felt as though they had witnessed him engaging in such indignities firsthand. Most female observers adopted a spectator's stance, while a fraction vehemently condemned the poster for their slanderous allegations, igniting a fierce battle among fans in the comments section. In a classroom, Song Jining's friend tapped her shoulder, exclaiming, "Ning Ning, Shen Qingyu is with two beautiful girls. What is going on?" The post claims he is being kept by a wealthy heiress. Song Jining furrowed her brow as she glanced at the post, retorting with a scoff, "That's impossible. Although Shen Qingyu is not financially well off, he would never stoop to such levels." "How can you be so sure? Just because he saved you?" her friend countered. "You don't understand. I just know he isn't that kind of person." Yet, doubts lingered as she recalled how Shen Qingyu had never been so close to girls before. Perhaps those two ladies are the ones pursuing him. It's not unheard of. With a determined thought, Song Jining rose and decided to skip class. She made her way to Shen Qingyu's classroom, where she found Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao seated beside him, the atmosphere thick with hushed whispers. Shen Qingyu remained unfazed, his expression calm and composed. Observing this, Song Jining took a seat behind him, gently poking his back with her fingertip. When he turned to see her, his stern demeanor softened, and a subtle smile graced his lips. "Oh, it's you," he remarked. Instantly, Song Jining's cheeks flushed. What was happening? Just the sight of Shen Qingyu's smile sent her heart racing. How embarrassing. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingyi cast a scrutinizing glance, having never witnessed Shen Qingyu's smile in such a manner before. What was this? As she scrutinized Song Jining, recognition dawned upon her. She was the girl whom Shen Qingyu had rescued, stirring a mix of irritation and envy within Ruan Mingyi. So, he was not cold-hearted towards everyone. He had never smiled at her like that. The appearance of Song Jiching provoked Ruan Mingyi, who narrowed her eyes and scrutinized the two. Shen Qingyu inquired, "Is there something you need from me?" Song Jiching nearly forgot her original intent. She composed herself and said seriously, "There are rumors circulating about you and the lady beside you." With that, she glanced at Ruan Mingyi. Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. "What rumors are there about me and him?" "They say that Shen Qingyu is your kept man." Ruan Mingyi chuckled softly. "I wish that were the case, but he seems unwilling." Shen Qingyu replied with a calm demeanor, "Truth stands clear. It's merely slander." Song Jiching pouted, "But I don't want you to be misunderstood." Shen Qingyu's eyes flickered with surprise, and it dawned on Song Jiching how ambiguous her words sounded. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, "No, what I mean is, you shouldn't be misinterpreted for things you haven't done in any case. I believe your relationship with this lady is entirely innocent." Ruan Mingyi, being slightly older than Song Jiching, could read the girl's emotions like an open book. A dangerous smile graced her lips. "Little sister, this is no misunderstanding. I indeed wish to support him." Chapter 11. Is Shen Qingyu white or pink? Song Jiching frowned, "Miss. Regardless of your thoughts, this will cast a negative light on Shen Qingyu, who is clearly not that kind of person." Ruan Mingyi was aware of the implications and extended her hand. "Show me the post." Song Jiching opened the post and handed her phone to Ruan Mingyi, whose red nails glided over the screen. The more she read, the broader her smile became. Her interest piqued. She recited, "Shen Qingyu has succumbed to the financial coercion of the young lady. It seems she has indulged in him entirely. His absence over the weekend likely indicates he was engaged in illicit activities. How much has the young lady offered Shen Qingyu? If you're willing to do this, I could provide the same. Must it be Ruan Mingyi? Why can't he submit to my influence? My family is not poorer than hers. Shen Qingyu appears quite robust. Can one young lady handle him alone? Perhaps I should join in." The post, initially intended to denounce Shen Qingyu, spiraled off course, with few women truly condemning him. While many eagerly anticipated their turn, Shen Qingyu could no longer bear it. He snatched the phone and turned off the screen. "Stop reading." Ruan Mingyi looked at him, noticing his ears had turned red. The typically aloof youth now bore a bashful demeanor, a faint blush gracing his fair skin from embarrassment. Her curiosity piqued, she wondered, "Is Shen Qingyu white or pink?" Shen Qingyu swiftly covered her lips with his hand, his flustered anger presenting a delightful contrast that appeared utterly charming to Ruan Mingyi. 077. Ruan Mingyi's heart value increased by 10. Shen Qingyu gained further insight into Wan Mingyi's preferences, realizing she was fond of this type. Wan Mingyi smiled as she pushed Shen Qingyu's hand away. Are you shy? No. Shen Qingyu's stubborn demeanor was particularly amusing, and the discussions surrounding their postures were equally entertaining. Wan Mingyi sighed, saying, I am quite unfortunate. It feels as though I have gained nothing yet speak as if I have acquired everything. Shen Qingyu replied, That's enough. Let's not dwell on this topic. Such posts will vanish in a couple of days. Wan Mingyi countered, But you still have to join me for dinner later. Won't the rumors only intensify? If you are aware of this, then we shouldn't dine together. That won't do. How can you go back on your promise? Song Jining was taken aback by Wan Mingyi's boldness, feeling as if every word was a playful tease directed at Shen Qingyu. She summoned her courage and said, Then take me along. What's the harm in 4 of us dining together? Shen Qingyu responded, But I don't wish to involve you. This matter is not related to you. You saved me, making you my savior. Regardless, I've already been the subject of discussion these past few days. It's fine, let me join you. Wan Mingyi felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet Shen Qingyu had indeed been slandered because of her, making it difficult to refuse. Fine, let's include her. It's merely one more person at dinner, after all. All right. For the remainder of the time, Shen Qingyu chose not to acknowledge Wan Mingyi, instead focusing diligently on the class. Wan Mingyi rested her head on her hand, gazing at him sideways, her enchanting fox-like eyes captivating. Such a fervent stare was utterly impossible to ignore. Shen Qingyu sighed. Must you look at me like that? Wan Mingyi replied, I came to see you. What else would I be doing here? Shen Qingyu was rendered speechless. After a while, Wan Mingyi grew drowsy, primarily due to the lecturer's monotonous delivery, and soon she succumbed to sleep, her head resting on the desk. It seemed any insomnia would be cured upon entering a classroom. Sleeping, Wan Mingyi appeared quite docile, smiling in her dreams, seemingly entertained by some delightful thought. Shen Qingyu listened closely and realized she was dreaming of something sweet. Shen Qingyu held little animosity towards Wan Mingyi, the abstract big sister figure. He found her rather intriguing. Unfortunately, to maintain his aloof and cool persona while strategizing to win her over, he had to keep his distance, ensuring that Wan Mingyi would remain deprived of his smile for the time being. Gu family. Chengwang, when do you plan to bring that child back? When Sulan's words abruptly chilled the previously cheerful dinner gathering, the mere thought of her child suffering elsewhere tightened when Sulan's heart. Gu Chengwang replied, I just received news this afternoon and am still uncertain about its accuracy. There's no need to rush. Let us wait until we have absolute certainty before bringing the child back. I will not allow the Gu family's bloodline to wander in hardship. When Sulan exclaimed with fervor, there can be no mistake. It is undoubtedly him. This child is the very image of his grandfather. Mentioning someone who had passed away many years ago seemed pointless, yet the conversation lingered over her late father-in-law. Gu Qingwang's expression darkened at the mention of his father, while when Sulan lowered her head in disappointment, silenced by her own thoughts. Gu Tang scoffed at one, after raising a child for so many years. Why dwell on someone who is yet to return? As Gu Qingwang's second wife, when Sulan had never received much warmth from Gu Yutang, who spoke with unrestrained harshness. Gu Yijin sighed, Sister, please refrain from speaking to mother in such a manner. Ultimately, it is my fault, if it weren't for me. Our brother would not have been lost or endured such suffering. Once he returns, I shall leave. My only wish is for the family to be harmonious. Gu Yutang, fond of her thoughtful and obedient brother, opposed his notion of departure. What nonsense, Ajin. The Gu family is more than capable of supporting you. After all these years of living together, even without blood ties, we have forged bonds. Rest easy. Even when he returns, you will always be my brother. And there will always be a room for you in our home. Antwin, would you not agree? Gu Yutang turned to Wen Sulan, who managed a strained smile, her gaze towards Gu Yijin tinged with complexity. When Sulan recognized Gu Yijin as a good child, understanding that the blame lay with her mother-in-law and grandmother, leaving Gu Yijin innocent in this tangled web. Yet, the circumstances of their family had ultimately led to her own child's misfortune, causing her to feel a distance from Gu Yijin that was not present before. Gu Yijin's grandmother, Hifang Mei, had served as a caretaker for the Gu family during Wen Sulan's pregnancy. In the Gu household, Wen Sulan was seldom favored and held little standing, yet she found solace in Hifang Mei's heartfelt attention and care. However, with the Gu family's wealth, Hifang Mei's heart turned malicious. Adding to the shame of her daughter bearing a child out of wedlock, she took drastic measures after Wen Sulan gave birth, swapping their children. Initially fearful of exposure, He Fangmei intended for her daughter to drown when Su Lan's son. Yet, upon seeing Shen Qingling's innocent face, her heart softened, leading her to abandon him at an orphanage instead. While Shen Qingling suffered greatly at the orphanage, Gu Yijin was lavished with affection within the Gu family. Particularly, He Fangmei devoted herself to Gu Yijin, caring for him even more than Wen Su Lan, as everyone believed her gratitude was towards Wen Su Lan, when in truth, Gu Yijin was her biological grandson. This year, for reasons unknown, He Fangmei suddenly lost her sanity and divulged the entire story of the past. When Su Lan felt an overwhelming urge to silence her, Gu Yijin continued to apologize before Wen Su Lan, pleading for her to spare He Fangmei. In a moment of desperation, Wen Su Lan slapped him, leading to a fierce quarrel between her and Gu Qingwang. The tension left Wen Su Lan feeling awkward in Gu Yijin's presence. Gu Yijin had originally been the heir, whom Gu Qingwang held great hopes for, yet now faced this unforeseen turmoil. Gu Qingwang held a profound regard for blood ties, as long as his biological son was not an utterly inept individual. He would never entrust the Gu family to the outsider Gu Yijin. After all, years of father-son bond had fostered a semblance of affection for Gu Yijin, preventing him from being callous enough to expel him from the family, and ultimately handing him a small company to manage would not pose a significant dilemma. The Gu family's optimism was commendable, yet they gravely underestimated Gu Yijin's ambition and resentment, as well as his cold-heartedness. From a young age, Gu Yijin was acutely aware of his status as an outsider. He Fangmei's excessive kindness towards him was decidedly abnormal, often referring to him affectionately as her good grandson, which led Gu Yijin to suspect the truth. After conducting his own investigations, he confirmed his status as not being a true member of the Gu family. He had once believed that the secret could be concealed for a lifetime, yet the old man's sudden madness had inadvertently revealed the truth. Gu Yijin turned to Wen Su Lan, his eyes filled with anticipation, inquiring, "Mother, are you like my sister as well?" Wen Su Lan managed a strained smile and replied, "Yes. Your sister is correct. Even if he returns, the Gu family remains your home." Could Gu Yijin not discern her reluctance? His urgency to eliminate Shen Qingling stemmed from the realization that the Gu family's affection towards him had irrevocably changed. Moreover, Shen Qingling's exceptional qualities would undoubtedly lead Gu Qingwang to bequeath the family fortune to his biological child, rather than to him, the pretender. Unless Shen Qingling were to vanish, hope would remain elusive. Thus, it was imperative that Shen Qingling never garnered the love and approval of the Gu family. Chapter 12. The underlying currents among women. Gu Yijin displayed a gentle, albeit faint smile, saying, "That's wonderful. When my brother returns home, I shall cherish him as my own, compensating for the love you have withheld from him over the years. Whatever he desires, I shall ensure he receives." Lin Qidai, who had quietly listened for quite some time, smiled softly. "What do you mean by giving? Isn't that inherently his?" She added with a hint of amusement, "Brother Jinqing, you truly have a sense of humor." Lin Qingdai was the daughter of Gu Qingwang's friend, and after a calamity struck the Lin family, she was left as the sole survivor. On his deathbed, Lin's father entrusted her to Gu Qingwang, and thus she grew up within the Gu household. Gu Yijin cast a glance at Lin Qidai, a look of despondency crossing his features. He sighed bitterly. "Does Qingdai resent me because I am not a true child of the Gu family? I wish such matters did not exist. If I could, I would gladly endure all hardship in place of my brother." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, revealing a visage tormented by guilt. Gu Yutong gently patted his head. "Ah, Jinqing, you are so understanding. Where could one find a brother as splendid as yours? Rest assured, I shall always stand by your side." As for the newcomer, her lips curled into a sardonic smile. What merits could a child raised in an orphanage possess? Likely no better than a country bumpkin. As long as he does not bring shame upon the Gu family, that suffices. Lin Qingdai furrowed her brows and coughed lightly. "Sister, I must head to school now. I shall return to meet my true brother once he is home." The term true brother pierced Gu Yijin's heart. He could not comprehend why Lin Qingdai had been targeting him of late, when he had once been merely a silent, inconspicuous presence. What could be the reason? Gu Qingwang exhibited little desire for discussion on the matter. If the child belonged to him, he would welcome him. If not, he would remain indifferent. There was no point in elaborating further. Only when Su Lan was concerned about the situation, knowing that Shen Qingling studied at Jiang University, she hastily left her meal unfinished to visit him. Shen Qingling was dining in the cafeteria with Wan Mingyi and a few others. Indeed, the cafeteria. Although Wan Mingyi had suggested dining at an upscale restaurant, Shen Qingyu adamantly refused to indulge in such extravagant fare. Consequently, Ruan Mingyi acquiesced to his wishes and accompanied him to the cafeteria instead. It was Ruan Mingyi's first experience having such simple, unpretentious meals in the cafeteria. Observing the unappetizing 2 dishes and a soup before him, he frowned. Is this what you typically eat? He received a mere from the youth in response. Ruan Mingyi had invited Shen Qingyu to dine with the intention of flirting in an upscale setting, rather than amidst the crowded cafeteria over a meal favored by vegetarians. It was utterly devoid of romance. Song Jining chuckled quietly at the scene, thinking how Ruan Mingyi could possibly flirt with Shen Qingyu in the cafeteria. Although she too hailed from a wealthy family, the Song household had always encouraged her to be strong and independent. She shared the same meals and accommodations as her classmates, thus avoiding the development of spoiled habits. What are you laughing at? There is nothing amiss. I believe the cuisine at Jiangda is quite delectable. Shen Qingyu and I have always enjoyed it this way. Perhaps you, as an outsider, find it difficult to adapt to our humble fare. Song Jining's words are intriguing. She first emphasizes the connection between Jiangda and Shen Qingyu, then insinuates that Ruan Mingyi is an outsider, subtly highlighting her age as if to mock her. The undercurrents among women are often inscrutable to men, yet Shen Qingyu discerned the subtlety. Shen Qingyu remarked, if Miss Ruan finds our simple dishes unpalatable, there is no need for her to force herself. The host's manipulation is quite clever, pitting Song Jining against Ruan Mingyi while simultaneously using Ruan Mingyi to provoke Song Jining, an astute strategy. Shen Qingyu continued, in the eyes of the world, anything that is coveted by many is deemed valuable. Women, in this regard, are even more competitive than men, though their subtle rivalries often elude male comprehension. Upon closer examination, however, it becomes evident that they harbor sharp ambitions beneath their graceful exteriors. Ruan Mingyi, not wishing to displease Shen Qingyu or fall into the trap of Song Jining's words, smiled and replied, not at all. Occasionally indulging in an unconventional delicacy is quite enjoyable. If you all can eat it, why can't I? Right, Qiao Qiao? I used to dine at the cafeteria as well. Yi Qiao, not as delicate as Ruan Mingyi, viewed cafeteria dining as a means of weight management. She nodded, affirming, indeed. Mingyi has dined with us in the cafeteria before and even remarked that the food is quite nutritious. Haha, after 3 days, she lost several pounds. Ruan Mingyi, taken aback, responded, is it merely cafeteria food? Determined, she declared, I shall finish all these dishes today, and began to shovel food into her mouth. 2 young ladies, adorned in extravagant luxury, exuding an air of sophistication and fragrance, sat at a modest table, consuming a simple meal of cabbage and tofu served on metal plates, a scene that appeared somewhat comical at first glance. Was it not said that Shen Qingyu had compromised her dignity for wealth? How curious it was to see a young lady of privilege dressed so lavishly, dining in such a humble setting. One might wonder, placing a handbag worth over 100,000 casually upon a greasy table, such as the privilege of the affluent. Shen Qingyu barely acknowledged Ruan Mingyi, exchanging few words. Was this truly the sacrifice of dignity for love? It seemed rather that the one forsaking her dignity was the affluent lady herself. Furthermore, with Song Jining present, who had been identified in trending discussions as a scion of the Song group, it was implausible that Shen Qingyu could be a kept woman while Song Jining remained there, laughing and conversing. Such rumors appeared to be mere fabrications. Alas, the number of those envious of the male lead is considerable. Only a fool would believe such tales. Nevertheless, Shen Qingyu is indeed formidable. Ruan Mingyi's lineage is far from ordinary, and it is quite impressive that a lady of her stature could be brought so low. Ruan Mingyi had encountered aloof men before, yet none quite like Shen Qingyu, who, while seemingly impervious, was willing to dine with a colleague barely known to him. He is indeed easy to pursue. He truly regards dining as merely the act of eating, engaging in nothing beyond that. Shen Qingyu, I believe this meal cannot be considered the one you promised. Didn't we just share a meal together? Is Miss Ruan implying that her words hold no weight? No. You are well aware that my notion of dining transcends this mere act of eating. I apologize. I was under the impression that you simply wished to experience our Jiangda cafeteria. Well, even if I did wish to experience the cafeteria, could you perhaps accompany me for another meal outside? Dining will not be detrimental to you. Song Jining blinked. That is not necessarily the case. Merely walking past the teaching building together has already led to rumors. If we were seen dining in an upscale restaurant, Shen Qingyu would be left utterly speechless. Yi Qiao interjected, visibly displeased. Miss, may I inquire about your relationship with Shen Qingyu? the implication being that Song Jining is meddling. Song Jining blinked. We are merely classmates. Is that not permissible? Ruan Mingyi smiled slightly. Since you are neither a girlfriend nor a pursuer of Shen Qingyu, it seems you lack the authority to refuse on his behalf. Song Jining's breath hitched as she turned to look at Shen Qingyu. The young man gazed at her, seemingly curious about her persistent demeanor. Song Jining fidgeted with her fingers, feeling a surge of nervousness within. Chapter 13. The dramatic outburst of Chu Jiao Jiao I. Song Jining was on the verge of expressing herself when another woman abruptly entered the fray. Shen Qingyu. Is it because of them that you're ignoring me? Shen Qingyu lifted her gaze to the newcomer. It was Chu Jiao Jiao. Accompanying her were two of her roommates, evidently here to confront Shen Qingyu. Ruan Mingyi and Song Jining exchanged puzzled glances at the trio, while Yi Qiao wore an expression of eager anticipation, as if she were a spectator at a theatrical performance. Once again, a stunning beauty had appeared. Shen Qingyu's romantic fortunes were undeniably flourishing. Chu Jiao Jiao embodied the archetype of a campus beauty, innocent and exquisite, with flowing hair and long, fair legs accentuated by a white dress. At that moment, she gazed at Shen Qingyu with a visage of disappointment and sorrow, tears brimming in her eyes, seemingly on the verge of cascading down her cheeks. An uninformed observer would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy for her, mistakenly believing that Shen Qingyu had heartlessly abandoned her. Yet, Shen Qingyu remained remarkably composed. Is there something you need? She inquired with a casual indifference. Chu Jiao Jiao responded incredulously, Qingyu, after all these years of friendship, you can merely ask if I need something with such coldness? Could it be? Could it truly be that you have been taken in by their words, that you are being supported by a wealthy heiress, and thus no longer care for your childhood companion? So, those promises you made to always cherish me, regardless of anyone else, have been rendered void? You have utterly disappointed me. In a dramatic display, Chu Jiao Jiao's tears fell, portraying a heartache that seemed unbearable. Her roommates, filled with compassion, steadied the trembling girl and turned accusatory eyes toward Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu, how could you treat Jiao Jiao this way? She has always held you in such high regard. Why inflict such pain upon her? I wondered why you hadn't visited Jiao Jiao for so long. It seems you have found a new love. 3 gorgeous women. Truly, your luck is remarkable, O campus god. We once believed your affections for Jiao Jiao were sincere, and encouraged her to be more proactive, yet it appears we were mistaken. Such a person is unworthy of her genuine devotion. Enough. Jiao Jiao has already given her heart. It's merely that someone failed to cherish it. Over a decade of friendship pales in comparison to the tangible riches of a wealthy heiress. Observing the pitiable sight of the girl, the bystanders began to murmur amongst themselves. Goodness, is this truly a confrontation from a childhood sweetheart? Even she suspects he is being supported by someone else. Could it be true? She is stunningly beautiful. It's a pity to see her heart so carelessly toyed with by Shen Qingyu. Such a tale of betrayal. Shen Qingyu hardly seems the type, does he? You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Shen Qingyu appears so aloof and disciplined. Who would have thought he harbored such a side? It seems even the most handsome of men can stray. This girl must surely be his girlfriend. My idol could never be such a person. I refuse to believe it. Now, with his childhood sweetheart confronting him, all eyes were on Shen Qingyu, eagerly anticipating his explanation. To everyone's astonishment, Shen Qingyu smiled. He remained composed, walking confidently to Chu Jiao Jiao's side. The mirth in the youth's eyes lacked sincerity, tinged with a hint of mockery. Jiao Jiao. It seems your acting has improved in our brief separation. Chu Jiao Jiao, unable to fathom his words, lifted her gaze in disbelief. Qingyu, what do you mean? Shouldn't Shen Qingyu be flustered and comforting her? He was, after all, the one most afraid of shedding tears every time she cried. He would go to great lengths to fulfill her desires, even if it meant reaching for the moon. Yet, during these past few days, Shen Qingyu not only ignored her, but also became embroiled in rumors with other women. Shouldn't he offer her a proper explanation? She dismissed the contents of those posts without a second thought. She knew Shen Qingyu all too well. Alas, in her quest for that sum of money, she found herself compelled to tarnish Shen Qingyu's reputation. I am sorry, Shen Qingyu. Ultimately, she believed that as long as she apologized later, he would still forgive her. Such is the audacity of being favored. Chu Jiao Jiao's roommates, having heard her embellished account, were quick to believe her when they saw Shen Qingyu truly in the company of several women. They felt that Shen Qingyu had subjected Chu Jiao Jiao to emotional neglect and had abandoned her. Shen Qingyu, how can you speak to Jiao Jiao in such a manner? You 3 have conspired to besmirch my innocence. What do you expect me to say? Besmirch you? Which of our words have defamed you? Is it not you who has betrayed Jiaoju while entangled with other women? Shen Qingyu chuckled, yet the smile appeared ominous in Chu Jiaojiao's eyes. He had never acted this way. Was it he who had changed, or had she simply never grasped his true nature? From the beginning until now, every response from Shen Qingyu had been beyond her expectations. Had this situation befallen the original owner, he would have instinctively clarified matters with Chu Jiaojiao. However, the original owner was not eloquent and might have easily been slandered by her. It seemed Chu Jiaojiao had indeed accepted some favor from Gui Jing, for it was unlikely she would stage such a performance otherwise. Nervously, Chu Jiaojiao inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, it is nothing. I merely wish to ascertain our relationship. We are childhood friends. Perhaps you should read fewer novels and uninstall the Tomato app. Can you speak plainly? We are good friends who grew up together. Do good friends need to employ terms like betrayal and abandonment?" Chu Jiaojiao gasped, a flicker of panic in her eyes. Biting her lip, she murmured, "But isn't it an unspoken truth that we mutually harbor affection? Indeed, you often visit our school to see Jiaojiao, showering her with gifts and spending lavishly on her. Do you extend such attentiveness to other women? What else could it be if not affection?" Shen Qingyu nodded. "I do treat her well. I give her whatever she desires and even provide her with a monthly allowance." "So you admit it? So, are we in a romantic relationship? From childhood to the present, I have always regarded her merely as a sister. Everything I have done for her stems from a familial bond. I harbor not a shred of romantic sentiment towards her. Otherwise, she would not incessantly refer to me as merely her brother. She has never acknowledged any other relationship between us in your presence, has she? I am acutely aware of her feelings towards me. In her eyes, I am but an object to flaunt, a mere ATM from which she can withdraw at will. Chu Jiaojiao, have you ever harbored a single genuine sentiment for me?" Shen Qingyu cast his gaze downwards towards Chu Jiaojiao, the sorrow and disappointment in his eyes rendering her utterly speechless. Her heart fluttered with an increase of 10 in both emotional turmoil and regret. Shen Qingyu's eyes were profoundly captivating. Chu Jiaojiao could act, yet he was a consummate performer, his skills surpassing hers in both subtlety and immersion. No one could behold those eyes without being moved, and even the onlookers could perceive his despondency. How much more so for Chu Jiaojiao, who faced those eyes directly. If she had any ounce of affection for the original character, she would not remain so indifferent. Chu Jiaojiao may be foolish and wicked, yet her heart is not made of stone. Her eyelashes trembled. Why did she feel sorrow upon seeing Shen Qingyu's eyes? This was not how it should be. She did not like him. She found him pedantic and dull. She resented his concern, viewing him solely as a means to an end, devoid of any genuine affection. The words she had prepared became lodged in her throat. Chu Jiaojiao felt an acute sense of guilt. He knows everything. He is aware of her vanity, of her utilitarian approach towards him, yet he continues to foolishly treat her with kindness. Why must he be so naïve? Shen Qingyu? Tears fell unexpectedly from Chu Jiaojiao's eyes. She refused to answer that question. She should proclaim her genuine feelings for him, claim that she likes him, assert that they share mutual affection, having grown up together in innocence and trust. Yet in that moment, she found herself utterly speechless. Shen Qingyu took out his phone and displayed their chat history to her two roommates. "Do you see? This is the truth you have long desired." Chapter 14. Shen Qingyu, the top of Jiang University's must-eat list. Shen Qingyu meticulously navigated through the records, which contained no hint of ambiguity. Only familial concern and an array of chat logs and money transfers. In contrast, Chu Jiaojiao frequently devised various schemes to extract money from Shen Qingyu, or coaxed him into visiting her at school to bring her items, primarily to satiate her vanity and garner envy from other women. Chu Jiaojiao's roommates were taken aback to discover that they had been manipulated by her, leading them to strike her in anger. This woman spoke not a single truth. Before Shen Qingyu, she donned one facade, while presenting another to her roommates. Previously, they had jested about wanting to add Shen Qingyu on WeChat, to which Chu Jiaojiao claimed he was aloof and uninterested. Yet, the records revealed that it was indeed Chu Jiaojiao who had complained about their clinginess and alleged bullying, prompting Shen Qingyu's cold demeanor towards them. "You claim we bullied you in the dorm? After all the kindness we showed you, how can you slander us so?" One of them exclaimed. "I wondered why you always hesitated when asked about your relationship with Shen Qingyu. Turns out he simply does not harbor feelings for you. What a delusion you've been living in. I have seen through you. Wang Ke once told me you denied your relationship with Shen Qingyu before the boys, while acting ambiguously in front of us. You feared it would jeopardize your chances with wealthy suitors, yet you wished to keep other women away from Shen Qingyu. Such a cunning woman you are. Every time Shen Qingyu acquainted himself with a new woman, she would become irate, employing various excuses to maintain distance between him and others. Terrified of losing him, it truly was a form of psychological manipulation. Having absorbed the surrounding spectators' gossip, it became evident that Chu Jiao's intentions towards Shen Qingyu were purely utilitarian. She viewed him as a means of flaunting her status, an ATM from which to withdraw funds, all the while fearing that other women would snatch him away. With a pale countenance, Chu Jiao did not anticipate Shen Qingyu's ruthless unmasking of the persona she had upheld for years. Shen Qingyu, putting away his phone, coldly declared, Jiao, this is the last time I shall call you that. From now on, we are no longer friends. This is the price of your betrayal, mind yourself. 077. Chu Jiao's affection value 10, regret value 10. From beginning to end, Shen Qingyu remained unyieldingly clear-headed, leaving Chu Jiao without any means of rebuttal. As he turned to leave, she grasped his hand. Qingling, please let me explain. I did not intend to treat you this way. Shen Qingyu slowly pried her fingers apart. You need not explain. I have no desire to understand your reasons. One must bear the consequences of their actions. He shook off her hand and walked away without a glance back. Wang Mingyi exclaimed in admiration, so handsome, absolutely stunning. Song Jining nodded, somewhat dazed, not just handsome. It feels like witnessing a grand performance with him as the lead. That icy gaze, that almost smile, I'm utterly captivated. Yi Qiao chided, what are you dawdling for? He has already left, why not pursue him? Wang Mingyi rose to pursue, pausing momentarily by Chu Jiao's side. Why is the floor so immaculate? She mused. Oh, it appears someone has lost face. Chu Jiao, her complexion pale, lifted her gaze to Wang Mingyi and retorted, what pride do you have? Even in my absence, he would never favor you. No one understands him better than I do. His heart is a frozen relic, untouched by anyone but me. Wang Mingyi replied. A block of ice, you say? Intriguing. I shall make it my mission to melt this ice and invade his heart. Not only will I enter, but I shall also make myself quite at home, perhaps even live stream the experience. No need for thanks. Farewell. Yi Qiao raised an eyebrow and interjected. Why waste breath on someone like her? Let us go, let us go. Song Jining shot a fierce glare at Chu Jiao, declaring, wretched woman. Preying on Shen Qingyu's innocence will bring you retribution, humph. Each of the three exchanged barbs, igniting a flush of anger in Chu Jiao, who turned on her heel and departed with a dark expression. This dramatic spectacle was broadcast live, capturing the top trending topic. Every gesture of Shen Qingyu, even the slightest expression, was meticulously screenshot and preserved. How can someone's visage be so impeccably flawless from every angle? This angle resembles a female-centric drama, alas. The leading lady's beauty is so overwhelming that I cannot immerse myself in the narrative. I would designate Shen Qingyu as the top must-try on Jiang University's list. He is astonishingly handsome, far surpassing any idol drama. This is the price of betrayal. Such lines belong in a romance novel. If it were anyone else, I might dismiss them as pretentious, but for Shen Qingyu, that would be unthinkable. I long to cohabit with Shen Qingyu, even if it means as a mere cockroach. After Chu Jiao exited, she noticed an unexpected addition of 100,000 on her phone, yet it did little to uplift her spirits. Was betraying Shen Qingyu worth this sum? In that moment, a wave of confusion washed over her. The phone rang, and she answered, hello. The money has been transferred. Keep your lips sealed. Should even a whisper escape, your life may hang in the balance. I wish to understand your motives against Shen Qingyu. That is not for you to question. With that, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. Chu Jiao, in a daze, departed. At that moment, when Sulan emerged from behind a tree, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Why? All of a sudden, had someone begun targeting Shen Qingyu, who harbored such animosity towards him? Despite her reluctance to entertain the thought, she could not help but suspect Guijin. Could it be him? For now, it was merely a suspicion, devoid of evidence. She sighed, hoping her fears would not materialize. Recalling how Shen Qingyu had been exploited and betrayed by Chu Jiao in the past, her heart ached with guilt and compassion for him. A child raised in an orphanage. His only childhood friend had taken bribes to harm him. How devastated he must feel. The youth appeared composed throughout, yet the sorrow in his eyes tugged at her heartstrings. Much like his grandfather, he was a child who appeared cold outwardly, but was warm within. When Sulan's gaze softened, she had definitively recognized that Shen Qingyu was indeed her child. Regardless, she must protect Shen Qingyu and ensure no one can harm him again. When Sulan made a phone call, seeking 2 individuals to safeguard Shen Qingyu, fearing that someone might suddenly strike against him. She hoped his child would soon return to the Gu family, as she wished to compensate for the love that had been absent in the past. Gu Yiqin was drinking with friends at a private club. After watching the live stream of an unexpected encounter, he couldn't help but smash his phone again. Useless. A single remark from Shen Qingyu had thrown her off balance, and lacking even this minimal psychological resilience, how could she have deceived Shen Qingyu for so many years? Who had acted like a devoted admirer? I truly cannot fathom this. Zhang Jing patted his shoulder and said, "It's all right, just a woman. If you fail, you fail. Once he returns to the Gu family, there are plenty of ways to deal with him." Gu Yiqin gulped down his drink. Once he returns to the Gu family, it will be troublesome. When Sulan feels guilty towards Shen Qingyu, and she will certainly cast me aside. How can I possibly compete with his biological son? Isn't when Sulan of little significance in the Gu family? This woman is timid. It's your father and sister who hold the reins at home. Her words carry no weight. True, at least Gu Yutong stands by my side, but I worry she might also be swayed by Shen Qingyu. Your sister has a soft temperament. Over the years, you have gained her approval. Shen Qingyu is proud. Your sister won't take a liking to him. Even with Zhang Jing's reassurances, Gu Yiqin remained uneasy. Having failed to undermine Shen Qingyu twice indicated that he was no inept individual, far from the mere bookworm others described him as. No. I must devise a way to utterly ruin Shen Qingyu, ideally ensuring he can never hold his head high again. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Gu Yiqin's eyes. If all else fails, he would resort to sending someone to kill Shen Qingyu. Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled with an idea, and he clapped his hands. Gu Shao. I have a plan. What plan? Speak. Recently, a variety show sought your sister's participation. Why not persuade her to agree? Then, you can find a way to have Shen Qingyu appear on camera. This way, you can also accumulate fans, should Shen Qingyu make even the slightest mistake. He will be vilified, and the Gu family would never want a disreputable heir. Gu Yiqin narrowed his eyes and smiled. That's indeed a splendid idea. Originally, Gu Yutong intended to decline this variety show. It seems I must persuade her to participate. The variety show Zhang Jing referred to was called Walking with the X Family, where the production team would select various families from the entertainment industry and beyond for a live broadcast. Gu Yutong, a highly popular star, rarely participated in variety shows, making her private life a mystery to the public, which is why the directors sought her involvement, aiming to unveil her lesser-known side. This show thrived on drama. Once it aired, it would almost continuously occupy trending topics, propelling numerous stars to fame, albeit often in a controversial manner. Yet, in this era where traffic is king, they cared little for reputation, as long as it generated revenue. However, the show had a reputation for its many sensational tactics, which is why Gu Yutong had originally planned to decline. Gu Yiqin intended to utilize this program to ruin Shen Qingyu, subsequently portraying herself as a victim to elicit sympathy. While Gu Yiqin's plan was cleverly conceived, she remained oblivious to the fact that her adversary was Shen Qingyu, a formidable presence who had navigated the entertainment industry since childhood, seamlessly integrating the art of performance into her daily life. Chapter 15. May I wear gray sweatpants? Could you 2 ladies refrain from following me any longer? Shen Qingyu remarked, having taken a few strides before being caught up by Wan Mingyi and her companion. The moment Shen Qingyu caught sight of them, a frown clouded his expression, prompting Song Jining, who lingered at a distance, to hesitate in approaching. Noticing his discontent, Wan Mingyi flashed a smile and said, "Of course, just accept my friend request, and I shall cease to bother you." Shen Qingyu, without hesitation, produced his phone and accepted the request in her presence. Recognizing the importance of balance, Wan Mingyi relented, stating, "Very well, I shall leave you be, but what?" Shen Qingyu inquired. "Today's meal doesn't count. You still owe me a dinner," she teased. "If you remain silent, I shall presume you agree." Shen Qingyu, though begrudgingly, did not refute her, much to Wan Mingyi's delight. Before departing, she turned back to pat Shen Qingyu on the shoulder. "And remember, do not mourn over that unworthy woman. There are countless women in the world, and many who cherish you beyond measure. However, do consider me as well. While others may have X-shaped or O-shaped legs, I possess only M-shaped and V-shaped legs." Having seen more films than most have had meals, Wan Mingyi had a way with words, albeit in a rather bold manner. While others might eloquently express themselves, she had her own unique flair. Shen Qingyu understood her words but feigned ignorance, donning a perplexed expression. Wan Mingyi, with a playful smile, added, I mean no harm. I merely wish to comfort you. Should you feel despondent, do not hesitate to message me on WeChat. I am always online. With a playful wink. She exuded both charm and cuteness, eliciting a rare smile from Shen Qingyu that warmed Ruanmingyi's heart. Ruanmingyi felt a surge of affection, realizing that eliciting a smile from Shen Qingyu was indeed a rarity. The more elusive someone is, the more thrilling it becomes when they reveal a side seldom seen. And Ruanmingyi was experiencing this thrill in that moment. In the past, even when men she fancied grinned widely before her, none could evoke such excitement. What it means to witness an iceberg melting had become clear to Ruanmingyi now. Gazing dreamily at Shen Qingyu's retreating figure, she murmured, "He is simply too handsome to resist." Yi Qiao advised her, "You should refrain from such lascivious remarks in the future. Those unaware might think you a promiscuous sea king. Yet here you are, still a maiden. Do you not fear ridicule?" Ruanmingyi retorted with bravado, "You do not understand. I am too exhilarating for the average man. Only someone like Shen Qingyu can keep up with me. How can you be so certain without having tried? I have an uncanny ability to judge character." "Ah, I have an idea." Ruanmingyi took out her phone and sent a message to Shen Qingyu. "Ruanmingyi, may I wear gray sweatpants the next time we meet?" Shen Qingyu reasoned. "Ruanmingyi, I believe you would look exceptionally handsome in gray." "Just kidding. The real reason is that gray sweatpants would reveal his form. But I shan't divulge that, hee. She could easily envision the expression on Shen Qingyu's face if she were to utter those words. The youth would undoubtedly furrow his brow, hesitating to speak, unable to utter anything too harsh, yet disliking the sensation of being offended, only managing to blush furtively. The mere thought of it was endearing. Ruanmingyi chuckled to herself, lost in thought. Yi Qiao waved her hand in front of her. "What are you grinning about? Shen Qingyu is so adorable. I don't understand you. How can an iceberg be cute? Sure, he is handsome, but apart from that, I see nothing else. You just don't get it. All right, I don't understand. But I must tell you, don't get too infatuated with him. He doesn't belong to our world. Don't fall too deeply. Sister, rest assured, this time I won't be deceived by any man. I'm merely pretending to be captivated by him. It's all part of my plan. Don't say anything more. I have my own rhythm." In the afternoon, with no classes or part-time work, Shen Qingyu intended to relax at home and strengthen his bond with his target via WeChat. Unsurprisingly, he was the first to receive a message from Ruanmingyi. Although he was unsure of her meaning behind gray sweatpants, he was certain it was not a serious matter. Shen Qingyu chose to ignore her. Being overly proactive would only cause Ruanmingyi's enthusiasm to wane rapidly. He needed to maintain a delicate balance, allowing her emotions to sway with his every move. Before long, Song Jining sent a message. "Song Jining, idle, do you have time to come to my house for dinner this weekend?" Pity, anticipation, Shen Qingyu, yes. I swapped my weekend shift with someone else. Shen Qingyu deliberately informed her about the shift change, and predictably, he heard the sound of his heartthrob value increasing. Song Jining's heartthrob value increased by 5. Upon reading the message, Song Jining jumped in excitement. "Yes. Wonderful." The young girl blushed deeply while holding her phone. "Shen Qingyu actually changed his weekend shift just to have dinner with me. How sweet of him." Overjoyed, Song Jining promptly called her family to arrange the weekend dinner. Shen Qingyu anticipated that Song Jining's heartthrob value would likely reach its peak by the weekend, as she was incredibly naive and prone to overthinking, making her easy to win over. However, Ruanmingyi was a different story. Despite her enthusiasm, her heartthrob value did not rise quickly. He would need to hit the right note to elicit a response from her. Thus, for Ruanmingyi, he could either provide a substantial stimulus or adopt a gradual approach. As Shen Qingyu contemplated how to swiftly win over Ruanmingyi, his phone chimed again. "Chu Jiaojiao, I'm sorry." Shen Qingyu narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold laugh. Her apology now, was it due to a sudden pang of conscience, guilt, or merely an act to gain his forgiveness? He chose to ignore her. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chu Jiaojiao sensed the peculiar gazes of her peers. She realized she could no longer remain there. She decided to rent a place off campus. As she had enough funds at her disposal, she harbored no genuine feelings for her roommates. Their interactions were mere pretenses, superficial and insincere. Chu Jiaojiao glanced at WeChat, only to find that familiar avatar had yet to illuminate once more. Could it be that Shen Qingyu would truly not forgive her again? She tightly grasped her phone, her gaze fixed vacantly on the avatar frame, reassuring herself, "It matters not. Even in the absence of Shen Qingyu, my life shall remain unscathed." She was a hypocritical and selfish individual, solely desiring to marry into wealth, and Shen Qingyu had never been within her realm of choices. Chu Jiao repeatedly reminded herself that the pain was but fleeting. Money could mend all wounds and past grievances, much like the memories she shared with Shen Qingyu. Ultimately, she clenched her teeth and deleted the conversation with Shen Qingyu, convincing herself that if she did not see it, she would not feel sorrow. Nor would she reminisce. She must suppress her emotions and refrain from messaging Shen Qingyu, for he had already seen through her and would not grant her forgiveness again. Yet, on the other side, Shen Qingyu received the system notification. Chu Jiao's affection value increased by 10, her regret value also rising by 10. Chapter 16. The Joys of an Iceberg. Shen Qingyu paid no heed to Chu Jiao's strategies. For Shen Qingyu, as long as he returned to the Gu family, Chu Jiao would inevitably come to regret her actions. Moreover, she had long grown accustomed to Shen Qingyu's care. Without him, she would feel as though a fish were deprived of water, and eventually, she would be unable to resist returning to the depths. Shen Qingyu would make her realize an undeniable truth. She was utterly dependent on him. That evening, Shen Qingyu unprecedentedly posted on his social media. The original persona rarely shared updates, yet Shen Qingyu enjoyed utilizing social media to craft an image and reel in attention. For someone as aloof as the original persona, many sentiments and thoughts could not be conveyed directly to another person. Thus, social media became the optimal medium of expression, losing what one never truly possessed. This simple phrase was unmistakably poignant. It swiftly garnered numerous likes and comforting messages urging him not to feel disheartened. Shen Qingyu did not share this for sympathy, rather. It was a means to establish his persona while sharing a photograph of himself. Accompanying the text was a photo taken by Chu Jiao, where the seemingly cold and distant male god appeared almost animated through her lens. Beneath the setting sun, his stern features softened into a subtle smile. The perfect embodiment of the phrase white moonlight. This was a visage of Shen Qingyu that few had ever witnessed. When Chu Jiao laid eyes on the photo, she was momentarily taken aback. She recalled that it had been captured outside their high school after their college entrance examination, with Shen Qingyu waiting for her at the end of the road, just as he had done on countless ordinary days before. How did you fare on the exam? Not well. I'm no academic prodigy like you. I suppose I'll just barely manage to get into a second-tier university. It's all right, even if you struggle. I'll always be here to look after you, right? You've been directly admitted to Jiang University. Your future is bound to be bright. I should certainly benefit from your success. That's not merely benefiting. Jiao stands at the forefront of my future. Wherever you are, I shall be. Chu Jiao believed Shen Qingyu's affection for her stemmed from his constant reassurances that, regardless of circumstances or what the future held, he would unwaveringly stand by her side. Alas, she found herself unwilling to accept such devotion. In that moment, gazing at the photograph and recalling Shen Qingyu's words, a pang of sorrow washed over her. She opened her phone's gallery, filled with countless images of moments shared with Shen Qingyu, brimming with nostalgia. Chu Jiao, what are you grieving? You relinquished him for the sake of a mere 100,000. What right do you have to feel sorrow now? He will never forgive you. Through a single photograph. Shen Qingyu reignited the embers of Chu Jiao's longing and regret. Her heart fluttered with an increase of 10 in longing and 10 in remorse. While she reminisced about Shen Qingyu's kindness for Wan Mingyi, it was nothing short of blatant temptation. She expressed her abstract nature in the comments below. Brother, guess what I'm doing with your photo? Not replying? Then guess what I used to like your post? The proportions of the hand are all wrong. It should be according to my measurements. I kept losing while gaming, but after seeing you, I won several rounds. Shen Qingyu promptly deleted her comments. Wan Mingyi felt a sense of triumph in her teasing. She sent a WeChat message to further provoke Shen Qingyu. Wan Mingyi, I wish to understand your childhood, the pains and joys of your past. I secretly listen to your favorite songs and quietly note every hobby and habit you inadvertently reveal. Keep track of your zodiac sign, your favorite flowers, watch the movies you love, screenshot everything about you, buy you the food you desire, and research the best eateries or photogenic spots near your home. I adore you, embracing your fragility, banality, and dark sides. By the way, is it big down there? Shen Qingyu, where did you copy this from? Wan Mingyi, jokes can be copied, can't you? Shen Qingyu, Wan Mingyi, you seem quite fond of using 6 dots. If I were a new user on Pinduoduo, would you still have this attitude? Shen Qingyu, must you be so abstract? Isn't there any normal topic? Wan Mingyi, there is. I just bought a cake, but it seems I forgot to take a fork. Shen Qingyu, just have the shop send another one. Wan Mingyi, the shop is closed. Can you send me a fork? Shen Qingyu was utterly defeated by Ruan Mingyi. Seeing Shen Qingyu fall into complete silence made Ruan Mingyi feel victorious. And she couldn't help but laugh so hard while applying her facial mask that her face nearly cracked. Ruan Mingyi's heart rate increased by 10. Yi Qiao, noticing her struggle to breathe from laughter, curiously asked, "What is making you so happy?" Ruan Mingyi casually tossed aside her 500 yuan facial mask, sat up, and laughed. "I made Shen Qingyu go silent." Yi Qiao replied, "Isn't that your forte? Using your venomous tongue to silence men." Ruan Mingyi shook her head. "No, no, no. This time it's not because I angered him. He is shy, for some reason." She didn't enjoy teasing other men because those men would immediately respond with even more vulgar remarks upon seeing her jokes, which quickly bored her. But Shen Qingyu was different. He was too serious enough to make her want to peel away his moral fade to reveal his irresistibly sensual side. Only teasing a serious person is true teasing. Shen Qingyu's character was practically crafted for her. An iceberg has its own pleasures. And a serious person has their own way of playing, Ruan Mingyi famously stated. Shen Qingyu had likely grasped the preferences of several of his targets by now. Ruan Mingyi favored the shy, abstinent type of ice-cold male god, while Song Jining preferred the calm and rational older males who had a warm heart. Chu Jiaojia was torn between her love for money and her inability to forget Shen Qingyu's kindness, oscillating between regret and making irrevocable decisions. Undoubtedly, the one who would suffer the most here would be Chu Jiaojia. Shen Qingyu now eagerly anticipates the reaction of Chu Jiaojia upon her return to the Gu family and the restoration of her identity. With dreams of a splendid future, Shen Qingyu fell into slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone was tossing and turning, plagued by nightmares. Lin Qingdai found herself once again ensnared in that recurring dream, where she encountered Gu Yijin and Shen Qingyu. In a state between sleep and wakefulness, she was drenched in cold sweat, jolted awake by a vision of blood. "No!" she screamed, her eyes flinging open to reveal her still in her room, gasping for breath. Yet again, this dream. Is it merely a figment of my imagination? Or a divine warning? Lin Qingdai could not discern. The truth would only unravel once that young man returned to the Gu family. Shen Qingyu, this time. Will you stand by my side? Chapter 17. The little angel Lin Qingyu. Shen Qingyu's life suddenly became quite lively. Posts about him frequently appeared online, and girls from other departments often came to sneak a glance at him in class. Occasionally, he would find a love letter slipped into his hand while walking. It seemed that someone was perpetually following him on his way to and from school. Ruan Mingyi persistently harassed him every day without fail. Song Jining, fearing she might annoy Shen Qingyu, refrained from messaging him daily and simply awaited the arrival of the weekend in silence. However, despite her eager anticipation, Shen Qingyu was intercepted by someone else. The renowned campus belle, Ji Yunmiao, approached him the day before. Shen Qingyu had no prior connection with Ji Yunmiao, although she had expressed her admiration for him during a competition they both participated in. Yet, a goddess of her stature would never lower herself to ardently pursue him. And upon receiving his indifferent response, she had given up. Ji Yunmiao blocked Shen Qingyu's path after class. True to her name, she possessed an ethereal beauty, exuding an air of scholarly grace. Without her glasses, she had an aloof demeanor, somewhat reminiscent of Shen Qingyu. Out of courtesy, Shen Qingyu greeted her. "Is there something you need, classmate Ji?" Ji Yunmiao furrowed her brow, looking somewhat troubled as she replied, "I apologize, Shen classmate. I did not mean to disturb you. However, could we have a moment to talk privately? Rest assured, I am not trying to entangle you. I simply need to ask a favor." Shen Qingyu regarded her with a puzzled expression. Aware that her abrupt intrusion was rather unreasonable, Ji Yunmiao offered a pleading gaze. "Please, just a few minutes?" Noticing her nervousness, Shen Qingyu nodded. "Then let us go to that CAF outside the campus." Ji Yunmiao finally revealed a grateful smile. "Thank you." Upon arriving at the CAF where Shen Qingyu worked part-time, Ji Yunmiao got straight to the point. "I would like to ask you to teach my sister how to paint." Shen Qingyu was somewhat taken aback. Although he was not a student of the fine arts department, he had a calm disposition and enjoyed painting, finding relaxation in the activity. This was one of the few hobbies of the original character, and he occasionally shared his artwork on social media, to which Ji Yunmiao had even liked a few posts. Yet, Shen Qingyu could not fathom why Ji Yunmiao would want him to teach painting. "Are you asking me to be a tutor?" he inquired. "To be precise, it is not merely tutoring. My sister," Ji Yunmiao began to explain the situation. Ji Yunmiao's parents had divorced, and she remained in the country with her father, while her sister, Lin Qingmian, lived abroad with their mother. However, Their mother showed little concern for Lin Xingmian. Upon reaching adulthood, Lin Xingmian was sent back to the country, with only a nanny to take care of her. It was unclear what Lin Xingmian had endured while living abroad, but upon returning home, she discovered that she was suffering from depression and mild autism, rendering her exceedingly introverted, with tendencies towards self-harm during severe episodes. Ji Yunmiao had exhausted various methods to help her sister emerge from this state. Now, whenever Lin Xingmian showed interest in something, Ji Yunmiao would go to great lengths to provide it for her. Yesterday, I happened to scroll through your social media, and she glanced at me, remarking on your attractiveness. Mian Mian also has a penchant for painting. I showed her your artwork, which she seemed to quite admire. Therefore, might I implore you to become Mian Mian's mentor? She is exceedingly lonely, and I find myself unable to penetrate her world. Could you perhaps assist me in this endeavor? Rest assured, I shall compensate you at 3 times the usual tutoring rate, or, if you have any specific requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I will endeavor to fulfill them. As Ji Yunmiao spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Shen Qingyu hesitated, not from a lack of desire to help, but from a fear that his assistance might inadvertently exacerbate her distress, leaving him with a heavy heart should anything go awry. Observing Shen Qingling's uncertain gaze, Ji Yunmiao continued, Mian Mian is very well behaved. Even when she is feeling low, she does not create a fuss but rather quietly immerses herself in her art. You need not feel any burden, even if it doesn't turn out well. It's all right as long as you make an attempt. I understand this is no trivial matter, but I am at my wit's end. Her condition is deteriorating, and I truly do not know how to assist her. Seeing Ji Yunmiao in such despair, Shen Qingling found it increasingly difficult to refuse her. Host, Lin Xingmian is your target. She is quite significant. However, I do not recall encountering that name in my readings. She is a character introduced later. Very well, it seems I must acquiesce. In Ji Yunmiao's moment of desperation, Shen Qingling finally spoke. All right, I shall give it a try. Ji Yunmiao was overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Shen Qingling. In the afternoon, with no classes to attend, Ji Yunmiao guided him to Lin Xingmian's residence. What lay before them was a grand villa. Yet, for Lin Xingmian, this vast abode was merely an exquisitely crafted prison. Upon entering the villa, a profound silence enveloped them. The vacant living room bore no sign of life. Ji Yunmiao whispered, Mian Mian rarely lingers in the living room. She typically resides in the studio on the 2nd floor or the music room. Come, let us ascend and see Mian Mian. I believe she will be delighted. Together, Shen Qingling and Ji Yunmiao made their way to the 2nd floor. The sounds of melodious piano notes wafted from the music room. The moment Shen Qingling beheld Lin Xingmian, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, the young girl sat serenely before the piano, her beauty possessing an ethereal quality. Her visage seemed kissed by divine light, with porcelain skin radiating a lustrous glow. As she sat, her long, dark hair cascaded down, nearly brushing the floor. When sunlight streamed through the large windows, the shimmering highlights in her hair resembled an angelic halo. With a slight furrow in her brow, her long, delicate lashes cast intricate shadows upon her cheeks, evoking a sense of fragility. When her gaze met his, her eyes sparkled with a disarming innocence. Lin Xingmian resembled an angel from a fairy tale. Detecting targetable character, Lin Xingmian. Name, Lin Xingmian. Goddess level, S. Identity, girl with depression. Personality, innocent and pure. Kind-hearted and beautiful, flawless. Plot relevance, 40. Ending, insufficient points, unable to unlock. The voice of the system snapped Shen Qingling back to reality. Suddenly, he felt a profound curiosity towards her. She was the first S-level goddess he had encountered since arriving in this world. Moreover, her character tag read flawless. Could such a person truly exist in this world? Upon noticing the 40% relevance, Shen Qingling was intrigued about the role this young girl would play in the unfolding narrative. How many points are required to unlock a character's ending? 100,000. Ji Yunmiao smiled as she approached her and softly said, Mian Mian, sister has arranged for you to have an art teacher. You must call him Teacher Shen. Chapter 18. Folding stars. The girl's large, curious eyes gazed at him, devoid of expectation or aversion, only filled with wonder. She remained silent, her fluttering eyelashes resembling delicate fans. Shen Qingling perceived a striking resemblance between her eyes and exquisite glass, pure and transparent, radiating a healing aura that dispelled any trace of malice. Lin Xingmian looked up at Ji Yunmiao, referring to him as brother from the phone. Her voice was soft and delicate, akin to a whispering cloud, caressing the ears like a feather's gentle touch. Ji Yunmiao, smiling, patted her head. Indeed, didn't you say you liked his paintings? Your sister has invited him to teach you how to paint. Would you like to join Teacher Shen this afternoon? Lin Xingmian lowered her head, eyes cast down, remaining silent. Ji Yunmyo noticed her unease and reassured her. How about trying just one lesson? If you don't enjoy it, we won't pursue it further. Lin Xingmian shook her head in refusal. With a sigh, Ji Yunmiao approached the door, addressing Shen Qingling. As you can see, she is quite resistant to others. It took considerable effort for me to engage her in conversation. Shen Qingling replied softly, It's all right. If you trust me, please leave her in my care. Ji Yunmiao cautioned, Very well, but if she remains resistant, we shall not press the matter. Can I explore these rooms? I wish to understand her better. Of course. I entrust her to you, Shen Qingling. Ji Yunmiao then returned inside to communicate something to Lin Xingmian, who remained as silent as ever. Shen Qingling wandered through the Lin residence, eventually entering Lin Xingmian's room to observe her living habits. Lin Xingmian's room was adorned in soft pink, embodying a quintessentially feminine aesthetic. At the entrance hung numerous origami cranes and wind chimes, which chimed melodiously in the breeze. Her bedside was cluttered with an array of plush toys, rabbits, bears, cats, each more charming than the last. The floor was covered in a plush carpet patterned with stars. On her desk lay a collection of folded paper stars, neatly stored in a transparent glass jar. These star-filled jars overflowed from a cabinet as well. To the far left of the desk sat a locked box, while a diary lay in the center, accompanied by a cloud collection manual, shapes of clouds, and various drawing books. An unlatched drawer revealed an assortment of colorful candy wrappers. Outside her room was a balcony that overlooked the villa's beautiful backyard. The young girl had cultivated an array of greenery there, including sunflowers, alongside various jars of unknown purpose. Shen Qingling then ventured into Lin Xingmian's art studio. Her paintings were delightful, devoid of any somber tones, predominantly featuring small animals, flowers, clouds, rainbows, greenery, the sky, and stars. Her artwork almost entirely excluded human figures. From this, Shen Qingling inferred that Lin Xingmian had a fondness for folding stars, indulging in candy, collecting clouds and cloud motifs, and nurturing plants. Such a girl seemed far removed from the shadows of depression. When Shen Qingling returned to the music room, Ji Yunmiao had already departed. The young girl stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought, and showed no reaction upon hearing Shen Qingling's footsteps. Approaching her, Shen Qingling initiated a conversation. May I call you Mian? I am Shen Qingling. You may address me as Teacher Shen. Your sister mentioned that you have a fondness for painting, which happens to be my passion as well. Lin Xingmian remained unresponsive to this. In a previous life, Shen Qingling had encountered a similar girl while participating in a public welfare film. His co-star was a child of that nature. Initially, she too was taciturn, speaking only her lines and refraining from engaging with anyone else. Over time, Shen Qingling often took it upon himself to encourage her, sharing jokes and playful banter, gradually coaxing her into conversation, though her words remained few. Shen Qingling found himself puzzled, believing the girl harbored disdain for him, thinking he was bothersome, which led him to reduce their interactions. Ironically, she then took the initiative to approach him instead. Shen Qingling once inquired if she disliked him, hence her reluctance to converse. She clarified that she did not harbor any dislike. Rather, she was accustomed to keeping her thoughts internalized. She stated, To gauge whether one likes another, one should observe actions rather than words. For instance, I often prefer to sit beside you. I inadvertently direct my gaze toward you. I even secretly purchase identical white shirts as yours. I place my drinking cup close to yours. Such girls possess myriad subtle thoughts and gestures, often imperceptible to the untrained eye. Their affections are akin to the wind, gently brushing by, while the object of their affection remains blissfully unaware. Patience is essential when dealing with such young souls, and Shen Qingling possessed an abundance of it, although Lin Xingmian appeared to be gazing blankly outside. Shen Qingling sensed that she was, in fact, listening to his words. Mian and I share similarities. I too am not fond of speaking. People often describe me as cold. But in truth, I merely prefer to keep my thoughts to myself. I wonder if Mian is likewise inclined. On his way, he had passed by a pet shop filled with delightful kittens and puppies, including one particularly charming kitten that could talk. Adjacent to the pet shop was a unique flower shop, brimming with blooms he had never encountered before, the most extraordinary of which refracted a spectrum of colors. Beside the flower shop stood an expansive candy store, offering confections from around the globe. The proprietor claimed that one particular candy could induce laughter upon consumption. Unlike previous therapists who would delve into painting, Shen Qingyu merely mentioned his own artistic endeavors and recounted the sights he had encountered on his journey. Today marks our first meeting. Would you allow me to select a token from among these treasures as a gift? At last, Lin Xingmian stirred. She blinked and turned her gaze towards Shen Qingyu. The innocence in her eyes was striking, yet Shen Qingyu could not decipher the meaning behind her expression. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. I inscribed the numbers 123 on a piece of paper and folded it into a star. Whichever number Mian chose would serve as a greeting gift. Before Lin Xingmian could utter a word, Shen Qingyu produced a piece of paper and wrote down the numbers. However, Teacher Shen was not particularly adept at folding stars, so he suggested that Mian take over the task. Initially, Lin Xingmian remained motionless, yet Shen Qingyu did not lose heart. He deliberately created a poorly folded star. Upon witnessing the melancholy in Shen Qingyu's eyes, Lin Xingmian subtly pursed her lips, her eyelashes fluttering before she silently accepted the paper from his hand and began to fold the star. 077 expressed astonishment, remarking that it was unexpected to discover the host possessed the potential to be a preschool teacher. In the eyes of the system, Lin Xingmian resembled a child. Shen Qingyu watched the young girl diligently folding the stars and smiled. Her qualities were characterized by innocence, purity, and kindness, indicating that when faced with difficulties, she was willing to lend a helping hand. If she encountered psychological barriers that she could not overcome or express, she would grapple with her turmoil internally, though it would not be evident on her face, leading others to believe she was indifferent or even apathetic. However, in matters where she felt confident and skilled, she would likely take the initiative to assist, such as folding stars, a task she could undertake without the burden of overcoming psychological obstacles. Lin Xingmian quietly folded 3 stars and then gently placed them in her palm, extending her hand to present them to Shen Qingyu. Chapter 19. Not wanting to disappoint your expectations, Lin Xingmian remained silent, gazing at him with her innocent, large eyes. How endearing. She possessed a paradoxical beauty. Although she was a young woman of age, she exuded a naivety that belied her years. Shen Qingyu did not take the star from her hands, but instead smiled and said, Mian, choose one for yourself. Wherever you select, that is where we shall go. Lin Xingmian shook her head in refusal. She did not wish to venture outside. She merely wanted to assist him in folding the stars. Shen Qingyu did not press her. With a gentle smile, he suggested, then let us draw in the garden. The weather is splendid today, and Mian can collect new clouds. Shen Qingyu glanced out the window. Are there any beautiful cloud shapes today? Let us draw them and see. Lin Xingmian was somewhat taken aback that he knew her preferences. But then she surmised that perhaps her sister had informed him. She lowered her gaze, falling silent. She felt it peculiar to draw with a stranger. Shen Qingyu, sensing her discomfort, did not insist. He stood up and said, Then Mian, please wait here for me. I shall go downstairs to draw, and when I am finished, you may come see. Lin Xingmian watched him leave with a bewildered expression. This new teacher seemed quite different. Moreover, his smile was captivating and gentle. The young girl felt a flicker of curiosity towards him. As Shen Qingyu reached the door, he suddenly turned back, colliding with her inquisitive gaze. Her eyes darted away, tightening her grip on the hem of her white dress. Mian, may I borrow your drawing tools? Lin Xingmian, unable to meet his eyes, nodded gently. Shen Qingyu carried the drawing materials to the garden below. Lin Xingmian sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing him as he sketched. This new teacher, Shen, resembled a living painting. The way he drew was captivating. For Lin Xingmian, the sudden appearance of a stranger in her quiet world compelled her attention, provided, of course, that she did not find him utterly disagreeable. Time passed gradually. Shen Qingyu deliberately worked slowly. He had checked the weather for the day, and rain was imminent. The weather in Jiangsheng was notoriously unpredictable, particularly during this rainy season, yet the rain often arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before long, the weather indeed began to change. Dark clouds gathered above, yet the young man in the garden remained still. The girl's delicate brows knitted together in concern. It was about to rain. Why was he not returning? Shen Qingyu was merely contemplating whether she would come down. Her descent would signify her first step outside. If she did not come down, he would gift her the painting, demonstrating that his intentions were earnest. As the first drops of rain began to fall, Lin Xingmian still did not descend. She harbored a strong aversion to leaving the confines of her home. Stepping outside was a daunting challenge for her. She wished to avoid the storms beyond, finding solace only in her small corner, where she felt secure. Although Shen Qingyu felt a twinge of disappointment, he understood that such changes could not be realized overnight. Lin Xingmian's heart was tender and easily moved. when she witnessed Shen Qingyu removing his clothing to shield the painting. Her gaze gradually transformed. Lin Xingyan bit her lip and exited the music room. Shen Qingyu returned to the living room on the first floor, opting not to ascend to the second. The boy standing in the living room was drenched, the only intact item being the painting cradled in his arms. Shen Qingyu produced the artwork and smiled. Mian, aren't you coming down to take a look? I have finished it. Upon seeing his sincere and gentle eyes, Lin Xingyan felt as though her heart had been stirred. Her initial reaction was inexplicable sorrow. Why was he so kind to someone like her? A mere stranger they had just met? Previously, her sister had invited others, but those individuals were not like him. She could sense their insincerity, motivated solely by her sister's generous remuneration. However, this teacher Shen appeared to be driven by something beyond monetary gain. Lin Xingyan was not naive. She recognized that Shen Qingyu, like her sister, was an exceptional student from Jiang University. Just yesterday, her sister had mentioned that he was a well-known academic prodigy at Jiang University, capable of earning more by tutoring others. Yet, he chose to patiently remain here, employing various methods to coax her, while she herself had given up. Both her sister and this stranger were steadfast in their support for her. She lingered there for 3 minutes before finally moving her feet down the stairs. She did not immediately gaze upon the painting, but instead lifted her eyes to the raindrops on Shen Qingyu's face. Why endure the rain for merely a painting? This was the first time Shen Qingyu heard Lin Xingyan articulate such a lengthy sentence since their meeting. He earnestly explained, "This is the promise I made to Mian. As her teacher, if I cannot uphold my promise, how can I teach her well?" She reiterated, "It is just a painting." Shen Qingyu shook his head. "It is more than just a painting. Mian is waiting for me on it. You should feel anticipation. Teacher Shen does not wish to let your expectations down." Lin Xingyan gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes seemingly igniting with light. Shen Qingyu suddenly smiled gently. "It's merely a little rain. It's nothing." Lin Xingyan's heart fluttered, receiving a boost of 20 in her affection points. "How remarkable, host. You were truly impressive." Shen Qingyu inadvertently struck a chord deep within Lin Xingyan's heart. This year, her father would surely celebrate her birthday with her. However, her father had commitments this week and could not be present for her birthday. Lin Xingyan had achieved first place in her recent exam. Her mother would undoubtedly attend the parent-teacher meeting. Yet her mother had business to attend to the next day, and thus would not be able to go. As for the newly opened amusement park, she eagerly anticipated visiting it with her sister once she was on break. "I apologize, Mian, but sister has to attend remedial classes. Can we go next weekend instead? Mian, I am your new dad, and I will care for you just as your biological father does. You are not my biological daughter. Providing you with a meal is already a kindness. Even with a new family, mother will still love Mian. Life is not easy for her in this household. If your sister desires something, you should allow her to have it and avoid upsetting your father. The new sister is strikingly beautiful, and I am fond of her. You are competing with me for our father's affection, and I despise you. Leave my home. How could mother possibly abandon Mian? Mian, you have grown into adulthood. You can live independently now. Perhaps you should return to your father, and if that fails, there is always grandmother. Grandmother will forever accompany Mian. She has transformed into a star in the sky. Every expectation she held has crumbled into disappointment. Countless unfulfilled hopes have filled the gaps of her growth, causing her pain that penetrates to her very marrow. Yet, this individual, moved by a painting, expresses a desire not to let her hopes dissipate. Shen Qingyu observes her standing there, deciding to allow her a moment to gather herself. Making a good impression on their first meeting is already a commendable start. Gently, Shen Qingyu places the painting on the table. With a shy smile, he remarks, "In my current state, it would be inconvenient for me to teach Mian. I shall take my leave." He turns and walks to the door. Finally, Lin Xingyan can no longer contain herself. "Teacher Shen," she calls. Shen Qingyu turns to look at her. "Will you come again tomorrow?" Chapter 20. She admires teacher Shen. Shen Qingyu finally touched her heart. He smiled gently and said, "Come on, Mian has called me teacher Shen. How could I possibly not come?" Lin Xingyan revealed a shy and awkward smile, her lips curving into 2 delicate dimples that could sweeten anyone's heart. Shen Qingyu lifted his gaze to the sky, which had transformed from a dense overcast to a boundless clear blue, where a rainbow graced the horizon, seemingly purifying the soul upon a mere glance. He spoke to the young girl once more. "There is a rainbow outside. Would you like to see it, Mian?" He stood outside the door, while Lin Xingyan lingered within. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously approached the threshold under Shen Qingyu's expectant gaze. The sky today seemed remarkably different, as did the view through the glass. Shen Qingyu extended his hand, urging her to step outside for a clearer, more beautiful perspective. Lin Xingyan bit her lip, unable to resist shaking her head and retreating a step. Shen Qingyu chuckled softly, leaving Lin Xingyan puzzled by the reason behind his laughter. He stood before her, casting a shadow over the light. If you fear facing it, then stand behind me and observe. Just a glance will suffice. Do not miss the splendid scenery. For life holds many wonders yet to unfold. Lin Xingyan gazed at his tall figure in a daze. His broad shoulders instilled in her a fleeting illusion that he could shield her from the storms of life. Taking 2 steps forward, she finally stepped beyond the threshold. She hid behind Shen Qingyu, cautiously peeking her head out to gaze at the sky. Shen Qingyu turned his face slightly, lowering his eyes. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Xingyan's gaze shifted from the rainbow to Shen Qingyu's eyes. Your eyes are more beautiful than the rainbow, teacher Shen. She nodded gently. Shen Qingyu squatted down, speaking softly. Mian, you are very brave. It is wonderful that you could come out to see the rainbow today. Let us step out together, one step at a time, to witness even more breathtaking sights. Lin Xingyan posed a question once more. Will teacher Shen always accompany me? Indeed. She reached out to wipe the raindrops from his face. The girl's gaze was earnest, as if she were undertaking something precious. Her small, soft hand brushed lightly against his cheek, akin to a feather's caress. 077. Lin Xingyan's affection value increased by 5. Shen Qingyu paused, then smiled. It's all right, Mian, don't worry about getting your hands dirty. I can just wash up later. Goodbye, teacher Shen. See you tomorrow, Mian. Shen Qingyu refrained from saying goodbye, instead promising a reunion the following day. Lin Xingyan felt a sense of comfort. Despite having endured countless wounds, she could not help but succumb to the warmth of teacher Shen's kindness, nurturing an expectation she believed to be unwarranted. She wished for her hopes not to be dashed once more. This time, would he be the person who made a difference? After departing from the Lin family, Shen Qingyu's smile gradually faded. Being with Lin Xingyan seemed to allow her to lower her guard more easily. She felt more relaxed than usual and unconsciously became gentler. In her presence, it seems I am perpetually unable to maintain a facade of indifference, as I fear the sorrow reflected in her clear, innocent eyes. Shen Qingyu murmured in confusion. I cannot fathom what she has endured. 077 replied. Now that she has grown closer to you, once you fully open her heart, you shall uncover her past. Shen Qingyu remarked. Her depression must be rooted in her family of origin. Otherwise, she wouldn't repeatedly inquire whether I would remain by her side. 077 added. Speaking of which, your performance today was nothing short of impeccable. Even I found it overwhelming, let alone Lin Xingyan, this girl grappling with depression. Shen Qingyu appeared to possess an innate talent for romantic expressions, each word striking a chord deep within Lin Xingyan's heart. Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow. I merely wished to save her. Thus, he approached her with an earnest demeanor rather than a perfunctory one. A girl like Lin Xingyan is particularly sensitive. She can sense the authenticity of your intentions. Therefore, do not attempt to feign sincerity with her. As dinner time approached, Shen Qingyu first visited a nearby market to procure some vegetables before returning to his rented apartment. He intended to prepare a simple meal, as certain dishes prepared outside paled in comparison to his own culinary efforts. Shen Qingyu presented a table adorned with an array of vibrant and delectable dishes. 077 exclaimed in surprise. I didn't realize you could cook. It is often said that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. This adage holds true for men as well. For women, possessing culinary skills is also a notable advantage. The quality of one's cooking need not be exceptional. Merely demonstrating the willingness to cook will earn one points in their hearts. Women can be complex at times, yet also remarkably simple. 077 continued. In that case, wouldn't you find yourself cooking for them daily? That sounds exhausting. Shen Qingyu chuckled in denial. No. For women, this is merely a quality I need to showcase occasionally. As long as they know I can cook, they will appreciate me more. Given my previous relationships and their economic circumstances, there is no need for me to cook daily. If I were to do so, they might even feel pity for me. Thus, this endeavor is akin to a medal. Everyone knows you possess it, and witnessing it once suffices. There is no need to compete for their affection every day. Shen Qingyu had grown accustomed to rising early to prepare breakfast for the women in his life, which would invariably touch their hearts. For him, such gestures were inexpensive sacrifices. Yet women are often moved by these small, thoughtful details. 077 remarked. I see. So your cooking today is to curate an image on social media, thus increasing your allure among those girls. Am I correct? Shen Qingyu replied, "Congratulations on mastering the art of quick responses, but regrettably, your answer is incorrect. I do not post on social media. Once such information becomes widespread, the element of surprise is lost when the object of my affection witnesses my cooking. It is far more impactful when they see it with their own eyes. Moreover, it would be best to establish the persona that I do not particularly enjoy cooking, but am willing to do so for her happiness, as this would undoubtedly touch her heart." 077. I see, but why is the host cooking for himself today? Shen Qingyu. It has been quite some time since I last cooked. I fear I may become rusty, so I wanted to practice in advance. 077. It seems you are eager for a meal. I must say, host, you are indeed a diligent man. It appears that to embody the essence of a gentleman, one must exert more effort than the average man. Shen Qingyu. Indeed, just as goddesses achieve their status through hard work, they must take greater care of themselves than ordinary women, adhering to rigorous skincare routines both morning and night, and occasionally visiting beauty salons for treatments to maintain their figures. They frequent gyms or practice yoga, abstaining from many delectable foods that could lead to weight gain or blemishes. Culinary delights often remain unattainable for them. In essence, a goddess with flawless features and an exquisite figure is sculpted through both financial means and relentless effort. While there are indeed naturally beautiful women, maintaining such beauty without exertion requires either considerable investment of time and money or the rare fortune of winning the genetic lottery. Most, however, belong to the former category. Aspiring to be a gentleman parallels this. Even in his previous life as a male celebrity, sustaining a glamorous appearance demanded similar diligence. For instance, regular gym attendance, acquiring a sense of style, and mastering hair curling and makeup application were all skills he had to learn. Thus, the first step to becoming a gentleman is to shun laziness. A life of both poverty and lethargy leads only to a weary existence. Fortunately, in this life, he possesses a system that alleviates the need for such toil. The original owner of this visage has indeed won the genetic lottery, effortlessly maintaining his handsome appearance. 077. With me at your side, host, you need not worry. I can provide you with anything you desire, including the culinary skills you mentioned. These enhancements can be acquired in the system's marketplace. The products of the system are truly exceptional, and Shen Qingyu has faith in 077's capabilities. After conversing with the system for a while, Shen Qingyu glanced at his phone. Both Wan Mingyi and Song Jining had sent him messages. Wan Mingyi invited him to dinner together the following day, while Song Jining discussed their lunch at the Song residence. Quite unfortunately, Ji Yunmiao also reached out to him. "Qingling, I am truly grateful for your willingness to be Mian Mian's teacher. My sister adores you, though she is not particularly articulate. If it is convenient for you, I would like to invite you to join us for lunch at Mian Mian's tomorrow. Would that be possible?" Ji Yunmiao's decision stemmed from her observation of the changes in Lin Xingyan. After class, she had brought a small cake to share with Lin Xingyan. The young girl was neither practicing the piano nor painting. Instead, she sat at her desk, gazing at the painting Shen Qingyu had created for her. What could the sailing boat in the sea of clouds signify? Ji Yunmiao placed the cake on the table. "Sister has brought Mian Mian's favorite little cake from her childhood. Do try it later." Lin Xingyan blinked as she gazed at the cake. Would teacher Shen enjoy eating cake? Ji Yunmiao, accustomed to her silence, smiled and inquired about the painting. "This is painted by teacher Shen, isn't it?" "Indeed," she replied. "So what does Mian Mian think of the new teacher Shen today? Should we have him give Mian Mian a lesson?" Lin Xingyan turned her attention to the painting on the table and softly remarked, "Teacher Shen is wonderful. She holds a deep affection for teacher Shen." Chapter 21. Sincerity versus Deceit. Teacher Gu, the audience truly hopes you will consider participating in our program. Please think it over. This was the third invitation Gu Yutong had received from the production team of Walking with the X Family. Reclining on the sofa, her exquisite and alluring eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of impatience. She silently mouthed, "Decline." Her assistant went in, nodded and said, "Hello, I am Yutong's assistant." It appears that, "Wait a moment," Gu Yijuan interjected, interrupting Qiao Chao's words. Woman glanced at Gu Yutong, who gestured for her to hold her tongue. Woman whispered, "Please hold on. There is something here. We will provide a response shortly." Leaning against the edge of the sofa, Gu Yijuan spoke with a hint of persuasion. "Sister, why not participate in this program? It wouldn't hurt." Gu Yutong blinked. "It offers me no benefits, and it would expose our family to the cameras. What if negative public opinion arises? That would reflect poorly on the company." Gu Yijuan smiled bitterly. "Sister, I must admit I have a selfish motive." Noticing his pitiful demeanor, Gu Yutong furrowed her brow in concern. "What is the matter?" Has something happened? Once the paternity test results arrive, father will bring Shen Qingyu back to the Gu family. As an outsider, with my imminent graduation and internship, my status would certainly preclude me from working at Gu's. Otherwise, father and my brother would become suspicious. Understanding his implication, Gu Yutong queried, "You wish to enter the entertainment industry?" "Yes, I feel most secure by your side. For some reason, these past few days, every time I think of my brother, I dream of being cast out, with nowhere to go, and even you ignoring me." Sighing, Gu Yutong felt a twinge of headache concerning the family situation. "Do not dwell on such thoughts. I have assured you, regardless of what transpires, you are my brother. Aspiring to enter the entertainment realm is not a poor idea. I possess resources and connections. The Gu family has also dabbled in this industry. With your looks, making a name for yourself would be quite effortless." Gu Yijun brightened. "So, does that mean you agree?" Gu Yutong smiled. "Consider it paving the way for you. This program has indeed launched numerous careers, though many have found notoriety rather than fame. If you wish to emerge with a pristine reputation, you must be mindful of every word and action." At this point, Gu Yutong's brow furrowed again. However, if Shen Qingyu returns home, he will inevitably be under the spotlight as well. Could his background truly bring shame to the Gu family? Gu Yijun lowered his gaze, relishing this very outcome. The better he performed, the more Shen Qingyu would be overshadowed. Regardless, the entertainment industry would serve as a safety net. Even if there was no place for him in the Gu family, he could still make a name for himself in that realm. "Sister, father has stated that if Shen Qingyu is indeed a child of the Gu family, he will publicly announce it. At that time, Shen Qingyu too will be in the news, and our family will be the subject of discussion. Rather than being subjected to the erratic writings of those journalists, it would be preferable to allow the audience to observe for themselves on the program. Even if my brother performs poorly, it is not our concern. After all, he was not raised within the Gu family. The fault lies with him, and as long as my sister and I are in harmony, no one shall question the integrity of the Gu family." Gu Yijun expressed her thoughts extensively, leaving Gu Yutong with no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, she harbored no desire for this newly arrived brother. She and Gu Yijun had grown up together, their hearts aligned. However, the newcomer, Shen Qingyu, was a different matter entirely. Gu Yutong signaled to Wenwen, who promptly contacted the production team. Having accompanied Gu Yutong for many years, Wenwen was well versed in her temperament and the family's affairs. Adept at articulating requests to the production team, Gu Yutong insisted that the team extend special consideration to Gu Yijun, candidly stating that her participation in the program was solely for him. The production team readily grasped her intention to elevate Gu Yijun's profile. The directing team subsequently extended an olive branch, mentioning an upcoming dating show. Should Gu Xiao perform admirably, they could reserve a spot for him. Wenwen exclaimed in surprise. "Is it that previously popular show, Heartbeat Love?" "Indeed, but this iteration of the dating show has modified its rules to incorporate a more thrilling theme, which you may wish to keep an eye on." A more exhilarating theme, how much more thrilling could a dating show get? Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu was browsing the internet when a trending topic caught his attention, a dating show titled Caged Lies. True feelings versus deception, love or lie. Sincerity is the wager. Deceit is the weapon. Do you dare to place your bets? Beneath sweet nothings lies the struggle for survival. Only those who endure are destined for true love. We kiss through lies and slay with sincerity. When love transforms into a game of werewolf, can those who survive be trusted? This is a high-stakes gamble, with a grand prize of millions and a lifelong beloved at stake. Genuine emotions, deception, love, money, conflict, truth, games, traps, choices. The most perilous experiment in love. Are you ready to be deceived? The promotional slogan for the show was captivating, drawing a considerable audience even at the conceptual stage. The comments below were filled with anticipation. "This year, Heartbeat Love is going big. This tagline is intriguing. Finally, it's not the mundane kind of romance. I want to see the thrill." It seems akin to a romantic werewolf game. Someone will have to play the deceiving wolf. I wonder how the production team will select the guests. I can't wait for my sister to be on this. Don't get your hopes up. Director Zhang never follows the conventional path. He will undoubtedly choose unexpected candidates. If it were you, how would you choose? Shen Qingyu mused. If it were me, I would select the millions in prize money. For a lifetime does not consist of a singular beloved. Had such a program existed in his previous life, it would have been tailor-made for Shen Qingyu. As a player of lies, he would undoubtedly have secured the grand prize. Alas, the entertainment industry in his world was not so advanced, and such a daring dating show could never materialize. To my astonishment, The realm of entertainment in this world surpasses that of his own in magnitude. In my previous life, anyone who dared to participate in a romantic reality show as a love fraud would have faced severe condemnation. Shen Qingyu merely cast a fleeting glance before losing interest. He resolved to retire early, as he intended to meet Lin Xingyan the following day. The lunch with Song Jining was postponed to the evening, which did not constitute a breach of promise. As for Ruan Mingyi, that could be addressed at a later time. Ruan Mingyi, having yet to receive a response from Shen Qingyu, was approached by Yi Qiao, who inquired, "Has the cold-faced brother not replied to you?" I checked. And his zodiac sign is notorious for being unresponsive to messages. All right, I was merely jesting. I suspect he might have already succumbed to slumber. Then you must speak to him earnestly tomorrow. This time, you absolutely cannot allow yourself to be outdone by that wretched Sheng Xia. I certainly shall not falter. Sheng Xia has Gui Jin, while I have Shen Qingyu. It is an unequivocal advantage, humph. Chapter 22. Teacher Shun like an angel the following day, upon awakening. Shen Qingyu discovered a message from Ruan Mingyi. Ruan Mingyi, if you are unwilling to dine alone with me, why not accompany me to the Sheng family's banquet next week? Ruan Mingyi, aren't you about to graduate and start your internship? I can introduce you to several CEOs of major corporations, which would be beneficial for your future career. Please consider it, cold-faced brother. Ruan Mingyi, I'm begging you, please, pity, just accompany me. I simply desire a handsome male companion to impress others. With your looks, you would undoubtedly steal the spotlight. Upon noticing the keyword Sheng family, Shen Qingyu narrowed his eyes. In Jiangqing, the only Sheng family that could evoke such concern and a desire for attention from Ruan Mingyi was the one associated with Gu Yijin's fiancée, Sheng Xia. Gu Yijin was engaged to Sheng Xia, and their families were connected through a strategic alliance, ensuring that the Gu family would be in attendance. Ruan Mingyi and Sheng Xia were sworn adversaries, consistently at odds, and the prospect of appearing with Ruan Mingyi before Sheng Xia and Gu Yijin intrigued Shen Qingyu. He eagerly anticipated witnessing their reactions. For Shen Qingyu, such an extravagant event was not to be missed. He was determined to attend. He accepted Ruan Mingyi's invitation, which subsequently elevated her affection for him. Although he had to maintain a facade of indifference, a sporadic act of kindness would undoubtedly bring her immense joy, making her cherish those moments even more. After getting out of bed and tidying up briefly, Shen Qingyu left his home. On his way to meet Lin Xingyan, he passed by a flower shop and was suddenly reminded of the flowers on the girl's balcony. Perhaps bringing a bouquet would brighten her day. He alighted from his vehicle, entered the flower shop, and after a moment of contemplation, selected a bunch of baby's breath. The Lin household was abuzz with excitement, a rarity brought about by Shen Qingyu's presence. Today, Ji Yunmiao was personally preparing a meal, while Lin Xingyan stood outside the kitchen, watching her sister busily at work. The young girl twirled a strand of hair around her finger and softly inquired, "Sister, will teacher Shen be coming?" Ji Yunmiao, noticing her sister's unease, smiled reassuringly. He promised that he would come for dinner. Don't worry, Mian. Teacher Shun is not one to break his word. Ji Yunmiao held a favorable impression of Shen Qingyu. During the competition, his meticulous nature had left a lasting impression, instilling her with trust in his character. She observed that her sister seemed unusually cheerful today, a stark contrast to her usual quiet demeanor, likely due to the anticipation of Shen Qingyu's arrival for her lesson. Tentatively, she suggested, "Mian, teacher Shen should be arriving soon. Could you please step outside to check?" Recalling Shen Qingyu's words from the previous day about stepping outside to witness the broader, more beautiful scenery, Lin Xingyan nodded gently and turned towards the door. Ji Yunmiao was taken aback. Her sister had actually complied in the past, no matter how she urged. Her sister had been resistant to stepping outside. What sort of charm did Shen Qingyu possess that could transform her sister so profoundly in a single day? Yet, this was a positive development, and Ji Yunmiao felt joy at the change. She smiled wistfully, realizing that she must express her gratitude to Shen Qingyu. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Shen Qingyu immediately spotted the young girl standing at the entrance. Today, Lin Xingyan donned a pink plaid dress, complemented by a white sweater that rendered her appearance soft and ethereal. In her unease, she tucked her hands into the sleeves, lowering her head while gently swaying on her tiptoes. Below, she wore charming bunny slippers, the ears of which bobbed with her movements. Shen Qingyu felt her heart soften at the sight. "Xingmian." Upon hearing Shen Qingyu's voice, the young girl raised her head, her eyes gradually brightening like the dawn. In a flourish akin to magic, Shen Qingyu produced a bouquet of gypsophila from behind his back, slightly bending down to present the flowers before her. In the sunlight, He seemed to radiate an angelic glow, rendering the flowers in his hands almost pale in comparison. Shen Qingling's striking appearance left Lin Xingmian momentarily breathless, a blush creeping to her cheeks. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Shen Laoshe resembles an angel, albeit with invisible wings, unseen yet profoundly felt. What's wrong? Does Xingmian not like it? Lin Xingmian shook her head, cautiously accepting the bouquet of gypsophila from Shen Qingling's hands. As she gazed at the flowers, a smile crept across her face. Lin Xingmian's affection level increased by 10. Shen Qingling paused, surprised that a mere bouquet could evoke such a surge of emotion. Standing considerably taller than her, Lin Xingmian had to tilt her head to converse. She gazed up at him with her large, expressive eyes. Shen Laoshe. Her voice was as light as a breeze. What is it, Xingmian? At that moment, she fell silent, simply wishing to call out to him, to affirm his presence. He had not disappointed her. Her expectations were met. Lin Xingmian carried the flowers into the kitchen, glancing at Ji Yunmiao, and then back at the bouquet in her hands. Did Shen Laoshe give these to Xingmian? Indeed. They're beautiful. Did Xingmian say thank you to Shen Laoshe? Feeling shy, Lin Xingmian shook her head and turned to face Shen Qingling. Shen Laoshe, thank you. You're welcome. Ji Yunmiao emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands and greeting Shen Qingling with a smile. They exchanged casual pleasantries at the kitchen entrance, primarily with Ji Yunmiao expressing her gratitude towards him. After listening for a while from behind Shen Qingling, Lin Xingmian couldn't resist tugging at his sleeve. Shen Qingling lowered his gaze to her, and she eagerly uttered, "Look at the painting." Shen Qingling followed her up to the second floor. Lin Xingmian placed the gypsophila on her bedroom desk, where it harmonized beautifully with the star jars. On the desk lay a painting he had created the previous day. Does Xingmian like this painting? I do. The artwork bore the title, Sails in the Sea of Clouds. Curiously, she asked, why is Shen Laoshe's boat in the clouds? With a smile, Shen Qingling explained, because Xingmian loves clouds. The Sea of Clouds is still a sea, allowing us to set sail in it and journey to distant places. Where is Shen Laoshe's most desired destination? Shen Qingling did not anticipate that her first reaction would be to question herself. He shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Shen Qingling lowered her gaze, her slender fingers gliding over the sailboat depicted in the painting. I have no home. If I must say, perhaps I wish to have a home first. Once I have a home, the place I long to visit most would be that very home. Lin Xingmian's large eyes flickered with surprise. What does it mean to have no home? Shen Qingling's expression turned complex as a faint smile graced her lips. I am an orphan, without parents, raised in an orphanage, lacking a stable residence, and I have never known the taste of having a home. Lin Xingmian was taken aback by the tragic nature of Shen Qingling's background, which seemed even more sorrowful than her own, yet he remained so resilient and gentle. A hint of sadness appeared in the young girl's eyes. 077. Lin Xingmian's affection value increased by 10. This little girl either accumulates affection points slowly or, when she does, it is in increments of 10 or 20. Could it be that her affection grows faster than Song Jining's? Shen Qingling mused, she resembles me. Shared experiences evoke empathy. Lin Xingmian softly reassured, Teacher Shen is wonderful. Teacher Shen will have a home. So, where is the place you long to visit most? I wish to go to my grandmother's house. Shen Qingling paused, realizing that Ji Yunmiao had never mentioned their grandmother. Is your grandmother's house far from here? We could go visit her together. Lin Xingmian glanced at the star jar on the table. Grandma has turned into a star. Shen Qingling's brow furrowed slightly as he suddenly comprehended why she had folded so many stars. Each one represented her longing for her grandmother. Before she passed, Grandma said that as long as I folded stars and placed them in the jar, she would receive my messages. Shen Qingling found it hard to fathom that each star in the countless jars within this room contained a message. What profound yearning must exist to hold such tenacity in memory? Was Lin Xingmian raised by her grandmother? Yes. My parents and sister lived in the city while I stayed in the countryside. After my grandmother passed away, my parents brought me to the city. Indeed. But they are often busy, and I am usually alone. Shen Qingling gently patted her head. Grandma has merely transformed into a star to accompany you. You are not alone. A tear slipped down the young girl's cheek. Shen Qingling crouched down to wipe away her tears. Suddenly, she embraced him, her sobs delicate yet suffused with a sense of vulnerability. He did not push her away, but instead reached out to soothe her back. The girl's tears fell onto his neck, warm and poignant. Shen Qingling softly asked, Where's your grandmother's house? Shall I take you there? Lin Xingmian fell silent. For many years, she had lacked the courage to confront the truth. She did not wish to accept the reality of her grandmother's departure. She feared that seeing that little courtyard would evoke memories of her grandmother, intensifying her longing and pain. Since Lin Xingmian had folded so many stars and had countless sentiments to share, why not visit her? Lin Xingmian lifted her tear-filled eyes to gaze at him. Teacher Shen, am I really that bad? Her grandmother had urged her to live well and confront life with positivity, yet she felt she had failed to do so. Mian Mian is doing well, but I have accomplished nothing. I have not brought happiness to my grandmother. For her, my mere existence is already a source of joy. In that moment, Lin Xingmian broke down entirely, clutching the fabric of Shen Qingling's shoulder as she wept in agony. The emotions she had suppressed for so long erupted uncontrollably. Yet, all she could do was cry. Beyond her tears, she felt utterly powerless. She could not see those who had departed, could not alter the inevitable separations of life and death, nor could she reclaim what was lost. Her entire life had been a confrontation with longing and farewells. Come out with me, Mian Mian. All right, I wish to see my grandmother. Chapter 23. The sails in the sea of clouds. Ji Yunmiao stood outside the door, listening to everything unfold. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her cheeks as a persistent sense of guilt gnawed at her heart. Her parents had yearned for a son with their second child, yet fate delivered them a daughter instead, eliciting their disappointment. Consequently, her mother harbored an unspoken aversion towards her younger sister. In their impoverished childhood, being the elder sibling, Ji Yunmiao was prioritized for a quality education, while her sister was left in the care of their grandmother. As a result, her sister grew close to their grandmother, creating a lingering estrangement between her and Ji Yunmiao. When their grandmother passed away, their parents endeavored to bring the younger sister back to the city. Ji Yunmiao vividly recalled the heart-wrenching moment when her sister clung to their grandmother's coffin, weeping inconsolably. Upon moving to the city, their parents were preoccupied with making a living, and Ji Yunmiao was engrossed in her studies, leaving her sister emotionally unattended. Soon after, their parents divorced, and the younger sister relocated abroad. Their mother exhibited a consistent indifference towards her, leaving Ji Yunmiao acutely aware of the hardships her sister faced. In her earlier years, Ji Yunmiao felt powerless, unable to intervene in her parents' decisions. Now that she had matured and wished to atone for past transgressions, she discovered it was too late. Lin Xingmian never blamed anyone. She merely internalized the burden of guilt, believing her existence had made life arduous for her grandmother and contributed to her parents' discord, ultimately leading to their divorce. Even in her new life abroad with her mother, she felt like an unwelcome presence, believing her existence caused her mother distress in her new family. Later, when she faced bullying from her sister and abuse from her stepfather, her mother placed the blame squarely on her shoulders. She repeatedly questioned her own worth, believing she was inadequate, too disobedient, not intelligent enough, and far from perfect. She never directed her resentment towards Ji Yunmiao, for Ji Yunmiao was merely her sister, unable to fulfill the parental role she so desperately needed. The happiest moment of Lin Xingmian's life was frozen in time on the day their grandmother passed away. Thereafter, life offered her nothing but unending anguish. After Ji Yunmiao descended the stairs, she quietly sat at the dining table. As the clock approached midnight, Shen Qingling brought Lin Xingmian down. The young girl feigned normalcy, obediently eating her meal, not wanting Ji Yunmiao to feel sorrow or bear the weight of her own troubles. The more Lin Xingmian acted this way, the more guilt enveloped Ji Yunmiao. Shen Qingling observed the two sisters, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. They loved each other dearly and cared profoundly, yet were ensnared in unspoken complexities. Sighing, Shen Qingling reflected on how unaddressed issues could evolve into eternal regrets. In the afternoon, she suggested taking Lin Xingmian out, to which Ji Yunmiao silently acquiesced. It had been a long time since Lin Xingmian had ventured outside. Shen Qingling grasped her hand, reassuring her, "Do not fear, just follow me." Lin Xingmian offered a faint smile, her charming dimples dancing at the corners of her lips. Shen Qingling bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of security. "Do you remember the way? I will ride you there." "Ride? On a motorcycle? Are you brave enough?" "Yes. With you by my side, I am unafraid." With a gentle pat on her head, Shen Qingling sought a rental shop and secured a motorcycle for their outing. Shen Qingling donned his helmet and mounted the motorcycle. Turning to the young girl beside him, he said, "Come, get on." Lin Xingmian inexplicably felt that this version of Teacher Shen was rather handsome. Without hesitation, she took her place on the back of Shen Qingling's motorcycle. Thus, they embarked on their journey to the countryside. To be precise, Shen Qingling had rented a motorcycle, and its speed was something she had never experienced before in her life. "If you're scared, hold on tight to me," he reassured, and Lin Xingmian, understanding without words, clung tightly to Shen Qingling. The speed was so exhilarating that she was too frightened to even open her eyes. The wind whipped through her hair, creating a sensation of both thrill and freedom. Suddenly, Shen Qingyu reduced their speed. Look ahead. At the sound of his voice, Lin Xingmian slowly opened her eyes to behold a vast sea of flowers. Shen Qingyu parked the motorcycle by the roadside and lifted Lin Xingmian from the back seat. Upon dismounting, her legs felt weak, and she fell into Shen Qingyu's embrace. 2 days to move, her feet still tingling. I apologize for going too fast earlier. I wanted you to experience the feeling of freedom, to forget many worries. In her previous life, Shen Qingyu would ride whenever the pressures became overwhelming. Her eyelashes still quivered, yet she softly replied, "No, it's all right. I'm just too timid." Supporting herself on Shen Qingyu's arm, she stood upright, gazing at the breathtaking flower sea and inhaling the fresh air, her spirits rising to unprecedented heights. What a beautiful expanse of flowers. Indeed, it is lovely. So, Mian, there are many things in this world worthy of our love. If you confine yourself to a small corner, you will miss many splendid sights. Shen Qingyu's words bore deeper meaning. Lin Xingmian looked at him and said, "But I don't want to see it alone. You are not alone. You have me, your sister, and in the future, you will make many friends and find those who love you." Shen Qingyu's words enveloped her in warmth, crafting a perfect and comforting future in her mind. He wished for her to try to believe, and Lin Xingmian comprehended it all. She did not want to disappoint Shen Qingyu. "I will try to change. It's good that you can understand. No need to rush. Take it step by step. Will teacher Shen always accompany me?" Indeed. Lin Xingmian's eyes sparkled. And for the first time, a genuine smile graced her face. She tilted her head shyly, lowering her gaze as she asked, "Teacher Shen, am I your first student?" "Yes. And you are my first teacher. What about the teachers you had in school?" "In my life, only teacher Shen counts as my true first teacher." She cautiously revealed a youthful smile, tinged with the innocence of budding affection. Shen Qingyu chuckled softly. "Let's continue." After a while, they arrived at Lin Xingmian's ancestral home. Upon reaching their destination, both fell into silence. "Mian, are you sure it's here?" "Yes, it's this place. I won't remember it wrong." Before her lay a barren expanse, devoid of any structures, with not a trace of the past remaining, only an endless field of rapeseed flowers. Lin Xingmian inhaled deeply, a bittersweet sensation surging from her heart. I have arrived too late. Once, she had been too timid to gaze upon it, too fearful to confront it. Now, even her longing gaze could not find it. The two of them stood silently, contemplating the vast flower fields for a moment. Lin Xingmian endeavored to rein in her emotions. Unwilling to weep lest it affect Shen Qingyu's spirits, Shen Qingyu urged her to sit on a small slope. "Let me sing a song for you, Mian. Once you learn it, you can sing it for Grandma." "What song?" "This one is titled Sails in the Sea of Clouds. You are like a beam of candlelight, illuminating my heart. You are like a vast ocean, propelling my oar, until the day you cease to speak. Capturing the visage of your slumber, you transformed into a wisp of smoke. Drifting afar, you once reassured me not to fear, though the path was unclear. There will always be light to guide the way, each time I fell. Your warm shoulder was there, now I have grown. Learn to be steadfast, to endure like resilient wild grass, bearing your weight as I venture forth. I seek the wind that traverses the valley, asking where you are. Where you have gone, I inquire of the waters flowing through the sky. Are those your tears? I question the fallen stars, which one above is you? I converse with you, awaiting your reply. I speak to you, why do you remain silent? I chase the spring that nurtures all life. And I see you there. I traverse the wilderness of another time and space to reach you. Your gentle hands, caressing my tear-streaked cheeks, reassuring me not to worry. For you will always protect me, moonlit boat. Ashore, the wind stands still, the fog disperses, from the sea of clouds rises the sail of longing, lotus roots severed. Threads intertwined, hearts in thought, a single glance. One day we shall reunite, on the other shore, one day we shall meet again. Chapter 24. The uniqueness of tenderness, a gentle melody wafted through the flower fields, carried by the breeze, delivering longing to those afar. Shen Qingyu's voice was enchanting, akin to a walking CD. In his previous life, though an actor, he was also professionally trained in singing, and with the original owner's naturally exquisite voice. He sang even more beautifully than professional vocalists. However, what resonated more deeply was the narrative woven within the song. The lyrics struck a chord in Lin Xingmian's heart, as if every line was a message she yearned to convey to her grandmother. Though her grandmother had transformed into smoke and drifted away, the love she bestowed had never departed. Shen Qingyu required merely a few attempts to teach Lin Xingmian this song, and she almost memorized the lyrics entirely. Each time she sang, she could not help but choke back tears. Memories flooded her mind, the aged yet tender face from her recollections, the warm hand enveloping her small one, and the stooped figure creating a sanctuary for her. Shen Qingyu felt that her voice surpassed his own. When she reached the line, "When I speak to you, why do you remain silent and unresponsive?" A butterfly alighted on Lin Xingmian's hand. She gazed at it in astonishment. Shen Qingyu softly remarked, "Someone once shared with me a thought. Deceased loved ones merely step out of time, transforming into the most fundamental components of the universe, their molecules and atoms gradually reconstructing as other entities around you. The great tree shielding you from storms is her. The sweater warding off the chill is her. When you tire and glance at the trinket on the desk, it is still her. Although her identity as your kin has vanished, in essence, she is omnipresent. Departed yet scattered all around. Just like this butterfly before you, it too is her." Lin Xingmian absorbed his words deeply, closing her eyes to kiss the butterfly. Observing this scene, Shen Qingyu felt that Lin Xingmian truly resembled an angel at that moment. After the butterfly flew away, Lin Xingmian softly expressed, "Teacher Shen, I believe she has answered me." Shen Qingyu bestowed a gentle smile as he began to grasp the intention behind the system's directive to win over the goddess. He had rescued a girl shrouded in darkness. The two continued along the path, engaging in conversation. Lin Xingmian spoke little, yet she had improved significantly since their first encounter. Her willingness to converse marked a positive shift. Shen Qingyu remarked that time heals all wounds, but the girl refuted his statement. "No, it is not time. It is Teacher Shen who has healed me." Her eyes sparkled with persistent warmth and an unabashed affection for him. Yet perhaps she did not yet comprehend the nature of her feelings. She simply knew she cherished Shen Qingyu. She relished their time together, enjoyed their conversations, and delighted in his songs. Even simply watching him brought her joy. Being by his side instilled a sense of security within her, freeing her from the constant self-doubt and haunting memories of past pains and moments of feeling unloved. For a young girl who has never encountered love, she finds it difficult to distinguish this emotion, simply defining Shen Qingyu as her savior and life mentor. Upon noticing the new spark in her eyes, Shen Qingyu feels a sense of joy for her. Lin Xingmian tilted her head and continued, "Does the gift that Teacher Shen mentioned still count? 123, right?" "Yes, of course it counts." The girl revealed a bashful smile, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. "Can I choose them all, Teacher Shen? I want all of 123. Is she being too greedy? She wishes to accompany Teacher Shen to a pet shop to see the talking kittens, to a flower shop to admire the vibrant blooms, and to a candy store to buy sweets that induce laughter. She yearns to explore many places with Teacher Shen." Shen Qingyu readily replied, "Of course." Lin Xingmian's eyes sparkled like stars, her face blossoming with a rosy hue, sweet and delightful, reminiscent of a small cake. "Will Teacher Shen come to teach me on weekends from now on?" "Yes, weekends provide more time, so we won't have to rush if we go out." Shen Qingyu suddenly found it amusing. While other teachers impart knowledge in class, he often thinks of taking her on outings. "Am I neglecting my duties a bit? Whatever Teacher Shen does is right. Mian enjoys going out with you. If you want to paint, we can paint. If you want to go out, we can go out. Or we could take our sketchboards outdoors to draw." Time swiftly passed, and it was soon 4 p.m. Shen Qingyu took Lin Xingmian back to the Lin residence. After seeing the little angel home, he planned to head to the Song family for dinner. What a busy day it has been. After Shen Qingyu left, Lin Xingmian retrieved the phone that Ji Yunmiao had given her. She rarely used the phone, which had accumulated a layer of dust. Would it still function? To stay in touch with Teacher Shen, she had to make use of it. With Ji Yunmiao's assistance, Lin Xingmian logged into her long-neglected WeChat account, which contained only a handful of friends. She felt like a hermit who had been estranged from society for ages, though it had only been a year, and she struggled to navigate her phone. The girl furrowed her delicate brows in frustration. Ji Yunmiao comforted her. "It's all right, Mianmin. We can take our time. You'll get the hang of the phone in no time. You're so clever. Once you find something interesting, you'll learn it effortlessly." Lin Xingmian smiled gently. "Yes. I want to add Teacher Shen on WeChat and talk to him." Then, recalling something, she asked with concern, "When should I message Teacher Shen? Will he be very busy? Am I bothering him?" How to explain to Mianmin. In truth, Shen Qingyu often appeared quite aloof at school. It was uncertain whether he would reply to messages from others. However, she observed that Shen Qingyu exhibited considerable patience towards Mianmin, almost as if he transformed into a different person in her presence, gentle and agreeable. It seemed unlikely that he would find Mianmin's messages bothersome. Ji Yunmiao, felt a twinge of conflict. Should she advise her sister? Sister, what's the matter? Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to mention that, in school, Teacher Shen is quite aloof. Many wish to engage him in conversation, but he is a person who values his boundaries and often prefers solitude. Yet, he treats Mian differently. I've never witnessed him display such tenderness towards anyone else, so he likely won't be irritated by her messages. Lin Xingmian discerned Ji Yunmiao's implication that Teacher Shen's demeanor towards her diverged from his treatment of others. A sense of bewilderment washed over her. Why was that the case? How did he interact with her sister? There was a polite distance in his manner. Thus, the warmth he bestowed upon her was singular. A delightful transformation stirred within Lin Xingmian, akin to a delicate flower quietly blooming in her heart. She felt a blend of joy and shyness, yet remained perplexed about the source of such emotions. The young girl retreated to her room, burying her face in the quilt. Her cheeks felt flushed, and she bit her lip to regain composure. Yet, an inexplicable sensation surged within her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. When the feeling became overwhelming, she flung aside the quilt and sat up, her gaze falling upon the painting at her bedside. She rose from the bed and approached it, unable to resist tracing the outline of Shen Qingling's profile on the boat depicted in the artwork. The cool, sharp contours of his face were contrasted by a pair of gentle eyes. Lin Xingmian found herself lost in thought. Chapter 25. Aspiring to be the center of attention prior to dining at the Song residence, Shen Qingling purchased a gift as a token of appreciation. He arrived precisely on time, neither early nor late. It became clear to Shen Qingling why Song Jining possessed such an exuberant disposition. The Song family enjoyed harmonious relations with loving parents. Although Song Jining's father was a businessman, he exuded an air of intellectuality, adorned with glasses and a refined demeanor. During their conversation, it was revealed that he had been a university professor in his youth before venturing into commerce. Song Jining's mother, a graceful and witty dancer, radiated warmth, her words imbued with a gentle smile that felt like a refreshing breeze. One could easily discern that Song Jining was nurtured in an environment enveloped by love. Since entering the affluent circles, Song Jining's parents had encountered numerous spoiled heirs, prompting them to adopt a strict approach to her upbringing. Aside from enjoying better clothing and food, Song Jining received no special treatment throughout her life. She remained modest and cheerful, occasionally fretting over insufficient pocket money, concealing her illustrious background. Like her peers, she faced setbacks in growth. Song Jining's parents never resorted to bribing teachers to favor their daughter, nor did they entertain the notion of sending her abroad for studies. They believed in meritocracy, allowing her to attend schools commensurate with her achievements. As a result, Song Jining excelled, gaining admission to Jiang University. If it were not for Qi Ling, they might have remained unaware of the situation. As parents, they sincerely expressed their gratitude, offering a token of appreciation that they hoped he would accept. Though they disdained using money to influence teachers, they chose to thank Shen Qingling in this manner, understanding the significance of financial support, especially for someone like him. Shen Qingling perceived their sincerity. From the perspective of Song's parents, expressing gratitude through material means was perhaps unnecessary, yet only money could genuinely assist him. Nevertheless, Shen Qingling opted to decline. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Thank you, uncle and aunt. I truly appreciate your kindness, but such a gift feels too substantial for me. I merely fulfilled my duty, and I am already delighted that you invited me to your home for dinner." Having heard this, Song Jining's parents refrained from further persuasion. They recognized that Shen Qingling was a principled young man, humble and courteous, whose future held limitless potential. Observing Shen Qingling's bright smile as he conversed with her parents, Song Jining felt captivated. Shen Qingling was utterly charming. Song Jining harbored a unique sentiment towards him, akin to the admiration one feels for a beloved idol. Combined with the tenderness of a mother's love, she yearned to witness his growth, to see him ascend to greater heights and achieve the future he desired. In the realm of entertainment, such fans are often referred to as mother fans. Their affection does not stem from a desire to possess someone exclusively, but rather from a wish to see them happy, flourishing, and attaining their aspirations. Presently, Song Jining embodied this type of fan, completely enchanted by Shen Qingling. That evening, Shen Qingling and Song Jining strolled leisurely, their conversation growing increasingly animated. Song Jining, brimming with enthusiasm, seemed eager to extol Shen Qingling's virtues from every conceivable angle, akin to a proud mother admiring her child, ever more pleased with each moment. In return, Shen Qingling reciprocated with a few compliments, causing Jining's youthful heart to soar, her joy reaching an exuberant peak. Before parting ways, Song Jining inquired about Shen Qingling's aspirations for the future. Beneath the starlit sky, there was a softness in the boy's gaze that hinted at a profound yearning. I wish to become a person of great public acclaim. Song Jining paused, suddenly grasping the implication. To be a figure of such renown meant he would not belong to any one individual alone. After a brief moment of contemplation, she smiled radiantly and declared, "You can certainly achieve that. You are Shen Qingyu, destined to be admired and revered by many, so I firmly believe you will become that person of great acclaim." Even if others might forget, she would forever cherish the memory of the boy who rescued her from the shadows, the one who shone brightly in the public eye. The photograph of him remained her screensaver to this day, and she had no intention of changing it. She understood they inhabited different worlds. He would soar to distant and expansive skies. Yet, as long as she could gaze up at his existence, that was more than enough for her. Song Jining sought no accolades. Her heart brimmed with contentment simply to witness him, to be a friend by his side. Jining, you are the most radiant person I have ever encountered, and I envy you. Shen Qingyu admired her candidness, her ability to express love freely and wholeheartedly, devoid of any timid fade or calculations of gain and loss, embodying only the pure admiration and clarity of youth. Having grown in an environment filled with love, she was more inclined to offer her genuine affection, content to see the one she cherished happy, unwilling to become the one who clung stubbornly to something that could confine her. Song Jining would never allow that, for she loved herself too deeply to become a prisoner of her emotions, maintaining a lucid sense of self. The girl laughed in astonishment. "Wow, you're so exceptional yet you envy me? But I feel I have nothing worthy of your envy. You possess many admirable qualities. It's simply that you're unaware of them due to your own brilliance." Song Jining blushed shyly and asked, "Is that a compliment?" "Indeed it is. I hope you always retain this joy." With the words of her idol ringing in her ears, she assured him, "I certainly will. It's getting late. I should head back, and you ought to rest early as well." "Indeed. See you next time." As Shen Qingyu took a few steps away, Song Jining hurried after him. "What's wrong? Do you need something? May I ask you one last question?" "Of course. Do we count as friends now?" "Absolutely. That is wonderful. Goodbye, idol. Until we meet again." With a heart full of joy, Song Jining returned home, and Shen Qingyu felt a shift in his own spirits. Reflecting on the desperate girl from the original narrative who succumbed to her despair, witnessing her vibrant and lively demeanor now, Shen Qingyu suddenly felt a profound sense of purpose in his existence. He possessed the ability to alter the destinies of others. 077. Host. Song Jining's affection value for you has reached its zenith. The imagination of a young girl can indeed be terrifying. Her love for you seems boundless. Shen Qingyu. She is an exceptionally pure individual. Once such a girl becomes enamored, her affection value naturally escalates rapidly. 077. Congratulations, host, on successfully courting Song Jining. You are awarded 50,000 points. However, since Song Jining is not a character designated by the system for pursuit, the points are limited. Song Jining is categorized as a B-level character, one who is neither mandatory nor forbidden for pursuit, yet her excessive daydreaming has propelled her affection value, compelling her into the role of a pursued character. Shen Qingyu glanced at the data panel. Name: Shen Qingyu. Age: 18 years. Height: 188 centimeters. Length: 25 centimeters. Attractiveness: 93. Health points: 60. Combat power: 65. Reputation: 21. Affection value: 245 points, 81. 048. Special abilities: none. Conquered goddesses: 1. Progression: Song Jining Conquest Progress: 100. Chu Jiaojia Conquest Progress: 35. Wanmingi Conquest Progress: 50. Lin Xingyan Conquest Progress: 70. Reversal Progress: 12. Main Story Progress: 4. Side Quests activated. Expand. Side Quest 1. Obtain Chu Jiaojiao's Regret Value Progress: 20. Upon reviewing the progress bar, Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Wanmingi's affection value is surprisingly only slightly higher than that of Chu Jiaojiao. This woman. 077. After all, host, you have not shown her much kindness. Compared to other characters, she is a bit more complicated, making her pursuit somewhat challenging. Shen Qingyu smiled wryly. No matter. The grand banquet of the Xing family is imminent. I shall stir her affection value into motion. This banquet is destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 26. Merely a tool for your comparison. If we were to draw a parallel with the entertainment industry, Song Jining embodies the devoted fan, while Wanmingi represents the infatuated dream girl with a venomous streak. She yearns for Shen Qingyu's heart, and mind to belong solely to her, harboring a disdain for any woman who covets Shen Qingling's affections. In Ruan Mingyi's eyes at this moment, Shen Qingling is merely a quarry she has set her sights on. She is not particularly concerned about Shen Qingling's feelings. This dynamic serves as the crux of Shen Qingling's pursuit of Ruan Mingyi. Lacking an understanding of what true love entails, Ruan Mingyi must inevitably endure the painful consequences of her ignorance before she can awaken to reality. 077 has already reserved a metaphorical cremation ground for Ruan Mingyi's pursuit of love. The day before the banquet, Ruan Mingyi arrived at Jiang University. Her exquisite and glamorous appearance once again drew the attention of her classmates outside the classroom, with some recognizing her as the woman who had previously sought out Shen Qingling. "Look, Miss Ruan is back," they murmured. Shen Qingling remained remarkably composed, her gaze fixed on a professor with graying hair. Was the beauty outside not captivating enough to divert her attention? Having encountered countless beauties, Shen Qingling found it hard to be anything but unfazed. "I saw our campus belle, Ji Yun Miao, having coffee with Shen Qingling last time. I wish I could experience such treatment too. I'm not greedy. Just one goddess from Shen Qingling's side would suffice. Dream on. Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror first." As the class bell rang, Shen Qingling emerged, clutching a book. Ruan Mingyi, having arrived first, was greeted with Shen Qingling's indifferent inquiry. "Why are you here alone today?" Ruan Mingyi responded playfully. "What, do you fancy my dear Xiao Qiao?" Shen Qingling pursed her lips in silence. Ruan Mingyi chuckled. "Oh, come on. I was just joking. Why can't you take a little teasing? Xiao Qiao has gone on a date, leaving us to enjoy our little world together." "I dislike being the subject of jokes," Shen Qingling replied curtly. Suddenly, Ruan Mingyi stepped back and scrutinized Shen Qingling from head to toe. "What are you looking at?" Shen Qingling asked. "Oh, you must admit, when you say that with your rimless glasses on, it has a certain charm," Ruan Mingyi teased. Shen Qingling turned to leave, but Ruan Mingyi followed, continuing her banter. "Do you know what that feels like?" Shen Qingling, well aware of her antics, retorted with a cold laugh. "What do you think fills your mind?" Ruan Mingyi's eyes narrowed playfully. "What s inside?" "It's you." Shen Qingling fell silent, her ears flushing slightly. Ruan Mingyi found her reactions amusing each time. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. We have a banquet tomorrow night. Let us go shopping for a new outfit." "No need. I'll dress formally enough," Shen Qingling replied. "That won't do. You must make an entrance that dazzles. Let me explain the significance of this banquet to you." "How significant?" "There's a woman who is my arch nemesis. I hope you can outshine her partner to let off some steam. Last time at the banquet, she mocked my date, likening him to a duck, which infuriated me." Shen Qingling's expression turned frosty, her tone equally icy. "So I am merely a tool for your comparisons." Ruan Mingyi paused momentarily, saying, "That's not quite what I meant." "Well, it is somewhat what I meant, but no, not entirely." Shen Qingling, with an icy demeanor, interjected, "I assumed your relentless pursuit of me was born out of affection, but it appears I was mistaken. Women of your affluent stature seem devoid of genuine sentiments. I refuse to be a mere tool for your ostentation. Seek another." Ignoring her explanation, Shen Qingling swiftly vanished from her sight. Ruan Mingyi stood there, bewildered. How can one simply decide to be angry? "I never claimed to dislike you. Is there a contradiction between liking you and wanting to showcase you at social gatherings? Surely not. If you were this handsome, who else would I take? No genuine sentiment?" Her heart could not be more sincere. Ruan Mingyi displayed a look of confusion. Indeed, men were notoriously difficult to comprehend, especially someone as aloof as Shen Qingling. Although she failed to grasp the reason behind his sudden ire, she recognized the necessity of humility and promptly sent a message to apologize. "Ruan Mingyi, I am sorry. I was mistaken. That was not my intention. I wish to bring you along because I like you, and of course, because you are exceptionally handsome. I assure you, I do not regard you as merely a tool for boasting. Please believe me." Shen Qingling, "How do I differ from the companion you liken to a duck?" Ruan Mingyi, "You are far more attractive." Shen Qingling, "Ruan Mingyi, could you please return and allow me to explain," pleadingly. "I truly did not mean it that way. I also wanted to introduce you to my friends. While my previous comments were made in a boastful manner, I genuinely want them to know that I have developed feelings for someone truly deserving, in stark contrast to my past frivolities." On the other end, Shen Qingling remained unresponsive. Ruan Mingyi sighed dejectedly. For reasons unknown, when previous suitors expressed dissatisfaction, she perceived them as merely melodramatic. Let alone the thought of apologizing to placate them, it was a considerable feat to refrain from verbally sparring with them. Yet, in the face of Shen Qingling, she felt somewhat at a loss, unable to utter any harsh retorts. His cold demeanor left her flustered. Ruan Mingyi called Yi Qiao. Upon hearing Ruan Mingyi recount the events, Yi Qiao's incredulity was almost palpable through the phone. Jiao, why are you silent too? Sigh, Mingyi, I must be candid. Shen Qingyu is not a man to be trifled with. He clearly approaches relationships with utmost seriousness, which is why your actions have incited his anger. Had he been like those men who only pursued your wealth, he would have accepted everything with indifference, leveraging the connections you provided. Ruan Mingyi lowered her gaze, saying, I recognize he is different. I just don't understand why he became angry so suddenly. I've explained so much, yet he refuses to listen. He is upset because it seems you do not regard him with sincerity. Your words appear disrespectful towards him. Do you not perceive this? Disrespectful? Is it not a truth that I praise his handsomeness? Then tell me, do you admire this face, or the person behind it? At first, it was merely a visage. However, it evolved beyond that. What is it about this individual that captivates you? Is it their indifferent and rebellious demeanor that incites a desire to conquer them? Or is it the yearning to be with them, to treat them well and bring them joy and happiness? I'm uncertain. Ruan Mingyi genuinely does not know. Take a moment to ponder. Some questions require clarity before one can proceed. I understand now. Ruan Mingyi ended the call and, upon lifting her gaze, spotted Shen Qingyu standing not far away. She expressed a look of surprise and hurried to Shen Qingyu, smiling as she said, You haven't left. Shen Qingyu replied, Did you not wish to explain? I am here to hear your explanation. Chapter 27. You have long lost your innocence here, please. Allow me to explain myself. Do not be angry. Anger is harmful to your health. After exhausting all her charming words, Ruan Mingyi finally managed to placate Shen Qingyu. As she observed the cold demeanor of Shen Qingyu soften, she quietly sighed in relief. Undoubtedly, Shen Qingyu had been deliberate in his actions. He could not allow Ruan Mingyi to perceive him as one of her former casual acquaintances. Otherwise, she would inevitably regard him with disdain. A mindset that breeds arrogance rather than love. He needed her to understand that certain boundaries must remain unbroken, and some words should not be carelessly uttered. Respect must be cultivated. Tentatively, Ruan Mingyi suggested, How about we go shopping for clothes? Upon meeting his gaze, her heart raced, and she blinked before continuing. We don't need to dazzle the crowd. As long as you like it and feel comfortable, that is enough. Ruan Mingyi finally made some progress. And Shen Qingyu nodded in agreement. All right. Ruan Mingyi led Shen Qingyu to a bespoke suit shop. She instructed the shop owner to cater to Shen Qingyu's preferences without interference on her part. As the owner took Shen Qingyu's measurements, he couldn't help but compliment. Is Miss Ruan's friend a model? Such a fine physique. Not quite. I believe he is even more handsome than a model. Indeed, this gentleman possesses striking looks and a splendid figure. Miss Ruan is quite fortunate. With that, the shop owner retreated to fill out the order. Ruan Mingyi felt a pang of anxiety, fearing Shen Qingyu might misunderstand. She hastily clarified, I have never taken a man shopping for clothes before. You are the first. Shen Qingyu found her amusing and lowered his gaze, saying, I did not say anything. I sent it to prevent any misunderstandings. I have never given any thought to them. The owner is a friend of my father's, so, well, you need not explain so much. I am not your boyfriend. Then I must explain, or else it will be difficult to soothe you if you become upset. Are you implying that I am overly sensitive? Not at all. Oh. Why do you always misunderstand me? You need not explain. Truly, that was not my intention. Seeing Ruan Mingyi flustered, Shen Qingyu found it amusing. A hint of a smile played at the corners of his lips, and Ruan Mingyi recognized that he was intentionally teasing her. She bit her lip and remarked, I never expected you to possess such a mischievous streak. Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Am I only permitted to be teased by you? This was the first time Ruan Mingyi witnessed such a side of Shen Qingyu, and she was captivated by his charming expression. Ruan Mingyi's heart fluttered. Her attraction to his looks undeniable. She leaned closer to him and whispered, I never said that, but seeing you like this makes my imagination run wild. The thought of Shen Qingyu in a suit was tantalizing, and she licked her lips. Shen Qingyu pressed his finger gently against her forehead. Denying her proximity, do not indulge in such thoughts. Preserve a semblance of innocence for me. Ruan Mingyi smiled and tiptoed to whisper softly in his ear. You have long lost your innocence here. Everything that should be thought, dreamed of, or acted upon, I have already done. Shen Qingyu pushed her away, her ears reddening to the point of seeming as if they might bleed. This woman truly is. Ruan Mingyi laughed joyously. How could she be so easily embarrassed? It's rather innocent. Is this the charm of being with a man? At that moment, the store manager emerged, interrupting the playful banter between the two. The clothing will be ready by tomorrow. Miss Ruan, when would it be convenient for you? I will deliver it right to your door. Before 2 p.m. I have a styling session later in the afternoon. It cannot be too late. Very well, take care, ladies. After settling the clothing matter, Ruan Mingyi cheerfully suggested, "It's getting late. Since we're both out, why not have dinner together?" Ruan Mingyi was prepared to entangle Shen Qingyu in conversation to elicit a positive response. To her surprise, Shen Qingyu readily agreed. "All right, I'll treat you to dinner today." Ruan Mingyi was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Shen Qingyu would propose to treat her. What a feeling akin to winning the lottery, when a seemingly aloof person reveals a softer side. It can be utterly astonishing. Ruan Mingyi's heart raced with excitement. "Great. What shall we eat? French cuisine, Japanese food, or something else?" Shen Qingyu replied. "There's a decent Sha County restaurant outside our school." It was Ruan Mingyi's first time hearing of this, and she expressed her confusion. "What is Sha County? Is it a local specialty?" "Fast food," Shen Qingyu clarified. Ruan Mingyi was momentarily taken aback. "Huh?" Shen Qingyu smiled lightly. "Are you only allowed to joke around? Can't you see I'm teasing you?" Ruan Mingyi tossed her hair playfully. "Even if it's fast food, I wouldn't mind. After all, having you. A feast for the eyes makes it worthwhile." Shen Qingyu inquired, "Where did you learn such phrases?" "I've never met a young lady like you," Ruan Mingyi replied. "Being abstract is an innate talent flowing in my veins. Others would struggle to comprehend it. With a young lady like me pursuing you, you should secretly rejoice." As she spoke, she resolved to actually dine at Sha County with Shen Qingyu. "Let us go, Shen Qingyu. We're having Sha County today." "Miss Ruan, I was only joking with you." "That's all right. If you can eat, so can I. We had cafeteria food last time. Let us try Sha County this time." Under Ruan Mingyi's persistent insistence, Shen Qingyu reluctantly led her to the Sha County restaurant. The establishment was mostly filled with students from Jiangda University, but fortunately, it was the weekend, so it was crowded. At a table near the entrance, four girls were engaged in conversation. One girl rested her chin on her hand and mused, "Moo moo. Do you think it's possible that one day Shen Qingyu might walk into the Sha County restaurant and fall in love at first sight with me?" "Who adores chicken leg rice?" Roommate 1 replied. "What's wrong? Did today's chicken leg rice have mushrooms?" Roommate 2 added, "I think you're just stuffed." Roommate 3 chimed in. "You must be dizzy from overeating. What is the difference between this and the overbearing CEO falls in love with me?" How could Shen Qingyu possibly? Before she could finish her thought, her gaze froze in astonishment. "What's wrong?" "You turn around." "Oh my goodness. It's Shen Qingyu." Her voice resonated, immediately captivating Shen Qingyu and Ruan Mingyi, who had just entered. Shen Qingyu glanced over, causing the group of girls at the table to hastily lower their heads, fixating on their chicken leg rice. "Today's chicken leg is particularly delectable, isn't it, Moo Moo?" "Indeed. And the soup is quite splendid. I mean, it is very enjoyable." Shen Qingyu was amused by the girls' antics, breaking into a smile before she and Ruan Mingyi proceeded to the front to place their orders. The girls remained momentarily dazed. Did Shen Qingyu just smile at me? Perhaps we embarrassed ourselves so much that we elicited a laugh from him. So handsome. Is this the legendary smile that melts the icy demeanor of a cold, aloof god? I could almost drool. I shall proudly include the achievement of making Shen Qingyu smile in my resume, and I shall have it inscribed on my tombstone. Chapter 28. The Battle of Shaxian. The presence of Shen Qingyu and Ruan Mingyi in Shaxian was undeniably conspicuous, swiftly igniting discussions among passers-by. The subject of discourse turned out to be rather absurd. What a miser! Shen Qingyu is so impoverished that he brings the young lady to dine in Shaxian. The original poster intended to witness Shen Qingyu being criticized, yet the thread veered off into a realm of ridicule. Few comments targeted Shen Qingyu. Instead, the most liked responses condemned the poster. It's clear who posted this. Jealousy towards the male god is evident. What's wrong with dining in Shaxian? What's it to you? Does being handsome mean one should be deprived of the right to eat in Shaxian? How amusing. Does that mean someone with my looks can't even go to the cafeteria? But the young lady willingly accompanied Shen Qingyu to Shaxian. How would you tell her not to enter? Who cares what we eat while dining with Shen Qingyu? I would gladly eat anything, even excrement. I would rather eat excrement with Shen Qingyu than dine with a jealous maniac. 1. Song Jining shared the thread with Shen Qingyu, who was enjoying a meal when he choked upon reading the comments. Ruan Mingyi, sipping her soup, found the black-bone chicken soup surprisingly palatable. What's wrong? Did you choke? No. Jining sent me a post about a chance encounter. Oh, you call me Miss Ruan, but refer to her as Jining. The distinction is so apparent. You're older than I am. It feels inappropriate to call you by your name. Then you may call me sister. Ruan Mingyi's eyes sparkled. She longed to hear Shen Qingyu address her as sister. I refuse. Miser. How dare you say that? The people in the thread claim I'm too miserly for bringing you to Shaxian. Look, you've caused me to be misunderstood. Haha, really? Let me see. Wan Mingyi took Shen Qingling's phone and laughed uncontrollably at the discussions. You certainly have a fan base. You're quite the school heartthrob. I am not a school heartthrob. Your popularity is no different from that of a heartthrob. I wish to avoid excessive attention. If anyone else had uttered this, I would have scolded them for being pretentious. But for you, it feels different. Perhaps this is the burden of being handsome, a sentiment beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Wan Mingyi and Shen Qingling dined in Shaxian, both genuinely enjoying the moment without a trace of reluctance. It appeared that Wan Mingyi was more proactive, while Shen Qingling merely responded with casual remarks. Previously, Wan Mingyi had not engaged much in chance encounters, but upon seeing Shen Qingling criticized, she boldly entered a post. I am Wan Mingyi, dining with Shen Qingling in Shaxian. Feel free to debate. In response to the post, what a miser. Shen Qingling is so impoverished that he brings the young lady to dine in Shaxian. Did you know that your presence is akin to an apology letter from a condom company? At times, it seems that certain individuals express their opinions merely to subsequently activate their notifications and seek solace by stashing their phones in their trousers, much like you. You may fancy yourself a formidable figure, but in reality, you are frantically juggling your device while attempting to engage in some trivial task. Shedding a few drops of thin moisture, howling as if crushed by an automobile, trembling all over. Your sensitivity mirrors that of a visual novel. Select the wrong option. And the next day, you might be discovered lifeless in your bedroom. Just jesting, for you lack the gentle beauty of a protagonist. Rather, you resemble a piece of cured meat dangling from the ceiling, and not even the appealing kind. I comprehend the motivation behind your posts. It appears you are one of those who, weary of scrolling through videos, exit to clear the background, only to find no messages awaiting you, and instinctively reopen the app. You painstakingly cultivate your Weibo, only to find 0 notifications. You labor over Twitter, only to see empty alerts. You nurture your WeChat, yet discover no likes. No one seems to care about your existence. You realize you are living a life less significant than that of a cockroach. For at least the cockroach has admirers who scream for it, while you remain utterly alone. How pitiful. Nevertheless, you are, in truth, quite remarkable. Most individuals in your position would have long since succumbed to despair. After Wan Mingyi's post, it swiftly ascended to the occasional top trending topic, attracting a multitude of onlookers. Ha ha ha, the young lady possesses quite the sharp tongue. Her attack power is through the roof. Oh, this is an unparalleled thrill. The sensation of being thoroughly seen, akin to a meteor piercing through the dark night sky, entraps me in a state of obsession. This feeling of being utterly laid bare resembles the Titanic colliding with an iceberg, sinking into the abyss, yet it is exhilarating. I crave more of this sensation. Basking in the brilliance of truth. Can the young lady be my S? You seem to have great potential. The original poster deleted their post. I am in stitches, haha. Why provoke Shen Qingling, of all people? Does he not realize her legion of admirers could fill a classroom? He ought to have known better than to provoke Wan Mingyi. She is notorious for her sharp tongue within this circle. Wan Mingyi achieved fame through serendipity, with some even posting requests for her to unleash her wrath. Wan Mingyi simply remarked, what a lunatic. At last, she comprehended what Shen Qingling must feel when faced with such harassment. Observing her incessantly tapping on her phone, Shen Qingling inquired curiously, what are you doing? Are you busy? Wan Mingyi smiled and replied, not much, just venting a bit for you. When Shen Qingling opened the app and saw a barrage of requests for insults, he couldn't help but chuckle upon encountering Wan Mingyi's post. Does the young lady not need to maintain her image? They cannot ascertain whether I am truly Wan Mingyi. It suffices that I can provide you with a modicum of relief. Who gives him the audacity to comment on my private affairs? This is splendid. Your talents have found a purpose. I observe that you are not lacking in this space either, equally matched. After sharing a meal at a local eatery, Wan Mingyi suddenly felt a sense of closeness with Shen Qingling. It seems that romance need not be confined to the ambience of a Western restaurant. Sha County possesses its own unique charm. That evening, Wan Mingyi insisted on escorting Shen Qingling home. Shen Qingling, however, requested to be dropped off at the entrance of the alley, unwilling to allow her companion to accompany her further. Wan Mingyi had hoped to catch a glimpse of where Shen Qingling resided, yet Shen Qingling denied her that opportunity. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow afternoon. We shall indulge in a makeover. Make sure to rest well tonight, for the banquet tomorrow shall be quite exhausting. Understood. See you tomorrow, Miss Wan. May I request a different form of address? Given my efforts in the Sha County battle on your behalf. Upon hearing the phrase, Sha County battle, Shen Qingling struggled to maintain her composure. She lowered her gaze and softly replied, "Farewell, Mingy." Wan Mingy felt her heart flutter. How could fate be so favorably inclined toward Shen Qingyu? With her striking looks, academic prowess, and melodious voice, she seemed almost ethereal. "If you remain silent, I shall take my leave." "Hey, I was just reminiscing about your words. Mingy, see you tomorrow, Qingling." Shen Qingling coughed awkwardly, turning to disappear into the alley. Wan Mingy rested her chin on the car window, her gaze entranced by Shen Qingling's retreating silhouette. Truly, even her back was captivating. Alas, it seems there is no remedy for this. Chapter 29. This fiancé she would never exchange. Meanwhile, at the Sheng residence. "What? Replace my fiancé?" Sheng Xia gazed incredulously at the impeccably dressed woman before her. The woman's indifferent voice cut through the air with a chilling finality. "I have received news that Gu Yijin is not a biological child of the Gu family. I cannot permit you to wed him." "How could this be possible? I refuse to believe it. If he is not a child of the Gu family, then who could he possibly be? He is the child born out of wedlock to the Gu family's maid, while the true scion of the Gu family was abandoned at an orphanage. The truth will be revealed after tomorrow's banquet, at which point the Gu family will reclaim that child." Shang Xia collapsed onto the carpet, her spirit shattered. Gu Yijin was her most cherished fiancé, handsome, virtuous, and tender-hearted. Unlike those frivolous young masters of her social circle, her friends envied her for having such a remarkable fiancé, and she had always taken pride in it. They had planned to marry immediately after graduation. She had finally embraced the notion of marriage and accepted the familial alliance. Now, she was abruptly informed that she must exchange her fiancé? "Are you suggesting that I marry that true heir?" "You are to marry only the heir of the Gu family." "No, I will marry no one but Yijin. Even if he is not the true heir of the Gu family, what does it matter? His kindness and love for me are genuine. I have no interest in discussing love with you. I merely wish to inform you that you must maintain your distance from Gu Yijin at tomorrow's banquet and refrain from any inappropriate actions." The woman lifted her jacket sleeve to glance at her watch, her brow slightly furrowing. "I must take my leave now. You have until tonight to ponder this matter deeply." Shang Xia clenched her teeth, her heart brimming with animosity. "Indeed, a heartless woman like you could never comprehend this. Your world revolves solely around the company, family interests, wealth, status, and power. You are utterly oblivious to the essence of love." The woman paused at the door. "Shall I remind you? This marriage was decided by our parents before their passing, not by me. After our parents' demise, do you think I care about how you sustain yourself? Where do you think your extravagant expenditures come from? I must attend to the banquet preparations. I warn you not to create any disturbances tomorrow." Even when confronted by Shang Xia's accusations, her voice remained as flat and detached as ever. The door slowly closed, the sound of her high heels fading into the distance. Shang Xia's fury had no outlet. She could only seize the lamp beside her and hurl it across the room. She had no intention of marrying a so-called waste raised in an orphanage, even if Gu Yijin was not the true young master of the Gu family. The education he received was far beyond that of an orphan. How could a child from an orphanage possibly compare to a true prodigy? She firmly believed Gu Yijin would not falter against that so-called true heir. This fiancé she would never exchange. The following day, nightfall at the Sheng family villa. A red carpet stretched out before the castle-like townhouse, leading all the way to the entrance of the estate. Media reporters had already set up their cameras, eagerly awaiting to interview the guests arriving for the grand banquet. The event has attracted the attention of various sectors, and the media, eager for traffic, will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. The technology project launched by the subsidiary of the Sheng family has achieved remarkable success. What appears to be a mere networking event is, in fact, a celebration of triumph. The Sheng family aims to announce their accomplishments to the elite of Jiangqing, seeking to attract more partners. That evening, nearly all prominent figures of Jiangqing were present, with luxury vehicles lining the streets outside. Wan Mingy and Shen Qingyu arrived at the venue, and upon disembarking, they were greeted by the incessant flashes of cameras nearby. The red carpet was graced by luminaries from various fields, including personalities featured on financial news channels. Shen Qingyu suddenly realized that this was no ordinary gathering. How could the Sheng family's banquet host so many influential figures from the business and political realms? This was not a typical high society affair. Shen Qingyu glanced at the dazzling woman beside her. Wan Mingy, adorned in 15-centimeter Jimmy Choo patent leather heels, wore a red velvet gown that exploded into a 3-meter-long train from her waist. Her strikingly beautiful face, reminiscent of wine steeped in allure, was accentuated by full, crimson lips that curled slightly. The corners of her eyes, dusted with gold powder, formed delicate wings that were irresistibly captivating when she smiled. The deep V neckline revealed skin as white as snow, while a Van Cleef Arpels diamond brooch clung to the precariously draping fabric. And a pigeon blood ruby on her collarbones sparkled brightly, nearly blinding Shen Qingyu. Ruan Mingyi casually brushed aside her cascading curls, the rose gold tassel earrings producing a delicate sound. Of course, as my father mentioned, the Sheng family's company is undergoing a transformation, focusing heavily on technological innovation. Many have recognized the potential in this area and are eager to collaborate with the Sheng family. Thus, it is more accurately described as a business networking event. However, to me, these matters are inconsequential, so those indifferent may perceive it as an ordinary banquet. Are you feeling nervous? Ruan Mingyi mused, believing it to be Shen Qingling's first attendance at such an event. As a college student yet to enter the workforce, he would naturally feel a hint of apprehension. Little did she know that Shen Qingling had grown up in front of the camera. The lenses, the flashes, the clinking of glasses at extravagant parties, these were merely remnants of his past. The glitz and glamour of the entertainment industry were not dissimilar to these elite gatherings. How could he possibly feel nervous? Shen Qingling offered a faint smile. I'm all right, really. Ruan Mingyi interpreted this as a sign of pride, choosing not to tease him. Instead, she gently said, if you're feeling anxious, just hold my hand. Tonight, you are my companion. We are united. And with you looking so handsome, I certainly don't want you to be whisked away by another woman. Today, Shen Qingling was so striking that even passing dogs would take a second glance. When he emerged in his tailored suit that afternoon, Ruan Mingyi's heart fluttered, her astonished gaze betraying her admiration. Whether it was a case of love's enchantment or Shen Qingling's undeniable charm, she believed he was the most handsome and charismatic man she had ever encountered. Rest assured, I am not a man to be easily swayed. Shen Qingling adjusted his cufflinks, the dark suit revealing a subtle blue pattern, crafted from the rare fabric of black butterfly shell pearls, resembling the deep waves of the night sea draped upon him. This singular gesture rendered Ruan Mingyi weak at the knees. Despite being merely a university student, she exuded an air of poised sophistication typical of the upper echelons of society. It was rather peculiar yet utterly enchanting, a quality she adored. Ruan Mingyi entwined her arm with Shen Qingling's as they ascended the red carpet, allowing the media to direct their flashing lights upon her. In truth, the moment Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling arrived, the photographers had not ceased their incessant clicking. Although such opulent banquets were never devoid of strikingly beautiful attendees, the duo of Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling was a rarity that dazzled all. Both possessed extraordinary looks. Shen Qingling's attire and demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a typical high-born gentleman, even more so to a bona fide scion of a prestigious family. His skin radiated a cold, jade-like luster, with the contours from his brow to nose appearing chiseled by ice, and beneath his sharply defined brow lay a pair of distant, icy eyes that conveyed an unsettling sense of pressure when he was not smiling. After standing for a while, they departed, with Ruan Mingyi directly refusing requests for interviews from the reporters. Upon entering the manor, they were greeted by dedicated staff, and Shen Qingling casually surveyed the estate, gaining further insight into the power of the Sheng family. The original text mentioned that the Sheng family once stood shoulder to shoulder with the Gu family. Yet with the arrival of a new heir, they would surpass them. It seemed this new heir of the Sheng family was indeed extraordinary. How could Shang Xia be so foolish, being a child of the same family? Shen Qingling found this perplexing. Once Shen Qingling and Ruan Mingyi formally stepped into the banquet hall, they attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Chapter 30. Others welcome all. He rejects all. The opulent villa was adorned with a magnificent chandelier composed of 3,000 crystals, casting shimmering reflections upon the Italian Carrara marble floor, reminiscent of scattered stardust. The gilded mirrors embedded in the walls infinitely replicated the guest silhouettes, creating a labyrinth of reality and illusion. The eastern wall had been transformed into a cascading champagne tower, where waitstaff navigated gracefully, the amber liquid producing a crisp sound akin to the clinking of gold coins as it filled the fluted glasses. A 20-member orchestra resonated behind the spiral staircase, the vibrations of the cello subtly harmonizing with the swaying of the crystal chandelier. Ruan Mingyi observed the scene. To her right were businessmen engaged in discussions, while socialites and young gentlemen reveled in revelry to her left. She guided Shen Qingling towards the right. The strikingly beautiful stranger. Shen Qingling immediately drew whispers from the group of socialites. Whose child is that? I don't think I've seen them before. Xiaoxian, do you recognize them? I don't know. I heard from Xia that there are many guests from Beijing this time. Perhaps they're a newly wealthy individual from there? So handsome. I thought the Sheng family had invited a celebrity. Those little stars lack this kind of aura. It's evident he hails from a distinguished background. But that woman beside him seems somewhat familiar. Hey, isn't that Wanmingi? How did she come to know such a person? Let us go find out. 3 women, each holding a glass of champagne, suddenly approached. Wanmingi recognized them. They were her old acquaintances, the group of Sheng Xia's sisters. The very women she detested most. One of the curly-haired women smiled and inquired, Mingi, is this your betrothed arranged by your father? Why not introduce us? Wanmingi instantly grasped their insinuation, realizing they likely mistook Shen Qingyu for some young heir from a prominent family, undoubtedly seething with jealousy. She feigned a smile, indeed. Lu Shaoxian smiled sweetly at Shen Qingyu, raising an eyebrow as she extended her hand. Hello, may I ask your name? Wanmingi stepped in front of Shen Qingyu, leaning towards Lu Shaoxian. I believe your partner is over there? Apologies, but we have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. She linked her arm with Shen Qingyu's and walked away, unwilling to grant these women any courtesy. Lu Shaoxian's hand hung awkwardly in the air. After Wanmingi departed, she scoffed. What is there to be proud of? It's merely a handsome face. Just wait until Xia brings Guijin. She'll be choked. But I think this one is much more handsome than Guijin. I just wonder if his family background can compare to the Gu family. That is hard to say. It appears his lineage is not insignificant. How could Wanmingi possess such good fortune? With her temperament, how can this man endure finding such an exceptional partner? She will inevitably be left behind. I bet she lacks the ability to retain such a man. Wanmingi and Shen Qingyu moved aside to grab a drink, curiosity evident in Shen Qingyu's voice. You seem to loathe those individuals. Wanmingi tightened her grip on the glass, gritting her teeth. Loathe? It's more than that. We have a relationship defined by mutual insults upon meeting. A grudge of such magnitude? They are the sisterhood of midsummer, one a green tea, another insidious, and the last overbearing. In childhood, they mocked me for lacking a mother. And as we matured, they continued to ridicule my male companions at every gathering. It is no wonder that their behavior is excessively appalling. However, I cannot help but feel a tinge of curiosity about why I would choose such men for these occasions. Part of the reason lies in my estrangement from many who are close to the midsummer clique. It is impossible for me to associate with them. Another reason is that my candid nature has offended numerous men, causing them to avoid me altogether, making it unlikely for them to accompany me. Wanmingi is renowned. Yet no one considers her for marriage alliances. To describe her in the words of the young masters, she is akin to a seemingly thorny rose, yet a terrifying carnivorous flower at heart. Shen Qingyu remarked with a hint of amusement, have you never considered changing? Wanmingi blinked, replying, why should I change? I merely speak the unvarnished truth. They are too fragile to withstand honesty, and it is not my fault if they crumble. Shen Qingyu, recalling Wanmingi's formidable nature, felt a surge of respect. With a playful smile, she said, you see, by bringing you here today, they are rendered speechless, for you overshadow their male companions. Your presence alone intimidates them from jesting. Is this truly what you measure yourselves against, such trivialities? What else is there? In terms of wealth, they lack for nothing in jewelry and adornments. Regarding beauty, they can resort to cosmetic surgeries. After all, few remain unattractive post-procedure. While it is true that I surpass them in beauty, they dare not compete. Instead, they spread rumors that I have undergone extensive alterations. Thus, they resort to attacking me through men, simply because Midsummer boasts an exceptional fiancée, whom she proudly flaunts. Shen Qingyu cast her gaze downward, contemplating whether Midsummer had already learned of the need to change her fiancé. In the original narrative, she resisted this notion fiercely, vowing never to acquiesce. And it is likely that her stance remains unchanged. At that moment, Yuqiao arrived, accompanied by her boyfriend, joining Wanmingi. Mingi, you were quite early today. You were always the last to arrive, she remarked. Today, it is my turn to provoke them. How could I not arrive early? You should have seen their faces earlier, jealous yet too timid to confront me. It was utterly amusing. Are you referring to Lu Qianxian and her group? Indeed. They assumed that Shen Qingyu is my betrothed. Yi Chao chuckled and introduced her boyfriend, Wei Qi, to Shen Qingyu. Upon seeing Shen Qingyu today, Yi Qi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Truly, he is the school heartthrob, she complimented. Wei Qi, standing nearby, immediately grew wary. Using the excuse of conversing with Shen Qingyu to distance her from Yi Chao, he could not allow this man to steal away his precious lady. Shen Qingyu was a formidable presence. Having encountered numerous men, Wei Qi recognized how desirable a man like Shen Qingyu is among women. Though Wei Qi is a quintessential kept man, he possesses an admirable sense of propriety. Once a male model, he had transitioned to a more stable life after meeting Yi Chao. Yiqiu bestows upon him a generous allowance of 2 million each month, indulging him with lavish villas and luxury cars, even expressing concern for his career by establishing a car rental business for him. For Wei Qitha, this fortune feels like a serendipitous windfall, thus his daily endeavor revolves around ensuring the happiness of Miss Yiqiu. Their relationship, blossoming over the past 6 months, is as sweet as honey. Yiqiu is unperturbed by his past. She introduces him as a family acquaintance at social gatherings, concealing his history from prying eyes. Wei Qitha had previously heard Yiqiu mention Shen Qingyu, but he initially dismissed it, given that Wang Mingyi had never taken anyone seriously, quickly discarding them after a brief period. However, upon encountering Shen Qingyu today, Wei Qitha realizes his error. As for Wang Mingyi, it would suffice if she simply refrained from luring away his dear Qiao Qiao. The gazes of numerous women at the event seemed almost magnetically drawn to Shen Qingyu. When approached, Shen Qingyu responded with cold indifference, politely but distantly rebuffing their advances. Yet, this very aloofness only intensified the allure, prompting more women to engage him. Wei Qitha had witnessed many men brought by Wang Mingyi. They would readily exchange business cards and WeChat contacts whenever a young lady approached them. After all, conducting business with Wang Mingyi was just as profitable as dealing with other socialites, particularly given Wang Mingyi's notorious temperament and sharp tongue, which proved challenging for many to endure. However, Shen Qingyu stood apart from those men. He exuded an air of cool detachment, accepting no suitors while others flocked to him. When Wei Qitha shared these observations with Wang Mingyi, she smirked knowingly. That is Shen Qingyu, after all. The atmosphere shifted as Shen Qingyu noted. It seems she is quite pleased with my performance today, yet something feels amiss. The main attraction has yet to arrive, rendering this gathering somewhat tedious. Moments later, a commotion erupted, and Shen Qingyu followed the gazes of the crowd. The Gu family has finally arrived. Chapter 31. The Man of Dual Faces in Jiang City. It is customary for the Gu family to not present themselves in full force at social gatherings. However, the Sheng family, being a formidable ally through marriage, warrants an exception. Upon encountering the members of the Gu family, Shen Qingyu realized that the portrayals within the novel were not mere fabrications. There was not a single unattractive individual among them. Their presence captivated everyone in attendance. Gu Chuang possessed the quintessential visage of a CEO, with sharp, commanding features. Madame Gu, when Sulan, epitomized classical beauty, exuding elegance and grace. Shen Qingling's own appearance seemed to blend the finest attributes of both Gu Chuang and Wen Sulan. As for Gu Yutong, there was no need for elaboration. She was a prominent star, radiating allure and dazzling the crowd upon her arrival. Gu Yijuan appeared slightly less striking than the others. His looks were not immediately arresting, but rather gentle and refined, imbued with youthful charm, his most captivating feature being his eyes. Beyond his appearance, it was his demeanor that drew people in. His smile and tender gaze evoked a sense of warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Shen Qingling narrowed her eyes, recalling how in the original narrative, Gu Yijuan had deceived everyone with his visage, leading them to perceive him as innocent, gentle, and a pitiable victim. In the past, Gu Yijuan was held in high regard within the elite circles of Jiang City, especially among the socialites, who regarded him as the epitome of a prospective suitor. Alas, he was not as pristine as he appeared. Wang Mingyi scoffed. Hypocrite. Shen Qingling inquired in surprise. Who are you referring to? Wang Mingyi raised an eyebrow. The one on the far left. Do you see him? That is Shang Xia's fiancé, a sanctimonious charlatan. Feigning ignorance, Shen Qingling retorted. A charlatan? On what grounds do you make such an assertion? He does not seem to fit your description. One can know a person's face but not their heart. In front of Shang Xia and these young ladies, he plays the role of a devoted and principled gentleman. However, a former acquaintance of mine revealed that he had witnessed Gu Yijuan in a club, engaging with other women, leading a rather debauched life. He is hardly a good man. And what if I, too, were to be a man of dual faces? Wang Mingyi detected the jest in her tone and responded playfully, that is quite all right. You may play the part of a dual-faced man with others, but with me, it must be a full 13 hours of authenticity. You're at it again. At the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa's second floor stood a woman clad in a black gown. The dress accentuated her pronounced shoulder blades, resembling the polished edges of obsidian blades. Her arms were enveloped in black lace, and the snake-toothed emerald at her neckline glimmered ominously in the cold light. Her beauty was strikingly aggressive, with sharply defined brows accentuated by makeup, and the naturally upward curve of her eyes, which should have been alluring, was frozen in a gaze as chilling as a deep abyss. The reflection in the window revealed her lips pressed into a straight line, while the shifting light outside traced the contours of her profile. the line from her nose to chin appearing as if chiseled by a knife. Two South Sea white pearls graced her earlobes, gently swaying as she perused through reports. When the director reported critical data, she suddenly lifted her gaze, her obsidian-like pupils narrowing, exuding an air of danger. The tip of Xing Mo's pen hovered 3 millimeters above the paper, contemplating the reworking of the third quarter's proposal. Yes, General Xing. The members of the board often remarked that she resembled a tempered blade. The man's gaze flickered past the small mole on her brow, a solitary soft curve amidst her stern demeanor. When the woman lowered her eyes, a tiny red mole could be seen at the corner of her eye, subtly alluring yet strangely enticing. However, once met with her frigid gaze, all romantic notions would fade instantaneously. This woman was not an object of his idle fantasies. What are you still doing here? Apologies, General Xing. I shall take my leave now. After the man exited, he brushed past the butler. General Xing, the Gu family has arrived. Please invite General Gu upstairs. What transpired between Gu Chuang and Sheng Mo upstairs remained a mystery to Gu Yijin. Yet, he had already learned from Sheng Xia that the Gu family intended to replace him. Did they deem him unworthy of the esteemed Sheng family? Was Shen Qingyu truly more deserving? He could not believe that the indifferent Sheng Mo would ever find interest in Shen Qingyu. Xia, since you are aware, let us heed your sister's advice and maintain our distance. It would be difficult to explain to my father should your sister catch us. Sheng Xia resolutely replied, Ajin. You needn't worry. I will not consent to a replacement. I shall marry only you. Aside from you, I will wed no one else. The foolish woman before him was wholeheartedly devoted. Yet what did it matter? The Xing family was not under her command. Even if he were to marry Sheng Xia, what would it change? Sheng Mo recognized only the legitimate heir of the Gu family, and that person was not him. Gu Yijin wore a bittersweet smile. Xia, I understand your feelings, but I do not wish to hinder you. I am no longer the Gu Yijin capable of protecting you. In the future, I cannot inherit the Gu family. How could you find happiness marrying me? Would marrying that orphaned wastrel bring happiness? I refuse to believe he could be better than you. Xia, do not speak so. As long as you can find happiness, becoming the matriarch of the Gu family and living a life free of worries, I would do anything for you, even if it meant losing you. Gu Yijin's expression was one of deep, unrestrained affection, genuinely considering Sheng Xia's well-being, which moved the simple-minded heiress profoundly. With tear-filled eyes, Sheng Xia sobbed, No, the Sheng family has everything. I do not need you to provide for me. I do not wish to be the Gu matriarch. I only want us to be together forever, Ajin. Rest assured, I will find a way to persuade my sister. Her expression hardened suddenly, and she scoffed, as for that newcomer. I have no interest at all. In my heart, Ajin, you are the best. No one can compare. Very well, for your sake, I shall strive once more to secure the qualification for our union. Sheng Xia embraced Gu Yijin tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude. Ajin, you are truly wonderful. Gu Yijin's gaze deepened, hoping that upon meeting Shen Qingyu, she might utter such words as well. On the other side, when Sulan was engaged in conversation with other ladies when a young boy accidentally bumped into her, a gentle voice reached her ears. I apologize, I did not mean to. Are you all right, madam? When Sulan looked up and smiled, however, upon catching sight of the boy, her words faltered, her smile froze at the corners of her mouth, and the astonishment in her eyes was unmistakable. What happened? Shen Qingyu gazed at her innocently, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Could Gu Yijin feign emotions, yet he could not? In the Gu family, the only person he could truly connect with was Sulan, for she was the sole character in the original narrative who genuinely cared for her son. Qingyu, do you recognize me? Chapter 32, the ill-tempered little princess. When Sulan's lips quivered slightly, nearly betraying her thoughts. The results of the paternity test had already been revealed, and Gu Chuang had promised to bring Shen Qingyu back after the conclusion of the Xing family banquet. Who would have anticipated encountering him at the banquet itself? How could Qingyu possibly attend a gathering of the Sheng family? When Sulan steadied her emotions, taking a moment to compose herself before smiling and saying, I recognize you. I saw you in the news. You are a commendable young man. Having perused countless accounts of Shen Qingyu's past, she had long awaited his return to her side. Shen Qingyu smiled faintly. I see. He attempted to leave, but when Sulan could not help but engage him further. Are you here alone? No. I came with a friend who is still waiting for me. If you have no further need of me, I shall take my leave. Wait, do you have something to attend to? Observing the boy's polite yet distant demeanor, when Sulan felt a pang of sadness, she offered a gentle, affectionate smile. Could you do me a favor? What favor? I'm feeling a bit unwell. Would you mind assisting me to a seat? Of course, though Shen Qingyu spoke little, he was undeniably a well-mannered young man. As he helped Wen Sulan, her gaze remained fixed upon him, and the more she looked, the greater her sense of guilt and sorrow grew, her hand trembling slightly as it rested on his arm. Not far away, Wan Mingyi observed Shen Qingyu guiding Wen Sulan toward the edge of the gathering. Her curiosity piqued. How curious, she thought. Why was Mrs. Gu conversing with Qingling? She followed suit. Shen Qingyu crouched beside her, inquiring about Mrs. Gu's discomfort. Qingling, there you are? I've been searching for you. Wen Sulan glanced over with intrigue, instantly captivated by the girl before her. In terms of beauty, this young lady was indeed comparable to Gu Yutong. Yet, there was something familiar about her. Though Wen Sulan could not quite place her. Young lady, you seem quite familiar. Mrs. Gu, I am Ruan Mingyi. Ah, the daughter of President Ruan. It makes sense now. No wonder she seemed so recognizable. So, are you two a couple? When Sulan inwardly panicked, Gu Chuang had been contemplating changing Qingling's betrothal partner. And if Qingling already had a girlfriend, that would complicate matters. If Qingling had feelings for her, she wouldn't dare to forcibly separate them. When Sulan understood well that if Gu Yijin married Sheng Xia, it would not bode well for Shen Qingling. She did not wish for Gu Yijin to conspire with the Xing family against her child. Wan Mingyi smiled openly. Not yet, but who knows what the future holds. When Sulan breathed a sigh of relief, it was fortunate they were not yet together, leaving room for hope. Gu Yijin, catching sight of when Sulan and Shen Qingling engaged in cheerful conversation, felt his breath hitch. How could they be together? Even from just a profile view. He recognized that it was Shen Qingling. Even in ashes, he would never forget the visage of Shen Qingling. Sheng Xia shook his arm. Ajin, what is the matter? What are you gazing at so intently you seem entranced? Following his line of sight, Sheng Xia observed Shen Qingling's profile, whom she did not recognize. Hence she paid it no mind. Instead, her attention was drawn to Wan Mingyi. Wan Mingyi, why is she conversing with my aunt? Surely, she wouldn't be speaking ill of me in her presence. Let us go take a look. Gu Yijin and Sheng Xia approached Wen Sulan. In Shen Qingling's mind, the System S announcement echoed. 077. Detected a potential target. Sheng Xia. Name. Sheng Xia. Goddess level. A. Identity. Shen Qingling's fiancée. E. Personality. Simple-minded, voluptuous, willful, and proud. Plot relevance. 40. Ending. Insufficient points. Unable to unlock. Ding. Triggered side quest. Obtain Sheng Xia's regret points. Reward 100,000 points. Will the host initiate the side quest? Let us proceed. 100,000 points are too tempting to refuse. Shen Qingling surveyed the woman who might become his fiancée. As the male lead's betrothed, Sheng Xia's beauty was beyond question. She possessed a sweet demeanor. With a petite oval face adorned with prominent features, her eyes gleamed like a cat's, dark and bright, complemented by a delicate nose and full, cherry-red lips. Dressed in a white lace haute couture gown, her hair gently curled, and adorned with a hairpin embellished with sparkling diamonds, she reflected light, appearing like a refined little princess. Alas, this princess had a dreadful temper, clearly spoiled by her family. Sheng Xia clung to Gu Yijin's arm, as if to assert her claim. Aunt, I have heard the news, but my engagement with Ajin remains unchanged. I shall marry no one but him. When Sulan's expression shifted, and she quickly glanced at Shen Qingling, the youth remained unfazed, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Perhaps it was for the best. Qingling knew nothing yet, thus he would not react. However, having witnessed Sheng Xia's attitude, it was likely he would not acquiesce willingly. When Sulan attempted to salvage the situation, Xia, let's discuss this privately. You are still young. Some matters cannot be viewed solely from the present. Gu Yijin immediately interjected, sorrowfully stating, Mother, do you believe I am unworthy of Xia? Ruan Mingyi exchanged a puzzled glance with Shen Qingling, shrugging to indicate her confusion. Madam Gu, since you have family matters to discuss, we shall take our leave. Very well. Suddenly, Sheng Xia halted Ruan Mingyi, her expression wary. Wait, Ruan Mingyi, why are you with my aunt? What are you up to? Ruan Mingyi looked at her incredulously. What does it concern you? Does your family reside by the sea, to meddle so freely? Your mouth remains as unrestrained as ever, equally irritating. Sheng Xia scoffed, diverting her gaze to Shen Qingling, who stood with his back to her. Is this your companion? It can't be that you're once again surrounded by dubious. Shen Qingling turned to face Sheng Xia. The young girl had initially intended to mock Ruan Mingyi as she had done in the past, however. She was rendered speechless the moment she beheld the man's visage. The interplay of light from the crystal chandelier in the banquet hall enveloped him in a halo of chiaroscuro, creating a visual impact akin to the descent of a deity. The beams of light glided over his sharp brow, while the strands of hair falling across his forehead cast shadows upon his eyelids, yet they could not obscure the piercing depth of his elongated eyes. His prominent nose resembled a snow-capped peak, casting a stark shadow upon his jade-like cheeks. His thin lips, pressed into a dispassionate line due to his displeasure, accentuated the increasingly defined contours of his jawline as he swallowed. The tailored suit enveloped his broad shoulders and narrow waist, though it was ostensibly a formal attire of restraint. It was worn by his tall frame in a manner that exuded an unsettling allure. Cold, austere, noble, and incisive, this was Shen Qingling's first impression of Shangxia. Chapter 33. The downfall of Shen Qingling. Shangxia's fingers trembled slightly as she grasped Gu Yijin's hand. Was this man even real, or was he the stuff of novels? Among her few hobbies, aside from her penchant for extravagant spending, was reading fiction. Upon seeing Shen Qingling's visage, she found herself at a loss for words. How could someone be so strikingly handsome? For a fleeting moment, she almost believed that her ideal man had stepped out of the pages of a book. 077. Shangxia's heart fluttered, gaining 15 points. Shen Qingling remarked, "This young lady's heart is quite honest." He glanced at Gu Yijin, amusement dancing in his eyes. Gu Yijin felt the tightening grip of Shangxia's hand on his arm and inwardly cursed. Just moments ago, she had professed her unwavering desire to marry him, yet now, faced with Shen Qingling's face, she was rendered speechless. It was true, one could hardly trust a woman's words. Suppressing his irritation, Gu Yijin spoke, "Miss Ruan, might you introduce us to your companion?" Shangxia snapped back to reality, realizing that her fiancé, Gu Yijin, was the true romantic hero of her narrative. How could she entertain thoughts of another man? With a hint of regret, she averted her gaze but couldn't resist stealing another glance. 077. Shangxia's heart fluttered, gaining 5 points. Reluctantly, she withdrew her gaze. Fine, she had to concede that this man was indeed extraordinarily handsome, perhaps even more so than Gu Yijin. However, the thought that such a dashing gentleman was the companion of her rival, Ruan Mingyi, only fueled her unwillingness to compliment him. Puffing out her chest and raising her chin defiantly, she retorted, "No thanks, he is probably just another hired fixture from some club. I know her well enough. Which reputable family in Jiancheng would wish to attend an event with her?" Ruan Mingyi was about to counter, but unexpectedly, it was Wen Sulan who spoke first. "Xia, how can you say such things to someone you've just met?" "Madam, I'm not being unreasonable. Ruan Mingyi has always called upon such companions from clubs. This one, looking so alluring, must surely be one as well," Shangxia huffed. Deep down, she recognized that a man of Shen Qingling's caliber was far from a mere male model from a club. Even Gu Yijin paled in comparison. Yet, her long-standing disdain for Ruan Mingyi clouded her judgment. She had loathed everything associated with Ruan Mingyi since childhood, and no matter how handsome Shen Qingling was, she would refuse to utter a single compliment. Shen Qingling's gaze turned frosty as he addressed her. "Miss, we are strangers. To insinuate that I am a mere companion from a club upon our first meeting is rather uncouth." He was not inclined to indulge her. Such haughty young ladies needed to be corrected for their bad habits. Shangxia's eyes widened in disbelief. "How dare you call me uncouth?" she exclaimed, biting her lip in frustration. "Do you know who is hosting today's banquet? I am a sham. You are the second person, aside from Ruan Mingyi, who dares to speak to me in such a manner. Truly a pair." When Solan's expression darkened as she regarded her, Shangxia pursed her lips, finally conceding. "Fine, I shall let it go this time. I am magnanimous enough not to hold it against you." Upon hearing Shen Qingling berate Shangxia, Ruan Mingyi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. At last, among the multitude of men in Jiacheng, one dared to speak the truth. Ruan Mingyi's heart fluttered, earning her an increase of 4 in her attraction points. With a victorious demeanor, she intertwined her arm with Shen Qingling's, inciting a surge of unexpressed ire within Shangxia. In retaliation, she clasped Gu Yijin's arm and scoffed, "What good is good looks? Only talent and capability can bring true happiness to a woman." Ruan Mingyi chuckled, "Oh, so you admit that my man is more handsome than yours?" Shangxia pursed her lips. "What do you know? Yijin embodies inner beauty. You, a shallow woman who only values appearances." Ruan Mingyi tossed her wavy hair, squinting slightly with a smile. "Forgive me, but I must confess my shallowness. At first glance, I do not perceive inner beauty. Only men lacking in outward charm resort to discussing their inner virtues." Ruan Mingyi's words were pointed, indirectly criticizing Gu Yijin's looks. "As for the man beside me, his mere presence captivates everyone with his exterior allure. Later, I discovered he possesses not only outward beauty but also inner grace. Is it not preferable to be well-rounded? Or perhaps, some individuals possess only inner beauty, not out of disregard for external allure, but due to an inability to attain it? With an innocent blink, Ruan Mingyi's remarks incited Gu Yijin's ire. She was still mindful of Wen Sulan's presence, refraining from unleashing her full force. Yet her veiled sarcasm seemed to praise Shen Qingyu while simultaneously undermining Gu Yijin at every turn. Gu Yijin frowned, his fondness for Ruan Mingyi plummeting to an all-time low. Previously, he found her amusing and beautiful, particularly when she confronted the ill-tempered Shangxia. However, witnessing her closeness with Shen Qingyu and her blatant mockery of himself left him harboring a dark wish for her to be heartlessly discarded by Shen Qingyu. What do you mean, Ruan Mingyi? I merely complimented my partner's looks, yet you imply that saying your fiancé possesses only inner beauty is an insult to his appearance? Do not invert right and wrong. That was not my intent. Shangxia, noticing Gu Yijin's expression, realized her words might have inadvertently hurt his pride. She tilted her head and softly said, Yijin, I wish to hear you play the piano. Gu Yijin was known for his exceptional piano skills, a fact well acknowledged by all and a source of pride for Shangxia. It seemed she cherished the glory he brought more than Gu Yijin himself. He gently patted her head, saying, Very well, if Xia wishes to hear me play, I shall oblige. He then turned to Shen Qingyu, inquiring, Since this gentleman has garnered Miss Ruan's favor, he must possess qualities beyond mere looks. Might we be granted a glimpse of the inner beauty Miss Ruan speaks of? Ruan Mingyi frowned in discontent. Are you suggesting that he compete with you in piano playing? Gu Yijin, isn't that a bit too contrived? Who doesn't know that your greatest talent lies in the piano? Gu Yijin maintained her usual facade of gentleness intertwined with insincerity. Miss Ruan has misunderstood. I am merely curious. If your companion is unable, then so be it. Gu Yijin was acutely aware that Shen Qingyu excelled in painting. While the piano was not his forte, whether he could play it remained uncertain, as he had never encountered any mention of piano skills in Shen Qingyu's past records. Coincidentally, this was Gu Yijin's area of expertise. He was determined to compel Shen Qingyu onto the stage, eager to witness whether he would dare to rise to the challenge. Noticing that Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingyu remained silent, Shangxia scoffed. What's the matter? Are you afraid? It's understandable. Individuals from your background likely lack such skills. Gu Yijin has garnered more awards in piano competitions than the meals your companion has consumed. In truth, even without Shangxia's provocation, Gu Yijin would have devised myriad strategies to ensnare Shen Qingyu in the trap he had meticulously set. The moment Gu Yijin laid eyes on Shen Qingyu, a multitude of schemes blossomed in his mind. He had 3 plans to counter Shen Qingyu, and should any one of them succeed, Shen Qingyu's reputation in high society would be irreparably tarnished. Today, Gu Yijin was resolute in his intent to ensure Shen Qingyu's utter humiliation at the Shing family's banquet. Chapter 34. Gu Yijin versus Shen Qingyu. Ruan Mingyi was uncertain whether Shen Qingyu could play the piano. However, she was well aware of Gu Yijin's proficiency with the instrument, and thus she wished to prevent Shen Qingyu from facing him. In Ruan Mingyi's view, such matters did not warrant compliance. Yet, to her surprise, Shen Qingyu agreed. His expression calm and composed as he stated, The piano? I can play. Gu Yijin responded with a half-smile. If your agreement stems from a sense of rivalry, it is unnecessary to force it. Shangxia, with an air of haughty derision, added, Knowing how to play and being skilled at it are 2 distinct concepts. Don't confuse them. If it's merely about playing a few simple pieces, I could do that too. Ruan Mingyi leaned closer to Shen Qingyu and whispered, Do you really know how to play? If not, you can just ignore them. Not responding won't have any consequences. However, Shen Qingyu chuckled softly, a rare display of gentleness gracing his features as he replied, Just trust me. Not responding indeed won't matter. But I do not wish for you to lose to her. At that moment, Ruan Mingyi felt a surge of emotions, her heart fluttering at his gentle yet assertive declaration. She was momentarily captivated by Shen Qingyu. Was it possible that he possessed such eloquence? Was he the aloof, taciturn male god? The words he spoke seemed so effortlessly charming, and although they were not overtly flirtatious, her heart raced nonetheless. Perhaps, in Shen Qingyu's eyes, this was not a deliberate expression of affection, but rather a genuine sentiment from his heart. He simply did not want to see her bested by Shangxia. This was the allure of Shen Qingyu. With a single phrase, he had ensnared her heart, leaving her utterly entranced. A smile flickered in Ruan Mingyi's eyes as she teased, Why would you say such things? You'll make me think you might actually like me. I have never claimed that I do not like you, Shen Qingyu replied, his fondness not one to be spoken aloud. Ruan Mingyi was momentarily taken aback. His words sent ripples through her already tumultuous heart. She suddenly recalled a saying, To discern whether a man truly cares for you, Observe not what he says, but what he does. He had agreed to accompany her to this exceedingly tedious gathering. Fully aware that others would regard him as a mere diversion, he donned a formal suit he despised, adopting an ostentatious appearance solely to preserve her dignity. Despite the presence of numerous women, some of whom were more refined and intriguing than she, he had rejected all advances, leading her to overhear their remarks about him being an unattainable flower on a lofty peak. Yet, this seemingly untouchable flower was gradually being drawn down by her. The once frigid youth had begun to jest with her, striving to secure a reward that was, in truth, inconsequential to her. For the first time, Wan Mingyi clearly recognized the fallacy in her belief that Shen Qingyu despised her. Perhaps he harbored a modicum of affection for her after all. What has this girl conjured in her mind? How is it that your mere utterance has elevated her heart's fluttering? Is this still the same Wan Mingyi who was so stingy with her affections? Shen Qingyu, she has merely realized that Shen Qingyu harbors a slight affection for her. Some matters, when explored gradually, can culminate in the results she desires. He has merely planted the seeds of her aspirations along this path, guiding her toward the destination he hopes she will reach. Wan Mingyi feels a twinge of emotion, compared to the countless declarations of love from men. This subtle revelation of affection leaves her profoundly shaken. Hey, have you two flirted enough? Sheng Xia is taken aback by the way Wan Mingyi is entranced by Shen Qingyu's gentle smile. While she does not claim to know Wan Mingyi completely, she is confident she understands about 80% of her. This woman has never taken love seriously, and she assumed Wan Mingyi approached her current situation with a similar cavalier attitude. Yet, it appears that is not the case. Moreover, that smile is indeed quite charming. 077. Shang Xia's heart-fluttering value increases by 3. This young lady's heart speaks more truthfully than her words. Shen Qingyu turns to Shang Xia. I mentioned I would play. Do you have anything further to add, Miss Shang? Then I shall take it as your consent. Jean. You may proceed first. Gu Yijuan feels as though she has been treated like a pampered pet. Oh well, Shang Xia has always been like this. Gu Yijuan smiles gently. I shall go ahead then. Xia, be sure to listen closely, as this piece is performed especially for you. Shang Xia nods somewhat perfunctorily. Yes. Jean, off you go. I will listen attentively. In the banquet hall, there is a small stage with a piano upon which someone is currently playing. Naturally, those invited by the Xing family to such an event are not ordinary individuals. The esteemed pianist Zhang Qing, renowned both domestically and internationally, has been invited by the Sheng family. Gu Yijuan approaches her and exchanges a few words, prompting Zhang Qing to smile and relinquish her seat. Gu Yijuan's piano skills, while not on par with top-tier masters like Zhang Fan, are sufficient to surpass many young lords and ladies in this circle. Soon, Sheng Xia's circle of friends gathers around her, eager to shower her with compliments. Xia, your Jean is once again showcasing his piano prowess. It sounds wonderful. Gu Xiao claims he is playing this piece just for you. How romantic. When will I find a boyfriend like that? Only someone like Xia could find a partner like Gu Yijuan. We lack such fortune. Xia, when will you introduce us to your Jin's friends? I hear that young master from the Tang family is quite impressive and is still single. Wan Mingyi rolls her eyes at the scene. Curiously, she asks, what do you think of Gu Yijuan's playing? Shen Qingyu pretends to reflect thoughtfully. It's average, I suppose. Wan Mingyi chuckles in surprise. Average? If that's your assessment, I eagerly anticipate your performance later. By the way, when did you learn to play the piano? You never mentioned it before. And none of the rumors from Jiang University included that detail. Shen Qingyu's personality and hobbies are easily discernible. For instance, he has an affinity for painting. However, the piano is a different matter entirely. It is something I have never heard him mention. Shen Qingyu, when did you learn to play? Of course, it is now. He replied. With 077 at hand, what golden fingers could he not acquire? Shen Qingyu, Chi. How many points do I need to purchase the golden fingers of a top-tier piano master? 077. Considering this is your first purchase of golden fingers, I shall grant you a discount. A mere 100,000 points will suffice. Shen Qingyu, what a swindler. Even with a discount, it still costs 100,000 points? 077. You seek the finest piano master. If you settle for an advanced one, I can offer it for 70,000 points. In truth, an advanced master would suffice to overshadow Gu Yijuan. Shen Qingyu gritted his teeth. That one deal. If I am to strike back, I must acquire the best. 100,000 points, you say? I'll buy it. 077. Host, your current points total is 98,049, which is insufficient. Shen Qingyu, so the feelings have waned, have they? You're quibbling over such a trivial amount? 077. Very well, given your exemplary performance. I shall extend you credit for this amount. Just ensure you repay me next time. System Mall. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden fingers of a top-tier piano master. 100,000 points deducted. We look forward to your next visit. Immediately, Shen Qingyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as though something had been infused into his mind. He found himself invigorated, his demeanor transformed. Upon glancing at his panel, he discovered that his points had been reset to 0, yet a new attribute, charisma, had been added, with a value of 87. This golden finger can enhance charisma? That seems a worthy investment. Indeed, host, purchasing top-tier golden fingers in the arts significantly boosts charisma. Those in martial arts enhance vitality and combat prowess. This seems quite reasonable. Shen Qingyu contemplated the piece he was to perform shortly. 077 informed him that he could directly enter the system space for practice, which exemplifies the system's remarkable nature. Shen Qingyu appeared to be seated with his eyes closed, seemingly in meditation. Shen Qingyu scoffed. Don't think that pretending to sleep will allow you to escape. Shen Qingyu ignored her entirely, which left Shen Qingyu feeling both frustrated and embarrassed. Shen Qingyu resembled a schoolgirl, torn between wanting to converse with Shen Qingyu and wishing to tease him, primarily seeking his attention. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to her advances, inciting her further indignation and determination to see him submit. Such a peculiar schoolgirl mentality. After a while, Gu Yijin descended from the stage, predictably met with thunderous applause. Wanmingi couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Has he truly fallen asleep? Has he? Shen Qingyu slowly opened his eyes. No, I merely rehearsed the piece I am to play in my mind beforehand. Shen Qingyu muttered in exasperation. What are you pretending for? Practicing in your head? Do you think you're a piano master? Shen Qingyu rose to his feet, preparing to take the stage. He adjusted his suit and, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Qingyu, remarked with an air of arrogance, soon you shall see the truth of the matter. It is not too late for you to apologize now. Shen Qingyu let out a derisive snort, retorting, look at you, so full of yourself. Apologize? Just ensure that your performance isn't too dreadful. That would be an apology in itself. Chapter 35. Shen Qingyu is a genius. As Shen Qingyu took the stage, he brushed past Gu Yijin, and their eyes met with a shared sense of intrigue. The moment he stepped onto the platform, the surrounding lights seemed to dim, drawing everyone's gaze firmly to him. On that stage, Shen Qingyu appeared as if he were born to be the protagonist. In this game, I am the main character. Standing before the audience, he locked eyes with Gu Yijin, who observed him with seemingly gentle eyes that concealed a sharp edge, akin to a venomous serpent lying in wait, ready to strike the moment Shen Qingyu turned away. The spectators below found Shen Qingyu's face unfamiliar, their curiosity piqued by his identity. A newly debuted pianist, perhaps? So handsome, yet never seen before. Not just a pianist, he seemed to be the suitor of Miss Ruan, truly striking. Could it be that such a handsome man is indeed the fiancé of Wanmingi? Unbelievable. Is it true? I cannot fathom how Wanmingi could attract such a man. It's hard to believe. He is too handsome. My goodness, he outshines even the stars. Shen Qingyu and Wanmingi made their way to the front row to observe, as the socialites around them fixated on Shen Qingyu's striking features. The previously emptied points surged dramatically in this moment. Wanmingi smiled slyly, remarking, the praises he receives are all about his piano skills, temperament, and lineage. Yet beauty is notably absent. Shen Qingyu, what do you think is the reason? Shen Qingyu scoffed, just a pretty vase, nothing to be proud of. A Jin can outplay him by miles. Wanmingi confidently lifted her chin. Let us wait and see. If Shen Qingyu claims he can, then he surely can. After bowing to the audience, Shen Qingyu took his seat. The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall cast a myriad of fragmented lights upon the piano, the illumination cascading down the sleeves of his dark suit, unfurling like a flowing galaxy upon the polished Steinway. His elegant, articulate fingers hovered over the black and white keys, reminiscent of a white crane briefly resting its wings over a snowy expanse. Oh my, what exquisite hands. They are truly the hands of a natural pianist. As an art student, I deem these hands a masterpiece, worthy of enshrinement in the Louvre. The light illuminated his face, as if crafted deliberately to create shadows. His sculptural profile perfect, like an artwork meticulously fashioned by divine hands. Observing Shen Qingyu's profile, the crowd grasped the essence of a sculptural visage. Under the lights, his side profile appeared as though enhanced by a filter, the gentle curve of his nose smoothed by soft illumination, lashes casting quivering shadows upon his cheeks. His brow slightly furrowed as the music began. The youth's hands danced across the keys like the shifting shadows of the moon. The piece he performed instantaneously captivated the hearts of all present. In that moment, those who had initially judged by appearance were entranced by the melodies emanating from those hands. Guijin, seated below, found his breath caught in disbelief, unable to reconcile that this individual, now commanding the stage, had previously been a mere unknown in the realm of piano. He fixated intently on Shen Qingyu, disbelief washing over him. How could it be possible for Shen Qingyu to possess such extraordinary piano skills? In that moment, his pride shattered completely. What would Shang Xia think of him? He turned his gaze towards the woman beside him. Shang Xia was utterly mesmerized. Her large eyes shifted from disdain to astonishment, then to sheer awe, as she became entranced by the dreamlike scene that Shen Qingyu wove for the audience. Shang Xia pressed her hand against her racing heart. This was the quintessential male protagonist from a novel. Such remarkable beauty, such elegant poise, such captivating musical talent. 077. Shang Xia's heart raced, adding 10 points to her infatuation. Guijin's expression darkened. How could this be? He had intended for Shen Qingyu to humiliate himself before all the guests, to render him incapable of standing in high society. Hoping that Shang Xia would become even more enamored with him, he envisioned a future where she would ardently oppose Shen Qingyu upon discovering he was her fiancé. Yet, he had failed. The entire banquet fell into a profound silence, save for the enchanting notes of the piano. As the keys sank into the depths of sound, the young man on stage suddenly lifted his gaze towards the void, his fingertips striking the lower octaves with a thunderous tempest. Zhang Qing stood up slowly from his seat. Disbelief etched on his face. On the second floor of the villa, a woman had been watching Shen Qingyu intently for quite some time. Sheng Mo's fingers glided over the golden Nanmu handrail, as if accompanying Shen Qingyu in a duet, perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of the sonata. Sheng Mo had a fondness for playing the piano. Otherwise, she would not have met Zhang Qing and invited her to such an important gathering. She was well aware of how astonishing the young man's skills were at that moment. Yet, it seemed that the boy playing the piano was even more captivating than the music itself. Sheng Mo lowered her gaze to the boy performing on stage, a flicker of curiosity appearing in her eyes. Who was he? As the piece concluded, Shen Qingyu gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Wang Mingyi gazed at the young man on stage with rapt admiration, while Shang Xia found herself unable to close her mouth, unable to resist joining the applause alongside the crowd. When she finally regained her composure, she felt a twinge of embarrassment as she withdrew her hands. Just moments ago, she had mocked Shen Qingyu. Now, reflecting on it, she felt utterly humiliated. She glanced at Guijin, unknowingly stabbing a knife into his heart. Ah, Jin, is he not more impressive than you? Why are you silent? I have no words. He is indeed remarkable. What? Has Xia developed feelings for him? Impossible. He belongs to Wang Mingyi. I would never like him, even if he is handsome, fit, exceptionally talented, and gifted. Guijin scoffed. If you hadn't added that last part, your argument would hold more weight. Including it now only serves to deceive yourself. Shen Qingyu rose and bowed to the audience, sending the girls below into a frenzy. Is he truly Wang Mingyi's betrothed? Have I lost my chance? So what if he is Wang Mingyi's betrothed? They are not married yet. Until then, we still have a chance. What does it matter if one is married? After all, divorce is always an option. I believe I am no less worthy than Wang Mingyi. Indeed, if he is able to take an interest in Wang Mingyi, his standards cannot be exceedingly high. Beyond her mere appearance, what does Wang Mingyi truly possess? Secretary Zhang, please investigate his identity. I require a comprehensive dossier on him within 3 minutes. How could someone of his caliber have remained obscure until now? What has the piano community been doing, neglecting such a talent while fawning over those affluent heirs? Particularly Guijin? Is there truly such a figure within the realm of piano? Zhongqing's reaction seems to indicate profound astonishment. This must be his first public performance. Zhongqing, applauding as she ascends the stage, wears an expression of sheer amazement, gazing at Shen Qingyu with unreserved admiration. The more one understands the craft, the more one recognizes Shen Qingyu's innate brilliance. He is a prodigy, a genius who embodies both technical prowess and emotional depth. What is your name? Just a humble, nameless individual. Chapter 36. The Lost Diamond Necklace. Shen Qingyu left with a humble response before stepping down. Many approached, eager to uncover his identity, when that proved elusive. They sought his contact information, all of which Shen Qingyu declined. It took considerable effort for Wang Mingyi to push her way through and disperse the crowd. The woman gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Shen Qingyu, how many surprises do you still hold that I am unaware of? Surely there must be many. Wang Mingyi was overjoyed. nearly wishing to embrace him publicly with a kiss, yet she refrained, mindful of Shen Qingling's modesty. Thus, her exhilaration could only be expressed through words. Shen Qingling, honestly, even for just a second, I would accept you. Even if it were just a needle, I would accept. Why do you not deny it? It cannot be true, can it? What if it were a day and night? Would you still accept? Upon hearing Shen Qingling respond to her jest, Ruan Mingyi laughed in astonishment and delight. You finally caught my enthusiasm. Shen Qingling, slightly exasperated yet laced with affection, replied, one who stays close to vermilion becomes red, while one who stays close to ink becomes black. Yet, one who stays close to you turns yellow. Ruan Mingyi bent over in laughter, her affection for Shen Qingling intensifying. Once her laughter subsided, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, do you know what it means to be close to you? What? Those near you become infatuated. Every woman would be captivated by you. Shen Qingling surveyed the surroundings, noting that the gazes of numerous women were fixed upon him. Undoubtedly, he had become the focal point of the entire gathering. Shen Qingling feigned nonchalance. Perhaps it is best to leave it be. I did not anticipate such an impact from a mere pluck. Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. A mere pluck? Is this the humble brag of a gifted master? Do you realize that your casual pluck is unattainable for many who strive for a lifetime? If you were to play earnestly, it would surely leave the piano world in awe. The sight of Shen Qingling and Ruan Mingyi conversing together evoked envy and resentment among many women. The Gu family was particularly astonished by Shen Qingling's performance. Gu Chuang, Wen Sulan, and Gu Yutong stood conversing together. Wen Sulan remarked, Chuang, when do you plan to reveal Qingling's true heritage? Wouldn't it be better for him to return sooner? Everyone is speculating about his identity. Although Gu Qingwang was equally impressed and acknowledged Shen Qingling's piano skills, as the heir of the Gu family, he deemed such talent inconsequential. In the past, he had shown little regard for Gu Yiyuan's musical abilities. As an heir, he sought decisiveness, cunning, ambition, and strategy. These skills were merely embellishments. Gu Chuang replied, informing him now would be too hasty. If it cannot wait, let us discuss it after the banquet ends. Gu Yutong's disdain and aversion towards Shen Qingling eased somewhat. It appeared that her younger brother was not as inept as she had thought. Still, she favored Gu Yiyuan, with whom she had grown up. At that moment, Gu Yiyuan felt thoroughly humiliated by Shen Qingling. Although Shen Xia attempted to console him, her words seemed somewhat perfunctory, her gaze still searching for Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling. Gu Yiyuan chuckled softly. What is Xia searching for? Sheng Xia shook her head. It's nothing. Just that I find it quite uncharacteristic of Ruan Mingyi not to come flaunting her presence. Oh, so you were looking for Ruan Mingyi? Indeed. I thought you were seeking that pianist. The mirth in Gu Yiyuan's eyes failed to reach her depths, instead harboring a hint of chill and sarcasm. Sheng Xia, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately bristled. What nonsense. I've stated my aversion towards him. His piano skills are of no concern to me. Besides, he belongs to Ruan Mingyi. I can only harbor disdain. There are no other thoughts. What if he were not associated with Ruan Mingyi? Then, he simply wouldn't be, would he? What connection could I possibly have with him? Sheng Xia seemed bewildered by Gu Yiyuan's fixation on the young man. You vent your frustrations on me because you lost. Fine, I understand you are in a foul mood. I shall not hold it against you. Take a moment to compose yourself. With that, Sheng Xia departed. Gu Yiyuan regained her composure, contemplating how to execute her second plan. Losing at the piano was not a grave matter. Gu Chuang had never attached importance to such trivialities. However, he did value reputation, the opinions of the outside world, and above all, the honor of the family. If Shen Qingling were to be branded a thief at this banquet, would he still welcome Shen Qingling back into the Gu household? As the banquet progressed to its midpoint, a sudden commotion erupted on the left. My diamond necklace is missing. What should I do? Are you certain it was lost just now? Yes, it was here just an hour ago. I cannot fathom how it vanished in the blink of an eye. Miss Fong, do not panic. I shall dispatch someone to review the surveillance. I will also have them assist you in searching the premises. Steward Xing, you must help me recover that necklace. It was a gift from Xiangshan and holds immense significance. It absolutely cannot be lost. Very well, Miss Fong, please remain calm. Fong Qingran's eyes were red, her expression frantic, and Shang Su could only continue to soothe her. This necklace meant everything to her, and if lost, she would not rest easily. At that moment, Su Xiangshan returned from outside, and Fong Qingran gazed at him with sorrowful eyes. I'm sorry, Xiangshan. I've misplaced the gift you gave me. Upon saying this, she cautiously gauged Su Xiangshan's expression, fearing that he might be angered. After pursuing him for so long, it had taken considerable effort for him to agree to be with her. This was his first gift to her, of profound significance. Su Xiangshan's expression indeed grew cold. Qingran, do you recall what I said when I gifted you this? Yes. You mentioned it was a relic of your mother, meant for your future wife. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. I have already sent people to search. Please don't be angry, Xiangshan. Fang Qingran cautiously apologized, yet Su Xiangshan's demeanor remained unyielding. With a stern countenance, he replied, Fang Qingran, if this necklace cannot be found, we need not continue any further. You have truly disappointed me. After finishing his words, the man stormed off, leaving Fang Qingran in a state of confusion and helplessness. Shen Qingyu, Ruan Mingyi, and Yi Qiao stood to the side, gossiping. Yi Qiao whispered, wasn't it said that Fang Qingran had captured Su Xiangshan's heart? Why does he still treat her so poorly? Ruan Mingyi replied with disinterest. Who knows what kind of mood Su Xiangshan is in? It's just a necklace. Is it really worth such anger? Yi Qiao continued. I heard earlier that Su Xiangshan gifted Fang Qing a keepsake from his mother. She was deeply touched, and it is said that the necklace is worth a fortune. So it's no wonder he is so enraged. Wei Qi murmured, worth a fortune. Hey, do you think that necklace has gone missing? Could it have been stolen? Half an hour later, for reasons unknown, Fang Qingran approached Shen Qingyu angrily. The woman rushed over, raising her hand as if to strike Shen Qingyu, but was swiftly seized by her. Ruan Mingyi, realizing the situation, pushed Fang Qingran aside, exclaiming, what are you doing? Fang Qingran, have you lost your mind? Fang Qingran's eyes were wild, filled with hatred as she glared at Shen Qingyu. It's you. You stole my necklace. You thief. Chapter 37. Seeking something or having other intentions, Ruan Mingyi was aware that Shen Qingyu could not possibly have committed such an act, and she prepared to argue her case with Fang Qingran. Shen Qingyu positioned herself protectively behind Ruan Mingyi, her gaze icy as she confronted Fang Qingran. I am not acquainted with you, nor do I know anything of the necklace you speak of. What evidence do you have to prove that I took your necklace? I reviewed the surveillance footage. At today's banquet, you were the only person I encountered. No one else approached me, Fang Qingran retorted. Is this your so-called evidence? Who else could it be? Everyone else at this gathering is of respectable status, and you were brought here by Ruan Mingyi. Fang Qingran smirked condescendingly, scrutinizing Shen Qingyu with disdain. I have heard whispers that you are not even Ruan Mingyi's intended match, nor a family heir. You are merely a destitute student from Jiang University. Onlookers began to murmur among themselves. I suspected as much. Ruan Mingyi has only ever brought unremarkable company. This time, however, her choice seems to have shifted, perhaps funded by her purse. It's no wonder his identity is elusive. We presumed he hailed from Beijing, but he is clearly of a different class. I wondered why I had never seen such a figure before. Turns out he is Ruan Mingyi's kept boy. Even if he is a student at Jiang University, engaging in such disgraceful conduct tarnishes the institution's reputation. Yet, there remains no evidence implicating him. It would be prudent not to jump to conclusions lest we wrong an innocent. Fang Qingran affirmed, indeed, who among us would covet a necklace but a penniless student? With an air of superiority, Fang Qingran declared, you should hand over the necklace voluntarily. I want to involve the authorities, nor will I stoop to your level. Shen Qingyu maintained her composure. You are free to call the police. It is reasonable to seek assistance for lost property. However, I assure you, I have not touched your belongings, lest your pursuit of me is futile. You, even when cornered, you still attempt to argue. Fang Qingran exclaimed. A simple search will reveal whether you have stolen it. Search me? Are you a police officer? Do you possess a warrant? Shen Qingyu squinted, a hint of danger glimmering in her eyes. Fang Qingran faltered under her gaze, her lips pressed together as she averted her eyes. Your refusal to be searched indicates your guilt. Are you searching for the necklace, or do you harbor ulterior motives? Ruan Mingyi chuckled at Shen Qingyu's remark. Stepping closer with intrigue, Fang Qingran, could it be that you have taken a fancy to him, attempting to exploit this situation to your advantage? The previously tense atmosphere lightened as Shen Qingyu and Ruan Mingyi exchanged banter. Fang Qingran's face flushed with embarrassment, and in a fit of frustration, she stomped her foot. You speak nonsense. I merely wish to retrieve my necklace. Who would be interested in his body? Ruan Mingyi smirked. Just moments ago, numerous women surrounded us, all eyeing him with desire. Fang Qingran coldly snorted. That is about them. The only person I care for is Xiangshan. Do not attempt to divert the topic. If you continue to babble, do not blame me for being forceful. Just as Fang Qingran thought she might summon the Sheng family to take matters seriously, Shen Qingyu unexpectedly agreed. Very well, search me. But what if you find nothing? I will not accept mere apologies. You stated this yourself. If nothing is found, I will submit to your whims, for I am certain the item is on you. Fine, but I have a request. What is it? You must search me here. In front of everyone. If we leave this place, I could have 10 mouths and still fail to clarify, and it would merely be your word against mine. Dear? Search my body? Fang Qingren felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she noticed the many pairs of eyes upon her, akin to ants crawling on her skin. Xiangshan insisted this matter be resolved privately to avoid ridicule. If she were to be searched here, he would surely be furious. Moreover, did she truly have to touch a man in front of so many witnesses? I will have someone else search you. I will not do it myself. Lest you accuse me of harboring impure thoughts about your body. That won't do. You are the one who lost something, not anyone else. If you refuse to search, how can you prove my innocence? Do you think you can slander me and simply walk away? Shen Qingyu lifted her chin, taking a step forward. Her gaze descending upon the petite woman as she coldly commanded, search. Fang Qingran stood frozen, now caught in a precarious situation. In the crowd, Gu Yijin furrowed his brow. Shen Qingyu was entirely disregarding the expected norms. Shen Qingyu possessed an immense sense of pride. How could she accept being searched in front of so many? This was utterly unlike the person Gu Yijin thought he knew. Could the investigative materials have been erroneous? Was Shen Qingling's aloofness merely a fade? If so, this individual might be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Initially, Gu Yijin believed Shen Qingyu would never agree to a public search, and he planned to have the Xing family intervene, whisking Shen Qingyu away to resolve the matter out of sight. Once she was beyond the gaze of the crowd, his arranged accomplices would seamlessly retrieve the necklace from her. As long as Shen Qingyu was out of the public eye, everything would be manageable. After all, he possessed the necklace and could orchestrate the situation as he pleased. Yet, Shen Qingyu stubbornly refused to leave, willingly subjecting herself to a search in plain view, transforming the scenario into one where she was compelling Fang Qingran to search her. Gu Yijin sensed the situation was spiraling. Observing Shen Qingling's composed demeanor, the opinions of those nearby began to shift. What was wrong with Fang Qingran? Now, when asked to search, she hesitated and faltered. What was this about? Could it be that she truly intended to slander another? The young man appeared entirely unperturbed, suggesting this matter had little to do with him. To be honest, with such striking looks, countless women would willingly shower him with affection. Why would he need to steal Fang Qingran's necklace? Fang Qingran was proving to be rather thoughtless. Creating such a scene at the Xing family banquet, one had to wonder if Mr. Sheng would be displeased. And where was Su Xiangshan? He pays no heed to his own woman, creating such a ruckus over a mere necklace. It is truly disgraceful. Shen Qingyu, observing her hesitance, furrowed her brow in annoyance. Aren't you going to search? I have given you the opportunity, yet you remain still. What does this signify? If this situation were to befall the original owner, she would undoubtedly fall into Gu Yijin's trap. However, Shen Qingyu is not the original owner. Her self-respect holds no value in such trivial matters. It is merely a search. If one is to look, then let them look. And if a search is to be conducted, so be it. He, as a man, has nothing to lose. It is only in a deserted place that he would truly incur a loss, as no amount of effort would absolve him of suspicion. Regardless of the outcome, he would be branded with the dubious title of a thief. It is imperative that, under the watchful eyes of the public, those present witness her finding nothing. The woman before him appears to be a mindless pawn, with the orchestrators lurking behind, either Su Xiangshan or Gu Yijin, or perhaps they are in collusion. Otherwise, what reason would Su Xiangshan have to frame him so? Fang Qingran's eyelashes fluttered, and biting her lip, she finally extended her hand towards Shen Qingling. Chapter 38. The SSS-class goddess Fang Qingran was exceedingly anxious, her nerves frayed. For the first 20 years of her life, she had never encountered a man. Her few days spent with Su Xiangshan had not even involved holding hands. Now, however, she was expected to explore every inch of Shen Qingling's body, an endeavor that naturally left her in a state of trepidation. She turned her face to the side, closed her eyes, and tentatively reached out to feel around Shen Qingling's chest. Such impressive musculature, the texture felt exquisite. No, she had misjudged the location. Fang Qingran continued her search downward. How could there be 8 sculpted abdominal muscles? She swallowed hard. Moving further down, gasps and surprised exclamations from the women in the crowd reached her ears. What had she stumbled upon? Fang Qingran slowly opened her eyes to investigate. By the time she realized where her hand had landed, it was far too late. A sharp scream escaped her lips as her face flushed crimson. Her eyes averted from Shen Qingling. The tailored trousers he wore had a particular characteristic. They made everything unmistakably apparent. It was then that the women in the crowd erupted into whispers, their curiosity piqued. The nature of their murmurs was far too scandalous for Wang Mingyi to recount. She had never witnessed anything like this, leaving her to question her own eyesight. She resolved to verify the truth for herself next time. In stark contrast, Shen Qingyu remained composed, though the faint blush on his ears betrayed his embarrassment. Fang Qingran wished desperately to vanish into the ground. As the onlookers jested, Fang Qingran. Are you up to the task? If you're uncertain, let me take over. It was only then that Fang Qingran turned her attention back to Shen Qingyu, stammering, Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You should open your eyes and search. With a resigned tone, Fang Qingran thoroughly searched Shen Qingyu, yet failed to uncover the necklace she desperately sought. Her face drained of color as disbelief washed over her. How is this possible? She murmured, her breath growing heavy. It can't be. Aside from Xiangshan and you, there is no one else. Why is it not with you? Fang Qingran was bewildered, having never once doubted Su Xiangshan. Shen Qingyu adjusted his clothing and remarked, I have long told you that this matter has nothing to do with me. Now that you have searched and found nothing, shouldn't you apologize? At that moment, Fang Qingran's mind was still clouded, but she began to comprehend that this incident might indeed have no connection to the youth before her, nearly leading her to wrongfully accuse him. I'm sorry, I truly did not mean to wrong you. Losing the necklace has made me frantic, which led to my suspicion. I am genuinely sorry. Whatever compensation you desire, I will accept. She continued, How about I offer you 200,000 as restitution? Would that be acceptable? Shen Qingyu shook his head. I do not want your money. Come here. I have something to say to you. Fang Qingran, perplexed, nonetheless followed Shen Qingyu to a secluded spot. What transpired between them remained a mystery to the onlookers. However, it was clear that the allegations against Shen Qingyu had been proven unfounded, leading to yet another failure of Gu Yijin's scheme. The Gu family observed the entire scene unfold with rapt attention. Originally, when Sulan was enraged and nearly rushed out to reveal Shen Qingling's true identity when he was mocked. But she was firmly restrained by Gu Qiwang. Feeling a chill from Gu Qingwang's demeanor and a deep sense of guilt towards Shen Qingyu, when Sulan questioned with reddened eyes, Must my child endure such ridicule and humiliation? He is your child too, Gu Qiwang. How can you bear this? The man, with a warning glare, replied, If you go out now, it will not resolve anything. It will merely expose that the son the Gu family reclaimed is suspected of being a thief. Do you think his life would be any easier upon returning to the Gu family with such a tarnished reputation? When Sulan paused, comprehending his implication, Are you suggesting this matter is aimed at Qingling? Gu Qingwang's gaze was calm, embodying the scrutiny of a superior. If my son cannot handle such trivial matters, how can we expect him to inherit the Gu family? Gu Qiwang merely wished to observe how Shen Qingyu would respond, and to his satisfaction, Shen Qingyu did not disappoint him. With a smirk, he gazed at Shen Qingling's retreating figure. He is indeed of my blood. No wonder I always felt that Gu Yijin was unlike him, somewhat foolish. Perhaps it is a matter of lineage? When Sulan noticed the glimmer of favor in Gu Qiwang's eyes towards Shen Qingyu, albeit not in the manner of a father's affection, but rather in appreciation and satisfaction towards his potential heir, she sighed with relief. As long as Gu Qiwang could accept this child, she harbored no expectations for paternal love from him. She dared not imagine the consequences if that necklace were to be discovered on Shen Qingyu, especially with the Xing family watching intently. Searching for Shengxia, she found no trace of her, but instead spotted Sheng Yimo, clad in a black gown on the second floor, evidently having witnessed the entire affair. Given Xing Mo's previous dissatisfaction with Gu Yijin, when Sulan had worried she might also disapprove of Shen Qingyu, however, it appeared that would not be the case. As she observed a subtle smile gracing Xing Mo's lips as she looked upon Shen Qingyu, once Shen Qingyu resolved the incident, he found himself surrounded by an increasing number of women, seemingly invigorated by his identity as a poor boy, as it presented them with greater opportunities to approach him. Shen Qingyu, feeling overwhelmed, retreated to a corner to escape their attention. At that moment, a server approached with a drink. Sir, would you like a glass of wine? Shen Qingyu lifted the glass, swirling it in his hand, yet hesitated to take a sip. Nearby, Gu Yijin watched anxiously. Why was Shen Qingyu holding the drink without consuming it? Shen Qingyu appeared to toy with the glass, raising and lowering it repeatedly, causing Gu Yijin's frustration to mount. Was Shen Qingyu truly unaware? He could not know that the drink had been tampered with. This was Gu Yijin's third scheme, though rather crude. Its potential success could lead to Shen Qingling's utter disgrace. Anticipating the outcome, Gu Yijin watched eagerly as Shen Qingyu ultimately downed the drink. A hint of a cold smile played upon the lips of the young man. Guijin, is this all you can muster? It is laughably low, he remarked. But I shall indulge you for a while. After a brief moment, Shen Qingyu vanished from Guijin's sight. Guijin presumed that Shen Qingyu had merely stepped away to the restroom and thought little of it. Before long, Shen Qingyu reappeared. His face flushed as if under the influence of intoxication, his body radiating an uncomfortable heat that caused him to furrow his brow. A nearby attendant approached him, saying, "Sir, you appear to be inebriated. Allow me to assist you to a guest room for some respite." Shen Qingyu nodded in agreement, and the attendant guided him upstairs, seemingly intent on leading him to a particular room. At that moment, an excited voice interrupted the atmosphere. 077, 3S, level strategy character detected. Points, 1, 000, 000. Name, unknown. Goddess level, SSS. Identity, unknown. Personality, unknown. Plot relevance, 70. Ending, insufficient points, unable to unlock. Instantly, Shen Qingyu regained his composure. How much? 1 million points. Chapter 39. The ending will be rewritten by him indeed. The S-class goddess is a rare entity. Should the host successfully pursue her, numerous rewards await. However, I do not even know her name. How can I embark on this pursuit? This necessitates the host's own efforts, as all pertaining to her remains shrouded in mystery, including the absence of any indication of affection. Without such a measure, how can I ascertain whether she is my target? The host can observe the progress bar for the unknown goddess. In the pursuit section, any fluctuation in this bar is akin to an affection value, albeit lacking immediate effects, thus heightening the challenge of the pursuit. Shen Qingyu glanced at the panel, noticing that the progress bar for the unknown goddess displayed a meager 8%, suggesting that this individual had witnessed his actions at the banquet and developed a slight fondness for him. Although this sentiment is pitifully low, surely the other women, including Feng Qingran, possess a higher affection value than that. It seems she is not one to be easily swayed. Naturally, the higher the rank, the more formidable the pursuit becomes, presenting its own set of challenges. Then, who could she be? There were at least a few hundred attendees at today's banquet. How might he narrow down the possibilities? Shen Qingyu furrowed his brow, pausing to survey his surroundings, his gaze settling on the nearest door. Are all these rooms guest accommodations? Perhaps I shall proceed with this. Apologies, sir, but this is Mr. Sheng's office. Guest rooms are further ahead. Oh, Mr. Sheng. There is only one Mr. Sheng from the Sheng family. Sheng Mo, the sister of Sheng Xia. Could it be her? Shen Qingyu recalled that the original text provided scant details about Sheng Mo. Her appearances could be counted on one hand, often detailing the accomplishments of the Sheng family or her subtle disdain for Guijin. In the original narrative, Sheng Mo was not particularly pleased with this arranged union for her sister, but due to parental arrangements and the Gu family's influence, she refrained from voicing her discontent. Nonetheless, she consistently regarded Guijin with coldness and had expressed to Sheng Xia that he was not as admirable as he appeared, instilling doubt in her sister, which led to Guijin harboring resentment. He not only coveted the entirety of the Gu family, but also secretly coveted the Sheng family's wealth, attempting to brainwash Sheng Xia. Yet, the ultimate outcome remains unknown to Shen Qingyu, as he had not finished reading. Damn it, had he known he would be transported into this book, he would have read it from cover to cover countless times. Regrettably, it is now futile to lament. The conclusion of this tale shall be rewritten by him. Sir, are you well? The attendant called out to him twice, noticing his silence. Shen Qingyu, pressing his forehead with discomfort, frowned and replied, I am fine. Let us proceed. The attendant then assisted Shen Qingyu to the guest room, kindly guiding him to the edge of the bed. After lying down, Shen Qingyu adjusted the bow tie around his neck. Would you like assistance in undressing? No need. Please leave. Very well. Please rest. I shall return to awaken you before the banquet concludes. The attendant stepped outside to close the door, securing it from the outside to prevent Shen Qingyu from escaping. After surveying his surroundings, he cautiously retrieved his phone and swiftly sent a message. The person has entered the room. Come quickly. Receive. Guijin. Upon receiving the message confirming that Shen Qingyu had willingly walked into his trap, took a sip of the nearby red wine, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Rather than immediately assigning a female attendant to approach Shen Qingyu, Guijin opted for a more strategic approach. While sending a woman directly might yield quicker results, it relied on the assumption that Shen Qingyu would follow her. Guijin was well aware of Shen Qingyu's notoriously aloof and ascetic nature. He would undoubtedly be wary of any woman approaching him. Had a female attendant approached him first, it was likely he wouldn't have engaged at all. Thus, the plan was to allow the male attendant to successfully bring Shen Qingyu upstairs before sending in a woman, as the outcome would remain unchanged. Once the attendant left, Shen Qingyu immediately opened his eyes, rising to hide behind the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. The effects of the drug coursing through his body intensified, compelling him to grit his teeth and endure. For the sake of his points, he had to persevere. It was undeniable that Gu Yijin had concocted a potent drug, likely acquired from dubious sources. Shen Qingyu's forehead was taut with veins, his mouth parched, and a fiery heat surged within him, escalating to an alarming degree, making him fear he might lose his composure. Fortunately, with the assistance of 077, he wouldn't completely lose his sanity. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to engage with Gu Yijin so recklessly. Not long after, footsteps echoed outside, and Shen Qingyu's expression turned perilous. A female attendant entered, and before she could react, Shen Qingyu swiftly knocked her unconscious. Gazing at the woman sprawled on the floor, he smirked coldly. Such modest beauty could not possibly entice him. He searched her belongings and, upon finding her phone, promptly powered it down. Peering through the crack of the door, he noticed the attendant was nowhere to be seen, likely downstairs preparing to bring someone up. If Shen Qingyu were to succumb to the drug and lie here unconscious, the inevitable outcome would be that this woman could commit unspeakable acts against him, leaving visible marks and potentially screaming for attention. When the attendant returned with others, she could then falsely accuse Shen Qingyu of assault, painting him as a man who uncontrollably succumbed to desire in any situation. Though Gu Yijin's scheme was lowly, it was undeniably ruthless. By the time Shen Qingyu attempted to explain himself, it would be too late. Regardless of whether anyone believed him to be wronged, the image of him in such a compromising state would irrevocably tarnish his reputation. Sometimes, the truth holds little significance. Gu Yijin understood this well. Once incriminating images circulated, it would be nearly impossible for Shen Qingyu to redeem himself. Would the Gu family even acknowledge him as their son then? Given Gu Qingwang's disposition, it seemed highly improbable. Did Gu Yijin truly think he could ruin him so effortlessly in the public eye? Such tactics were hardly formidable. Shen Qingyu approached the mirror, tousling his hair and loosening his clothing. A strange flush adorned his cheeks, and his entire body felt feverish, his gaze unfocused, clearly indicating an abnormal state. Once he had accomplished these adjustments, he opened the door and stepped outside. Following the threads of memory, he arrived at Sheng Mo's door and pushed it open without hesitation. Fortunately, the door was not locked. The room was enveloped in darkness, with only a dim, yellow floor lamp illuminating the figure of a woman. She stood by the window, lost in thought, and upon hearing the sound, assumed it was one of her subordinates come to report on matters. Yet, it was uncommon for anyone to enter so boldly. She turned, her brows furrowed, and lifted her gaze in inquiry. "Who is it? Do you not know how to knock?" Chapter 40. Entangled with an unhinged individual as that person approached, Shang Mo revealed a look of astonishment and confusion. Why is it him? To this day, she remains unaware of his name. The youth's eyes are dazed, his face flushed, his attire disheveled, and his hair in disarray. Cold sweat dampens his forehead, with droplets clinging to his lashes, blurring the line between water and perspiration. In any case, he appears distinctly unwell. Yet, this very appearance inexplicably captivates. Previously, at the banquet, he exuded grace and composure while playing the piano, and his poise in the face of unjust accusations was utterly charming. This stark contrast to his current state is striking. It seems this individual possesses such a side as well. Sheng Mo prides herself on not being a woman easily swayed by a man's looks, but the impression he leaves is profound, particularly with that striking visage that renders one speechless. What does it signify that he presents himself in such a manner in her room? Shen Qingyu's eyes are red, and Sheng Mo senses he is on the brink of losing control. It is her first encounter with such a situation, and she furrows her brow, inquiring, "What is the matter?" His gaze is unfocused, struggling to articulate a response. The youth gasps, his voice hoarse and barely coherent. "Someone wants to harm me. They drug me." Sheng Mo frowns. How audacious for someone to commit such an act within the Sheng residence. What is this boy's identity? What could be the motive behind drugging him? Wasn't he merely described as a poor student from Jiang University? Or perhaps his captivating face has attracted unwanted attention, leading a woman to resort to such despicable measures? If so, how did he end up here? Alternatively, it could also be intentional. Sheng Mo gazes at his enchanting face and reflects. Numerous men have attempted to seduce her with various tactics, yet this is a first of a rather unique kind. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter cannot be allowed to spread if the media were to discover that someone was drugged at her banquet. She shudders to think of the sensationalism that would ensue regarding the Shen family. She has no desire to be entangled in such sordid news. Shen Qingyu, unable to maintain his balance, suddenly collapses against Shen Qingyu. To call it an embrace would be misleading. He merely leans heavily against her. Behind Shen Qingyu lies a vast expanse of floor-to-ceiling windows, rendering her immobile. The heat radiating from the youth envelopes her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. He burns with an intensity that makes her skin feel scorched. Hot, he murmurs, seemingly fixated only on that word. The woman emits a delightful fragrance. Crisp and refreshing, yet it does nothing to quell his rising agitation. Shen Qingyu exerts considerable effort to push him away slightly. His gaze remains fervent, as if she were a delectable confection before him. It was akin to the gaze of a hunter fixated on its prey. He fixated on the woman's crimson lips and, without hesitation, pressed his lips against hers. Shen Qing's eyes widened, her breath caught in her throat, and the tension in her mind snapped. In a flurry of panic, the woman inadvertently knocked over a lamp, plunging the room into utter darkness. In this obscurity, the sensations of her senses became increasingly acute. The boy was enveloped in the refreshing aroma of mint and cedar, which suddenly overwhelmed all her senses. His palm cradled the back of her head, guiding her toward him, while his other hand caressed her cheek, her cascading hair entwining with his cuff. The warmth of his lips ignited a fine current that surged from her toes. And as their lips met, she could almost hear the thunderous beat of her heart, a sound potent enough to shatter the cacophony of the city. Those who had experienced Shen Qingling's kiss spoke of its excellence. The extent of that excellence was evident in Shen Qing's inability to push him away even now. Of course, another reason was her utter bewilderment. This was Shen Qing's first kiss. She had never envisioned that her inaugural kiss would unfold in such an absurd and dramatically charged scenario, a cold young man, drugged at a high society banquet, intruding into her room and succumbing to the impulse of kissing her. In the stillness of the night, within an environment shrouded in darkness, only the boy's fervent breath and her racing heartbeat filled the air. It was a kiss that rendered her somewhat unhinged. She compelled herself to regain her composure. Yet the boy's incessant allure sent her mind into a whirl, the rush of hormones overwhelming her senses, drawing her deeper into the moment. Previously, she had never grasped the significance of a kiss until she experienced it firsthand. Though Shen Qingling had kissed her for no more than a few seconds, it felt to Shen Qingyu as if an eternity had passed. Just as she began to regain her rationality, she reached out to push Shen Qingling away. But he released her, as if the kiss had restored a modicum of his composure. Breathing heavily, he leaned against her shoulder, murmuring an apology. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. His voice betrayed his struggle for restraint. Shen Qingyu replied calmly, I have a private doctor at home. You should drink some water to calm down while I call him. She attempted to guide Shen Qingling to the sofa, but after a couple of steps, they stumbled over an unseen obstacle and fell together. Shen Qingling instinctively wrapped his arms around her, preventing her from harm. She was held tightly by the boy, his heart racing in her ear. Are you all right? I'm fine. In truth, she was far from fine. She was in turmoil. Everything that had transpired today was beyond her control. Could you please let go of me? I'm sorry. The boy's voice carried a hint of embarrassment as he gently released her. Shen Qingyu held no ill will toward him. She simply wished to retrieve her phone and summon Dr. Qing. Rising, she located her phone on the sofa. Come to the third room on the second floor. Someone has been drugged. Yes, it seems the effects are quite severe. Please come immediately. After the call, she lifted her gaze towards the direction where Shen Qingling stood. She illuminated his figure with the light from her phone and approached him, intending to help Shen Qingling to the sofa. However, for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable urge to shift her gaze towards the window. Squinting, she walked over and drew the curtains closed. The room was plunged into complete darkness. And as Shen Qingyu reached to turn on the light, Shen Qingling grasped her hand. Are you going to turn on the light? Yes, why? Could you not turn on the light? Why? After Shen Qingyu posed this question, the room descended into an oppressive silence. She arched an eyebrow. Do you not want me to see you? Shen Qingling pressed his lips together. It's quite embarrassing. Shen Qingyu discerned that he was a person of considerable pride. Indeed, had she found herself in a similar predicament, she too would not wish for anyone to witness her disarray. She lowered her gaze to scrutinize him, and the young man abruptly shielded his eyes with his hand, revealing only his prominent nose and slightly parted, delicate lips, which still bore traces of her lipstick. This recollection of their kiss surged back to her mind. Why hide your eyes? Are you afraid to look at me? Is it out of embarrassment or an inability to restrain yourself? Shen Qingyu crouched down, removing his hand and locking her gaze onto his. You dared to kiss me so boldly earlier, yet now you cannot even meet my eyes? Shen Qingyu opened his eyes to face her, his brow furrowed. His gaze a blend of confusion and suppressed desire. The sight of his breathless restraint elicited a smile from Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu found himself unable to decipher the meaning behind her smile. He was utterly unaware of the kind of madness he had inadvertently entangled himself with. Chapter 41. Mr. Sheng and the man kissing in the room. A knock echoed from outside the door, prompting Shen Qingyu to retract her gaze and rise. Come in, doctor. Qin hesitated for a moment upon entering the dimly lit room. As a woman stepped from the shadows into the light at the door, it became evident she intended to shield the boy within from Dr. Qin's view. The typically meticulous woman appeared disheveled, her hair slightly tousled, lipstick smudged, and the corners of her eyes tinged with red, a clear indication of. Qin was filled with astonishment, pondering who the daring individual inside could be. Audacious enough to pluck fur from the tiger's face, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Yet, adhering to his professional decorum, he refrained from probing further. Mr. Sheng merely needed to ensure this was resolved. Very well. Shen Qingyu accepted the medication from his hand and promptly ushered him out. She then crouched beside Shen Qingyu once more. Before I give you the medication, you must answer me a question. All right. Prior to this, have you kissed any other women? Shen Qingyu could not discern the woman's expression. He was unaware that her gaze bore scrutiny and peril. Should she fail to receive the answer she desired, it was unlikely he would easily leave this place today. No. Upon hearing the desired response, Shen Qingyu revealed a satisfied smile, placing the medication into Shen Qingyu's mouth. After a moment of calm, he sensed the heat dissipating from his body, leaving him tranquil as still water. Noticing the boy's steadying breath, Shen Qingyu inquired, Can we turn on the lights now? Yes. Shen Qingyu illuminated the room, and Shen Qingyu stood, meticulously fastening his shirt's top button and smoothing his hair. Observing the lipstick mark at the corner of his mouth, Shen Qingyu remarked with a subtle expression, Aren't you going to wipe off that lipstick? At her words, the boy's face flushed once more. Shen Qingyu found his reaction intriguingly contrasting. He had been exceedingly graceful during the performance downstairs, composed when wronged, and alluringly enticing when drugged. Just as he managed to restore his cool demeanor, her single comment brought a blush to his cheeks. Is this what it means to be an innocent young man? Shen Qingyu wiped the mark from his lips, but upon seeing the red stain on his hand, he was reminded of something and averted his gaze. Not daring to meet Shen Qing's eyes, Shen Qingyu surmised he must be recalling that kiss. She slowly approached him. What is your name? Shen Qingyu was not one to engage in idle chatter unless she found something intriguing. Why do you not answer me? It is not important. Shen Qingyu aimed to leave her with the impression that he was not deliberately seeking her out. Once an encounter takes on a defined intention, it loses its romantic spontaneity. Indeed, as Shen Qingyu regained her composure, her naturally suspicious nature began to emerge. Then do you know who I am? I do. The attendant mentioned it while passing by. Then why did you specifically enter my room? Her questioning carried a palpable intensity, as if she were pressing Shen Qingyu closer to a revelation. She sought to discern any signs of pretense or guilt upon his face. If today's incident were a meticulously orchestrated scheme, Shen Mo's affection for Shen Qingyu would be instantly obliterated, perhaps even replaced by a desire for retribution due to feeling deceived. However, should it be a mere coincidence? Her interest in the young man before her would only intensify. Shen Qingyu, having performed in numerous plays in his previous life, found today's act to be no challenge at all. He revealed no sign of peculiarity. He recounted to Shen Qingyu the narrative he had long envisioned. You belong to the Sheng family, and apart from you, I know not whom to turn to. I do not wish for this appearance to be seen by others. You, having witnessed it, will not spread the word, for today's gathering is of utmost importance. Yet others may not be so discreet. Shen Qingyu restored his demeanor of aloof rationality, uncertain whether the woman before him believed his account. Shen Qingyu continued to inquire. Do you know who drugged you? I can only recall the visage of a certain attendant, and there was a woman in the room whom I rendered unconscious before fleeing. Had I not awakened in time, I fear. Shen Qingyu was well aware of the potential ramifications. Such scenarios were not uncommon in high society. Yet, who would have reason to harm him? What could their motive be? Who are you truly? If you are merely an ordinary student, I cannot fathom why someone would treat you in this manner. Shen Qingyu did not associate the young man with the true heir of the Gu family. She was only aware that the genuine heir was set to return, knowing nothing beyond that. Who would surmise he would appear at the Sheng family's banquet and share a kiss with her? But I am merely an ordinary student. Perhaps I inadvertently offended someone today. Suddenly, Shen Qingyu thought of Guijin. He had dominated the scene upon his entrance, and being both cunning and vengeful, it was plausible he might covertly target Shen Qingyu. I shall investigate this matter and provide you with an explanation. Thank you, Miss Sheng. Then please provide me with your contact information. I shall inform you once I have results. Shen Qingyu had ulterior motives. Anyone with even a slight understanding of her would recognize that she seldom acted out of benevolence. She would not seek justice for someone of no profit or value to her. She would not. Shen Qingyu added Shen Qingyu on WeChat. After his departure, Shen Qingyu glanced at Shen Qingyu's WeChat profile before dialing a number. Assist me in investigating someone. Indeed, every detail must be scrutinized, particularly his relations with women. After hearing something on the other end of the line, Shen Mo's expression shifted subtly, accompanied by an enigmatic smile. Once Shen Qingyu descended the stairs, a number of guests were engaged in hushed discussions. Wan Mingyi had been frantically searching for Shen Qingyu and, upon finally spotting him, could not contain his inquiry. Where have you been? I looked everywhere for you and thought you might have been kidnapped. I was on the verge of calling the police. Shen Qingyu replied with a calm smile. It wasn't that dramatic. I merely went upstairs to rest for a while. Wan Mingyi exhaled in relief. You should have informed me beforehand. You had me worried sick. Apologies, I was a bit inebriated at the time. You drank? Well, my tolerance for alcohol is quite poor. Just a few sips and I'm done for. Next time, let us drink together. It wouldn't matter if I get drunk, she said. Yi Qiao leaned in with a teasing smile. I see that your intentions are not solely about the wine. You seem to desire something else. Wan Mingyi shot her an annoyed glance. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Shen Qingyu nodded. You are. Yi Qiao burst into laughter, and Wan Mingyi joined in. At that moment, Wei Chiho whispered, have you checked your phones? President Sheng is trending. Wan Mingyi blinked. Isn't it normal for President Sheng to be trending? Today is the Sheng family's banquet. The media is all over it. Wei Chiho shook his head. It's not about that. The trending topic reveals that President Sheng was seen kissing a man in a room, and everyone is speculating about the identity of that man. Chapter 42. In her eyes. Men are a non-entity. Wan Mingyi glanced at her phone. Catching sight of a trending topic, the president of Sheng Corporation engages in a passionate kiss with a man. Upon delving into the comments, she found them quite amusing. I thought it was a male president passionately kissing another man. I eagerly clicked only to find otherwise. Haha. I thought the same. Who would have imagined it was a female president? Judging by her silhouette, she must be a stunning beauty with an incredible figure. That waist-to-hip ratio is simply perfect. What a pity we can't see the man's face. I would be utterly in awe of anyone who could win the affection of such a high-profile figure. The photograph looks like a scene from a blockbuster film. So atmospheric. Surely, they didn't choose this angle by mere chance? No way. Has President Sheng fallen in love? I can't even envision her in a romantic light. Only remember her fearsome demeanor while reprimanding people in the company. Would she scold her partner with that same icy expression? Ah, what a thought. That would be quite the training. Any man fortunate enough to be trained by President Sheng must possess extraordinary charm, for her standards are undoubtedly sky-high. That man is so tall, like a double-door refrigerator. One glance is enough to tell he is a handsome fellow. In the image, only Sheng Mo's back was visible, along with the man bending down to kiss her, rendering their faces indistinguishable. Shen Qingyu had anticipated being captured in such a moment. However, reflecting on it, given the multitude of journalists present, it was unsurprising that many sought to uncover juicy tidbits about affluent families. Shen Qingyu maintained his composure, feigning ignorance. He glanced at the progress bar for the unknown goddess, and as expected, it had changed. Yet, it had merely risen from 8 to 15. Was his effort truly only yielding such a meager increase? Or was it possible that Sheng Mo was not the unknown goddess at all? Shen Qingyu felt a twinge of confusion. Chi-Chi, do you think my judgment might be flawed? Could Sheng Mo not be the unknown goddess? I'm not sure. But I feel that if it truly were Sheng Mo, the heart throb score should be considerably higher. Perhaps other men register as negative values in her presence. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Shen Qingyu remarked, you have a way of offering comfort, and yet, your reasoning holds merit. After perusing the trending comments, Wan Mingyi exclaimed, ah, even a woman like President Sheng can experience a flutter of feelings? I thought she regarded men with the same indifference as one would a dog. Yi Qiao, with a serious demeanor, analyzed, perhaps it's a match for a family alliance. She appears to be someone who could sacrifice her marriage for the Sheng family. In her eyes, men likely hold little distinction. Furrowing her brow, Wan Mingyi replied, but there is no need for her to kiss in a room. I can hardly imagine her cold visage engaging in passionate embraces. Wei Qi sighed. I am curious about the kind of man who could win over a woman like President Xing. Another young lady approached, joining the discussion. Perhaps he is merely a pretty boy meant to regulate hormones? President Xing only manipulates with wealth. I doubt any man could influence her. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Ha ha ha. As if President Xing's world revolves solely around money. Anyone who has interacted with her knows that in her eyes, men are a non-entity, as are women. Only those who can be of use exist. Shen Qingyu, overhearing their discussion, discerned the impression that Shang Mo left on everyone, indifferent to romantic pursuits, fiercely dedicated to wealth, and willing to sacrifice everything for the interests of her family. On the second floor, Shang Mo became aware of her trending status. Shang, do you need to have the trending topic removed? No need, she replied nonchalantly, as long as it did not reflect negatively on the Shang family. She gazed at the photograph and silently saved it. Suddenly, Shang Xia burst in, wearing an expression of eager curiosity as she regarded Shang Mo. Who would have thought our esteemed Xing would have such moments? Come on, who is this man? Shang Xia had often mocked Shang Mo for her lack of understanding of love and her cold-heartedness. Indeed, over the years, Shang Mo had never been rumored to be involved with any man, nor had she engaged with anyone privately. All her interactions were strictly professional. Now, witnessing her seemingly unfeeling sister display any signs of affection, Shang Xia could not contain her urge to gossip about the man who had captured her attention. Enough to disregard a banquet and share a kiss with him in a room. Shang Xia had to concede that this man must possess some remarkable qualities to elicit such behavior from someone like Shang Mo, with a frosty demeanor. Shang Mo lifted her gaze to her sister. What man? Shang Xia assumed she was feigning ignorance. The one you kissed, who was trending with you. Shang Mo casually twirled the pen in her hand. There is no man. Impossible. Is he still in the room? Shang Xia was skeptical and began searching the room, but found nothing. This shouldn't be, she murmured, her curiosity piqued about who this man could be. Approaching Shang Mo, she adopted an unusually gentle tone. I'm your sister. I won't tell anyone. Let me meet this future brother-in-law. I'm simply curious about what kind of man he is. Finally, Shang Mo raised an eyebrow. So curious? Shang Xia nodded vigorously. I want to know. Shang Mo replied bluntly, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I'm not aware of his identity. What? Are you saying you fell in love at first sight, kissed here, and then he vanished? Pretty much. You must be joking. If you don't want to tell me, that is fine, but I will find out sooner or later. You can't hide this from me. With that, Shang Xia stormed out. She descended the stairs in search of Gu Yijin, eager to gossip about the incident, only to find no trace of her. With a puzzled expression, she muttered, how strange, where could a Jin have gone? Suddenly, Fang Qingyan appeared from nowhere. Shang Xia, are you looking for Gu Yijin? Yes, have you seen her? I did, she is in the restroom with a woman. What nonsense are you spouting? How could a Jin be with another woman? Shang Xia's anger flared, though she assumed it was some foolish woman attempting to entice Gu Yijin. She refused to believe that Gu Yijin would betray her. Fuming, she headed toward the restroom. Fang Qingyan smirked coldly, Gu Yijin, if you dare use me as a pawn, be prepared for the Shang family to cast you aside. In the height of summer, Shang Xia rushed into the men's restroom, determined to search each room for the presence of Gu Yijin. The restrooms of the Shang family were designed as individual rooms, each featuring a lounge area, with the actual facilities concealed within a small cubicle. As Shang Xia searched room by room, she inadvertently stumbled upon a man engaging in flirtation with Ying Shishing on the sofa within one of the rooms. A wave of suspicion washed over her, prompting thoughts of whether Gu Yijin was also clandestinely indulging in such behavior behind her back. With a resounding slam, she shut the door and hurried to the last room. Gritting her teeth, she flung the door open, her eyes widening in shock at the scene before her, rage simmering within her beautiful gaze. A woman's piercing scream erupted. Gu Yijin, what are you doing? Chapter 43. Gu Yijing's confrontation on the sofa. Gu Yijing, with eyes ablaze, was pressing down on a woman. Upon hearing that familiar voice, he regained a semblance of rationality. As he turned his head, Shang Xia rushed forward and slapped Gu Yijing hard, then seized the woman's hair and struck her twice. In moments of fury, a woman can unleash strength thrice her usual capacity. However, this pampered lady, Shang Xia, raised in comfort, soon found her own hands stinging from the blows. As she rubbed her wrist and wept while questioning Gu Yijing. What are you doing? How could you betray me with another woman, especially in my own home? Gu Yijing finally came to his senses. Despite his discomfort, he felt compelled to explain himself to Shang Xia. He could not afford to lose her support. He grasped her hand and implored, "Xia Xia, let me explain. It is not as you perceive." Sheng Xia forcefully pushed him away. "You are filthy. Speak your words. But do not touch me." Her heart was torn, unable to accept that the man she had cherished for so long was not the person she had envisioned. The thought of such a reality was unbearable, rendering her previous declarations before Shang Imo a mere farce. "I don't know who slipped me that drink, but after consuming it, I felt strange. I intended to wash my face in the restroom to clear my head when this woman entered. It was her. She seduced me, and I lost my senses. If you hadn't come, I might have truly wronged you. If that had happened, I would have no face left to see you again." Gu Yijing was not foolish. He quickly identified the advantageous points to present to Shang Xia. He acknowledged the truth of his intoxication, but also the fact that he had intended to engage with this woman. She was fiery and alluring. A stark contrast to the delicate and pampered Shang Xia, who would never permit such advances. Any man would find it impossible to endure the temptation for so long. Shang Xia, feeling the warmth from Gu Yijing's earlier grip, observed his flushed countenance. She wiped her tears and, with a trembling voice, asked, "Are you saying someone drugged you and orchestrated this encounter?" Gu Yijing, furrowing his brows, nodded solemnly. "Yes, that is precisely what I mean. I suspect your arrival here was also planned, aimed at exposing this situation and causing our rift." Sheng Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Who could be so sinister? Gu Yijing lowered his gaze, his expression darkening. "Who informed you of my presence here?" Sheng Xia murmured. "It was Fang Qingran, but why would she do this? She isn't capable of such manipulation." Though Gu Yijing felt unwell and could not dwell on the matter, he grimaced and said, "Xia Xia, could you please call Dr. Qin for me? I am feeling quite ill." Despite understanding that Gu Yijing did not intend to betray her, Sheng Xia could not quell her anger upon witnessing the scene. She pressed her lips together, her expression still grim. "Understood. You stay here. And keep an eye on that woman." As the sweltering summer receded, Gu Yijing struck the woman with a sharp slap, gripping her throat as he demanded, "Speak. Who sent you to harm me? Was it Fang Qingran?" The woman, tears streaming down her face, protested, "No, I never intended to harm you. I merely noticed something was amiss with you and couldn't help myself, for I truly adore you. Just to have had a moment with you would suffice, young Master Gu. My intentions are genuine." She feigned innocence, recalling the earlier words of a confidant. Gu Yijing, known for his self-obsession, would accept her claims of affection if they were sincere and voluntary, without further suspicion. Indeed, he hesitated, his gaze drawn to her ample bosom, igniting a fire within him that could not be quelled. Releasing her, he kicked over a nearby tea table in frustration. Damn it! Shen Qingyu had vanished, and his plans had unraveled, ensnared in someone else's trap, falling victim to the very schemes he sought to orchestrate. He couldn't help but wonder if Shen Qingyu was behind it. Yet, Shen Qingyu had been intoxicated and had gone upstairs without any opportunity to orchestrate such a plot, unless he possessed some uncanny foresight regarding Gu Yijing's actions. Furthermore, Shen Qingyu was still oblivious to his true identity. What motive could she possibly have to target him? Ultimately, it seemed that the real issue lay with Fang Qingran. Could it be that she had uncovered the scheme involving Su Xiangshan and herself? It must be so. Gu Yijing clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing his fury. Fang Qingran, you dare to treat me this way? Just wait and see. Gu Yijing was an intriguing character. He deemed it acceptable to harm others while labeling those who harmed him as deceitful scoundrels, embodying the quintessential villainous mindset, narrow-minded and vindictive. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized the marks on his face, feeling a deeper disdain for Xingxia. Were it not for her status as a scion of the Sheng family, he would not have tolerated her antics for so many years. Once he had secured everything, Xingxia would not escape unscathed. Xingxia summoned Dr. Qin, confirming that Gu Yijing had indeed been drugged, and his complexion gradually improved. However, Dr. Qin found it peculiar that so many patients requiring herbal remedies had emerged that day. Already, there were 2 in a short span. Yet, as a private physician, he remained discreet, uttering not a word beyond his professional obligations before departing. Gu Yijing expected Xingxia to stay and apply the medicine to his face, but to his surprise, she had no such intention. After interrogating the woman, she prepared to leave. Gu Yijing grasped her hand, imploring, "Xia Xia, won't you stay with me? I cannot go out like this." Xingxia scoffed. "Gu Yijing, your behavior today has utterly disappointed me. You lost to that handsome fellow in piano, and now you've been drugged. How can you justify betraying my trust?" Gu Yijing protested. "It's not that I lack skill. Why emphasize that Shen Qingyu is handsome? What does that even mean? He chuckled bitterly and continued, Xia, I told you I was drugged, and Dr. Qin confirmed it. If you already know, why let it trouble you? I did not intend for this to happen. Sheng Xia frowned. Could you not endure this for my sake? Is it that any woman will do for you? Moreover, as the young master of the Gu family, your thoughts are remarkably superficial. I truly wonder how you intend to protect me in the future. Perhaps you should return home, for I do not wish to see you. It is I who will be mocked by others because of your behavior. Gu Yijin, previously, you professed that regardless of circumstances, even if left with nothing, you would accompany him, as long as you could be together forever. Yet now you express uncertainty about how he might protect you in the future. Once, you clung to him, unwilling for him to depart. Now you are the one urging him to leave and return home. What of you? What do you intend to do? I am going to find Wanmingyi. Is that so? Are you seeking Wanmingyi, or are you going to see that man? Gu Yijin, have you lost your mind? Enough. I do not wish to engage in this discussion with you. Please return home and reflect on your actions. Shang Xia, showing no inclination to indulge him, suddenly began to doubt her ability to endure such hardships alongside Gu Yijin. The Gu Yijin of yore was intelligent, thoughtful, and considerate, always willing to pamper and comfort her. Now he seemed like a completely different person. More importantly, he had succumbed to the influence of Wanmingyi's companion. How could her man possibly be inferior to Wanmingyi's? Filled with frustration, Shang Xia departed from that place. Gu Yijin felt a pang of betrayal, as if he were the one wronged. Ironically, Shen Qingyu had done nothing deliberate against her, yet she remained fixated on Shen Qingyu. He could see through her. She had indeed developed feelings for Shen Qingyu. This was not a favorable situation for him. When she eventually discovers that the intended marriage partner is Shen Qingyu, will she still steadfastly stand by his side? Chapter 44. Gu Yijin, I have returned after Sheng Xia exited. Sheng Ma also descended. Holding a wine glass, Sheng Ma engaged in conversation with the guests, surrounded by numerous admirers vying for her attention, hoping to elicit a smile from the enchanting woman. Indeed, Sheng Ma is an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Yet her brilliance is so overwhelming that it intimidates many men. Alongside her excellence, she is notorious for her domineering nature, ruthless demeanor, and a prioritization of self-interest. She is a woman difficult for men to manage. Most would not choose such a woman as their partner, fully aware of their inability to win her affection. A humorous saying circulates in the circles of Jiangcheng. The likelihood of Shen Ma marrying for wealth surpasses that of her marrying a man. Nevertheless, this does not deter men from persistently approaching her, attempting to attract her gaze. The allure of a woman who is hard to attain only fuels the desire for conquest. At the center of the gathering, she was surrounded by admirers, holding her wine glass with an indifferent gaze. Even the faintest hint of a smile, barely perceptible, exuded an air of coldness. As she surveyed the crowd, her eyes met with Shen Qingyu's. She noticed the young man discreetly observing her, who quickly averted his gaze upon realizing he was caught, a faint blush adorning his ears. Sheng Ma was taken aback by his shyness. After all, he must be the first woman he has ever encountered in such a manner. Reflecting on this, it seemed reasonable for him to feel bashful. Just as women often reminisce about their first love, men too likely harbor fond memories of their first significant female encounter. Raising her glass, she took a sip of red wine, her previously kissed lips now restored, leaving a subtle mark at the rim of the glass. Her gaze radiated a potent intensity, impossible to overlook. What is Sheng Ma observing? Ah, the next target. Sheng Ma remains ever so dedicated to her work. Perhaps today, she could indulge in leisure with everyone. You all enjoy yourselves. I have a few matters to attend to. Apologies. As she approached Shen Qingyu, Wanmingyi and Yi Qiao felt an inexplicable tension upon seeing Sheng Ma. Although she was only a few years their senior, her commanding presence and remarkable achievements often left them feeling inadequate, akin to aimless wealthy heirs. And indeed, they were. Is your father not here today? Sheng Ma inquired, her faint smile appearing disconcerting to Wanmingyi and the others. A chill crept up Wanmingyi's spine. Sheng Ma was not known for her warmth. She had never witnessed her display such a gentle smile, not even towards her own sister, Sheng Xia. Could it be that she intends to acquire her family as company? Wanmingyi nervously replied, President Sheng, my father. He is abroad on business and has yet to return. I apologize. No need to be anxious. I was merely inquiring, Sheng Ma said, her gaze shifting to Shen Qingyu. Who is this beside you? I have not seen him before. In this moment, Shang Mo feigned unfamiliarity with Shen Qingyu, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a performance before an audience. However, her true intention was to discern the nature of the relationship between Wanmingyi and the young man. Wan Mingyi clarified, he is my friend. I truly couldn't find a male companion, so I had to invite him. After all, Shang Xia always mocks me, and I wish to avoid becoming the subject of her ridicule yet again. Wan Mingyi subtly revealed her grievances, only to be confronted directly by Shang Xia as she approached. Shang Xia gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Wan Mingyi, so you took the opportunity to complain to my sister in my absence, did you? Wan Mingyi feigned innocence, replying, I did not. I merely stated the facts. Weren't you the one who previously mocked me by suggesting my friend was a mere escort? Sheng Yimou frowned at Shang Xia, admonishing her, how can you be so discourteous to a guest? Sheng Yimou contemplated that Shang Xia's words inadvertently implicated her as well. After all, her first kiss had been bestowed upon this young man. If he were indeed an escort, what did that make her? Unaware of the underlying circumstances, Shang Xia assumed Shang Yimou was defending the family's reputation. She pouted and apologized. I'm sorry, I did not mean to. I won't do it again. It was only Shen Qingling's formidable presence that could compel Shang Xia to lower her pride in such a manner, for he had truly embarrassed her with his talent. Curiously recalling the way the young man played the piano, she blinked and asked Shen Qingling, what is your name? I have yet to learn it. Wan Mingyi cast a disapproving glance her way, retorting, what are you so curious about? It is none of your business. He is my guest. Shang Xia scoffed. Is it not permissible to inquire? I heard him arguing with Fang Qingran, claiming he is still a university student. Wan Mingyi, you truly have no shame for pursuing someone so much younger. Unable to contain his laughter, Shen Qingling was met with the gazes of the others. This was the first time Shang Xia and Shang Yimou had witnessed such a smile from him, prompting them to steal a few more glances. Shang Xia's heart fluttered. Wan Mingyi, having already seen a different side of Shen Qingling, was not particularly surprised. She lifted her chin and remarked, even if one were to pursue a younger partner, one must possess the capability. There are those who wish to but cannot. Sheng Yimou mused that, by this logic, she herself was the one pursuing the younger man. Having indeed indulged in this tender grass, Shang Xia turned away, declaring, let it go. I won't be like you. Her resolute demeanor was her most defining trait. Sheng Yimou, noticing her solitude, inquired, where is Gui Jin? He wasn't feeling well and left early. Shen Qingling replied, his gaze lowering to conceal the amusement in his eyes. It seemed Gui Jin had been struck by Shang Xia, for he wouldn't have left without showing his face otherwise. Shang Xia appeared displeased. While Wan Mingyi and Sheng Yimou presumed her unhappiness stemmed from the earlier piano competition and a loss of face, Sheng Yimou was soon called away, leaving Shang Xia speechless in the wake of Wan Mingyi's sharp retort, and she stormed off in frustration. As the gathering drew to a close, Wan Mingyi felt particularly elated. Having indulged a bit more than usual in her merriment, she found herself in a pleasantly tipsy state, her cheeks flushed and her gaze slightly unfocused. She playfully poked Shen Qingling's chest and laughed. Shen Qingling, it's truly wonderful to have you around. What is so wonderful? Everything about you is wonderful. You're so handsome and a brilliant pianist. So many women envy me. You've finally relieved the burdens I've carried in my heart for years. I can finally hold my head high. She burst into laughter, recalling the summer's antics. Is it just because of that? Wan Mingyi was taken aback. Noticing the unmistakable disappointment in Shen Qingling's eyes, Yi Qiao tugged at her hand, urging, talk about something else. Wan Mingyi, puzzled, asked, something else? What else is there? Shen Qingling remained silent, and Yi Qiao, exasperated, wished she could sew Wan Mingyi's mouth shut. Just then, Wen Sulan appeared and called Shen Qingling away. Whatever Wen Sulan said, Shen Qingling followed her to the Gu family's car. Wan Mingyi and Yi Qiao stood frozen, bewildered. What had just happened? Why was Shen Qingling leaving with the Gu family? Wan Mingyi, slightly sobered, exchanged glances with Yi Qiao. You didn't, perhaps, offend someone you shouldn't have, did you? Yi Qiao inquired. Wan Mingyi struggled to articulate. No, I don't think so. Wei Qi blinked. Could Shen Qingling be the illegitimate son of the Gu family? Meanwhile, back at the Gu residence, Gui Jin was venting his frustrations, but he knew he had to consider the future. At that moment, he heard voices at the door. Holding a glass of water, he looked toward the entrance, where Gu Chuang and the others had returned. Upon seeing the familiar figure behind Wen Sulan, Gu Yijin nearly tightened his grip on the cup. Shen Qingling emerged slowly from behind Wen Sulan. The two exchanged glances. Shen Qingling offered him a smile that was more enigmatic than joyful. Gu Yijin, I have returned. Everything that belongs to me should be returned now. Chapter 45. Is this brother really so fierce? Gu Yijin scrutinized Shen Qingling once more. His smile had vanished, replaced by a cold, indifferent glance. Indeed. How could Shen Qingyu possibly smile at him? Had he become so anxious that he was hallucinating? Gu Yijin observed the unease etched on Shen Qingyu's face. Gu Qingwang took his seat at the head of the table and commanded, "Everyone, please sit down." A family meeting was convened within the Gu household. Gu Qingwang maintained an expression of calm detachment, while Gu Yutong wore a mocking grin. Gu Yijin appeared anxious, and Wen Sulan displayed a countenance of guilt. Shen Qingyu seemed to sense the discord in the atmosphere, particularly upon seeing Wen Sulan's tear-filled eyes. Shen Qingyu addressed Wen Sulan, "You mentioned knowing my origins. What exactly does that entail?" It was this very pretext that had led Wen Sulan to bring Shen Qingyu into the Gu family. With tears streaming down her face, Wen Sulan divulged the entire truth to Shen Qingyu. Throughout the revelation, Shen Qingyu remained remarkably composed, a reaction that astonished everyone present. They could not fathom why he could maintain such tranquility upon learning the truth. Transitioning from an anonymous orphan to the legitimate heir of the Gu family should have elicited elation. A chance to transcend social strata and escape the hardships of his past, a dream many could only yearn for. Even beyond the aspect of material gain, from a logical standpoint. A child who had grown up devoid of parental affection should not be so apathetic upon discovering his lineage. "I am sorry, Qingyu. It is I who failed to protect you, and I owe you an apology." When Sulan trembled as she grasped his hand, her hot tears falling onto his skin. Shen Qingyu merely inquired, "So what?" A collective gasp echoed in the room. Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin exchanged glances, realizing that the situation was diverging from their expectations. Gu Qingwang frowned and said, "Qingyu, we are your parents." At this moment, Shen Qingyu finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. "Mr. Gu, I have no parents. I was raised in an orphanage by the director and the caretakers. I have never consumed a single grain of your rice, nor have I ever tasted your water. I cannot even claim to owe you the smallest favor. How can you refer to yourselves as my parents?" Gu Yutong looked on in astonishment. This brother was remarkably bold. Even she would not dare to speak to their father in such a manner. How did Shen Qingyu possess such audacity? Did he not desire to return to the Gu family? To embrace the identity of the Gu heir? Upon hearing Shen Qingyu's words, Wen Sulan felt an even deeper sense of guilt. Her tears flowed more freely as she struggled to respond, rendered speechless by a sense of shame towards this child. Gu Chuang, however, did not express anger. Rather, he was intrigued by Shen Qingyu, who seemed markedly different from his expectations. Compared to the other two children, Shen Qingyu appeared bolder and less intimidated by him. This was the demeanor he envisioned in an ideal successor. Gu Yijin also found the situation puzzling. Surely, Shen Qingyu could not be foolish enough to reject this identity? Of course, Shen Qingyu was not lacking in wisdom. How could he not want such a status? Money laid before him was undeniably enticing. He simply wished to forge his own path, rather than adhere to the one they had envisioned for him. If Shen Qingyu were to accept everything with a clear conscience, they would persuade themselves that they had already compensated her, thus feeling at ease. The better Shen Qingyu's attitude became, the more they would take it for granted. In their eyes, it seemed that upon obtaining this identity, Shen Qingyu ought to feel grateful and ecstatic. What would Shen Qingyu's image transform into in their perception? A person yearning for wealth, power, and the recognition of the Gu family. This aligns perfectly with the persona that Gu Yijin wishes to assign to Shen Qingyu, as well as the preconceived notions held by the Gu family before they interacted with her. Why should Shen Qingyu conform to their stereotypes? She absolutely would not. Consequently, Gu Qingwang would become wary of her. Would he trust a child raised in an orphanage, not by his own hands? Would he not perceive Shen Qingyu's smooth acceptance, even her display of affection, as a covetous desire for the family fortune? Gu Qingwang is a suspicious man, and Shen Qingyu is well aware of this. Not only would Gu Qingwang be on guard against her, but so too would Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin shares a fundamentally adversarial relationship with her, but Gu Yutong does not. Although Shen Qingyu harbors no affection for the sister, she cannot allow Gu Yutong to become an ally of Gu Yijin. Most importantly, there is Wen Sulan. Her weakness is evident, and Shen Qingyu hopes that her guilt can affect change within her. Host. Will this provoke Gu Qingwang and make him abandon the thought of bringing you home? Shen Qingyu replied, "Impossible." Would Gu Qingwang hand over his family fortune to Gu Yijin, a child with no blood relation? Besides, with my presence, Gu Qingwang will certainly feel that Gu Yijin is unworthy. Therefore, I am confident that, regardless of the circumstances, he will strive to secure my place. Perhaps the more I resist, the more reassured he will become. Gu Qingwang is not merely a father, in Shen Qingyu's view. He is the master of the family, perceiving her through the lens of an heir rather than as a father. Shen Qingyu does not expect any paternal love from him. Gu Chuang stated, "But you carry the blood of the Gu family. Your mother endured 10 months of hardship to bring you into this world. You should not forget your debt of gratitude for your birth." Shen Qingyu paused, and then inquired, "So, what does Mr. Gu mean now? Do you wish for me to repay you for the gift of life?" When Sulan shook her head, saying, "Qingyu, we do not mean that at all. We simply wish for you to come home so that our family can reunite and lead a good life together to compensate you for everything we could not provide before. Your room is ready. We are just waiting for your return." Shen Qingyu firmly rejected, "No need. I am doing very well now. You do not need to make any compensations. It is too late to turn back, and it is best if we simply go on living our separate lives." When Sulan looked at Gu Qingwang in a panic, signaling him to say something to help, Gu Qingwang responded, "What do you mean by doing well? Do you refer to your leaking rental room that costs $700 a month, your exhausting part-time job that pays $1,200 a month, or the fact that you have to obtain an invitation to events from another woman?" Shen Qingyu gazed intently into his eyes. "Anything can be created with one's own hands. I pursue education to rise above the ordinary. Once I graduate from Jiang University, I will no longer reside in a dilapidated rental, nor will I settle for a meager salary of $1,200. How can you presume to know what the future holds? Are you so certain that I will fare poorly?" Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin held their breath, struck by Shen Qingyu's audacity, a true display of courage. When Sulan felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that Gu Qingwang might, in a fit of anger, abandon Shen Qingyu altogether. To her surprise, Gu Qingwang began to smile. A peculiar light sparkled in his eyes, reminiscent of his own youth. Shen Qingyu bore a striking resemblance to him as a young man, an idealist. Innocent yet unattainable in his aspirations. Gu Qingwang did not deny his bravery and tenacity, for youth, untouched by adversity, often harbors such beliefs. He once thought he could change everything through sheer will, that education and knowledge would grant him all he desired. Yet, in the end, he would realize that these were mere delusions, woven lies and illusions crafted by the world. No amount of effort would outweigh the words of those in power, nor even those beneath them. Shen Qingyu was acutely aware of Gu Qingwang's origins and the arduous journey he undertook to reach his current stature. His words, of course, were intended to earn Gu Qingwang's admiration and trust, ultimately hoping to inherit the family's legacy. This would be a lengthy journey, not achievable in a mere moment. Gu Qingwang replied with a tone that was both teasing and contemplative. "You are right. I cannot be certain. However, returning to the Gu family guarantees that your future will not be a mere illusion, but rather a clear and tangible reality. You will have access to the finest companies, the best resources, and invaluable connections, opportunities that a degree from Jiang University alone cannot afford you." Chapter 46. The opportunity to reverse fate. "So, you have said all this merely to sway me with promises of benefit. I have no need for such things. Then what do you desire? Your mother has wept nearly blind for your sake. If you do not return, she will likely be restless day and night." Shen Qingyu cast a glance at the weeping Wen Sulan, remaining silent. Suddenly, when Sulan embraced him, her words earnest and tinged with desperation, "Qingyu, please consider coming home as a place to stay, will you? Mother does not require anything from you. Just your return is enough. You may work wherever you wish. Do whatever you desire. I will never pressure you. I simply wish to see you every day, to watch you eat and sleep well, and not to suffer in a dilapidated house. The mere thought of your hardship shatters my heart." As when Sulan poured out her longing and guilt, the stubborn glint in the youth's eyes softened, resembling the swift melting of a frosty veneer. He had never experienced such love and did not know how to respond. Appearing somewhat at a loss, Gu Yutong felt a pang of sorrow at this scene. Although she harbored no fondness for Wen Sulan, the affection and remorse she bore for Shen Qingyu were profoundly touching. Had her own mother still been alive, she too would have loved her in such a manner. The woman's gaze fell despondently when Sulan gazed at Shen Qingyu. "Qingyu, will you come home?" Even after years of acting, upon encountering such sincere and maternal affection, Shen Qingyu felt a stir within. He seemed hesitant, biting his lip and averting his eyes. "You already have a child. Why cling to the notion of my return? What will become of him if I come back? If my arrival renders another child homeless, then it would be better for me not to return." Gu Yijun's expression turned a shade of green as she muttered, "What a pure white lotus." Shen Qingyu remarked, in the original story, Gu Yijun feigned innocence and pity to garner sympathy, turning Shen Qingyu, who was in the right, into the one in the wrong. "I am merely employing the same strategy. It is magic overcoming magic. Shen Qingling's words softened when Sulan's gazed further. Her child was truly pure and kind-hearted. Gu Yutang's expression shifted as she turned to Gu Yijuan, saying, Ajin, he seems different from what we imagined. He should not be that kind of person. You need not worry. Gu Yijuan's countenance darkened, forcing an awkward smile. Indeed, my brother is quite admirable. Why was Shen Qingling not angry? Why did he not confront him with fury? At the very least, he should have seized his collar and berated him for taking everything from him. How could he appear so saintly? This only placed him in a more favorable light. Gu Yijuan found this increasingly vexing. Rather than a mere pretender, this genuine kindness posed a greater challenge. For pretense can be unmasked and can even breed disdain. A person born with innate kindness and perfection can only be constantly ensnared by cunning schemes. Yet remarkably, he has never once faltered in his endeavors. Gu Yijin stood as if facing a formidable adversary. When Sulan gently reassured, Qingling, do not be troubled. Ajin wishes for your return. Your coming back will not render him homeless. The Gu family can certainly accommodate one more child. Shen Qingling furrowed her brow, still unwilling to acquiesce. Gu Qingwang stated, I shall grant you an evening to ponder this. The Gu family will always welcome your return. Shen Qingling replied, I will consider it. For now, I must take my leave. Rising to bid farewell, she attempted to depart. However, when Sulan insisted on escorting her home, and Shen Qingling, unable to refuse, complied. Throughout the journey, when Sulan's words flowed incessantly, she expressed concern for Shen Qingling's well-being, eager to know everything and assist her, resembling a doting mother. When Shen Qingling remained silent, when Sulan proactively spoke of matters concerning the Gu family and her father, stating that Shen Qingling bore the closest resemblance to him. Upon mentioning Shen Qingling's grandfather, her demeanor transformed entirely. She became an exuberant songbird, revealing her deep admiration for her father. Shen Qingling found it hard to reconcile this vivacious side of her with the drab woman depicted in the original narrative. Time passed swiftly until an extravagant car, incongruous with the narrow alley, halted at its entrance. Even though when Sulan feigned a wrong turn to prolong their time together, they eventually arrived. You may park here, she said. It's merely a short walk. I shall accompany you to the ground floor. Very well. Qingling, would it be convenient for me to visit your residence? All right. When Sulan alighted and descended the stairs alongside Shen Qingling, arriving at a dilapidated apartment building where Shen Qingling resided on the 5th floor. Upon entering, everything inside pained when Sulan's heart. Gu Yijin occupied the finest room in the Gu residence, basking in sunlight and warmth, enveloped in affection, while her child was forced to dwell like a mouse in such a dim and damp rental space. When Sulan yearned to convince herself that none of this was Gu Yijin's fault, yet her anger was irresistible. Gripping the doorframe tightly, her nails dug into her palm, drawing blood. Only by witnessing this reality could she truly comprehend the life Shen Qingling had endured. What troubles you? Qingling, how long have you lived here? I don't recall. Perhaps 2 years? Why do you ask? The environment here is detrimental to your health. There are mold stains on the walls. This is unacceptable. This place is quite adequate. My previous residence was even worse. As if recalling something, he halted his words. Yet when Sulan understood, he feared causing her sorrow and guilt. His hesitance only fueled when Sulan's imagination further. It's not suitable here. You needn't enter. It's quite all right. Observing the room's arrangement. When Sulan noted that despite its age, Shen Qingling had kept everything in meticulous order. Silently, she began tidying up, folding the clothes hanging around and neatly placing them on the sofa. Shen Qingling watched her intently. Suddenly, the youth spoke. Please, do not trouble yourself. I will return with you. When Sulan paused in her task of folding clothes, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at him. Is it true? She inquired. Yes, indeed. All right then. Allow me to assist you in packing your belongings, and we shall return home together. The joy and gratitude radiating from when Sulan were palpable. However, upon opening Shen Qingling's wardrobe, her expression fell. It was almost entirely filled with white shirts. She bit her lip and gently closed the cabinet door. Shen Qingling possessed very few belongings, primarily books. Apart from these, there was naught else. With tears brimming in her eyes, when Sulan reassured him, it matters not. If you do not wish to keep these, I shall purchase new ones for you. Come, let us head home. By the time they returned to the Gu residence, it was already 11 p.m. Lin Qingdai had just finished her evening studies and arrived home. As she approached the entrance, she unexpectedly encountered the mother and son returning. Clad in her school uniform and clutching her books, she turned upon hearing a sound. The moment her gaze landed on Shen Qingling, her eyes widened in astonishment. Everything that had transpired in her dreams was indeed real. Shen Qingyu had returned. Her opportunity to alter her fate had finally arrived. Chapter 47. Will my brother be angry with me? 077. Detected potential target, Lin Qingdai. Name, Lin Qingdai. Deity level, S-class. Identity, daughter of Gu Qinhuang's friend. Personality, intelligent, charming. Scheming. Plot relevance, 60. Ending, insufficient points, unable to unlock. Shen Qingyu found herself perplexed by the description of her character. Can charm and cunning coexist? Moreover, she distinctly recalled that in the original narrative, Lin Qingdai did not possess such traits. She scrutinized the young girl before her. Lin Qingdai bore a visage as transparent as the tender buds of early spring, her features reminiscent of an inkwash painting blurred by the drizzles of Jiangnan, embodying both purity and grace. Her brows, delicate wisp shrouding the moon, framed almond-shaped eyes glistening with a watery sheen, while her nose was as exquisitely sculpted as jade. And her lips, adorned with adorable dimples, radiated an innate sweetness even in repose. This was a countenance untouched by the dust of the world. Clad in her school uniform, with long black hair cascading straight down, she stood there with a book in hand, exuding an aura of youthful innocence, truly a fragrance of adolescence. Lin Qingdai was likely a senior in high school, commonly referred to as a repeating student. Shen Qingyu recalled that in the original tale, she had chosen to repeat a year due to her disappointing performance in the college entrance examinations. The reason behind her failure was significantly intertwined with the male protagonist, Gu Yijin. Simply put, Lin Qingdai's academic prowess had led Gu Qinhuang to compare the two in front of Gu Yijin. During the year Lin Qingdai took her exams, Gu Yijin had already secured a place in university, achieving a spot in a prestigious institution, yet Gu Qinhuang felt disheartened. In his eyes, given the educational resources available to the Gu family, Gu Yijin should have performed far better than merely entering a university. In contrast, Lin Qingdai had simply attended school without the guidance of renowned teachers or special attention from her educators. Her success stemmed solely from her relentless efforts. From Gu Yijin's perspective, if Lin Qingdai outperformed him, it would only deepen Gu Qinhuang's disappointment in him. For this reason alone, on the day of the entrance exam, Gu Yijin had slipped a sleeping pill into Lin Qingdai's milk, causing her to succumb to slumber during the crucial examination. Upon awakening, Lin Qingdai was utterly devastated. Unable to fathom the cause of her predicament, she attributed her collapse to her frail health or the overwhelming anxiety that had robbed her of sleep the previous night. She never suspected Gu Yijin, who had always presented himself as the gentle older brother in her memories. Within the Gu household, Lin Qingdai was akin to a guest, with only Wen Sulan and Gu Yijin treating her with any semblance of kindness. Little did she realize that the elder brother she revered would conspire against her in the shadows. Yet, for Lin Qingdai, this was not the most tragic fate. In the original narrative, after repeating her year, she continued to strive diligently, ranking among the top students, with teachers believing she could gain admission to Jiang University. However, Gu Yijin harbored no desire for her to succeed. He was taken aback by her choice to repeat, and thus resolved to shatter her hopes entirely. The cruelest aspect of Gu Yijin's actions was that he instilled hope only to plunge her back into despair. This time, Lin Qingdai successfully sat for the college entrance exams. But tragically, on her journey home, she was struck by a vehicle. Lin Qingdai became disabled. She received her admission letter from Jiang University while in the hospital. Gu Yijin assumed she would abandon her studies, yet she insisted on attending classes even with a prosthetic limb. For the first time, Gu Qinhuang took notice of Lin Qingdai, who had previously seemed merely a delicate and obedient girl in his eyes. However, this time, her indomitable spirit deeply moved him. Gu Qinhuang promised her a place at Gu Corporation upon her graduation, indicating an intention to nurture her talents. Subsequently, Shen Qingyu ceased to keep track of her. It was evident that Gu Yijin would not let her off easily. He would go to any lengths to eliminate anyone who displeased him, especially when his interests were at stake. The original protagonist was like this, and so was Lin Qingdai. Qingdai's back. When Sulan's voice interrupted Shen Qingyu's thoughts, Lin Qingdai smiled and replied, yes, at one. She then feigned curiosity as she glanced at the young man behind Wen Sulan. Andy, who is this brother? This is Qi. You know him. Lin Qingdai's eyes widened in realization. So this is brother Qi. Just as I imagined, an exceptional and outstanding brother. She leaned closer to Wen Sulan and remarked, I told you, he looks just like Annie's child. Wen Sulan felt a mix of happiness and discomfort at her words. She playfully poked Lin Qingdai's forehead and said, You little rascal. Shen Qingyu, observing her, noted that this Lin Qingdai was unlike the character in the original narrative. In the book, Lin Qingdai was portrayed as weak and obedient, rarely discussing matters concerning the Gu family, often remaining silent and docile, and certainly not capable of mocking Gu Yijin. Why the discrepancy? Shen Qingyu felt puzzled. Lin Qingdai cheerfully leaned forward and greeted Shen Qingyu. Hello, brother Qingyu. My name is Lin Qingdai. You can just call me Qingdai. Shen Qingyu seemed somewhat out of place, merely nodding awkwardly. Lin Qingdai, noticing his discomfort, recalled her own initial days in this environment. She approached him and initiated a conversation. I heard you're a student at Jiang University. Yes, he replied. Lin Qingdai's face lit up with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Shen Qingyu. You're amazing. My biggest dream is to be admitted to Jiang University. It would be wonderful to be your junior. Shen Qingyu found her enthusiasm somewhat overwhelming, yet felt a bit more at ease discussing familiar topics. He offered a faint smile and said, if you work hard, you will achieve it. Lin Qingdai's expression shifted. Work hard? Will I? You're deceiving me. Despite her relentless efforts, her fate had turned out so disheartening. She smiled and declared, then I will definitely work hard to get into Jiang University. I want to become an outstanding person like you. When Solon gently patted her hand, all right, let's go inside and talk. Upon entering, Gu Chuang and others remained seated in the living room, engaged in unknown discussions. Gu Yijin appeared less than pleased, and Gu Yutong was unusually quiet. The group was taken aback when Solon returned with Shen Qingyu. Gu Qingwang, however, seemed delighted, clapping Shen Qingyu on the shoulder and exchanging a few words. Gu Yutong cast a glance at Shen Qingyu, but refrained from speaking. Lin Qingdai flitted around Shen Qingyu like a little bird, chattering about her elder brother. Gu Yijin chuckled softly, remarking, it seems Qingdai has taken quite a liking to Qingyu. It's rare to hear you speak so much. With a blink of her innocent eyes, Lin Qingdai replied, indeed, I really like brother Qingyu. When one likes someone, they naturally wish to converse with them. Gu Yijin's smile faltered momentarily, pondering the implications. Did this mean that those who were not spoken to were less favored? After entering, she had exchanged words with Solon and Shen Qingyu. Did this imply they were among the less favored as well? It was evident that Lin Qingdai had not always possessed such a demeanor. She had once idolized him. However, ever since the college entrance examination concluded, she seemed to have transformed entirely. Yet, Gu Yijin found it understandable. Perhaps the stress of the exam had drastically altered her temperament. The true cause of her distress, however, did not evoke any guilt in him. Gu Yutong frowned and advised, if you cannot engage in conversation, perhaps you should focus on your studies. Unfazed, Lin Qingdai maintained her cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, I'll go right away. Oh, by the way, I heard brother Qingyu is a student at Jiang University, and he seems to be quite the scholar. May I ask him for tutoring? Gu Yutong scoffed. Didn't your teacher say you were a promising candidate for Jiang University? Could that have been a ruse? Lin Qingdai lowered her head, feigning distress, but, previously, Sister Yutong also mentioned that Yijin was a promising candidate for Jiang University. What if I end up like Yijin and only manage to get into a regular university? Her words subtly alluded to both individuals, eliciting barely contained laughter from Shen Qingyu. Such formidable wit, yet she maintained a facade of sincerity, leaving others uncertain of her intentions. Upon the mention of Gu Yijin's past academic performance, Gu Qingwang's brow furrowed. It wasn't his ineptitude. Just look at the other children, either Jiang University or Qingdao University. The employees of the Gu family surpassed him in educational attainment. How humiliating. After a few more grumbles, Gu Qingwang ascended the stairs. Gu Yutong shot Lin Qingdai a glare. Why bring up that topic? You know father has been sensitive about it. You must be doing this on purpose. With teary eyes resembling a pitiful little rabbit, Lin Qingdai nestled closer to Shen Qingyu. I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to. It just happened to come up when you mentioned it. Had I known Uncle Gu was so displeased about Yijin's university choice, I would have refrained from mentioning it. At this point, she turned to Gu Yijin. Feigning innocence as she asked, Yijin, you aren't upset with me, are you? Chapter 48. The innocent and kind Shen Qingyu. Gu Yijin was seething with frustration. Yet he could not voice his grievances. With a forced smile, he remarked, It's nothing. You are unaware of the circumstances. Lin Qingdai furrowed her brow and sighed. It seems Uncle Gu has not refrained from reprimanding my brother in private. Brother, do not be disheartened. Although Uncle Gu's biological son has returned, you have grown up here, and Uncle Gu will surely remember the bonds of the past. Gu Yijin could only scoff inwardly. Why must she remind him of that? The mention of biological son felt like a dagger thrust deep into his heart. The most awkward person in this household was no longer Lin Qingdai, but rather him, the false son, Gu Yijin. Shen Qingyu could hardly contain his laughter. Before Gu Yijin could respond, he interjected, I have assured you that I will not displace anyone. Things will remain as they were. I do not wish to harm others due to my presence. Lin Qingdai gazed at Shen Qingyu, exclaiming, Brother Qingyu, you are too kind. Brother Yijin will surely be grateful to you. Gu Yijin could no longer mask the displeasure on his face. Rising, he declared, it's quite late now. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. I shall take my leave. Lin Qingdai called after him, delivering another blow. Is Brother Yijin's room still the same as before? Should I seek you out in a different room from now on? Feigning ignorance, Gu Yijin ascended the stairs in silence. Gu Yutong rolled his eyes and followed suit. Lin Qingdai turned to Wen Sulan and Shen Qingyu with a sorrowful expression. Did I say something wrong? Why is Brother Yijin ignoring me? Wen Sulan shook her head in disappointment as she watched Gu Yijin's retreating figure. Shen Qingyu had endured so much over the years, holding no resentment. And yet he remained so compassionate, considering Gu Yijin's situation in this household. But what of Gu Yijin? He could not withstand a mere few words. Moreover, Qingdai had not spoken with malice. She was a child he had watched grow up, obedient and sensible. It was merely Gu Yijin's own narrow-mindedness that he could not tolerate. It's all right, Qingdai, Wen Sulan consoled. Do not mind him, focus on your studies. Lin Qingdai looked at Shen Qingyu with hopeful eyes. May I request that you tutor me, brother? It won't take up too much of your time, as long as you are available for me to ask questions. If not, I can wait until next time. Is that all right, Brother Qingyu? With her charming eloquence, Shen Qingyu could hardly refuse. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded. Very well. Lin Qingdai's eyes sparkled with joy. Brother Qingyu, you are truly wonderful. In the past, aside from Aunt One, no one cared for me. And I was too timid to seek help from others. Who were the others? Gu Yijin, of course. But given his academic performance, it was unlikely she would approach him for assistance. After bidding good night to the two, Lin Qingdai retreated to her room. Once she had departed, Shen Qingyu inquired. Who is she? She is the daughter of your father's friend, Lin Chen. When tragedy befell the Lin family, she was the sole survivor. Your father took her in at Lin Chun's behest, and she has grown up in our home. Qingdai is a pitiable child, both understanding and gentle. Just treat her like a sister. She seems quite fond of you. I have never seen her so close to anyone before. You are the first. I understand. It is getting late. Allow me to show you to your room. Tomorrow, we shall explore the house further. Very well. Wen Sulan led Shen Qingyu to the second floor, to his designated room. Shen Qingyu surveyed the furnishings within, which appeared entirely renewed. Is this not Gu Yijin's former room? Indeed, from now on, this shall be your room. To Wen Sulan, this represented a significant signal. She believed that Gu Yijin must be replaced by Qingyu, and this room conveyed that message. However, Shen Qingyu did not accept this. I do not wish to take someone else's belongings. This room was previously his, so it is better to return it to him. I would prefer a new room. Wen Sulan was momentarily taken aback, feeling both moved and sorrowful. How could her son be so kind? He, after all, is the one who has had everything taken from him. How absurd that just moments ago, Gu Yijin had the audacity to be angry. Wen Sulan urged gently, Qingyu, this is your home. Everything here will belong to you in the future, including this room. Do not feel burdened. The more you do, the more guilty I feel. Shen Qingyu gazed into her eyes and said, as long as you care for me, that is enough. I desire nothing more. Wen Sulan was utterly stunned, unable to hold back her tears. At that moment, she realized he had returned to the Gu family solely for her sake. It was neither the conditions set by Gu Chengwang nor anything else. It was simply for this hard-won love. He cared for her. No one in this family had ever cared for her like this. It is I who have wronged you, dear mother. In truth, I have never blamed you. No child can ever fail to love their mother. These words shattered Wen Sulan completely. She embraced Shen Qingyu and wept anew. Although I cannot detect her inner thoughts, I can speculate. Wen Sulan's maternal love is at 100, while her guilt is at 1,000. Oh, and what of those two lurking in the shadows? Their emotions must be quite complex as well. Gu Yijin and Gu Yutang, who had been eavesdropping, were utterly stunned. Gu Yutang never imagined that Shen Qingyu could be such a person. It is truly heart-wrenching. Like him, she had grown up without a mother's affection. Shen Qingyu did not emerge from a convoluted environment of interests and familial ties. He is purer, more innocent. and inherently kind-hearted. Though he may lack eloquence, he is indeed a remarkably good person. Gu Yutang could not help but reflect. Had she been too indifferent towards him? Gu Yijin, too, regarded Shen Qingyu with a complex expression. Damn it, Shen Qingyu, you are a saint. Is it truly necessary to pass around a room? What does it signify? Pity for him? They are sworn enemies. Could he not exhibit some means to show his worth? For the first time, Gu Yijin wished for someone to actively harm him, to vie for what he possessed, to unleash a torrent of insults upon him. Gu Yijin harbored a semblance of a submissive mentality towards Shen Qingyu, yearning for punishment and torment. Yet, Shen Qingyu was not the dominant type. He would not indulge such desires. Ultimately, when Sulan chose to honor Shen Qingyu's wishes, preparing a new room for him, Shen Qingyu was quite pleased. He had no desire to reside in Gu Yijin's quarters, which he found utterly repulsive. That night, many were restless, unable to find sleep, while Shen Qingyu slumbered peacefully. There were no sounds of dripping water, no damp, sticky sheets, nor the scuttling of pesky rodents. He finally experienced a sweet dream. This time, Lin Qingdai was also free from nightmares. She no longer relived the harrowing past that haunted her, examinations that faded into oblivion, and car accidents that bled endlessly. Instead, she dreamt of Shen Qingyu. In her dream, he extended his hand towards her, proclaiming, "I shall protect you." Chapter 49. The Strategy of Heartfelt Affection. The following day, Shen Qingyu awoke to discover that Lin Qingdai's affection for him had surged by 20 points. Shen Qingyu was taken aback. What transpired? It was perplexing. There had been no increase in affection the day prior, yet overnight, it had inexplicably risen. Upon checking the progress bar, he noted that Lin Qingdai's affection for him now stood at 50. Chi-Chi, what is the meaning of this? I did not hear any announcement regarding her increase in affection yesterday. 077 replied, Host, she inherently possesses 30 points of affection towards you. The reason remains unknown. But it would be prudent for the host to investigate further. Shen Qingyu pondered, affection can be innate? 077 clarified. It signifies that she harbored a certain fondness for you prior to your acquaintance. Furrowing his brow, Shen Qingyu reflected on the original narrative concerning his relationship with Lin Qingdai. In the source material, Lin Qingdai's sentiments towards Shen Qingyu were predominantly curiosity and pity. Their interactions were minimal. According to the original trajectory, Shen Qingyu returned to the Gu family in disgrace, and the family largely scorned him. Only when Sulan offered him protection. Yet her lowly status within the Gu family rendered her influence negligible. Lin Qingdai was the most reticent member of the household, always observing quietly and speaking little. She discerned that Shen Qingyu was not as he was portrayed. In myriad subtle details, he exhibited a warmth surpassing that of others in the family. He was kind and gentle, yet his silence became his defining trait, marred by an indelible stain on his character. As events unfolded, Lin Qingdai witnessed Shen Qingyu's gradual descent into despair. She felt compassion for him, understood his plight, yet was powerless to assist. Both were among the lowest echelons of the family. She could scarcely safeguard herself, let alone rescue another. She once endeavored to urge Shen Qingyu to flee from that place. He replied, "This world has forsaken me, yet she has not. Thus I cannot abandon her to depart alone." The she he referred to was when Sulan. Lin Qingdai comprehended the entirety of the situation and ceased her entreaties. Subsequently, she too fell into the abyss. However, unlike Shen Qingyu, she resolved to claw her way out of the depths, for she was alone and still possessed the opportunity to escape. While Shen Qingyu and Wen Sulan remained eternally trapped at the abyss's bottom. As for their fate, Shen Qingyu was oblivious. He was now genuinely curious about the conclusion of the narrative. What trials had Wen Sulan and Shen Qingyu faced subsequently? Had Lin Qingdai attained the freedom she so desired? Had Gu Yijin truly acquired everything from the Gu family? What entanglements existed between the characters he needed to navigate in this entire saga? Shen Qingyu's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. Ultimately returning to the initial inquiry, was Lin Qingdai's innate fondness for him a result of her awareness of certain truths? Had she long known of his true identity? Was she aware of his impending return to the Gu family? Furthermore, her attitude towards Gu Yijin was exceedingly nuanced, according to the original work. It was improbable for her to harbor such animosity towards him. The sole explanation was that she had uncovered the truth. Could it be that Lin Qingdai had experienced reincarnation? For the moment, Shen Qingyu suppressed this notion, waiting for an opportune moment to subtly probe her. If she truly has been reborn, then she should possess knowledge of subsequent events, and perhaps the answers he seeks could be gleaned from her lips. Shen Qingyu glanced at the time on his phone. It was merely 7 a.m. A disciplined idol is one who adheres to an early bedtime and rises early to engage in physical exercise. After making his bed, he commenced his morning routine, seizing the opportunity while brushing his teeth to check his WeChat messages. Most were from Ruan Mingyi, interspersed with a couple from Lin Xingmian and Sheng Mo. Ruan Mingyi. Qingling, I did not intend to upset you. I was merely rambling due to having had too much to drink. Ruan Mingyi, what is your relationship with the Gu family? Are you relatives or something more? Ruan Mingyi, please do not ignore me. I acknowledge my mistakes. Ruan Mingyi, Shen Qingyu, the best in the world, the most handsome, the most exceptional and perfect Shen Qingyu. Could you please respond? There is a devoted admirer waiting for your reply. Ruan Mingyi, are you asleep? Good night. I will come to Jiangda to see you tomorrow. Ruan Mingyi had awaited a response all night, claiming she would never behave like a sycophant. Yet she had unwittingly fallen into Shen Qingling's romantic trap. He chose not to respond to her. Ruan Mingyi's infatuation level had reached 80, an indication of fondness that had yet to blossom into love. It was time to let her simmer. Shen Qingling determined his strategy and demeanor towards her based on the degree of her infatuation. A score of 10 to 30 typically reflects an admiration for his appearance and talents. A score of 40 to 50 indicates a growing affection for his intrinsic character, built upon previous attraction. A score of 50 to 60 suggests a keen interest in him, igniting a desire to delve deeper into his persona. At 70, feelings of fondness are tinged with a desire for romance. Only at scores above 80 can true affection be claimed, while those exceeding 90 signify love. A perfect score of 100 denotes an unwavering willingness to sacrifice everything for him. Initially, it is relatively easy for infatuation to escalate, yet the further one progresses, particularly past 80, the more challenging it becomes. If one encounters an inexperienced girl who is oblivious to the nature of love, she may struggle to comprehend her own feelings. Internally, she may feel love, yet her actions may contradict this sentiment, much like Ruan Mingyi. Though she harbors genuine affection for Shen Qingling, she remains unaware of it, insisting that she could never truly love him, unwilling to admit that she might genuinely develop feelings for a man. Shen Qingling possesses the ability to perceive these infatuation levels, allowing him to see through their facades and disingenuousness, while they remain incapable of discerning the depth of their emotions. The most challenging transition occurs between the scores of 80 and 90, representing the shift from liking to loving. Of course, Song Jining is an anomaly. Her love differs from that of other women, for it is not the kind that would lead her to sacrifice herself for Shen Qingling, but rather a love that wishes for his well-being and happiness. Thus, Shen Qingling's approach may only apply to certain women. Not all will adhere to the strategy he envisions. He could only make a rough estimate based on the value of his heart's flutter, as he did not entirely subscribe to the data reflected in that sentiment. In his view, the profundity of human love cannot be wholly quantified. Love manifests in myriad forms, and romantic affection varies distinctly among individuals. The kind of love that stands in stark contrast to Song Jining's is the obsessive love, characterized by a perverse possessiveness that disregards the feelings of the beloved. The deeper the obsession, the more terrifying it becomes. Shen Qingling would likely have no desire to experience such a suffocating love. As he scrolled down, he came across messages from Lin Xingmian. Lin Xingmian, Teacher Shen, I saw you playing the piano on my phone. It sounded wonderful. Lin Xingmian, am I bothering you by messaging, Teacher Shen? Lin Xingmian, I'm sorry, Teacher Shen, good night. From these 3 messages, Shen Qingling could almost envision the young girl's expressions. The first message brimmed with admiration, tinged with nervous excitement. The second reflected a cautious concern about disturbing him, filled with inner turmoil. The third conveyed a sense of anxiety and disappointment, stemming from the absence of a response. Shen Qingling had been utterly exhausted the previous day, so after his shower, he fell asleep immediately, only powering on his phone in the morning after it had charged overnight. He hastily replied to Lin Xingmian's messages. Shen Qingling, apologies, Mian, I was too tired yesterday, and my phone was out of battery, hence my silence. Shen Qingling, you did not disturb me. Mian, I simply didn't see your messages when I didn't reply. It wasn't because I wished to ignore you. Shen Qingling, next time we meet, we can play the piano together as well. At that hour, Lin Xingmian had yet to awaken. She had watched Shen Qingling play the piano numerous times the night before, and had fallen asleep while waiting for his response. Prior to sleeping, her thoughts were consumed by him. She had just discovered that Teacher Shen could play the piano, and so skillfully at that. On stage, he radiated a luminescence, a stark contrast to her own subdued demeanor. Despite the multitude of spectators, he remained unfazed, wholly engrossed in the keys before him, even through the screen. She felt his captivating charm, as the crowd erupted in applause and cheers for him. The petite girl could not help but think how remarkable teacher Shen was, pondering when she might be brave enough to stand on stage, performing just like him. The mere thought of such a scenario filled her with trepidation. Yet, she reasoned that if teacher Shen were by her side, her fear would dissipate. Why hadn't he replied to her? Did he find her bothersome? Was she being a bit clingy? She felt like a child, perhaps a bit annoying. She resolved to behave like a courageous adult next time. So sleepy. ZZ. Chapter 50. The enigmatic logic of the president's lady. Further down lies the message from Shen Qingyu. I have found the person who drugged you. Would you like to meet them? In reality, Shen Qingyu could have confirmed the details before informing Shen Qingyu. Yet she opted to employ a baiting tactic to lure Shen Qingyu to her residence. This statement divulged no substantial information. If Shen Qingyu was eager to know, he would undoubtedly visit her. Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow, truly deserving of the title 3S goddess. She is indeed exceptional. He pondered how to respond without appearing overly intentional. Shen Qingyu, your place. On the other side, Shen Qingyu, who had been busy all night, responded instantaneously. Shen Qingyu, yes. The disciplined president adhered to an early to bed, early to rise routine. For her, wasting time equated to squandering money. Each additional second of sleep represented a loss of $1,000. Shen Qingyu, thank you. When are you available? President Shen Qingyu now. Shen Qingyu was taken aback once more. With a skeptical mindset, he glanced again at the progress bar, which stood at a staggering 15. It seemed insufficient to elicit such urgency from this goddess. Something felt amiss, as if there were an underlying incongruity. A mere 15 attraction points could easily be attained by any passerby. Shen Qingyu's strategy for winning over the 3S goddess was utterly ineffective. He found it difficult to decipher Shen Qingyu's current intentions, primarily due to their limited interactions and the scant descriptions of her in the book. He was left in a state of utter ignorance. Thus, he had to rely on his instincts. His intuition urged him to decline. Shen Qingyu, apologies. I have class in the morning and must head to school shortly. Shen Qingyu, all right. Shen Qingyu frowned at the WeChat message box. What did all right mean? Was there no follow-up? Never mind. He could not afford to be too hasty. He chose not to respond further. This was a tug-of-war phase. The one who acted first would inevitably lose. Especially for Shen Qingyu, taking the initiative would suggest ulterior motives, so he could only wait for the right moment to create an opportunity, ensuring he did not appear as the opportunistic pursuer in her eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu, seated in her office, narrowed her eyes. She was not at home, but rather at the company. If Shen Qingyu truly ventured to her residence, he would find her absent. Shen Qingyu remained skeptical of his intentions. As the adrenaline faded, her vigilance birthed doubts about Shen Qingyu. Moreover, her logic was rather peculiar. Firstly, it was uncommon for such a home invasion-like romance to occur in her life. Love was simply not meant for her. Secondly, Shen Qingyu possessed an overwhelming allure, too perfect, as if he were a tailor-made character designed specifically for her, like a trap. Lastly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Anything of value must be exchanged for something precious. She would inevitably have to sacrifice something to gain him. Shen Qingyu likened this situation to a scheme targeting the wealthy. And the terrifying aspect was that this scheme appeared flawless, devoid of any discernible flaws, which was profoundly unsettling. If it were indeed a scam, it was frightening. If it were not, it was even more horrifying, as it implied she could not find a single fault. Today, Shen Qingyu endeavored to identify any faults in Shen Qingyu to caution herself. However, she was met with failure. Her curiosity towards Shen Qingyu intensified. It was rather concerning that she was squandering time on a man. As she perused the files of Shen Qingyu that arrived on her computer, she fell into deep contemplation. Shen Qingyu descended the stairs for a jog, and then returned to take a shower and change clothes in preparation for school. By the time he emerged, it was already 8 o'clock. Breakfast was scheduled for 8, a rule established by Gu Qingwang that no one was permitted to indulge in laziness. Upon seeing Shen Qingyu come down with wet hair, Wen Sulan quickly expressed her concern. Qingling, did you shower this morning? Your hair is wet. You might catch a cold. I took a shower after jogging and sweating. My hair will dry soon, he replied. That one tea do. Let me blow dry your hair. Come on. Let us go upstairs quickly. We can't delay your school time. Gu Qingwang frowned and interjected, you're at it again. Qingling is an adult now. Stop treating him like a child. A man must learn to be independent and take care of himself. Overindulgent mothers spoil their sons. We must not lead him astray. He is a rare heir we've finally found, and we cannot let him be ruined under Wen Sulan's influence. Wen Sulan stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Her only concern was for Qingling's health. Shen Qingling turned to Gu Chengwang and said, "She is merely looking out for me. I assure you, I will not go astray just because she helps me with my hair." Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin widened their eyes in astonishment. What? How did he suddenly become so bold? How dare he speak to father like that? Gu Yutong, biting into his bread, hastily attempted to mediate. "Oh, it doesn't matter if boys dry their hair or not. Come on, sit down and eat. It will get cold." Gu Yijin secretly hoped Gu Chengwang would become angry and send Shen Qingling away. Even a scolding would suffice. In the past, he was the only one who faced reprimands at home, and it was about time Shen Qingling experienced their father's wrath too. However, Gu Chengwang merely waved his hand. "Then go ahead. Gu Yutong? Gu Yijin? Wen Sulan?" Shen Qingling nodded, saying nothing, and took Wen Sulan's hand to go upstairs. Wen Sulan was still in disbelief and questioned, "Why didn't your father get angry? This is so strange." Shen Qingling replied, puzzled, "Why should he be angry? Did I say something wrong?" Wen Sulan shook her head. "Qingling, you did nothing wrong. It's just that your father has a rather irritable disposition. He despises being contradicted or having his orders neglected." "Why did I?" Wen Sulan found it incomprehensible. Gu Yijin felt the same way. Why is it that Shen Qingling isn't being scolded? Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Gu Yutong asked, "Dad, are you not angry?" Gu Chengwang maintained his calm demeanor. "What is there to be angry about? If you were to meekly agree, I would find him rather useless. It seems he cares for you, Aunt Wen. He is a good son who understands how to cherish his mother." Essentially, Shen Qingling was not acting in defiance, but rather out of consideration for Wen Sulan, thus avoiding any triggers of Gu Chengwang's ire. If Shen Qingling remains indifferent, it suggests that his return to the Gu family is not for the sake of Wen Sulan. Everything that transpired before was merely a performance intended for his observation. His willingness to advocate for Wen Sulan is indeed commendable. His demeanor is neither subservient nor disrespectful. Frankly speaking, he has an aversion to overly compliant individuals. As such characters are unfit to be the heirs of the Gu family. Gu Yijin, for instance, is submissive in his presence, yet portrays a gentle and soft demeanor in public. How can such a facade instill fear in others? Conversely, Shen Qingling's attitude is well-suited, reminiscent of his own youth. Who hasn't contemplated defying their father? He, too, experienced such thoughts, which is entirely normal. Gu Yutong revealed a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "Father, it seems you have taken quite a liking to him." Chapter 51. The essence of tea art, Gu Chengwang stubbornly remarked, "I wouldn't say I particularly like it. I'm merely content." Gu Yutong chuckled, saying, "You can be as obstinate as you wish, but that fatherly gaze you cast upon your son is quite evident." Gu Yijin's expression darkened. It seemed that Gu Yutong, too, had been influenced by Shen Qingling. He nudged Gu Yutong's hand and inquired, "Sister, what about the variety show?" Gu Yutong replied, "Let's wait until Aunt Wen and Shen Qingling arrive. The entire family must be involved. We cannot proceed without anyone." Gu Yijin asked, "Is Shen Qingling participating as well? How shall we introduce our identities then?" A wave of anxiety washed over him. Was it necessary to reveal in front of so many that he was merely an imposter? Such a disclosure would surely bring ridicule, even if he participated in the show. Gu Yutong glanced at Gu Chengwang, asking, "Father, how do you intend to present Shen Qingling's identity?" Gu Chengwang stated, "We shall speak the truth." Gu Yijin's pupils widened in shock. Before long, Shen Qingling and Wen Sulan descended. Gu Yutong briefly introduced the family's participation in the variety show and mentioned Gu Chengwang's plan to host a banquet to announce Shen Qingling's identity. Wen Sulan was delighted, but Shen Qingling furrowed his brows. Gu Yijin noticed Shen Qingling's demeanor and sensed the onset of his self-righteousness again. What on earth was Shen Qingling scheming now? As expected, Shen Qingling hesitated before saying, "Are we really going to publicly disclose my identity? What about Gu Yijin? Wouldn't he face ridicule because of me?" He continued, "Especially on a variety show, a program viewed by so many, it would undoubtedly affect his life. He is still in college. How will he confront the gazes of his classmates and teachers? Moreover, the people in our circle, his life is intricately linked to the Gu family. Without this identity, he would likely find it exceedingly difficult to navigate." Gu Chengwang retorted, "What concern is that of yours? If we do not speak frankly, how can you seamlessly reintegrate into the Gu family?" Shen Qingling replied, "If absolutely necessary, we could say I was lost and then found." There is no need to force him away. Many are already aware of my history, and my past acquaintances from the orphanage recognize me. Besides, if those events from years ago were to resurface, it would tarnish the Gu family's reputation. Just one nanny could replace a child from the Gu family. What would outsiders think? Shen Qingyu lowered his gaze, embodying a martyr-like demeanor. His words garnered sympathy from everyone present, particularly from Gu Chuang. Shen Qingyu, despite his grievances, prioritized the family's reputation. Considering everyone, including Gu Yijin, who had taken everything from him, Gu Chuang thought, truly, he is my son. When Sulan reflected on how kind-hearted her son was, Gu Yutong's opinion of Shen Qingyu had completely shifted. But was his heart truly so benevolent? Certainly not. Had they revealed Gu Yijin's identity from the outset, the audience might have initially despised him, but perceptions could change as the story unfolded. Gu Yijin possesses an exceptional talent for eliciting sympathy through his misfortunes. Should his true identity be unveiled, he would undoubtedly face ridicule from his peers and ostracism from those within his social circle. However, among the audience of the program, there are always individuals with a propensity for compassion who may empathize with him, potentially leading to a substantial following. They would argue that Gu Yijin is not at fault. Rather, the blame lies with his mother and grandmother, portraying him as an innocent young man who did not intentionally usurp Shen Qingyu's identity. With years of experience in the entertainment industry, Shen Qingyu is acutely aware of this dynamic and is determined to extinguish such possibilities at their inception, ensuring that Gu Yijin cannot exploit his misfortunes. If initially, no one were to recognize Gu Yijin's identity, allowing him to bask in the glory of being the young master of the Gu family and garnering a legion of fans, the revelation of his true nature as a counterfeit who has usurped Shen Qingyu's identity would provoke a tumult of emotions among those fans. The most terrifying aspect is the potential for fans to turn against him. The love they once held could swiftly transform into profound hatred upon learning the truth. Upon hearing Shen Qingyu's words, 077 comprehended his intentions. It was a cunning strategy. Shen Qingyu deliberately suggested withholding the disclosure of Gu Yijin's identity, asserting that he too was a son of the Gu family. This would allow Gu Yijin to cultivate a favorable image and instill hope within him. Yet he would remain in a state of anxiety, perpetually fearful that his true identity might be revealed. Moreover, given Shen Qingyu's understanding of Gu Yijin, it is evident that he would not approach the program with sincerity. Should Gu Yijin resort to any form of aggression against Shen Qingyu, the ensuing fallout would undoubtedly garner more sympathy for Shen Qingyu, while Gu Yijin would face a barrage of scorn and disdain. Shen Qingyu's aim is to orchestrate Gu Yijin's fall from grace, to dangle hope before him only to plunge him into despair, employing his own methods against him. In contrast, Shen Qingyu stands to enhance his own reputation. The Gu family would perceive him as benevolent, and the audience would be enamored by this stark contrast. Gu Yijin would never fathom Shen Qingyu's true intentions, merely cursing him from the shadows while simultaneously yearning for a more ruthless demeanor from Shen Qingyu, caught in a tumultuous mix of love and hate. In terms of artistry, Gu Yijin remains woefully superficial, having only mastered the surface-level techniques without grasping the essence of the craft. Upon hearing Shen Qingyu's remarks, Gu Yijin was taken aback. Initially, he suspected that Shen Qingyu's defense of him was merely performative, but the circumstances of today's events rendered such doubts unfounded. If Shen Qingyu truly wished him harm, he would have consented to revealing his identity rather than choosing to endure and preserving Gu Yijin's dignity. Reluctantly, Gu Yijin acknowledged that Shen Qingyu was indeed unexpectedly kind. With a complex expression, he expressed, "Thank you for considering me in this manner. Truly, you are the kindest person I have ever met. However, Shen Qingyu, your kindness will not soften my resolve. Once I engage in this variety show, you shall come to understand the terrors of the digital realm." When Sulan furrowed her brow, concerned, "But Qingyu, this is too much of a sacrifice for you. I fear that those unaware of the truth may misinterpret your actions." Shen Qingyu replied, "It is of no consequence. One who stands upright need not fear the shadows. I act with integrity and confidence, unperturbed by the whispers of the world." Gu Yutong rarely uttered a word in support of Shen Qingyu. In the entertainment industry, with me around, you need not worry about anything. Even if someone wishes to conspire against you from the shadows, they must first possess the capability to do so. Gu Yijin thought darkly, "Ah, my dear sister, you remain oblivious to the fact that this person exists right beside you. It is only with your presence that I can effectively strike." Shen Qingyu's subsequent statement left everyone in astonishment. "It appears you have misunderstood my intentions. I do not intend to participate in this variety show." "Not participate? Why?" My disposition is ill-suited for such a setting. I am not articulate and do not relish being in front of the camera. I tend to feel anxious. Is it plausible that someone who has thrived in the entertainment industry could claim to be afraid of the camera and incapable of speech? 077 almost burst into laughter, his performance strikingly convincing. Gu Yijin pressed, "Then what did you mean by your earlier comments about not disclosing your identity?" Shen Qingyu replied, "I do not wish for my presence to alter the course of others' lives. It holds little significance." Gu Yijin pursed her lips. "Are you truly not participating?" Shen Qingyu resolutely shook her head. "I will not participate." Gu Yijin felt her mindset twisting into knots. What is this? What a perplexing situation. The usually theatrical Gu Yijin fell into an unusual silence. Observing Shen Qingyu's unwavering stance, the others ceased their attempts to persuade him. Gu Yutong remarked, "Though you want to be a guest on the show, there will be cameras at home, and inevitably, they may capture you during our meals and conversations. Just go about your own business. That should be acceptable, right?" Shen Qingyu replied, "Yes, it's fine. I will not interfere with the filming of your show." How misleading. He simply did not wish to make a mundane entrance. A guest appearance devoid of intrigue was utterly uninspiring. He aimed to be the one who, seemingly by chance, captures the spotlight in front of the camera. He intended to transform this program into his stage. Even if he is not a guest, what does it matter? A person's ascent to fame relies not on the frequency of their appearances, but on their ability to seize the attention of the entire audience with each moment they grace the screen. Chapter 52. A windfall of 10 million afterward. Shen Qingyu largely fell silent, leaving Wen Sulan to express her concern. He would respond with only a few brief words. Gu Yutong continued to discuss the intricacies of the variety show, her inaugural appearance on such a platform necessitating flawless execution. Although Shen Qingyu appeared detached, he meticulously absorbed every word spoken by Gu Yutong. With the X family is a wildly dramatic and chaotic variety show. The program features not just the Gu family, but three families for comparison, with the Gu family being the one the director is most eager to secure. Director He Chili tirelessly sought topics to generate buzz, ensuring that once the show aired, it would be rife with turmoil. Remarkably, the show operates with little to no script. When scripts do exist, they are exceedingly rare. Yet those who follow them often find themselves outshined by the genuine eccentrics. The production team excels at identifying families that can ignite trending topics. They deliberately avoid those that appear mundane and gentle. Families that initially seem harmonious often undergo dramatic transformations, which is precisely the kind of spectacle that captivates audiences. The show is broadcast live, exposing any flaws to the unforgiving gaze of the camera. Only those with impeccable acting skills can hope to conceal their true selves from the lens. Fortunately, during the contract negotiations with the Gu family, the director made concessions, agreeing not to film the second-floor lounge area, thus ensuring a modicum of privacy. However, aside from that, the daily lives of the primary guests are to be thoroughly documented, encompassing everything from school commutes to work obligations. The principal participants from the Gu family are Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin, with Gu Qingwan's professional life strictly off-limits for filming. Wen Sulan's gentle demeanor lacks the explosive potential the show seeks, while Lin Qidai is currently focused solely on her studies in her repeated year. Thus, the spotlight fell squarely on Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin, leaving Shen Qingyu as the overlooked wildcard. The director had been unaware of Shen Qingyu's presence. Had she known about this additional layer of drama, she would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to include him, for his striking appearance alone would have made him a prime candidate for attention. After noting the program's live broadcast schedule, Shen Qingyu prepared to leave for school. When Sulan retrieved her car keys and offered them to him, saying, "Qingyu, do you know how to drive? You can use my car to get to school." Having obtained his driver's license during the summer following high school graduation, Shen Qingyu hesitated, reluctant to draw attention by driving such an ostentatious vehicle. "I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer not to drive such a flashy car to school. I will take the bus instead." When Sulan gently pulled him aside and whispered, "You could also take a taxi. I've loaded your card with 10 million as pocket money. Use it as you wish, and if you need anything more expensive, just charge it to my card." She pressed a sleek black card into his hand. Shen Qingyu inquired, "How much? 10 million? When Sulan nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Just think of how tiring it is to take the bus. With your good looks, what if someone with ill intentions were to take notice? Boys must also take care to protect themselves when out in the world." Shen Qingyu remarked, "However, taking a taxi shouldn't cost so much. You've given me all your money. What will you spend for yourself?" $1 million was indeed a trivial sum for Shen Qingyu in his previous life. He could buy a watch worth far more. Yet for his current existence, it represented a staggering fortune. When Sulan held no status within the Gu family and was uncertain of her financial standing, it could only be said that Shen Qingyu had grossly underestimated the Gu family's wealth. While reading, he had only gathered from textual descriptions that the Gu family was affluent. But upon hearing when Sulan casually mentioned $1 million in pocket money, he realized the Gu family was no ordinary aristocracy. When Sulan smiled gently, "Are you still worried about me? Fear not. I possess the inheritance left by the Wen family, and those antiques and jewels are quite valuable." Although Gu Qingwang had his shortcomings, he was not a miser and ensured she received a substantial allowance each month. When Sulan not only inherited the Wen family's assets, but also benefited from Gu Qingwang's monthly stipends. Whatever expenses arose, she merely had to inform Gu Qingwang, and her collection of jewelry was worth well over $1 billion. Your grandfather adored tinkering with those antiques when he was alive, and your grandmother cherished her jewels. Which ultimately came to me. At the mention of her parents, when Sulan's expression dimmed momentarily, for she was now left utterly alone, Shen Qingyu offered words of comfort. "You have me now, and you will always have me." When Sulan lifted her gaze to meet his, as if 1,000 unspoken words lingered in her heart, the sight of Qingyu always reminded her of her late father, and she channeled her feelings for both her father and son into Shen Qingyu. She linked her arm with his as they stepped outside, and at the threshold, she advised, "Let us find a suitable time to set up a trust. Everything will belong to you in the future. You need not worry about spending. Feel free to buy whatever you desire. If funds are insufficient, just let me know. Never hesitate. If you don't spend, it makes me uneasy. I owe you far too much. If you're free this afternoon, shall I take you shopping for clothes? We can also acquire some decorations for your room." Shen Qingyu agreed, leaving the Gu family home under Wen Sulan's hopeful gaze. Habitually, he donned a black mask and hoodie, wishing to blend into the crowd. Yet, his towering height of 188 centimeters, stunningly long legs, and deep-set eyes continued to draw the attention of passers-by. On his way to school, he garnered considerable admiration, which transformed into points of affection. The first thing Lin Xingmian did upon waking was groggily reach for her phone. Noticing a message on WeChat, she instantly became alert and sat up in bed. Upon seeing Shen Qingyu's reply, a sweet smile blossomed on her face. "Teacher Shen replied to me. Teacher Shen doesn't dislike me. Teacher Shen wants to play the piano with me." She nestled back into her bed, playfully swinging her legs, a clear sign of her elation. Tilting her head, she rested her chin on her hand, blinking her innocent, doe-like eyes. What should she say to Teacher Shen? The girl bit her lip and began to type a message. "Lin Xingmian, good morning, Teacher Shen. Have you had breakfast?" She hastily deleted the message. It was already this late. How foolish of her to greet him so early. Teacher Shen must have finished his breakfast and begun his lessons. After pondering for a good half hour, she finally mustered the courage to send another message. "Lin Xingmian, Teacher Shen. The weather is splendid today. I'm going out to paint." Teacher Shen is her art instructor, an intellectual who surely appreciates diligent and studious children. She owned to be the kind of exemplary student that would earn his admiration. Outside, the sun shone brightly, mirroring the buoyancy of her spirits. It felt as though the clouds that once loomed over her life had dispersed with the mere presence of this individual. It was peculiar. She had never anticipated anyone's arrival in her life quite like this, but Teacher Shen was an exception. With expectation came a rekindling of her hope for life. Lin Xingmian approached her desk and retrieved a piece of paper on which she folded origami stars, inscribing a message before placing the finished star into a jar. She glanced at the painting that Shen Qingyu had created for her, unable to suppress a smile. The sail in the sea of clouds. Whenever she beheld this artwork, it reminded her of the way Teacher Shen sang. The innocent girl had attempted to search for the song online, only to find nothing. She was convinced that it must have been composed by him. Teacher Shen was simply perfect, capable of crafting such enchanting melodies, and she admired him deeply. Lin Xingmian arrived at the art studio to paint. Her subject was a small mushroom nestled in a pot. The sky was drizzling. Yet the forlorn little mushroom remained untouched by the rain, shielded by an umbrella that protected it from the tempest. Teacher Shen was her umbrella, providing shelter from life's storms. She hoped to gather enough courage to present this painting to him. For the first time, she felt as though time was dragging on interminably. Hurry up, weekend. Chapter 53. To love someone is to confine them in a basement. Wan Mingyi was feeling particularly disheartened today. Upon awakening, she found herself bereft of a response from Shen Qingyu, compounded by her father's insistence that she report to the office. Arriving at the company in her luxurious vehicle, she dialed Yu Qiao, venting her frustrations as she walked. How was I to know what had gotten into my father? He claims there's an important meeting today that requires everyone's presence, and I cannot afford to be late. I had intended to seek out Shen Qingyu, yet he has ignored me all night. What is it that you find appealing about him? Last night, he graciously accompanied you to the banquet, and you uttered such words. Were I Shen Qingyu, I would also wish to avoid you. I find him handsome. When one develops an affection for an unattractive man, one feels compelled to articulate the reasons for such feelings. However, with Shen Qingyu, no explanation is necessary. The moment one gazes upon his countenance, all is understood. Forget it. The thought of having to work today only exacerbates my annoyance. Wan Mingyi removed her sunglasses, her brow furrowed in frustration. She despised the notion of work. Yi Qiao regarded this young lady with skepticism. You? Work? Can you manage that? Who knows? Work is akin to Yang Wei. My family believes I can handle it. And sometimes I too feel capable, yet in truth, I falter. Friends resemble spouses. They are acutely aware of my limitations yet consistently assure me of my competence. Supervisors resemble lovers, perpetually promising my ability despite my shortcomings. Yi Qiao chuckled. Wan Mingyi realized that confiding in Yi Qiao was futile. Only a response from Shen Qingyu could offer her a semblance of joy. All right, I shall speak with you later. I have arrived at the office. Dressed in ostentatious luxury, Wan Mingyi maintained a sporadic work ethic, her reputation as the heiress of the conglomerate well known among the astute and informed within the company. Yet, there were some oblivious interns who mistook her for a high-ranking executive's mistress. As Wan Mingyi entered the elevator, those who recognized her fell into an immediate hush. Only one intern, lacking social grace and possessing an irksome demeanor, remained oblivious to her identity. His eyes widened upon seeing her, while Wan Mingyi, upon recognizing him, promptly donned her sunglasses. His unattractiveness was quite distressing to her. The intern, misinterpreting her averted gaze as shyness, seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Which department are you in? Do you have a boyfriend? Wan Mingyi, unwilling to engage, feigned deafness. She was already irked by the early morning and did not wish to be accosted by unattractive men. She felt the urge to consult a master to dispel the ill fortune. Believing she had not heard him, he pressed on, Beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend? Finally, the woman behind the sunglasses responded coldly, There are some in the refrigerator. Laughter erupted within the elevator. Haha, the lady certainly has a sense of humor. If you don't have a boyfriend, does that mean you're married? You certainly don't appear to be someone who could afford such attire on her own. The man, irked by Wan Mingyi's public dismissal of him, deliberately employed a mocking tone, insinuating that she was merely a kept woman. Wan Mingyi, not married. I have undergone sterilization. As the elevator chimed, signaling its arrival, Wan Mingyi prepared to exit, only to find a man obstructing the doors. So, you are from the secretarial department. May I enter? He inquired. Wan Mingyi retorted, Enter where? The grave? The man's face paled. Do you even know how to converse? Do you have any idea who I am? Wan Mingyi removed her glasses and scrutinized him from head to toe. I do. The man's proud smile vanished. Choked by her words, Goblin. The other occupants of the elevator could no longer contain their laughter. Wan Mingyi raised an eyebrow, declaring, I don't care who you were before, now. You are nothing. Secretary Feng promptly escorted him out. If I see this person in the company again, you shall share his fate. Secretary Feng's pupils dilated in alarm. No. He did not wish to share a life with a harasser. Yes, Mississippi Wan Mingyi was on the verge of exploding with frustration. She slammed her belongings onto the desk, unable to suppress a few curses. At that moment, she overheard several employees discussing the upcoming meeting. Did you hear? It seems that Mr. Sheng from Sheng Group is coming to our company. Is it the same Mr. Sheng who was trending yesterday? That's her. President Wan even flew back for her. President Wan insists that we must extend a warm welcome to Mr. Sheng's entourage without any mistakes. Wan Mingyi was not particularly surprised. A minor collaboration between the Sheng and Wan families was commonplace, but a meeting that required Sheng Mo's personal attendance was certainly significant. No wonder her father insisted she be present. Wan Mingyi went to the restroom to tidy her appearance and began to vent to Yi Qiao over the phone about the morning's incident. As the conversation progressed, she brought up Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu is still ignoring me. What should I do, Qiao Qiao? I can't even focus on eating. Should I find you a new crush to distract you? What are your criteria? A handsome male university student. Is that all? That's 5. Wan Mingyi bantered with Yi Qiao for a while before returning to reality. Enough joking. I truly can't forget him. I've lost interest in anyone else. I think I'm done for. Then after the meeting, buy some flowers and gifts to apologize. At least your sincerity will be apparent. That's exactly what I was thinking. Wan Mingyi glanced at the time. It was nearly time for the meeting, so she ended the call and exited the restroom. At the corner of the hallway, a woman emerged slowly. Shen Qingyu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, unable to resist touching her lips as memories of that kiss in the dark flooded back. What was Wan Mingyi seeking from Shen Qingyu? She felt a twinge of curiosity. After the meeting, Wan Mingyi hurriedly made her way to Jiang University to see Shen Qingyu. However, upon reaching the ground floor, she discovered that someone had slashed her car's tires. What the who has such a lack of decency in broad daylight? Wan Mingyi called for security to review the surveillance footage. Just as her anger peaked, another luxury vehicle glided to a stop beside her. The car window rolled down, revealing the sharp and exquisite visage of Shen Qingyu. Where are you headed, Mingyi? If it's along my route, I could offer you a lift. Wan Mingyi was taken aback. Shen Qingyu was actually willing to squander his time on her? Surely, even if it were convenient, she could not expect such kindness from him. Yet, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. With the recent collaboration between the Sheng and Ruan families, Shen Qingyu might be attempting to curry favor with her family. When it came to matters of profit, Shen Qingyu was more zealous than anyone else. Thus, it was not surprising that he would offer her a ride. Wan Mingyi found herself utterly perplexed by Shen Qingyu's intentions. Faced with his compelling gaze, she reluctantly complied and got into the car, rationalizing that she was indeed pressed for time. Once inside, she clumsily expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Sheng. I'll be sure to repay you next time. In the rearview mirror, a faint smile graced Xing Mo's lips. You're welcome. Where to? Jiang University. Ah, you're off to see that university student from last time, aren't you? Indeed, I didn't expect you to remember him, Mr. Sheng. He is quite an unforgettable young man. The man who had stolen her first kiss was certainly not someone she could easily forget. Wan Mingyi chuckled. Indeed, Mr. Sheng understands me well. She knew that her fondness for Shen Qingyu required no further explanation. It seems you were quite fond of him. Yes, but he is difficult to pursue. He is cold to everyone, a real ice block. Since last night, he hasn't replied to me at all. By the way, Mr. Sheng, may I indulge my curiosity and ask who that man you kissed upstairs was? He is someone you know. Wan Mingyi's eyes widened. Someone she knew, who among her acquaintances could have captured the interest of such a man? She racked her brain, but could not fathom who it might be. Realizing that Shen Qingyu might be deliberately evasive, she replied, You must be joking, Mr. Sheng. I don't have anyone with such capabilities. Shen Qingyu chuckled softly but remained silent, then inquired, Did you have a quarrel? Wan Mingyi sighed despondently, Not exactly a quarrel. I merely upset him on my own accord. He is not mine, and I have no right to dictate his freedom. If he ignores me, I can only persist in seeking him out. Upon hearing the word freedom, Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow. People often say that if you love someone, you should grant them freedom, yet she had never quite grasped that sentiment. To her, love meant keeping someone confined in a basement, feeding them through a small hole in the door until they reciprocated her feelings. Wan Mingyi was oblivious to the profoundness in Shen Qingyu's gaze. She thought he was rather amiable, far from the cold and distant persona she had heard about. The car came to a gradual halt outside Jiang University, and the flowers and gifts she had ordered were delivered into her hands. She smiled at Shen Qingyu, thanking him. Thank you, Mr. Sheng. I won't take up any more of your time. Yours is far more precious than mine. However, Shen Qingyu showed no intention of departing. No hurry. As it happens, I have matters to attend to here as well. Oh, you have business at Jiang University? Yes. All right then. I'll take my leave. Good luck with your work, Mr. Sheng. Goodbye. Goodbye. As Wan Mingyi entered Jiang University, Shen Qingyu took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu, I happen to be at Jiang University today for some business. Do you have time to discuss that matter? Chapter 54. Irreplaceable after class. Shen Qingyu finally noticed Shen Mo's message. However, at that moment, Wan Mingyi was already standing outside the classroom. Shen Qingyu glanced outside, where Wan Mingyi smiled and waved the flowers and gifts in her hands. Shen Qingyu understood that Wan Mingyi had come to apologize. Yet, what was Shen Qingyu doing at Jiang University? The coincidental appearance of both individuals felt unsettling. Shen Qingyu instinctively sensed something amiss. He pondered, should he abandon Wan Mingyi to meet Shen Qingyu? The current strategy was to keep Wan Mingyi at a distance. And with Shen Qingyu being someone she rarely interacted with, it seemed unreasonable to ignore her now that she had taken the initiative to approach him. Resolutely, Shen Qingyu replied to Shen Mo's message. Shen Qingyu. All right, where are you? Shen Qingyu promptly sent a location, causing Shen Qingyu's expression to shift. It was the coffee shop where he worked. There were numerous CAFs near the school, yet it was peculiar that she chose the one where he was employed. Was it merely a coincidence? Shen Qingyu suppressed his inner doubts and stepped outside, where he found Wang Mingyi no longer smiling. She seemed to revert to the aloof demeanor of their first encounter. Even Wang Mingyi, with her usual audacity, felt a pang of sadness upon seeing Shen Qingyu's cold expression. Their initial meeting had been so distant, and at that time, she had not taken it to heart. However, after spending time together, she had witnessed a different side of him, his gentle smiles, his playful teasing. Thus, she found it unbearable to see him like this. It felt as though someone who had descended from a lofty pedestal lingered only briefly before drifting away. Shen Qingyu, why are you so indifferent? Just smile. Wang Mingyi attempted to lighten the mood with a teasing tone. Shen Qingyu lowered his gaze and regarded her. Miss Wang, is there something you need? The formality of Miss Wang caused Wang Mingyi to catch her breath. A wave of sadness washed over her, as if something was blocking her heart. She felt a sudden urge to cry, accompanied by a sense of grievance. She extended the flowers and gifts to Shen Qingyu. I came to apologize. I truly didn't mean to last night. The very fact that it was unintentional only highlighted the issue. Wang Mingyi failed to grasp Shen Qingyu's meaning. Her expression one of confusion. In your eyes, I am merely an accessory for your pride, a tool for your reputation. You are enamored only with my appearance. If I lacked such striking beauty, you would never have stood beside me. Wang Mingyi, partially understanding, replied, but isn't the connection between people just like this? Your remarkable looks attracted me, and while my background may be slightly better, we still met by fate. The intricacies of destiny are indeed wondrous. You are not wrong. We met by fate. I attracted you with my facade, but what then? What do you seek by revolving around me? Is it because you genuinely like me? Of course. I chased after you because I wanted you to be my boyfriend. However, a relationship should not be solely based on physical appearance if we cannot penetrate each other's hearts. It is akin to being separated by an impenetrable wall. You have never endeavored to understand me, pursuing your own desires in a one-sided manner. Wang Mingyi murmured softly, I do not comprehend your meaning. She suddenly felt reluctant to confront this version of Shen Qingyu. As if something was about to be unveiled. Let us both take a moment to calm down. Once you have regained your composure, I shall return to you. Wang Mingyi turned to leave. Shen Qingyu spoke from behind her. To put it plainly, you merely wish to conquer me. Conquering a mountain that others find insurmountable may bring you satisfaction and pleasure, yet the nature of that mountain is inconsequential to you. Its essence holds no importance. You are solely focused on the outcome. Shen Qingyu advanced closer, his tone as frigid as ice. Wang Mingyi, while you appear proactive and passionate in relationships, you have never truly regarded your partner with seriousness. Your enthusiasm dissipates after a fleeting moment. You merely seek someone to whom you can express your emotions. That person could be me, or anyone else, for you do not possess an exclusive attachment to me. Once the novelty of that individual fades, you will discard the vessel of your emotions without a second thought. Admit it, you do not love anyone. And your feelings for me cannot even be classified as affection. Wang Mingyi felt as though Shen Qingyu had penetrated her very soul. His words stung. Even though she recognized their truth, she was unwilling to concede. The woman turned to meet his gaze, for the first time revealing her authentic self. Wang Mingyi offered a playful smile. Is there truly anyone in this world who is indispensable? When together, we should relish the joy of companionship, rather than dwell on ephemeral notions. However, when I choose to be with someone, it is indeed necessary that it is you. Wang Mingyi perceived the steadfastness in the youth's eyes, sincere, naive, and captivatingly resolute. She paused. Indeed, Shen Qingyu was but 18 years old. The fervor with which a youth approaches love is uniquely intense. He maintained his integrity, never indulging in frivolity. It was this quality that earned him the title of the unattainable flower. Only at this moment did Wang Mingyi realize that Shen Qingyu was not one to engage in trivialities with her. Shen Qingyu, how should I characterize you? If I call you foolish, you see through me so clearly, yet if I deem you wise, you naively believe in love. Wang Mingyi, not everyone shares your perspective. Do you think that what you deem non-existent truly does not exist? Perhaps it is merely your own belief. A fool like you will surely be deceived by women. When I genuinely like someone, I would willingly endure deception. Wang Mingyi never anticipated that Shen Qingyu could be so resolute in matters of the heart. This steadfastness was strikingly pure. Much like his eyes, clear, crystalline, and profoundly captivating. Wang Mingyi declared with a piercing clarity, since our paths diverge, there is no further need for our association. I shall no longer disturb you. Let this be the end. Without awaiting a response from Shen Qingyu, she fled, as if escaping. Flowers and gifts lay strewn across the ground. The surrounding crowd buzzed with whispers. speculating that Wan Mingyi's heartfelt advances had been rebuffed, leaving her heart shattered by Shen Qingling's rejection, prompting her to retreat in despair. Shen Qingling observed the gift boxes lying quietly on the ground and bent down to collect them. The youth, with his head bowed, curled his lips into a faint smile. He distinctly heard the system's announcement. Wan Mingyi's affection for him had increased by 5 points. Although she claimed that Shen Qingling was unattainable and professed disbelief in love, deep down, it was merely a yearning that remained unfulfilled. Wan Mingyi had always been an individual of extremes in matters of the heart, desiring a love that was nothing short of passionate intensity. Shen Qingling's aloofness and stubbornness in love ultimately compelled her to confront the reality of their connection. She would inevitably fall for Shen Qingling, the singular exception in her life. Chapter 55. Shen Qingyu takes action. Meanwhile, a woman seated in a CAF, wearing headphones, had just finished listening to the entire conversation. With a buoyant spirit, she lifted her coffee cup to take a sip, her eyes gleaming with evident intrigue. The young man truly was an unexpected surprise. Although Shen Qingling and Shang Xia appeared to be quite naive in matters of the heart, Shen Qingyu was acutely aware of their differences. Shang Xia's affection for Gu Yijin was tainted by an array of other sentiments. She was enamored with the aura that Gu Yijin exuded, fundamentally akin to Wan Mingyi. If Gu Yijin were to be cast out by the Gu family, rendered a man of nothing, would Shang Xia endure hardship alongside him? Shen Qingyu would wager her entire fortune on the assertion that she would not. Shang Xia had never been courageous in love. At the slightest hint of adversity, this pampered young lady would retreat. But Shen Qingling was different. Shen Qingyu found herself increasingly captivated by him. The more she interacted with him, the more she discovered the unique purity of this young man. It seemed that this initial kiss was indeed worth it. A smile flickered in Shen Qingmu's eyes. Shen Qingling glanced at his attribute panel, initially intending to check Wan Mingyi's progress bar, only to be taken aback as the unknown goddess's progress surged from 15 to 18. He looked around but could not find Shen Qingmu's figure. How could his affection value increase so unexpectedly? After a moment of deliberation on his way there, he decided to set aside his confusion. Upon entering the CAF, Shen Qingling immediately spotted the woman sitting by the window. Shen Qingyu was strikingly conspicuous. Clad in a black professional ensemble, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her table occupied by a laptop and documents, occasionally lifting her coffee cup for a sip. She truly was relentless in her work. After greeting his colleagues, Shen Qingling approached Shen Qingyu. Miss Sheng. The woman looked up from her documents, closing her laptop and gesturing to the seat in front of her. Please, take a seat. Order anything you like. The coffee here is quite good. It appeared that Shen Qingyu was unaware of Shen Qingling's part-time role there. But was this merely coincidence? Certainly not. As Shen Qingling sat down, he felt a twinge of awkwardness and instinctively lowered his gaze to the menu, casually ordering a cup of coffee. Shen Qingyu observed the boy's downcast eyes. And the moment Shen Qingling raised his gaze, she swiftly resumed her indifferent demeanor. Ms. Sheng, has there been any progress on that matter? Well, one could say there has. Shen Qingyu did not elaborate, revealing information in a slow, deliberate manner. It was she who had invited Shen Qingling out. What did one could say even mean? You found the individuals you mentioned, but neither knows who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Was it possible that they were intentionally withholding information? They genuinely did not know, as all communication had been conducted via mobile devices. In that case, it seems there is no resolution to this matter. Not necessarily. I am still investigating the account of that individual. Shen Qingyu, much like a fisherman, momentarily led Shen Qingling to believe there was no hope, only to then assert that she was still pursuing leads. In truth, she had already uncovered the account, but it was linked to a false identity, ensuring that the matter would yield no results. Yet, she chose not to disclose this to Shen Qingling. Otherwise, how would she justify their meetings? Thank you for your assistance. Miss Sheng. Shen Qingling was exceedingly polite, not daring to cast even a glance in her direction. It was only proper. After all, you encountered trouble in the Sheng family. And I bear some responsibility. Shen Qingyu lifted her coffee cup and took a sip, seemingly sensing something amiss. She glanced at the lipstick mark on the cup and reached into her bag. The woman murmured softly, "My lipstick has come off." Shen Qingling's gaze fell upon her lips, painted in a vibrant red hue, yet lacking any allure upon her visage, evoking no hint of desire. The sight of her lips caused a young man to suddenly recall something, his ears flushing crimson. Shen Qingyu couldn't help but find it amusing. Clearly, she was not the only one preoccupied with that kiss. Is Mingyi looking for you? Shen Qingyu deliberately probed Shen Qingling, testing whether he would speak the truth. Shen Qingling had no intention of concealing anything. Yes. She feigned curiosity, asking, Then why is she not here? Shen Qingyu pressed her lips together. She has left. Sheng Mo cast a glance out the window. It seems my lipstick has ended up in her bag. Did you come together? Yes. I had a meeting at her father's company today. Her car broke down, so I gave her a ride. Remembering you were at Jiang University, I thought to invite you along. Calculating the time, she mused that Ruan Mingyi should have arrived by now. She had intentionally left the lipstick, equipped with a listening device, in Ruan Mingyi's bag. Sheng Mo, aware of the discord between Shen Qingyu and Ruan Mingyi, still sent a message to Ruan Mingyi, her intent being to summon her. If Ruan Mingyi arrived with enthusiasm, only to find Shen Qingyu seated with her over coffee, what would she think? Ruan Mingyi, indeed, had not departed. Instead, she lingered near the CAF. After parting ways with Shen Qingyu, she found herself walking and thinking, eventually wandering into the vicinity. She was perplexed. How could Shen Qingyu behave in such a manner? The more she pondered, the more vexed and despondent she felt. Yet, with circumstances as they were, it appeared that there was no longer any possibility of reconciliation between her and Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu must surely view her as a heartless, unprincipled woman who toys with emotions. Perhaps Yi Qiao was right. She ought not to have provoked Shen Qingyu, as they had never belonged to the same world. Just as she was engulfed in her gloomy thoughts, she received a message from Sheng Mo. Sheng Mo. Mingyi, did my lipstick end up in your bag? If it's still at Jiang University, could you bring it to me? Ruan Mingyi opened her bag and discovered a lipstick that did not belong to her. It appeared to be the one Sheng Mo referred to. Ruan Mingyi, I'm still here. Where are you, Miss Sheng? Sheng Mo, at the CAF to the left of Jiang University. Ruan Mingyi thought, isn't that her family SCAF? It was also the place where she first encountered Shen Qingyu. Why would she go to the CAF at a time like this? Arriving there would inevitably remind her of Shen Qingyu. After some contemplation, she decided to go. Ruan Mingyi could never have anticipated the scene that awaited her. As she approached the CAF, she caught sight of Shen Qingyu seated by the window, with Sheng Mo across from her. How could these two be together? Just before Ruan Mingyi's arrival, Shen Qingyu had intended to excuse herself, yet Sheng Mo began speaking of Summer, implying an apology for her previous offense. Shen Qingyu found it inappropriate to leave abruptly, so she remained seated, engaging in idle chatter for a while. Sheng Mo, with keen perception, caught sight of Ruan Mingyi outside. She feigned the act of spilling coffee, causing it to saturate her skirt and drench a substantial portion of the documents on the table. Out of gentlemanly courtesy, Shen Qingyu offered her a tissue, inquiring, "Are you all right, General Sheng?" However, Sheng Mo appeared to be in considerable discomfort. Unable to move, she furrowed her brows and said, "It seems I burned my leg. Ouch, could you please assist me?" Shen Qingyu rose and knelt beside her, resembling a devoted knight. Despite the searing pain from the burn on her leg threatening to make her tremble, a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. The location of Sheng Mo's injury was rather awkward, with the coffee spilling on her thigh, leaving Shen Qingyu momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. He looked up and suggested, "How about?" Sheng Mo interjected with a frown, "It's fine. Go ahead." Just as Shen Qingyu was about to place his hand on her, Shen Mo grasped his hand, saying, "Wait, hold on." When Ruan Mingyi entered, she was met with this scene. Shen Qingyu crouched beside Shen Mo, his hand resting on her thigh, while her hand lay atop his. Witnessing this, Ruan Mingyi, already disheartened by Shen Qingyu, felt an overwhelming surge of rage. Anger flooded her mind, clouding her already limited rationality. She stormed over, her eyes wide with fury, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "What on earth are you two doing?" Chapter 56, Shen Qingyu. "I refuse to serve you any longer." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Qingyu turned around. "Ruan Mingyi, what brings you here?" Ruan Mingyi was almost amused by the question. "How dare you ask me why I'm here? This is my family's property. Why shouldn't I be here?" "But you too. What are you up to?" Shen Qingyu intended to explain, but Sheng Mo, wincing from the burn on her leg, exclaimed, "Ouch." Shen Qingyu knelt down to examine her injury. "I apologize, I was momentarily distracted. Otherwise, I would have taken you to the hospital. This looks serious." Ruan Mingyi could not tolerate Shen Qingyu's concern for another woman in her presence. She approached and pulled Shen Qingyu up, glaring at Sheng Mo. "Why is President Shang with you? Are you here to find him under the pretense of visiting Jiang University?" Sheng Mo, pale from the pain, attempted to clarify, "You misunderstand." However, this explanation only exacerbated the situation. Her vague response of misunderstanding further infuriated Ruan Mingyi. "Misunderstand what? Can't you see President Sheng is quite capable? Knowing I like him, yet he still chooses to be close to you." Shen Qingyu could no longer remain silent. He pulled Yuan Mingyi aside and stated coldly, "You've lost your mind. President Xing indeed has business with me, not what you presume. Her leg was burned by coffee. She needs immediate medical attention." At that moment, Yuan Mingyi, consumed by anger, disregarded Shang Mo's injury and stubbornly demanded an explanation. "Fine. Then tell me, what business could you possibly have?" Shen Qingyu found himself at a loss for words. Should he confess that he had been drugged and kissed Shen Mo? Moreover, Shang Mo had just told him not to disclose this matter to anyone, as it could tarnish the Xing family's reputation. Shen Qingyu had already promised her that he wouldn't betray her trust. Given his character, it was impossible for him to break that promise. Shang Mo understood this well. She immediately tugged at Shen Qingyu's hand and shook her head. Shen Qingyu, unwilling to engage with Yuan Mingyi, lifted Shang Mo and brushed past Yuan Mingyi. Yuan Mingyi stood there, stunned. He actually left her behind, carrying another woman away? In disbelief, she turned to gaze at his retreating figure. The tall silhouette of the youth made Shang Mo, who stood at 175 centimeters, appear diminutive in his embrace. Shang Mo wrapped her arms around Shen Qingyu's neck, resting her head lightly on his shoulder, yet her gaze remained fixed on Yuan Mingyi. Whether it was merely Yuan Mingyi's imagination or not, she felt as though Shang Mo smiled at her for a fleeting moment. But in the next instant, Shen Mo's expression returned to one of pale distress. Yuan Mingyi was seething with frustration. She longed to rush over, but upon reflection, she acknowledged her lack of entitlement to do so. She had no right. They were not even friends at this point. Yuan Mingyi walked to the front desk and requested a glass of ice water, which she gulped down in one go. As she regained her composure, she realized perhaps her earlier impulsiveness was unwarranted. Shen Qingyu was not that kind of person, nor was Shang Mo. At that moment, Yuan Mingyi's lost rationality finally returned. She accessed the store's surveillance footage and began to observe. Before Shen Qingyu entered, Shang Mo had been diligently working. Once Shen Qingyu arrived, both conversed politely, their demeanor suggesting a certain awkwardness, devoid of any inappropriate behavior. It was only when Shang Mo accidentally spilled her coffee that Shen Qingyu initially offered her a tissue, moving closer only when it became apparent that Shang Mo was too injured to do so herself. Unbeknownst to them, this moment was precisely when their actions were captured. Yuan Mingyi felt a twinge of regret. She had indeed misjudged their relationship. What would Shen Qingyu think of her? She must have appeared as a deranged lunatic, a sight most unbecoming. But what was the reason for their meeting? They had only encountered one another once. Why would they meet privately? Shen Qingyu had never mentioned Shang Mo to her. What connection could there possibly be between Shen Qingyu and the Shang family? Wait, the Gu family? She still had no clarity on Shen Qingyu's ties to the Gu family. Could it be that Shang Mo sought her out in relation to the Gu family? The more Yuan Mingyi pondered, the more vexed she became, even contemplating sending a message to Shen Qingyu for clarification. Yet, as she retrieved her phone, she recalled her earlier resolve. Had she not intended to sever ties with Shen Qingyu? She must not allow herself to be overly concerned with Shen Qingyu. Absolutely not. How could she lose control over such a trivial matter? Yuan Mingyi had never before allowed herself to act so irrationally over a man. She had completely spiraled. It dawned upon her that Shen Qingyu's influence on her was disturbingly profound, and this was quite troubling. Taking a deep breath, she tucked her phone away. I, Yuan Mingyi, shall not hang my hopes on a single tree. You may choose to be with whichever woman you desire. Farewell, Shen Qingyu. I shall no longer serve you. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu emerged from the CAF, supporting Shang Mo. Where's your car, Miss Shang? Just a bit further ahead. That's it. The keys are in my bag. Shen Qingyu gently seated her on a bench. I'll fetch your belongings from the store. Thank you. I appreciate it. Not at all. Shen Qingyu returned to the CAF. Upon entering, she overheard Yuan Mingyi's words. Farewell, Shen Qingyu. I shall no longer serve you. As soon as Yuan Mingyi uttered this, their eyes met, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Yuan Mingyi swallowed hard, appearing somewhat guilty. Goodness, why is she back? Why did she even say my name? Shen Qingyu lowered her gaze, pausing in silence for a moment before finally clarifying. Before we part, I must say this. I am not the person you think I am. I have acted with a clear conscience today, regardless of your thoughts about me. And please refrain from mentioning my name when you speak ill of me. Shen Qingyu brushed past her, collected Shang Mo's belongings, and walked away. Yuan Mingyi gazed sorrowfully at Shen Qingyu's retreating figure. Despite her claims of indifference, she found herself utterly unable to contain her emotions. She felt like a forlorn puppy watching its master depart. Such sorrow. Yuan Mingyi's eyes welled with tears, cascading down her cheeks. How could this be so painful? She has yet to engage in a romantic relationship, yet she already feels the pangs of heartbreak. Is this the price one pays for being enamored with an ice-cold demeanor? In that fleeting moment, she contemplated seeking out Shen Qingyu to apologize. She felt on the brink of madness. Wan Mingyi believed she must intoxicate herself at once, otherwise, she might commit an act of utter folly in the next heartbeat. In haste, Wan Mingyi dialed Yu Qiao, and the two agreed to rendezvous at a bar for drinks. Shen Qingyu and Sheng Mo had certainly put Wan Mingyi through her paces. Ironically, Wan Mingyi's feelings for Shen Qingyu had inexplicably intensified, reaching a count of 86. Perhaps Shen Qingyu ought to express gratitude to Sheng Mo. The woman occupied the front passenger seat, feigning nonchalance as she scrutinized Shen Qingyu. The young man appeared visibly troubled. His lips pressed together, brow furrowed. "I apologize for causing you to argue," he said. "It is not your fault. She is in the wrong," she replied. "Regardless, it all stems from me. I will clarify things with her. We parted on unfriendly terms already. There is no need for you to dwell on it, Mr. Sheng. Actually, you need not refer to me as Mr. Sheng all the time. It evokes a sense of corporate formality." Shen Qingling's brow twitched slightly. At a red light, he turned to her and asked, "How should I address you then? You are younger than I, so calling me sister would suffice." "Sister?" Upon hearing Shen Qingling tentatively utter the word, Sheng Mo felt her blood rush, unable to suppress the thrill that coursed through her. "Well, then I may call you Qingling. If that is acceptable." "Very well. How is your leg? Perhaps we should visit the nearest hospital." "No, I must go to the Sheng family's private hospital." "Understood." Shen Qingling was puzzled by Sheng Mo's insistence on the private facility. He drove swiftly, adhering to the speed limit, until they reached the opulent private hospital, which bore little resemblance to a traditional medical institution. Shen Qingling remained outside, waiting. Inside, a female doctor was administering treatment to Sheng Mo. It was not that Sheng Mo held any disdain for public hospitals. Rather, she feared encountering a male doctor, which would render her examination uncomfortable. Requesting a female doctor would only complicate matters, hence, the choice of her family's hospital. As the doctor treated her, she spoke softly, "Mr. Sheng, please bear with the pain." Sheng Mo responded with an indifferent mm. The treatment was indeed quite painful, yet she remained silent, her gaze fixed on the door. Her previous antics at the CAF had merely been an attempt to capture Shen Qingling's attention. "Will there be scarring?" she inquired. "There will not be, Mr. Sheng. As long as you adhere to the treatment schedule, all will be well." The doctor provided additional instructions, to which Sheng Mo responded with a faint acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, the doctor exited, and Shen Qingling stepped inside. The moment Shen Qingling entered, Sheng Mo's expression shifted dramatically. She appeared to be in considerable pain, and in that instant, her commanding presence as a formidable businesswoman dissipated, revealing her vulnerable side. It became apparent that she, too, possessed a delicate and tender aspect. Shen Qingling expressed her concern for her injuries. The doctor seemed to suggest that she should be hospitalized, yet Sheng Mo was unwilling. She remained resolute in her stance. It was merely a minor injury. The corporation still had a multitude of matters awaiting her attention. Health is paramount. Earning money is essential. Health is paramount. "Very well. May I trouble you with one more request?" she inquired. "What is it?" he replied. "Could you please take me home? It is rather inconvenient for me to drive in my current state." "Certainly," Sheng Mo said, extending his hand towards Shen Qingling. "Could you assist me in getting up? It is rather difficult to walk. Alternatively, you could carry me as you did before." Chapter 57. Never trade my fiancée for death. Upon uttering these words, Shen Mo suddenly realized that her previous actions may have crossed a line. "I apologize. I was a bit hasty and failed to gauge the situation properly. It's quite all right." That approach would expedite matters significantly. "Please, hold me once more," she stated without a hint of embarrassment or suggestiveness, leaving one to wonder if there was an underlying meaning to her words. Should Shen Qingling hesitate or refuse, it would only betray his own insecurities. He lifted Sheng Mo and carried her outside. This time, both of them were particularly attuned to each other. Sheng Mo inhaled the delightful fragrance emanating from him, reminiscent of their previous kiss. Exhausted, she rested against his chest, feeling the firmness of his abdominal muscles. A woman truly requires the support of such strength to find motivation in her endeavors. Of course, it must be Shen Qingling's strength. Though he appeared slender, the youth possessed considerable power. His embrace was steady and reassuring. Everything about him seemed to resonate with her desires. Perhaps, even if this were a mere manipulation, she would accept it. Shen Qingling inadvertently glanced down at the woman in his arms. "Sheng Mo, seemed to have drifted into slumber. With her eyes closed, she appeared serene and gentle, the assertiveness she often displayed fading away. Leaning comfortably against him, she exuded an unexpectedly obedient aura. Slowing his pace, Shen Qingyu reached the car and gently placed her in the passenger seat, then awaited her awakening. However, Shen Qingyu did not truly fall asleep, not even for a fleeting moment. Although fatigue and drowsiness weighed upon her, it was not until an hour later that she finally opened her eyes. "I'm sorry, I must have dozed off." "It's nothing. I shall take you home now. Thank you for your trouble today. I would like to treat you to a meal on another occasion." Shen Qingyu intended to decline, but Shen Qingyu seemed to sense his hesitation and immediately interjected. "If you refuse, I will be unable to stop thinking about it." The impression Shen Qingyu gave was distinctly different from Ruan Mingyi. Though both extended invitations to dine, Ruan Mingyi's tone lacked seriousness, while Shen Qingyu's carried an unmistakable gravity. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingyu nodded in acquiescence. As he drove to the Xing residence upon arrival, there was no need for him to carry her inside. Numerous individuals were present to assist Shen Qingyu. As he turned to leave, Shen Qingyu glanced at the time and remarked, "It's already lunchtime. Let us have lunch here at the Xing residence. Thank you for your kind offer, but it's not necessary. Should you choose not to stay, I would feel rather uncomfortable." "Well, come in then. There is no one else at home." Only, before she could finish, Sheng Xia's voice interrupted. "I heard you were injured. Was it that pretty boy who brought you back?" Sheng Xia scrutinized the man's silhouette, finding it somewhat familiar. "Could it be the same one you kissed last time?" When the man turned around, Sheng Xia was astonished to discover that it was indeed Shen Qingyu. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, it's you. How did you end up with her?" Sheng Qingyu furrowed her brow and retorted, "How rude of you." Sheng Xia pouted, "What is the issue? Should I extend a warm welcome to you both at the Sheng residence?" Sheng Qingyu helplessly remarked to Shen Qingyu, "I apologize for the embarrassment." Shen Qingyu lowered his gaze. "It's nothing. I shall take my leave." Sheng Xia approached him, winking, "Don't go yet. I heard you brought my sister back. What transpired?" Sheng Qingyu replied, "I wish to invite him for dinner at home. You offended him last time, but didn't he even apologize?" Sheng Xia tugged at Shen Qingyu's sleeve. "I'm truly sorry for my previous actions. It was unintentional. Look, you appeared much more agreeable without Ruan Mingyi by your side." Upon hearing Ruan Mingyi's name, he immediately frowned. "I have no association with her anymore." Sheng Qingyu subtly smirked. It appeared her objective had been achieved. Sheng Xia, upon hearing Shen Qingyu's words, burst into laughter. "What is going on? Do share. I'm genuinely curious. Stay for dinner. I'll apologize if you wish. Please, sit down." Sheng Xia almost forcefully pulled Shen Qingyu onto the sofa. Shen Qingyu seemed reluctant to discuss the matter, remaining silent. Sheng Qingyu feigned a sigh. "It's my fault. Ruan Mingyi assumed there was something between us, leading to a fierce quarrel." Sheng Xia couldn't help but laugh, exclaiming, "How could Ruan Mingyi be so foolish? Has she lost her mind? How could she think you would have any romantic entanglements with a man? No wonder she fails to hold on to men. That foolish woman is beyond saving." Learning of the quarrel between Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingyu made Sheng Xia regard him with even more favor. She patted Shen Qingyu's shoulder. "That woman isn't worth your sorrow. You weren't even together. From now on, join us. I assure you it will be far more enjoyable than being with Ruan Mingyi." Sheng Qingyu observed Sheng Xia's hand resting on Shen Qingyu's shoulder. As if casually mentioning it, she said, "You are betrothed. Perhaps it's best to refrain from such discussions. Speaking of which, when do you plan to meet the new young master of the Gu family?" Sheng Mo's inquiry was not without intent. The moment she saw Shen Qingyu in the Gu family's car, she had already surmised the truth. So, why was she deliberately bringing it up now? Sheng Xia's reaction spoke volumes. She returned to her seat with a disgruntled expression. "What? Who wants to meet that good-for-nothing from the orphanage? He is your future fiancé. Such an attitude is unacceptable." "Who acknowledged him as my fiancé? Gu Yijin is already useless enough. Why would I want to replace him with someone even worse? Are you hoping for my misfortune? Perhaps you fear I might seize your inheritance?" "Rest assured, that thought has crossed my mind." "So, your stance is that you do not wish to change your fiancé?" "Why would I? You are quite something. I've said I want to change, and I mean it." Sheng Qingyu could only sigh. "Then we must find an opportunity to inform the Gu family." Sheng Xia regarded her with suspicion. "Didn't you insist I change before? Why are you so agreeable now? A forcibly bent melon is not sweet. Since you favor Gu Yijin, I shan't compel you. When did you become so understanding?" Sheng Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at Shen Qingyu, who seemed lost in thought. Sheng Qingyu inquired, Did you and Gu Yijin have a quarrel last time? I heard you struck him. He brought this upon himself by his transgressions against me, she replied. Since you've decided to enter into a union with him, you ought to coexist harmoniously. Invite him over for a meal. No? I only have time this afternoon. You know how busy I am. Understood. I shall call him. Shang Xia dialed Gu Yijin's number. Initially, Gu Yijin was reluctant to attend, but upon hearing that it was Shang Mo's suggestion and that Shang Mo would also be present, he reconsidered. Regardless, he must endeavor to win Shang Mo's favor. The opportunity for a union with the Shang family must not be relinquished to Shen Qingyu. Gu Yijin meticulously adorned himself before heading to the Shang residence. Upon opening the door, Shang Xia noted his somewhat frosty demeanor, evidently still irked by their previous encounter. He presented her with a bouquet of flowers. Xia, I bought your favorite flowers. Can you forgive me? Let it go, come inside. I truly did not expect your sister to invite me for dinner. I am both surprised and honored. She is merely doing this for the sake of the alliance. Do not presume she holds any fondness for you. Nevertheless, it is the thought that counts. I brought a gift for your sister as well. Come on. Enough with the pleasantries. Gu Yijin was utterly taken aback to find that person here. Upon entering, he froze at the sight of Shen Qingyu seated on the sofa. Shen Qingyu, how is he here? This specter refuses to vanish. Chapter 58. I refer to that useless individual as Shen Qingyu, Gu Yijin murmured. Xia. How did he end up here? My sister brought him back. How could your sister possibly be involved with him? How would I know? If you're curious, you can ask my sister. Shang Xia had no desire to engage in meaningless conversation. Her irritation had yet to subside. Gu Yijin first approached Shang Mo to exchange greetings, then placed the gift on the table before him. Last time, when Shang Xia struck you, it was her fault. Thus, I invited you to our home for a meal to smooth things over. Please do not dwell on the past. Not at all. It was my misstep. I bear no grudge against Xia. It is already a blessing that she can forgive me. Indeed, it is good that you can think this way. Shang Mo remained as aloof as ever, though his demeanor seemed marginally more amicable. Perhaps he was not as averse to Gu Yijin as before. Gu Yijin pondered whether this was merely his illusion. However, since Shang Mo had expressed such sentiments, it appeared he was hopeful for a continued union between him and Shang Xia, which was a promising beginning. Gu Yijin glanced at Shen Qingyu standing nearby, pondering the nature of his presence in the Shang household. Was the Shang family aware of his true identity? Taking the initiative, Gu Yijin greeted Shen Qingyu. You are here as well. Yes, I have matters to attend to. At that moment, the butler announced that dinner was ready, prompting the group to transition from the living room to the dining area. As they left, Shang Mo allowed Shen Qingyu to assist him. The more Gu Yijin observed, the more unsettled he felt. Shang Mo had always been averse to physical contact with others. Why had he willingly permitted Shen Qingyu to support him? Frowning, he inquired of Shang Xia, do you not find your sister's relationship with him rather peculiar? Shang Xia rolled her eyes. You are overthinking this. My sister is a woman who sees only wealth. No ordinary man could ever captivate her attention over the allure of money. Gu Yijin pressed his lips together. Yet Shen Qingyu was no ordinary man. Shang Xia retorted angrily, why are you so fixated on my sister? Do you harbor ulterior motives? Shang Xia was acutely aware that Shang Mo, being handsome, wealthy, and influential, was bound to attract attention from men. Gu Yijin was no exception. Gu Yijin smiled gently. What are you saying? That is your sister. My affections have always been directed solely towards you. After all these years, do you still not comprehend my feelings? I have never cast more than a fleeting glance at another woman. My concern for your sister stems only from a fear that she may be deceived by someone ill-intentioned. This elicited a laugh from Shang Xia. She deceived others? Do not make me laugh, Yijin. She would sooner have others undressed than show any mercy. Enough chatter, dinner awaits. Shang Mo's voice called out, and the two ceased their conversation. This was not Gu Yijin's first dining experience at the Shang residence. He had often visited during the time when Shang Mo's parents were alive, so he felt no trepidation. It was Shen Qingyu's first visit, and he spoke little, merely listening as Gu Yijin recounted amusing anecdotes from his past at the Shang household. As tales of bygone days were shared, Shang Xia's anger began to dissipate, and she recalled fondly Gu Yijin's kindness towards her in the past. She smiled and remarked, in the past, Yijin always chose me as his wife during our games of pretend, while Qian and the others would throw a fit when they wanted to play the role of a wife. Mother always said that Yijin would undoubtedly be a good husband in the future. Gu Yijin grasped Shang Xia's hand and assured her, I shall not disappoint uncle and aunt's expectations. However, Shang Mo's gaze exuded a chilling aura that vanished in an instant. When do you plan to get married? Shen Qingyu unexpectedly inquired about their wedding plans, as if the sun had risen in the west. Shang Xia responded nonchalantly, I have no particular feelings about it. But now that good-for-nothing from the Gu family has returned, I'm uncertain about their intentions. It seems that Aunt Wen is not very keen on the idea of a union between me and a Jin. Upon hearing the term good-for-nothing, Gu Yijin cast a glance at Shen Qingyu, whose expression remained calm and unresponsive. Such composure. Cheng Xia turned to Gu Yijin and asked, by the way, when did that good-for-nothing return to the Gu family? Have you met him? Gu Yijin feigned embarrassment and replied, Xia. Perhaps it would be better not to refer to him that way. Cheng Xia looked at him with a puzzled expression. Then how should I refer to him? The one who returned from the orphanage? What was his name again? Shen Qingyu interjected suddenly. Cheng Xia looked over. What? I said that good-for-nothing's name is Shen Qingyu. How do you know? I know him. Oh, how do you know that good-for-nothing? Are you quite familiar with him? What does he look like? Tell me. Shen Qingyu chuckled softly, but did not respond. Cheng Xia blinked. Why are you silent? Shen Qingyu calmly set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Aren't you going to ask me my name? Oh right, until now. I still don't know your name. What is it? Shen Qingyu. At that moment, Cheng Xia, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked. Her face flushing crimson. The restaurant fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Cheng Xia put down her cup. Incredulity etched on her face as she stared at Shen Qingyu. Why, you said what? You are Shen Qingyu? Yes. Impossible. How could you be that good-for-nothing who returned from the orphanage? That person. Cheng Xia felt as if her mind had gone blank. No? Is this right? Is this really true? She stared at Shen Qingyu in a daze. Such a handsome man is her fiancé? Oh. It seems that might not be the case. In her mind echoed a resounding notification. Cheng Xia's regret value increased by 70, heart throb value increased by 30. Shen Qingyu chuckled. What an honest child. Cheng Xia now felt so embarrassed that she was at a loss for what to do. She had never experienced such awkwardness in her life. She had just called him a good-for-nothing who came back from the orphanage, declared she would never marry him, and displayed affection for Gu Yijin right at the table. Her thoughts were now a chaotic mess. Shen Qingyu stood up and said, I finished eating. Please enjoy your meal. With that, he headed toward the living room. A scream echoed through the restaurant, emanating from Cheng Xia. Sheng Qingyu maintained a calm demeanor, saying, Why the commotion? It's time to eat. Shang Xia, her eyes filled with uncertainty, replied, Do you think he is just toying with me? Sheng Qingyu responded, I have no idea. I have never met the young master of the Gu family. Sheng Xia could only turn to Gu Yijin and ask, A Jin. Is he the one who returned from the orphanage? Gu Yijin nodded affirmatively. Yes, he moved back to the Gu residence last night. I hinted to you earlier to refrain from speaking that way. Sheng Xia, fuming, retorted, Why didn't you tell me sooner? Gu Yijin, slightly irked, nevertheless forced a smile and said, I didn't anticipate you would speak like that. Besides, didn't you say that no matter what he looked like, you wouldn't have any feelings for him? Sheng Xia furrowed her brows and fell silent. The smile on Gu Yijin's face gradually faded. Has Xia begun to regret her words? Sheng Xia poked at the shrimp in her bowl, remaining silent. Suddenly, Sheng Qingyu spoke up. This matter leaves no room for regret. Marriage is not a trivial affair. You have already said something excessive in front of him, and he likely will not agree to a union with you now. Sheng Xia lamented, What should I do if my heart aches even more? Chapter 59. I will always keep an eye on you. An awkward dinner concluded in the silence of midsummer. Shen Qingyu seemed disinclined to linger. After Sheng Qingyu and the others finished their meal, he took his leave. Gu Yijin, observing the dazed Sheng Xia, felt equally unmotivated to remain. Rather than pondering Sheng Xia's thoughts, he was more curious about Shen Qingyu's perspective, which appeared to be the crux of the matter. Gu Yijin took the initiative to suggest returning home with Shen Qingyu. Qingling, are you heading home? Yes. I drove here. Would you like to ride back with me? Sure. As Shen Qingyu entered Gu Yijin's car, an air of awkwardness enveloped them. Shen Qingyu gazed out at the passing scenery while Gu Yijin focused intently on driving. I apologize on behalf of Xia. There is no need for apologies. Her thoughts are her own. Shen Qingyu appeared genuinely unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to Shang Xia's remarks. What did this truly signify? As they halted at a red light, Gu Yijin couldn't resist stealing a glance at Shen Qingyu, probing. What if your family insists on a union between you and Xia? At this, Shen Qingyu shifted his gaze toward Gu Yijin. Here it comes again, that look. Gu Yijin thought. She's your fiancée, I have heard of your history spanning many years, knowing your bond is quite strong. How could you ever consider becoming a third party to disrupt someone else's relationship? But if it weren't for me, perhaps she would indeed be your fiancée. There are no what-ifs in this world. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? I have taken everything that rightfully belonged to you. What purpose does hatred serve? Can time be reversed? You were merely an infant back then, and imposing hatred upon you would only bring me pain. Shen Qingling's gaze remained tranquil, imbued with a sense of acceptance and kindness. To others, he might exude an icy demeanor, yet to Gu Yijin, he felt like flowing water. This was profoundly unsettling. Gu Yijin gripped the steering wheel tightly, rendered speechless by Shen Qingling's calmness. Damn, Shen Qingling is truly an immaculate white lotus. Gu Yijin thought in frustration. He found it incomprehensible how someone like Shen Qingling could possess no animosity. How could he regard him with such eyes? They were adversaries, destined for an unyielding conflict. The more serene Shen Qingling appeared, the more Gu Yijin yearned to witness him transformed into someone akin to himself. Why did Shen Qingling have the privilege of remaining untainted? His kindness and beauty only intensified Gu Yijin's hatred. He desired to obliterate him, to dismantle his benevolence, to make him aware of the world's malevolence. He must become as ruthless as Gu Yijin himself. From a young age, Gu Yijin had been sensitive and suspicious, harboring a dark heart, never experiencing a moment of candidness akin to Shen Qingling's existence. For years, he had grappled with the weight of his lineage, perpetually fearing a fall from grace. He frequently dreamt of his true identity being exposed, leading to his expulsion, and thus never dared to relax. Having always known he was not a child of the Gu family, he found it impossible to foster any affection for them, remaining perpetually cautious and guarded. He was compelled to don a mask and disguise his true self, forced to become a person who resorted to any means necessary. How could Shen Qingling, of all people, blossom into an upright and benevolent individual amidst such murk? What justified this? Gu Yijin gritted his teeth and declared, "But it is because of you that I had to become an orphan, deprived of my parents' love from a tender age, growing up in a leaky rental, having to work part-time to make ends meet. Your suffering is a consequence of my existence. Do you truly not harbor any hatred towards me?" Gu Yijin, "I have never perceived my life as miserable," Shen Qingling replied, taken aback by his words. He continued, "Although I lacked parental affection, the orphanage's director and caretakers treated me with kindness, though not my parents. They were akin to them. Even though I resided in a dilapidated rental, I held the conviction that one day I would transcend that existence. I possess ample faith in my future. Working part-time is trivial. Such hardships are merely the quotidian experiences of ordinary individuals. No one's life is devoid of trials. Even the wealthiest encounter their own tribulations. Happiness is not merely what you deem it to be. One need not project suffering onto me, for that is a condescending perspective. In a family as affluent as the Gu's, how many truly find joy within its walls? Thus, you need not assume that I would harbor animosity towards you, for such hatred serves no purpose. The original owner indeed harbored such sentiments. Shen Qingling never perceived his life as unfortunate or painful. He perpetually held hope for the future. Gu Yijin was momentarily rendered speechless by Shen Qingling's words, gripping the steering wheel tightly. What he knew was this: within the Gu family, few experienced genuine happiness. Gu Chuang clung to the unattainable ideal of his first love, remaining indifferent towards his two former wives. Gu Yutong, having lost her mother, saw her father remarry swiftly, directing her resentment towards her stepmother, Wen Sulan, while she dared not hate the true culprit, her father. Wen Sulan, lacking Gu Qingwang's affection, occupied the lowest echelon in the household. And no amount of effort could sway the hearts of this father-daughter duo. Lin Qidai, having lost her parents, found herself at the mercy of others. And in a household riddled with its own afflictions, who could possibly spare a thought for her, an outsider? As for himself, he had lived in a state of perpetual unease since childhood. A life obtained through theft could never be genuinely at peace. Noticing Gu Yijin's sudden silence, Shen Qingling reminded him, "The light is green." Gu Yijin turned his gaze and resumed driving, enveloped in a profound silence. When Gu Yijin spoke with warmth and enthusiasm, it was often a fade, but in his silence lay his truest self. Shen Qingling's words conveyed to him that the life he desperately sought to protect, achieved through unscrupulous means, was not desired by Shen Qingling. Or perhaps he could lead a fulfilling life without it. In that moment, Gu Yijin felt like a mere jest. The two returned to the Gu residence in silence. Upon seeing Shen Qingling, Wen Sulan approached with joy, showering him with concern and inquiries. Gu Yijin observed the scene with indifference, silently ascending the stairs. He did not retreat to his room, but instead stood in a dim corner on the second floor, watching the two intently. Shen Qingyu, I shall forever observe you from the shadows, eternally. In the Gu household, where happiness seems elusive, Shen Qingyu must endure a fate akin to theirs. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Upon returning from her classes, Shen Qingyu discovered the Gu residence bustling with activity. An array of vehicles filled the exterior, unmistakably the entourage of a production team. Numerous crew members clad in uniforms and equipped with headsets scurried about the premises, indicating that preparations for the show's premiere were underway. Today marked the day for the filming of promotional posters for the Gu family's program, and naturally, Shen Qingyu refrained from attending. The abundance of staff made her reluctant to reveal herself prematurely, so she donned a mask for concealment. As Shen Qingyu made her entrance, Gao Yu, the assistant director overseeing the event, immediately took notice of her. Despite her efforts to remain incognito with a hooded sweatshirt and mask, her physique and the allure of her eyes, partially concealed, piqued Gao Yu's interest. He could easily spot her amidst the crowd, and whispers circulated among the crew. Gao Yu inquired of the Gu family steward, "Who is that? Are you referring to the one in the mask?" "Indeed. I am uncertain." Puzzled, Gao Yu responded, "Uncertain? How could they so brazenly stroll into the living room?" The steward chuckled softly. "If the gentleman has not disclosed certain matters, then I, too, am left in the dark." The steward of the Gu family was well aware of what to divulge and what to withhold. Some truths were simply not meant to escape his lips. Recognizing the steward's reluctance to share further, Gao Yu ceased his inquiries. Instead, he placed a call to Director Hichili. Upon learning that another individual was present in the Gu household, Hichili could not resist probing further about Gu Yutong. "He is my younger brother, much like Gu Yijin. Yet he is a reserved soul who shuns the limelight. I hope you can avoid capturing him on camera." Hichili, a seasoned veteran in the entertainment industry, quickly discerned from the expressions of the Gu family members that the young man in question held a noteworthy identity. Her instincts hinted that the Gu family was on the brink of revealing a significant secret. Chapter 60. The variety show premiere in the evening. The production team unveiled the promotional poster for the Gu family. As the final guest poster released by the production team, Gu family style distinctly diverged from that of several other families. The entire poster was dominated by hues of black and gold, showcasing the opulence of a European-inspired setting. Gu Chuang sat upright on a luxurious chair, his expression devoid of mirth, radiating an air of stern authority, his gaze reflecting the cold demeanor of a power wielder. A quintessential scion of wealth. Wen Sulan, adorned in a flowing white gown with her hair elegantly styled, exuded a gentle and refined aura as she smiled warmly at the camera, leaning softly against Gu Qingwang's left side, embodying the archetype of a noble matron. Holding hands with Lin Qingdai, who donned a princess dress with her long, straight black hair cascading down, she emanated an unparalleled purity, reminiscent of the unattainable school beauty that young boys often secretly admired. To Gu Qingwang's right stood Gu Yutong, her hand resting on his shoulder. Clad in a thigh-slit black gown and a crown atop her head, gazing down at the camera with an expression of regal pride, akin to a queen commanding her domain. Beside her was Gu Yijin, dressed in a tailored suit, gently lifting Gu Yutong's hand, his eyes radiating warmth and a smile gracing his lips, resembling a polished gentleman. The most benign presence within this captivating tableau. The Gu family's poster was imbued with an air of lavish sophistication and intoxicating allure. This was a directive from Director Hichili, as the primary purpose of the Gu family was to satiate the audience's curiosity about opulent lifestyles. The production team was acutely aware of what viewers yearned to see. This set of posters was undoubtedly the most visually stunning and meticulously crafted. Each individual possessed a unique style, their character portrayals clearly delineated. The father as the omnipotent patriarch, the mother as a striking yet superficial socialite, the sister as an ambitious figure of higher status, the younger brother as a gentle and beloved young master, and the younger sister as a demure and inconspicuous innocent. As a leading actress, Gu Yutong naturally commanded immense popularity. The Gu family, renowned in Jiangxing for their affluence, coupled with the program's sensationalist allure, propelled this poster to the top of trending topics, quickly garnering over 100,000 comments. Among the remarks, some were fans of Gu Yutong managing the narrative, while others extolled the family's aesthetic appeal. "Help! Sister Tang, this one is simply breathtaking. My heart races, breath quickens. My ability to purify smog surpasses that of tropical rainforests. I shall become the new lung of the earth. With a thud, I shall transform the Qinghai Tibet Plateau into a basin. No longer will we need the South-North Water Diversion Project. The winds I create shall provide electricity for all humankind. My girl, keep your distance, don't covet. Don't linger. If you touch her, 110 will take me away. 120 will take you away. I'll make the news. You'll be taken away. I'll enter prison. You'll descend to hell. Even if it's just nail art with gems, I'll accept it as long as it's my sister. I can accept anything. I was painting a purple wall when I suddenly saw this and became so excited that I knocked over the purple paint beside me. Watching it spill onto the ground, I shouted loudly, "My paint! My paint!" No wonder Gu Yutong possesses such stunning beauty. Her parents are both exceptionally attractive, and her younger siblings could easily enter the entertainment industry with their looks. This poster leaves me breathless. It encapsulates the essence of a wealthy family. The directing team has truly excelled in capturing the opulence and grandeur. This is perhaps the first family in the program's history to possess such stunning beauty collectively. One might ponder what it feels like for an entire family to embody such exceptional attractiveness. Sister Tang might nonchalantly remark that there is no particular sensation associated with it, considering she faces the world daily with a visage akin to a masterpiece crafted by Nua herself. I am utterly excited. This marks her inaugural appearance on a variety show, and her fans must rally in support. Yet, there is a lingering impression that this family does not quite resemble one another. A comment from an onlooker, suggesting that the Gu family members do not bear a striking resemblance, was met with a flurry of criticism in the comments section. However, upon closer inspection, one might concede there is some truth to it. Gu Yutong and Gu Qinwang share certain similarities, yet the others seem quite distinct. Gu Yijin bears no resemblance to either parent, and Lin Qingdai is even further removed, lacking any blood relation to the Gu family. Nevertheless, fans will remain steadfast, and Gu Yutong is unperturbed by such observations. Even in a program notorious for its dramatic and tumultuous atmosphere, fans will bravely engage. There have been instances in the past where popular celebrities have participated in this show, leading to clashes between fans, production teams, and bystanders. The sole differentiating factor lies in whether your fans can contend with theirs. If the majority of viewers are indifferent or not fans, even a multitude of supporters cannot prevail. Gu Yutong stands as the singular celebrity family this season, generating significant buzz and attention. However, with this fame comes scrutiny. Audiences will examine the Gu family under a metaphorical microscope, passing judgment on each individual. Those drawn to this program are primarily enthusiasts eager to indulge in gossip and intrigue, relishing the uncovering of secrets within affluent households. The show, Traveling with the X Family, is broadcasted live in its entirety, supplemented by hidden cameras. A decision made with Gu Yutong's consent. For her, as long as no cameras are placed in the upstairs bedroom area, she remains indifferent. The Gu family themselves are unaware of the exact number of cameras installed, with everyone leading busy lives and spending little time at home. They mostly occupy the living room or retreat to their rooms. On sunny days, they might bask in the garden, rarely venturing elsewhere. Yet, the director has meticulously installed cameras throughout the Gu residence, excluding the second floor of the villa. This is to provide viewers with an authentic glimpse into the lives of the affluent and to capture any hidden secrets that may unfold. Previous seasons have revealed noteworthy scandals through these concealed cameras. What revelations might emerge in the Gu household this time? He Chili is eager to find out. On the premiere day, the Gu family's live stream was inundated with viewers, boasting millions watching concurrently. With the barrage of comments flowing so rapidly, it was nearly impossible to decipher. It was 6 in the evening, coinciding with the Gu family's dinner time. Their meals were lavish and abundant. The director specifically requested that everything be portrayed in an extravagant manner, aimed at fulfilling the audience's fantasies about wealth, leading them to believe that the Gu family indulges in culinary delights daily. While this may appear ostentatious, the audience is likely to be swayed by the illusion. Initially, the family appeared somewhat awkward in front of the camera. However, the Gu family members are frequent attendees of lavish soirees, often facing the gaze of cameras and reporters. After an initial moment of nervousness, they soon reverted to their usual ease. During the dinner, each individual showcased their unique traits. Gu Yutong, a familiar face on television, garnered less curiosity, leading the majority of discussions to pivot towards Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin epitomized every romantic notion I held about the scions of affluent families. He exuded elegance, offering Sister Tang a gentle smile that nearly melted my heart. He seemed nothing like a pampered heir. Rather, he resembled an obedient little puppy. Gu Yijin enjoys a commendable reputation within his circle. Alas, he is already betrothed to his childhood sweetheart, a bond steeped in deep affection. Isn't that even more enchanting? A devoted and singularly passionate childhood sweetheart. This feels like a narrative leaping from the pages of fiction into reality. I hope the Gu family does not emerge as the most harmonious clan on this program. I yearn for drama and rivalry, not for a display of familial bliss. Before the show premiered, nearly every guest activated their Weibo accounts. Within 1 hour of the broadcast, Gu Yijin amassed an additional 100,000 followers. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu conspicuously chose to abstain from this launch dinner. Chapter 61. Dragging Shen Qingyu into the abyss. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening when Shen Qingyu finally returned home, and no one knew where he had been. Habitually donning a mask, he merely nodded hastily at the individuals recording a program in the living room before making his way upstairs. Since his return to the Gu family, Shen Qingyu had consistently behaved this way. He was still unfamiliar with his family members and had little to say, remaining preoccupied with his own affairs throughout the day. In the mornings, he would return from his run, grab a piece of bread, and leave. In the evenings, he would offer a brief nod before retreating to his room. His demeanor was consistently aloof towards everyone, save for when Sulan. As Shen Qingyu prepared to ascend the stairs, Gu Yijin suddenly called out to him, "Qingling, where have you been? Why are you only returning now?" Shen Qingyu glanced at him, responding curtly, "I had something to attend to." Gu Yijin approached him, saying, "What have you been busy with these past few days? Mother is quite worried about you. If there is anything, you must speak to the family." "I'm fine," Shen Qingyu replied, his expression obscured by the mask, his tone invariably frosty, leaving first-time listeners with a sense of chill. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll head upstairs." "Nothing. Good night," Gu Yijin said. Shen Qingyu did not acknowledge the farewell, proceeding directly upstairs. Shen Qingyu was not inherently a warm individual. Even if he clarified matters with Gu Yijin, it would not engender animosity, yet it did not imply he would grow fond of him. Gu Yijin was well aware of Shen Qingling's character, which is why he deliberately approached him. Feigning sorrow, Gu Yijin cast his gaze downward. Though he seemed accustomed to Shen Qingling's demeanor, the comments on the live stream were filled with curiosity about the masked figure. As he had not been present prior to the broadcast, viewers expressed their irritation at Shen Qingling's attitude towards Gu Yijin. How rude. Comparing him to Gu Yijin is like comparing heaven and earth. Why is he still wearing the mask? Even at home? Could it be that he wears it because he is unattractive? Does no one else find his voice enchanting? It sounds like that of a voice actor. His voice is reminiscent of a domineering character in a broadcast drama, a celestial figure in a fantasy series, or a cool school heartthrob in a campus drama. Let's call it the High Ridge Flower voice. What High Ridge Flower? Rudeness is just rudeness. Perhaps he is too ashamed to show his face. Maybe he is a hideous monster, and yet the comments laud him. It's quite amusing. There is no mention of him in the Gu family as promotional materials. Could he possibly be an illegitimate child? He wasn't even seen during dinner. Now he returns with such a sour demeanor, as if someone owes him 8 million. After Shen Qingyu ascended the stairs, when Sulan immediately followed, appearing somewhat concerned about his state. Once Gu Yijin returned to his seat, Gu Yutong inquired curiously, "What did you discuss with him?" Gu Yijin sighed in resignation. Offering a faint smile, "I just asked him what he had been preoccupied with. I mentioned that mother is worried about him, as he has been coming and going without a word." Sigh. He lowered his eyes with a bitter smile. "However, Qingling has never liked me. It's only natural he wouldn't speak." Gu Yutong, considering Gu Yijin's position, sighed as well, but could not express this on the program, opting instead to console him. Perhaps he is simply in a bad mood. Do not overthink it. Lin Qingdai nearly couldn't suppress her eye roll. She remarked, "Qingling brother has always had such a disposition, and Jing brother has known this for quite some time. He merely tends to be reticent. You never seemed particularly concerned about Shen Qingling before, so why the pretense now? Is it not your intention to incite the audience's disdain for him? How insufferable." Unfortunately, Lin Qingdai's explanation fell on deaf ears, as Gu Yijin turned to her and inquired, "Did Qingdai not say that Qingling would tutor you? Has he done so?" Gu Yijin's question was clearly malicious. Shen Qingling had been preoccupied every day lately, leaving no time to assist Lin Qingdai with her studies. Being the considerate person she was, Lin Qingdai understood Shen Qingling's busy schedule and refrained from bothering him. Yet, Gu Yijin's inquiry was deliberately intended to cast Shen Qingling in a negative light, regardless of how she responded. Why is Qidai silent? "Oh, it's nothing. Brother Qingling has been quite busy lately. I shall seek him out when he is free," Lin Qidai replied. Gu Yijin's smugness lasted but a moment before Lin Qidai continued. "If only Brother Jing were as academically gifted as Brother Qingling at Jiang University, then I wouldn't have to trouble him." Gu Yutong furrowed his brow and interjected, "Enough. It is late. Let us retire for the night." Gu Yijin glanced towards Wen Sulan's seat, her expression visibly filled with disappointment and sorrow. One might mistakenly assume she held a deep affection for Sulan as her mother. Subsequently, they each ascended the stairs, while the comments section remained ablaze with arguments regarding Shen Qingyu and Gu Yijin. Every minute detail of the program was magnified infinitely. Is that person truly a scholar from Jiang University? The atmosphere soured upon his arrival. Yijin was so cheerful until he showed up. Despite being a Jiang scholar, he still won't tutor you. Our Yijin is so gentle. Why the sarcasm? This girl's tone is so pretentious, it is quite unappealing. Why does Gu Mama seem less concerned about Gu Yijin and more attentive to that masked man? Could she be a biased mother? Lin Chi Dai refers to him as brother. Could she be another child of the Gu family? How curious that she didn't participate in the program. Qi Ling, such a familiar name. It feels like I've heard it somewhere before. He is indeed a scholar from Jiang University. Regrettably, the few comments from alumni defending Shen Qingyu were soon drowned out by the overwhelming barrage of comments, garnering little attention. The following morning, Shen Qingyu grabbed a piece of bread as he prepared to leave, and when Sulan offered him a few words of concern, to which he responded. However, compared to Gu Yijin's almost sycophantic responses to Sulan during the program, Shen Qingyu's replies appeared markedly indifferent. Gu Yijin placed a cup of milk beside Sulan, saying, "Mom, Qingyu has his own matters. You needn't worry about him constantly. Please eat your meal." Sulan merely smiled in reply, She found it difficult to extend warmth towards Gu Yijin. Even in the guise of a performance, the underlying discord in her heart was not easily erased. The comments section buzzed with accusations of Sulan's favoritism, and many viewers empathized with Gu Yijin, believing that he, like them, was the unloved child in the eyes of his parents. Gu Yijin once again found himself the recipient of affection. However, Qili was unlike anyone else. She had been closely monitoring Shen Qingyu, employing various methods to gather information, and finally uncovered Shen Qingyu's identity from the Gu family. He was the second young master, who had been missing for many years before being discovered. Qili was filled with curiosity about him, yet she could not find an opportunity to approach him, as he was perpetually occupied and elusive. In recent days, Gu Yijin could be described as basking in the glory of success. Whenever Shen Qingyu appeared, the comments were rife with negativity. He could not believe that Shen Qingyu could maintain his original intentions after enduring such online harassment. Gu Yijin planned to offer his solace at the moment Shen Qingyu could no longer uphold his tranquility. His notion of comfort was merely a desire for Shen Qingyu to perceive the harsh truths of this world. He wished for Shen Qingyu to experience jealousy, worry, and even hatred towards him, to succumb to despair regarding the world around them. He yearned for Shen Qingyu to abandon that infuriating so-called kindness and tolerance with which he faced everything. He had no desire to witness Shen Qingyu's saintly demeanor. His goal was to drag Shen Qingyu down into the abyss. Shen Qingyu, you shall not aspire to be that lofty figure untouched by the world's grime. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Gu Yijin knocked on Shen Qingyu's door. Chapter 62. I am here to mock you. Gu Yijin donned a friendly yet feigned smile, inquiring, I have something to discuss with you. May I come in? Shen Qingyu appeared disinclined to grant him entry, responding, Let us converse here. Gu Yijin added, I worry that mother might overhear and become anxious. This prompted Shen Qingyu to relent and allow him inside. As Shen Qingyu turned away, Gu Yijin's smile vanished. Why did he care so much for Sulan? What was the reason? Gu Yijin remained perplexed. After all, Sulan had not raised him and had instead nurtured another's child for many years. How could Shen Qingyu possibly be at peace with all this? This woman held such a lowly status in the household, contributing little beyond daily pleasantries and a few pocket coins. What more could she offer? Shen Qingyu, rather than ingratiating himself with Gu Chuang, had chosen to extend kindness to Sulan, truly a fool in Gu Yijin's eyes. Upon entering, Gu Yijin surveyed Shen Qingyu's room. It was rather minimalist, dominated by hues of white and gray, with decor meticulously curated by Sulan, showcasing considerable effort. There were few personal items belonging to Shen Qingyu, save for a singular group photo on the desk. Gu Yijin approached and cast a glance at it. To his surprise, it was a photograph from the orphanage. Despite the multitude of faces, Gu Yijin easily identified Shen Qingyu among them. The young Shen Qingyu was as strikingly handsome as he was now, his smile radiating sunshine. A stark contrast to his present demeanor. Gu Yijin momentarily lost himself in thought. What was there to say? It was only when Shen Qingyu spoke that Gu Yijin snapped back to reality. Their conversation turned to the program. But I did not participate in the show. What do you wish to convey? Qingyu, you may be unaware that the online discourse surrounding you is rather Quite negative, he continued. I scarcely revealed my face and seldom spoke. Why is this so? Because you are frequently absent, leading the audience to assume you indulge in revelry, compounded by your somewhat terse and aloof manner, which has fostered a perception of poor character. Many have criticized you. I wonder if you are aware. Shen Qingyu paused for a moment. Gu Yijin felt a surge of excitement. Was he about to become agitated? Yet, Shen Qingyu's expression shifted to one of confusion. And so? Gu Yijin was taken aback. And so? Those individuals are unjustly berating you. I feel indignant on your behalf. How can you seem utterly unconcerned? Shen Qingyu surprisingly wore a resigned smile. Is this the reason you sought me out? Gu Yijin pressed his lips together. This is no trivial matter. The situation is escalating and may very well lead to online harassment. I searched for your name on Weibo, and all that appeared were negative remarks. Should this reach Mother's ears, she would undoubtedly be distressed. Shen Qingyu nodded. I understand. Gu Yijin. Shen Qingyu, is there anything else? Gu Yijin, aren't you angry? Shen Qingyu, why should I be? They do not truly know the essence of who I am, rather. They have conjured a fabricated version of me, projecting their gaze and venting their emotions upon this illusion. If I were to be angered by this, it would indeed be unnecessary. Gu Yijin could discern that Shen Qingyu appeared genuinely indifferent. In contrast, he felt like a jester, reveling in the fleeting admiration of online audiences. Initially, he was elated by the surge in followers, but that joy had waned. For there exists an individual who is unaffected by such trivialities. He believed he had triumphed. Yet in truth, that person had never even participated in this contest, merely a figment of his imagination. Shen Qingyu held this in contempt. He stated, Gu Yijin, I do not live in the eyes of others. Thus, he remained ensnared in their perceptions, for the persona that captivated them was but an act, while his true self lurked in the shadows like a mouse. Gu Yijin rose, saying, Then you should rest. I shall not disturb you further. As he approached the door, Shen Qingyu suddenly remarked, Nevertheless, thank you for sharing this with me. You are quite kind. Gu Yijin's anger flared. What nonsense. I came to mock you. He felt ridiculed by Shen Qingyu. Kindness? Absurd. Such a term bore no relevance to him. Gu Yijin. How foolish Shen Qingyu was to presume that everyone in this world resembled him. Without glancing back, Gu Yijin knew Shen Qingyu was surely wearing that insufferable, innocent expression again. With a sullen countenance, he replied, No need for thanks. Shen Qingyu's voice floated from behind. If possible, I hope we can be friends. Gu Yijin clenched his jaw and closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to maintain a gentle tone. I too hope for that. It is late. I shall not disturb your rest. Good night. Shen Qingyu did not respond to his farewell. Naturally, that was in keeping with his character, lacking in eloquence. Gu Yijin entered with a radiant smile, but departed with a contorted expression. Upon returning to his room, Gu Yijin tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He opened Weibo to search for Shen Qingyu's name, which had become his remedy for insomnia over the past few days. Finding others berating Shen Qingyu had once brought him relief, but today was different. The vitriol he encountered failed to provoke any satisfaction. That Shen Qingyu must be an eyesore, always hiding behind a mask. Is Gu Qingyu envious of Yijin? His treatment of the Gu family dog seems more favorable than his regard for Yijin. He must be deeply troubled. Gu Qingyu is the only blemish in the Gu family. No wonder he was excluded from the show. Gu Qingyu must be out gallivanting all day, completely absent. Busier than Lin Qidai, the rote learner, indulging in frivolities. Gu Qingyu keeps his head down. Can he not hold it high? Is he truly the illegitimate child of the Gu family? Gu Qingyu pales in comparison to Gu Yijin. He is a misfit in the Gu family, unattractive, rude, lacking in decorum, and frivolous. How dare Gu Qingyu speak to our Yijin in such a manner? Does he bully Yijin at home? Because the Gu family refers to Shen Qingyu only by his given name, no one is aware that his surname is actually Shen. And thus they naturally assume he bears the surname Gu, rendering Gu Qingyu his name. These comments have remained relatively mild. Even the more unsightly critiques have caused Gu Yijin to frown. A significant portion of the audience's negative evaluation of Shen Qingyu stems from Gu Yijin's influence. Viewers perceive when Sulan is favoring Shen Qingyu while neglecting Gu Yijin, evoking sympathy for Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin's concern for Shen Qingyu contrasts sharply with Shen Qingyu's seemingly aloof responses, further amplifying the audience's pity for Gu Yijin. Gu Chuang frequently inquires about Shen Qingyu, rarely showing interest in Gu Yijin, leading to a perception that Gu Yijin lacks paternal regard, intensifying the audience's sympathy for him. Nevertheless, Gu Yijin continues to strive to care for every member of his family. He exhibits utmost tenderness towards Gu Yutong, often clinging to his sister and acting coy, embodying the idealized image of a devoted younger brother in the viewer's imaginations. He remains dutiful and considerate toward his mother when Sulan, persisting in fulfilling the responsibilities of a son despite her indifference. His admiration for his father is tinged with fear at the dinner table. He makes every effort to engage his father, yearning for his attention, yet receives only a perfunctory response in return. Gu Yijin has nearly constructed the perfect persona that the audience adores, making it entirely reasonable for them to favor him. However, he fails to grasp a crucial truth. When one presents an impeccably flawless facade at the onset, any subsequent misstep may prove fatal, leading the audience to perceive all his efforts as mere performance. Shen Qingyu is acutely aware of this principle, thus he refrains from adopting such a path. Instead, he chooses the route of adversity to triumph, a narrative arc that begins with suppression and culminates in elevation. The severity of his initial vilification will be matched by the depth of affection and admiration he garners in the end. Chapter 63, Deserved Backlash on Friday evening. Shen Qingyu returned home late once again. Gu Yijin insisted on waiting for Shen Qingyu to have dinner together, enduring hunger in the process. Shen Qingyu, of course, remained blissfully unaware of this. He was utterly exhausted that day, lacking even the strength to engage in conversation. Gu Yijin had even set aside food for him. But upon seeing Shen Qingyu, he merely shook his head and ascended the stairs. Gu Yijin, as if starved and wounded by Shen Qingyu's indifference, sat at the dining table with a pale face, lost in thought, soon clutching his stomach in pain, furrowing his brow. It must be said that Gu Yijin was quite harsh on himself. It was unclear what he had consumed, but he fainted right there at the table. The production team was left bewildered, and even the staff members felt a surge of compassion for Gu Yijin. The Gu family had a private doctor, and Gu Yijin was taken upstairs, out of the camera's view. No one knew the outcome regarding him. This incident was akin to igniting a powder keg. As the barrage of comments online mercilessly condemned Shen Qingyu, all expressing sympathy for Gu Yijin. What a wretched person. We've waited for Yijin so late, and he can't even muster a word of acknowledgement. What kind of attitude is that? I genuinely think Yijin should just ignore this person. He is not worth it. My heart aches for him. What should we do? Yijin has fainted. Will he be all right? I've never despised someone so much. Why doesn't Shen Qingyu just disappear? This makes me furious. If anything happens to Yijin, I will surely expose everything about Shen Qingyu, making him experience what online bullying truly means. Someone like Shen Qingyu deserves to be bullied online. I truly cannot fathom how much harm the Gu family has inflicted upon Yijin. His health is so poor that he fainted from not eating. Gu Yijin's fainting became the top trending topic, overshadowing the attention given to other families, rendering the rest of the Gu family mere background figures. The discussions surrounding Shen Qingyu became increasingly unbearable. The audience's anger and disdain for Shen Qingyu reached a boiling point, even though he had done nothing wrong. Shen Qingyu coolly scrolled through his phone, remaining unfazed by the comments. After all, this was the outcome he desired. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, prompting Shen Qingyu to rise and answer the door. There stood Gu Yutong, her face flushed with anger. What have you done to Yijin? Why did he faint? Gu Yijin fainted? I am unaware, he replied. I know you harbor disdain for him, but could you not treat him with such coldness? After all, you are recording a show together. He cares for you deeply, yet you consistently respond with this indifferent demeanor. Is that not excessive? Ajin has been making considerable efforts to make amends with you. My mother has also been trying to compensate for the maternal affection you lack. Have you ever offered her even a moment of kindness? Gu Yutong was taken aback by Shen Qingyu's sudden mention of Sulan. She frowned and retorted, this is absurd. These are two separate matters. Do not divert the topic. Shen Qingyu's gaze remained devoid of warmth as he offered a sardonic smile. This is indeed one matter. Your mother has never wronged you, yet you have harbored resentment towards her for so many years. How much more so, then, for me and Gu Yijin? I neither detest him nor harbor hatred towards him, yet you expect me to approach him with a fervent attitude, which I find impossible. It is simply not within my nature to exhibit warmth towards anyone. Your desire for a specific response does not dictate my ability to provide it. I am a person, not a programmed emotional automaton. With that, Shen Qingyu closed the door. Gu Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. You, what kind of attitude is this? Turning around, she discovered Wen Sulan standing right behind her. Wen Sulan's once gentle gaze had turned steely, and she spoke with a cold firmness. What does this mean, Yutong? Gu Yijin has fainted, and you seek out Qilin instead of a doctor? Gu Yutong scoffed. As expected, Blood ties do make a difference. Have you even spared a glance at Aijin since he fainted? If it weren't for Shen Qingyu, how would Aijin have collapsed? Since she returned home, have you shown any concern for Aijin? He has treated you with such kindness, yet you remain so heartless. I truly feel for Aijin. When Sulan retorted with a cold laugh, have I ever received your concern despite my kindness towards you? If you were in Qingling's position, how would you treat Gu Yijin? You would likely wish for his demise. If it weren't for Qingling's benevolence, do you think Gu Yijin would have garnered such affection and sympathy on the show? Do not forget that it was Qingling who made concessions, allowing him to remain in the Gu family and participate in the program as a young master, earning him the love and compassion of so many. Gu Yutong bit her lip, rendered speechless. She had been provoked by Gu Yijin's condition, and upon hearing it was related to Shen Qingyu, she had impulsively confronted her. It was the first time when Sulan had retaliated so fiercely, and Gu Yutong felt her irritation rise. She could only stubbornly declare, no one forced him to do this. It was his own choice. If he has chosen this path, he should not complain about it. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the stillness of the night. When Sulan had struck Gu Yutong for the first time, Gu Yutong, in disbelief, clutched her face, staring incredulously at when Sulan. Trembling, she pointed an accusing finger at her, shouting, "You dare hit me? How dare you, when Sulan? Qingling is my son, and I will not tolerate your insults. Then take yourself and your son out of the Gu family. Why do you linger here?" When Sulan retorted, "This is my home. Why should I leave? This is my father's and mother's house, not yours. You have usurped everything from my mother." Gu Yutong's eyes reddened with anger, and she spoke hurtful words in a moment of provocation. "But Gu Yijin has taken everything from Qingling, and you are able to graciously forgive him? Your mother died a natural death, while my marriage to your father was a business arrangement. Do not project your bitterness onto me, if you have the courage. Confront your father and question him about his remarriage. Dare you do that? Yutong, the weakest person in this family is not me, but you. You lack even the courage to face the truth." With that, when Sulan turned and walked away, leaving Gu Yutong alone, stunned and in tears. For the first time, she realized that when Sulan possessed such a facet, reminiscent of her initial encounter with the Wen family. When Sulan bore no resemblance to the Wens. Her father was cold and solemn, speaking with piercing clarity, rendering Gu Chuang, who had once neglected Wen Sulan after their marriage, speechless and pale. "Chuang, if you had no intention of treating her well, you should never have married her. Since you have, you ought to cherish her. You once vowed to me that you would care for her. Yet your version of care seems to confine my daughter to the role of a mere ornament in your home. Had I known you harbored an unshakable attachment to someone else, I would have categorically opposed this union. You lacked the courage to abandon everything for your beloved back then. Thus, do not resent others after securing all for yourself. This is your dilemma, not my daughter's fault." At that moment, Gu Yutong seemed to glimpse the spirit of Wen Sulan's deceased father. Chapter 64. A stunning turn of events. A familiar visage suddenly appeared before her, Shen Qingyu. No wonder Wen Sulan cared so deeply for this son. He truly resembled Wen Sulan's late father. "I apologize," Gu Yutong suddenly uttered, causing Shen Qingyu to pause momentarily, indicating that perhaps she was not beyond redemption. With her head lowered, Gu Yutong continued, "It was a moment of impulsiveness. I shouldn't have blamed you." Shen Qingyu offered her a tissue without uttering a word. Gu Yutong, now somewhat more composed, wiped her tears and remarked, "Did you overhear my argument with your mother?" "I did. It was unintentional. I was simply momentarily angered and spoke without thought. I will apologize on your behalf." Gu Yutong raised her eyes to meet his. How could Shen Qingyu possibly anticipate what she wished to convey? Their gazes locked, and Shen Qingyu replied, "But it would be best if you did it yourself." Gu Yutong awkwardly clutched the tissue. "I don't know what to say. Aren't you one to express apologies? You can say it to me, yet not to her? It feels strange. This is the first time I've seen her so furious. If I were to scold your mother, would you be upset?" "I would. I hold the same significance in her eyes as your mother does in yours. So do you understand?" Gu Yutong was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of silence, she finally responded, "Yes, I understand. You should rest now. You don't seem to look well." Gu Yutong noticed that Shen Qingyu appeared somewhat paler than usual. Had her words truly struck a nerve? She apologized once more. "I'm sorry for what happened tonight. I shouldn't have said those things. How's Gu Yijun?" Gu Yutong glanced at him in surprise. What was his true attitude towards Gu Yijun? Having grown up with Gu Yijun, Gu Yutong naturally leaned towards him. And with Wen Sulan's greater concern for her own son, she found it easier to empathize with Shen Qingyu. After hearing Wen Sulan's perspective, Gu Yutong began to understand why Shen Qingyu felt that way. She had always considered matters solely from Gu Yijuan's viewpoint, neglecting Shen Qingling's feelings. Yet, even so, Shen Qingling was not as indifferent as she had imagined. He simply lacked eloquence and would never perform for the camera. He was not someone with ulterior motives. Gu Yutong shook her head. It's nothing. A good sleep will remedy it. The recent online discourse has not been kind to you. But I understand you cannot change for the sake of a program. Perhaps it would be best to limit your time on Weibo. I'm aware. Those opinions are of little consequence. Like Gu Yijuan, Gu Yutong had not anticipated that Shen Qingling was entirely indifferent to such matters. In truth, upon reflection, Shen Qingling must have felt quite wronged, as Gu Yijuan did not deserve such an abundance of love. It could be said that he had attained it at Shen Qingling's expense. As Gu Yutong gazed at Shen Qingling, a wave of guilt washed over her. Perhaps she should never have accepted this program in the first place. Shall I post a Weibo to clarify? No need. I do not mingle in the entertainment industry. These things are unimportant. Very well then. You. Take care and sleep early. Good night. Gu Yutong yearned to take some action. Yet Shen Qingling remained entirely unresponsive and seemingly indifferent. This left her feeling somewhat unsettled. As the situation brewed throughout the night, Gu Yutong found herself disheartened by the comments circulating online. However, any attempt to intervene would likely provoke the audience's backlash, intensifying their disdain for Shen Qingling. Yet, the tide of public opinion soon shifted dramatically. A post appeared on a certain entertainment forum, posing the question, isn't this Gu Qingling? The resemblance while wearing a mask is uncanny. This post rapidly garnered significant attention. The platform, dedicated to entertainment and celebrity gossip, was notorious for its heated discussions, particularly within the group dedicated to the show Walking with the X family. Prior to this, the sentiments expressed in the group regarding Shen Qingling had been overwhelmingly negative. However, this unexpected midnight post did not bear the hallmarks of a smear campaign, and many curious readers clicked to explore its contents. The post contained several photographs and screenshots from a public account. Despite his efforts to blend in with the crowd while masked, Shen Qingling was unmistakably recognized. His towering height, coupled with his attire, which matched his appearances on the show, confirmed his identity as the individual referred to as Gu Qingling. Yet, contrary to the rampant speculations, he was not indulging in a life of revelry. Rather, he was engaged in charitable work at an orphanage. The images originated from the Jiangcheng orphanage, and the accompanying article was shared by Jiangcheng News. The article detailed how the orphanage had received support from an anonymous benefactor, enabling them to conduct philanthropic activities. Among the 10 photographs included, 5 featured Shen Qingling. One captured him in a volunteer vest, assisting with the relocation of items. Another showed him crouched by a table, teaching children to paint. Yet another depicted him braving the pouring rain while navigating a book protection event. One portrayed him cradling a child to sleep, and another illustrated him exhausted, leaning against a wall in slumber. In all these images, he was not the focal point, merely a silhouette among numerous volunteers, a representation of their collective efforts. It was only through this program that he caught the public's attention and recognition. The final image was a news screenshot of Shen Qingling, masked during an interview. The journalist remarked on how this volunteer had been tirelessly engaged from dawn until dusk, scarcely pausing for rest or even meals, maintaining this relentless pace for several consecutive days. According to the orphanage director, this volunteer was also a former resident of Jiangcheng Orphanage, a young man who had successfully gained admission to Jiangcheng University, serving as an inspirational figure for the children of the orphanage. This post ignited a substantial discussion, and the unexpected reversal left many astounded. What? Are you telling me Gu Qingling is not out partying, but rather doing charity work at an orphanage? OMG. What a shocking twist. We're back to my favorite segment. He has been quietly doing great deeds out there. So that explains his early departures and late arrivals? No wonder he is so exhausted, leaning against the wall to sleep, leaving him with little energy to engage with Gu Yijuan. The mere thought of the sympathy expressed for Gu Yijuan beneath the trending topics on Weibo is rather amusing. Gu Qingling, after all, was merely exhausted from his charitable endeavors at the orphanage, while your brother was left waiting for his meal until he nearly fainted. Is it not remarkable that no one has noticed how strikingly beautiful Gu Qingling's eyes are? They are far more captivating than those of many celebrities. Previously, he flitted through the Gu household like a fleeting shadow, never allowing anyone to truly see his eyes, but now he has utterly dazzled me. Could it be that Gu Qingling is not merely handsome, but possesses a kind heart as well? This seems almost too extraordinary. It makes one wonder how he has endured such harsh criticism in the past. Perhaps he deserves a moment of affection. Do you not find it rather peculiar? Pay heed to the article that mentions children emerging from the orphanage. Is it possible that Gu Qiling was adopted by the Gu family from there? How could that be? If he were indeed adopted, how could Mrs. Gu show him such profound concern? Why does Gu Yijin repeatedly approach him only to be met with indifference? There appears to be something amiss here. I sense the scent of a scandal in the air. Let dawn break swiftly, for I yearn to witness a veritable deluge of revelations. This is truly the most thrilling aspect of the show. Chapter 65. Shen Qingyu. Suspected illegitimate child. This post was published at midnight, but that day happened to be a Friday, and many people were on holiday, indulging in the latest gossip. Midnight revelations are always more exhilarating and engaging. Unsurprisingly, the post went viral. Accompanying the post was a surge in trending topics. Whether orchestrated by the production team or simply a result of overwhelming interest remained uncertain. Numerous marketing accounts shared the post on Weibo, and discussions about Shen Qingyu flooded the program's official forum, even infiltrating Gu Yijin's Weibo comments. The top trending topic was Gu Qingyu Orphanage. The comment section began to fill with voices advocating for Shen Qingyu. Could it be that Gu Qiling has been criticized for so long only to be revealed as doing charity work? Will Gu Yijin's followers apologize to him? I can't imagine how frustrating it must be for Gu Qingyu to come home after a long day only to face Gu Yijin. After a long day's work, Gu Qiling opens his phone and finds the world crumbling around him, with everyone criticizing him while Gu Yijin has become the victim. What a ridiculous world. Oh dear. His fans claim Gu Qiling is an illegitimate child of the Gu family, someone who cannot be seen in public. Why would they think he deserves an apology? What exactly is Shen Qingyu's status in the Gu family? Why does the public account refer to him as a child from an orphanage? Is this related to the intricacies of a wealthy family feud? Can someone speak up? I personally think Gu Yijin is rather pretentious. Shen Qingyu clearly struggles with words. His every appearance on camera seems designed to provoke criticism. What have we introverts done to deserve this? Will the production team provide an explanation? Why is there such avoidance regarding Gu Qingyu's identity? As a member of the Gu family, why is he not participating in the show? The term IE refers to the fans of Gu Yijin, who this time could not outmatch the sentiments of the average viewers. Comments defending Gu Yijin were buried beneath a tide of criticism, and even the few that garnered support from fans were met with condemnation from the audience and passers-by. Compared to Gu Yijin's fainting incident, the public's curiosity about Shen Qingyu's identity was even greater, with many eager to uncover his true status within the Gu family. If he were indeed an illegitimate child, why would he receive such favoritism from Wen Solan? This seemed illogical, as conventionally, she would be expected to favor her biological son, Gu Yijin. Yet, the reality painted a different picture. As interest in Shen Qingyu grew, some took it upon themselves to investigate his background, notably fans of Gu Yijin, who pursued this inquiry with malicious intent. They aimed to prove that Shen Qingyu was an outsider, an unworthy member of the Gu family, incomparable to Gu Yijin. In truth, Shen Qingyu's identity was not difficult to ascertain. He was quite well known at Jiang University. Initially, viewers accepted his surname as Gu, failing to connect him with a specific individual. The students at Jiang University were unaware of Shen Qingyu's ties to the Gu family, as his striking appearance was often overshadowed by his impoverished background. Now, Gu Yijin's fans were frantically seeking answers, and after inquiring at Jiang University, they finally identified Shen Qingyu. Upon discovering that Shen Qingyu's surname was Shen and not Gu, their excitement reached new heights, as if this revelation could definitively prove that he was not a member of the Gu family. The fans of Gu Yijin have taken over the program's official forum and a dedicated fan app, all to disseminate a particular post. Gu Qingyu's surname is Shen, not Gu. He is not a true member of the Gu family. This post revealed the transcript of a certain department at Jiang University alongside the list of outstanding role models from a particular year at the Jiangqing orphanage. Both images bore the name Shen Qingyu, thus confirming their identity as one and the same. The connections between Jiangqing orphanage and Jiang University were validated, as Lin Qingdai had previously mentioned that he was a student there. This twist attracted many onlookers eager for gossip. Interestingly, the Gu family never mentioned his surname. They simply referred to him as Qingyu. The case is now solved. His name is Shen Qingyu. So why does he carry the surname Shen? Could it be that Mr. Gu has a secret illegitimate child? Surely, Mrs. Gu's concern for him cannot merely be an act. Can the affluent truly be so theatrical? Thus, Gu Yijin is the legitimate heir of the Gu family. Is it not amusing that you feel sympathy for an illegitimate child? What is wrong with engaging in philanthropy? Is it not expected for the orphanage that raised him to receive his gratitude? Perhaps, instead of this, one should clarify their own identity. Wait, did no one notice that he topped this transcript? This is the pinnacle of Jiang University. An orphan from the orphanage not only gained admission to Jiang University, but did so as the top of his class. What an incredible turn of fate. The original poster must be a fan of Gu Yijin. Isn't this an invasion of privacy? This is illegal. Do you dare to post Gu Yijin's transcript? Indeed, Shen Qingyu does not have an online presence, not even a Weibo account. He has remained utterly unresponsive to the insults hurled at him. He must possess a strong inner resolve. Actually, Shen Qingyu has done nothing wrong. He hasn't even participated in the program. You fans of Gu Yijin should refrain from imposing your fan culture on ordinary individuals. The discussion ignited a heated debate surrounding Shen Qingyu's status as an illegitimate child and the legality of the fans' doxing efforts. The program's attention was almost entirely siphoned off by the Gu family, specifically by Gu Yijin and Shen Qingyu. Unsurprisingly, Gu Yijin attracted the most followers, amassing over 1 million fans in just a few days. His recent fainting incident further endeared him to fans, who felt a deep sympathy for him and a strong animosity towards Shen Qingyu. As the truth about Shen Qingyu's orphanage background and his true surname emerged, Gu Yijin's supporters gradually gained the upper hand, while the audience remained oblivious to the truth surrounding the allegations of illegitimacy. Gu Yijin's fans adamantly insisted that Shen Qingyu was indeed an illegitimate child. The previously favorable public opinion towards Shen Qingyu began to shift unfavorably. However, just one night later, events took a dramatic turn once again on Saturday morning. In what should have been a languid morning, the Gu family's living room was deserted, as everyone was still asleep at this hour. The primary live streaming room, Room 1, was the Gu family's main broadcasting space, typically bustling with activity, especially in the afternoon and evening. During the morning, however, the online viewership was relatively sparse, with only tens of thousands of viewers present, most of whom were embroiled in arguments. A segment of the audience expressed concern for Gu Yijin's health, while another segment directed their ire towards Shen Qingyu, interspersed with onlookers seeking amusement and those lamenting their work or school obligations. However, at approximately 6:40, an unforeseen event transpired. The number 1 live streaming room suddenly became inundated with viewers, flooding the screen with comments. What an astonishing turn of events. Room 7, my goodness. Quick. Check the camera in Room 7. Family, hurry to the Gu family's Room 7. Don't sleep. Wake up, sisters, and come to Room 7. Room 7's hidden camera captured that. Come quickly. Who hasn't seen Room 7 yet? Room 7, hurry over. The comments cascaded in a relentless stream, overwhelming even the other production teams associated with the program. Thus, the question arises, what is happening in the Gu family's Room 7? The answer is Shen Qingyu, Unmasked Shen Qingyu. Chapter 66. You are Shen Qingyu? Today is Saturday, the day Shen Qingyu is to meet Lin Xingyan, but their rendezvous is scheduled for the afternoon. Thus, Shen Qingyu still intends to visit the orphanage in the morning. The director, noticing his exhaustion after a week of toil, had advised him to take a rest and not overstrain his health. However, his stubbornness rendered him heedless of such counsel. As usual, Shen Qingyu set out this morning to the orphanage, but he neglected to check the weather, and before long, rain began to pour. Soaked through by the downpour, he was compelled to return home to change clothes. He deliberately avoided entering through the living room, aware of the surveillance cameras there, wishing to evade their watchful gaze. He circumvented the back garden in an attempt to enter through the villa's rear door, unaware that the production team had also installed cameras in that location. In haste, Shen Qingyu rushed to the back door, unwittingly stepping into the view of the program's hidden cameras. Meanwhile, viewers who had awakened early to watch the live broadcast were still groggy, squeezing onto buses, when suddenly, a series of enticing breaths filled their earbuds, jolting them awake to glance at their phones. Oblivious to the attention he was garnering, the young man removed his coat, revealing a thin white t-shirt clinging to his abdomen. Drenched from the rain, the subtle outline of his 8-pack abs and the barely audible breaths stirred the viewer's imaginations. His entire upper body was clearly defined through the sheer fabric of the t-shirt, and as he continued to run, he breathed lightly. He pushed back the damp hair from his forehead, revealing a smooth and full brow, as well as strikingly cold yet captivating eyes, without the obstruction of his fringe. His rain-soaked eyes could only be described as beautiful, droplets clinging to his eyelashes, slowly trickling down. Then, he finally removed his mask. The live chat erupted in chaos. A flurry of question marks and exclamation points flooded the screen. Wait, bro? Is this real? You are Shen Qingyu? Then who is the masked, ugly man mentioned in the comments? Heavens, you're joking with me. Why didn't you say Shen Qingyu looked like this before? Who wants to see Gooey Jean now? I'm losing it. Production team, tell me this is a script, please. Did you cast someone else as Shen Qingyu? I take back every word I said against Shen Qingyu. Do you hear me, production team? Don't let him see it. I cannot bear to hurt the man. Anyone who insults Shen Qingyu again will find me smashing my meal prep beside me. Initially, the comments were relatively sane, expressing shock at the plot twist. However, as more viewers flooded in from other streams, the comments spiraled into chaos. Coming in. How can a simple country person like me resist such temptation? Tears. Shen Qingyu is an academic achiever. Logically, his English should be excellent. Let us see what level he is. Drool wetting the data cable, watching abs while getting electrocuted, pretending to be strong. Tears. I used to say I disliked muscular men and found them disgusting. Now I realize I was just pretending. Let us be friends. The kind that knows each other's depths and lengths. Is it you doing push-ups or me doing squats? Shy, Shen Qingyu, I'm willing to marry you. Even if you don't want to. Before the camera, Shen Qingyu appeared completely oblivious to the commotion surrounding him. He furrowed his brow, feeling the discomfort of his damp clothing clinging to his skin, and decided to simply remove his shirt. This action sent the barrage of comments into a frenzy. The gray pants Shen Qingyu wore, now soaked by the rain, left little to the imagination. The young women watching the live stream erupted into squeals, their faces flushed, hesitating to look away, yet unable to resist stealing another glance. Some were shy, others were comparing, while many were fervently screenshotting the moment. Thus, the first wave of dedicated fans for Shen Qingyu emerged. Saturdays saw the highest online activity, and with his striking looks, Shen Qingyu once again soared to the top of trending searches. There were videos, 365-degree screenshots, and even close-ups of his gray sweatpants. What a magnificent face. By the way, this must be over 25, right? If anyone dares to make Shen Qingyu shed a single tear, I wouldn't hesitate to obliterate all of human civilization. Are those gray pants really that impressive? The data is simply unbelievable. Who would dare measure it? They must be insane. If this face were on my own, I would have long succumbed to despair, and he is still wearing a mask. This is simply indescribable. His front view resembles my husband. His profile looks like my husband. Every angle is my husband. I would give Shen Qingyu a score of 96, just 4 points shy of perfection. While preparing herbal medicine, I became so entranced by Shen Qingyu's photo that several doses burned. A true gentleman can adapt and endure. And I apologize for having criticized Shen Qingyu in the past. The Gu family monopolized the trending topics over the past 2 days, and Shen Qingyu's face ignited even more buzz. The fan app dedicated to following him was inundated with posts, each one showcasing Shen Qingyu. Even in the absence of his own Weibo account, fans had established a dedicated thread filled with screenshots of Shen Qingyu from today. This was the advantage of a narrative that begins with restraint and culminates in triumph. Shen Qingyu, even by merely removing his mask to reveal his face, captured the entire audience's attention. He garnered not only the viewers' admiration, but also that of the director and production team. This astonishing turn of events took everyone by surprise. The production staff, fixated on the enormous screen, went wild as Shen Qingyu's visage graced it in breathtaking splendor. Oh my goodness, lowly sister, look. This is Shen Qingyu. Onji old Zhang, hurry over. Someone block the back door upstairs. We mustn't let Shen Qingyu escape. Watermist, you call the director, quick. Time is of the essence. She'll be furious if we delay. You go talk to Shen Qingyu. Don't let him slip away through the back garden. And remember, don't let him know there are cameras there. Pretend it's a chance encounter. Did you hear that? Dig deeper for more sensational stories. The audience yearns for answers to their inquiries. Hichili was originally in slumber when incessant phone calls roused her. Upon answering, the words from the other end jolted her upright. She glanced at her phone, and her eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing the unfolding scene. This was twofold. First, the unexpected allure of Shen Qingyu's handsome visage, and second, the revelation of this season's pivotal moment. Shen Qingyu was destined for fame. Hichili was resting at a hotel near the Gu family residence. The moment Shen Qingyu made his appearance, she received a call. Thus, when she arrived, he was still in front of the camera. Hichili aimed to retain his presence to uncover more secrets. Shen Qingyu, having just wrung out his clothes at the back door, was preparing to ascend the stairs when unexpectedly 2 staff members in work attire appeared. Shen Qingyu, caught off guard by their sudden arrival, felt a surge of panic as he searched for a mask. Failing to find one, he attempted to ascend the stairs, only to discover the door inexplicably refused to budge. Turning to exit through the garden path, he was thwarted by the two women. One feigned nonchalance, obstructing his way, while the other, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, inquired, "Are you Shen Qingyu?" Chapter 67. The ideal man for a gay guy. This girl, affectionately nicknamed Lowly Sister, lives up to her name with her exceptional cuteness. Petite in stature, she possesses large, sparkling eyes, a delicate and refined nose, and small, dainty lips that radiate charm. The director's team speculated that with those expressive eyes, Shen Qingyu would hardly utter anything unpleasant. Indeed, the team adeptly understands human nature, deliberately selecting adorable girls to engage Shen Qingyu. How could he bear to refuse such a delightful lowly sister? Yet, the fundamental reason lies in Shen Qingyu's voluntary immersion in the role. The presence of anyone else would be inconsequential. Having encountered numerous beauties, Shen Qingyu could, in a sense, be regarded as a sigma male, largely unfazed by typical allure. Now was the moment for him to embrace his character, and the professional actor nodded in affirmation. Given his cool demeanor, he was not one to engage in lengthy conversations. Lowly Sister feigned a sigh, saying, "It's still raining outside, and we can't find a place to take shelter, so we must seek refuge here." She blinked her innocent, wide eyes at Shen Qingyu, filled with anticipation and pleading. Both of them were adorned with droplets of water, having indeed come in from the rain. Who would have thought they would brave the downpour just to extend their time in front of Shen Qingyu's camera? Without uttering a word, Shen Qingyu silently stepped back, offering space to another girl. The two girls exchanged glances, thrilled that Shen Qingyu had not dismissed them. Their chances of earning a bonus were preserved. This revelation indicated that Shen Qingyu was not the indifferent man the audience believed him to be. As they stood closer to him, their nerves heightened. The impact of seeing his face up close was overwhelming. Such a handsome visage, rivaling that of a model. As staff members of the production team, they had encountered countless handsome men in the entertainment industry, yet none had matched the striking appearance of Shen Qingyu. His looks were more than sufficient for stardom, eclipsing many current top idols. What a pity it was that he had endured so much criticism while wearing a mask, leaving the audience to wonder if they felt any embarrassment. Not only was his face stunning, but his physique was equally impressive. Those 8-pack abs, that chiseled V-line. The girls glanced downward. Ahem, such large gray pants. One must admit, Shen Qingyu's complexion was remarkably fair, with a hint of pink undertone that made his skin even more alluring. How could a young man possess such extraordinary facial and physical attributes? And at merely 18 years of age, it was enough to make anyone's heart flutter. The sudden arrival of the two girls momentarily caught Shen Qingyu off guard, leading him to forget to put on his shirt. Now, standing together with them, he realized their gazes were somewhat inappropriate and hastily donned his clothing. Oh, how amusing. Shen Qingyu isn't cold towards Gui Jin. He's simply like this with everyone, exuding a certain chilly charm. He may seem aloof, but he silently made room for the staff, which is quite generous, even if he struggles with words. I wish I could embody that cute young lady and pin Shen Qingyu against the wall for a kiss. Shen Qingyu's ears turned red. Wow. Is he really that innocent? A handsome guy who blushes? Is such a creature still in existence? I find myself wanting to transform into a devoted admirer. Honestly, I must say, his attire could be deemed more alluring if it were absent altogether. Am I the only one curious about how this gentleman has sculpted his abdominal muscles? Even as a man, I feel a flush of embarrassment. Shen Qingyu is undoubtedly a heartthrob for the male community. Shen Qingyu, you must remember, those who lend you a hand are comrades, while those who assist you multiple times are admirers. The peculiar remarks in the comments are not solely from women. A considerable number originate from men as well. Shen Qingyu possesses a face that appeals to all, and even men cannot deny his charm. Shuo Wu, a tall girl with glasses, smiled at Shen Qingyu and inquired, "What brings you up so early? It seems the Gu family has tea risen yet." "Things to attend to," he replied. Lowly Jia couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shen Qingyu was indeed just as he appeared on the show. Whenever asked, he simply stated he had matters to address. She had discerned that Shen Qingyu was not impatient, but rather succinct in his speech. Yet, he would blush under her gaze, creating an amusing contrast. What woman could resist such a Shen Qingyu? With newfound boldness, she ventured, "Are you involved in charity work at an orphanage?" A flicker of surprise crossed the youth's eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "How did you know?" "I read about it in the Jiangxing news. I never imagined your early mornings and late nights were due to this. So many people criticize you outside the show. Why don't you offer any explanations? Why provide an explanation? If it escalates, it could lead to online harassment, affecting your life." Some viewers lack rationality. It is they who are irrational, hurling insults. I am merely pursuing my own path. Why should I alter myself for them? Loli Jie and Shuiwu were momentarily taken aback, and Shuiwu's gaze towards Shen Qingyu shifted significantly. You truly do not care about the opinions of others. They are all strangers. Why should I concern myself? Shen Qingyu. You possess an inner strength, yet there is something you might not be aware of. I feel compelled to alert you. Someone has uncovered your school, major, and even your transcripts. To their astonishment, Shen Qingyu simply smiled. The two girls were mesmerized by his smile, momentarily entranced. The comments section erupted with a chorus of gasps and exclamations. Loli Jie swallowed hard. What are you smiling about? With a playful smirk, Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow. What? Do they wish to see my top grades? Both were utterly captivated by his demeanor. Oh my, Shen Qingyu, do not be so handsome. Your charm has left me spellbound. My bunkmate asked how it's raining. My pregnancy test reacts to the air that Shen Qingyu has passed through with 2 lines. I suggest male stars in the entertainment industry learn from Shen Qingyu's eyebrow raise. It's simply intoxicating. Now that is what one calls a melting iceberg smile. Those young heartthrobs cannot even grasp a fraction of his essence. I wholeheartedly support Shen Qingyu's entrance into the entertainment world to rescue the audience's eyes. He spoke with a confidence that was both striking and charming, leaving one to ponder just how handsome Shen Qingyu might appear with glasses. Does Shen Qingyu need a water truck? You know, the kind that sprays water while calling out, she mused shyly. Once the mist cleared, she coughed and added, what we mean is that they've exposed everything about you online, which is quite detrimental and not good for you. Shen Qingyu replied nonchalantly. There is nothing about me that can't withstand scrutiny, but I appreciate your concern. He understood that as long as he maintained his integrity, he had nothing to fear. Indeed, he had nothing to hide. His persona was built upon resilience, and the deeper they dug, the more they would uncover his treasures. Shen Qingyu would never falter. He would never reveal his vulnerabilities. Sister Loli tentatively probed, but they say you grew up in an orphanage, that you're the illegitimate son of the Gu family. Shouldn't you clarify this? She hesitated, fearing to touch a nerve with Shen Qingyu. He sighed, I am not an illegitimate child. Their imagination is simply too vivid. Shen Qingyu was well aware of the rumors swirling online, but he relished the chaos they created. All this tumult would ultimately serve as a catalyst for his ascendance. Upon hearing that Shen Qingyu was not an illegitimate child, both Sister Loli and Misty breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Shen Qingyu won't be vilified. With wide eyes brimming with curiosity, Sister Loli asked, May I inquire why you don't participate in shows? Shen Qingyu lowered his gaze, evoking a sense of sympathy. Despite his calm demeanor, he replied, Even without participating, I've attracted this much attention. Imagine the scrutiny if I did join. I prefer not to be the center of such focus. With your looks, it's hard not to be noticed. Entering the entertainment industry would be a breeze, she countered. That is precisely why I wear a mask, he said, glancing out at the rain, which was beginning to let up. He intended to leave. The performance had been sufficient, and lingering too long would only diminish the audience's anticipation. The rain has subsided. I shall take my leave. Wait, is there something else? She asked. Aren't you going to change? You might catch a cold. He indicated that the mask was inconvenient, implying he wished to avoid being on camera. Shen Qingyu was determined to uphold his persona. Sister Loli and Misty exchanged glances, unaware that Shen Qingyu had already been in front of the camera for quite some time. Sister Loli retrieved a pink mask from her pocket and offered it to him. I have a pink one. Would you like it? Thank you, but no. He declined before departing. Sister Loli and Misty hurried away from camera 7. On their way back to the director's team, they began to converse. Do you think Shen Qingyu knows there are cameras? Will he blame us? I'm not sure. I feel rather guilty about it. It's the first time I felt remorse over something like this. Same here. In the past, when the two of them collaborated with Ichili to unearth sensational stories, they were filled with excitement. However, faced with the pristine and utterly innocent Shen Qingyu, they could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. After all, Shen Qingyu is unlike others. He possesses no scandalous secrets worthy of scrutiny. His character so unblemished that it seems almost incongruous within the elite circles. I discern that he is not a cold individual. Yet the lens can be misleading, compounded by the fervor of Gu Yijin's fans. They merely revel in the glamorous fantasy crafted by Gu Yijin, immersing themselves in the role of a wealthy matron, ultimately indulging in the archetype of the dream girl. One wonders if Shen Qingyu's declarations of not being an illegitimate child will resonate with the naysayers, lest they continue their uproar. The director likely relishes this chaos. delighting in the audience's tumultuous reactions. Who could have anticipated that the Gu family's debut would unfold in such a lively manner? Chapter 68. For heaven's sake, that is Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu had been trending for an entire morning, and public opinion had decidedly shifted in his favor. However, the audience remained curious about his true identity. Until the Gu family thoroughly clarified or revealed his identity, it would remain shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the ultimate outcome would be advantageous for Shen Qingyu, rendering any current skepticism largely inconsequential. At this moment, the audience was less concerned with Shen Qingyu's identity. Their focus was predominantly on his visage. Undoubtedly, Shen Qingyu's striking appearance had ignited fervor among viewers, who were fervently imploring the production team to include him in their variety show. Director He, do you realize the monumental loss of not having Shen Qingyu on the show? That face is pure gold. Are you truly willing to forego such riches? I suspect Director He might not even be aware of Shen Qingyu's astonishing handsomeness. Otherwise, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Initially, I thought Gu Yijin was quite handsome, but upon seeing Shen Qingyu, he pales in comparison. Are they really willing to forego such a visual treat? Has the director made too much money in recent years to care? Sister, I have a bit of spare change. Just tell me how much it would take to secure Shen Qingyu as participation. I need Shen Qingyu. Without him, I shall be barren and devoid of hormones. Any decline in marriage and birth rates will be the production team's fault. Shen Qingyu has miraculously cured my long-standing strabismus. Since seeing him, my eyes have straightened. Such a benevolent soul must be on the show. Shen Qingyu has cured my years of infertility. Suddenly, I feel an overwhelming desire to marry. Thank you, Shen Qingyu. I wholeheartedly support his participation. In addition to Weibo and its trending topics, the production team's Weibo account was bombarded with messages. A faction of Gu Yijin's fans expressed their outrage, vehemently opposing Shen Qingyu's inclusion, hurling harsh insults. However, the majority clamored for his participation. He Chili couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing the chaos. Director He asked Sister Loli, should we have a conversation with Shen Qingyu regarding his involvement in the show? Absolutely, replied He Chili. With such a monumental figure in the spotlight, she could hardly afford to overlook him. Shen Qingyu was undeniably the linchpin of the show's appeal. Even without participating in a variety show, this youth could incite a tempest of controversy. Even during his masked phase, he had captivated a significant audience, albeit partly due to Gu Yijin's influence. Yet, He Chili harbored the feeling that Shen Qingyu was not merely an enigma. His topicality and striking contrasts seemed to resonate deeply with the audience's sentiments. Was she overthinking? It felt as though she had encountered a remarkable individual. However, he appears quite reluctant to participate in the program, Water Mist remarked. He seems indifferent to the discussions surrounding him, be they praises or criticisms. I truly admire such a mindset. He Chili narrowed her eyes. I am aware of his reluctance to engage in variety shows, which is why approaching him directly would be futile. We need to find someone who can exert decisive influence. Who might that be? Mrs. Gu, as long as Mrs. Gu is dealt with, there will be no issues. She cannot tolerate her son being disparaged online. After all, he is a child she fought to reclaim after enduring hardships for many years. He Chili understands that when Sulan must feel an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Shen Qingyu, which is why she appears to favor Shen Qingyu on the show. This is merely a natural maternal instinct, a mother's yearning to compensate for her child. Shui Wu suddenly realized. Indeed, Shen Qingyu seems to exhibit a gentler demeanor towards Mrs. Gu, while being indifferent to others. He Chili saw through the essence of the matter. Within the Gu family, only when Sulan could influence Shen Qingyu. Thus, she must contemplate how to persuade when Sulan effectively. Gu Yijin awoke to a sense of impending doom. He clutched his phone tightly, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. How could the production team install cameras at the back door without reason? And how was it that Shen Qingyu encountered the rain? Shen Qingyu's face alone could drive women to madness, and after being drenched, Gu Yijin's face darkened as he gazed at Shen Qingyu's high-definition handsome photos on Weibo. However, he also recognized that Shen Qingyu was not at fault. He was completely unaware of the camera's presence. It was merely the misfortune of that rain. After getting out of bed, Gu Yijin had no appetite for breakfast and spent his time scrolling through posts related to Shen Qingyu online. The number of posts and introductions about Shen Qingyu proliferated like mushrooms after rain, with many authored by students from Jiang University. Opening the dedicated forum revealed an abundance of threads centered on Shen Qingyu. Please, that is Shen Qingyu. How dare you question his looks? Some people are simply envious. I suspect many are goblins jealous of our idol. To learn more about Shen Qingyu, download the Encounter app. There are ample handsome photos and threads to explore. Students from Jiang University are furious at your disparagement of Shen Qingyu. He is our campus prince. My heart aches for him. I want to be angry if you call Shen Qingyu ugly. I will only laugh. Those who favor Gu Yijin will be laughing even harder. Shen Qingyu is renowned as Jiang University's cool and studious campus prince. Each of his accomplishments could surpass the rest, all right? For a comprehensive introduction to Shen Qingyu, feel free to join the fan club on the Encounter app. Suddenly, the Encounter app attracted a significant influx of new users, with Shen Qinyu's name trending at the top. Nonetheless, this had become a routine occurrence. Shen Qingyu was not a newcomer on the app, and many girls who admired him had even established fan clubs. Shen Qingyu's photos were transferred from Encounter to Weibo in dedicated threads, each worthy of being a screensaver. Meanwhile, Wang Mingyi and Yi Qiao were also following the news. Wang Mingyi exclaimed, "Have these people lost their minds, actually berating Shen Qingyu for Gu Yijin's sake?" She was extremely incensed. While it was one thing to question others, how could they dare to question Shen Qingyu's looks? She longed to respond to those trolls with a phrase circulating online. "Please, that is Shen Qingyu. How could they dare?" Moreover, Gu Yijin exudes an effeminate, pretentious charm that pales in comparison to Shen Qingyu, who possesses a unique allure. Yet, there are still those who dream of him. It seems they have never truly experienced the finer things in life. Yi Qiao teased, "Why are you so concerned about Shen Qingyu? Didn't you sever ties with him?" Wang Mingyi retorted stubbornly, "It's hard not to notice when he and Gu Yijin are trending every day, and when those people criticize Shen Qingyu's looks. Doesn't that imply they mock my past blindness?" Yi Qiao nodded emphatically, "Indeed, you're merely an observer, not someone yearning to see Shen Qingyu." Wang Mingyi sighed, closing her phone with a look of dejection. Yi Qiao shook her head, suggesting, "If you can't bear it, why not go back and find him? A simple apology would suffice." Wang Mingyi replied, "He and I inhabit entirely different worlds. He takes love far too seriously, while I am not one to engage earnestly." The memory of his earnest and stubborn demeanor made Wang Mingyi's heart ache anew. Yet, any woman adored by Shen Qingyu must surely experience profound happiness. Who in this world could receive his complete affection and tenderness? The mere thought stirred a wave of jealousy within her, igniting an inexplicable anger. Yi Qiao remarked, "Have you not realized how serious you are about Shen Qingyu?" As the person who knew Wang Mingyi best, Yi Qiao recognized that she had never been so anxious about a relationship before. Since meeting Shen Qingyu, she had ceased to notice anyone else. Her heart and mind consumed entirely by him. Even though she had publicly declared her intention to part ways with Shen Qingyu, she had never truly relinquished her interest in him. Wang Mingyi's words may have been resolute, but she had scrolled through Shen Qingyu's posts countless times. She opened his WeChat moments daily, fearing he might remove her from his contacts. Each day, she would stare at their chat window, typing messages only to delete them repeatedly. A cycle that continued unabated. Was this indifference? After a pause, Wang Mingyi shook her head, stating, "Perhaps, it's merely a fleeting sentiment. I won't genuinely fall for any man." Yi Qiao took Wang Mingyi's phone, prompting her curiosity. "What are you doing?" Yi Qiao nonchalantly replied, "I'm going to delete Shen Qingyu." Wang Mingyi, in a panic, snatched the phone back, frantically ensuring that Yi Qiao hadn't deleted Shen Qingyu. She glared at Yi Qiao, asking, "What are you doing? Who gave you the right to delete him?" Yi Qiao laughed. "Why so anxious over a mere contact? You did claim you'd never see him again." Wang Mingyi fell silent, lost in thought. After a moment, she stubbornly insisted, "I don't like him. It's merely his handsome appearance that lingers in my mind." Yi Qiao rolled her eyes. "You're hopeless. Why be so obstinate?" Wang Mingyi ignored her and ascended the stairs to drink alone. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu noticed his points steadily increasing, having risen from 0 to 170,000 within just one morning. He sensed that he was not far from reaching 1,000,000 points. Earlier at the orphanage, he had felt someone taking his picture. He pretended to be oblivious and continued with his tasks. After having lunch at the orphanage, Shen Qingyu purchased a mask and returned home, where he took a shower and changed into a fresh outfit before heading to Lin Xinyan's place. On the way to meet Lin Xingyan, he couldn't help but ponder who had assisted him. It was entirely within his expectations that the Jiancheng orphanage would take photographs and post them on their WeChat official account. He was aware that someone would disseminate this information. Even if no one took the initiative, he would have acted himself. The outcome would remain unchanged. However, the only unexpected development was the Jiangxing news. How could they possibly report on these events? Everything unfolded far more smoothly than he had anticipated, almost as if someone were aiding him from behind the scenes. Seated in her office, a woman leisurely sipped her coffee. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, revealing her current state of contentment. Has the money been transferred? Yes, it has, President Sheng. Ensure he keeps his mouth shut. Upon glancing at her phone, Sheng Mo observed the complete reversal of public opinion trending online, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. With her assistance, perhaps he ought to consider offering her some form of compensation. As Sheng Mo contemplated what excuse to use to invite Shen Qingyu, a call unexpectedly interrupted her thoughts. He was on his way to the Qingshan Villa district to meet a woman. Sheng Mo's smile vanished entirely. Chapter 69. The disobedient puppy deserves a lesson. Sheng Mo received several photographs. In these images, Shen Qingyu wore an extraordinarily gentle smile directed towards another girl. She had never witnessed Shen Qingyu display such a smile. Never. He even brought flowers. How romantic. In Sheng Mo's eyes, it was as if a tempest was brewing. How could her dog wag its tail at someone else? The disobedient puppy needed to be taught a lesson. Unbeknownst to Shen Qingyu, a storm was approaching. On this sunlit afternoon, he encountered the little angel, Lin Xingmian. Prior to his arrival, the young girl had been eagerly waiting at the door for quite some time. Dressed in an exquisite white gown paired with a soft sweater, her hair cascading down, she stood in the sunlight like a fairy. It had been ages since she had dressed up so earnestly. This outfit was a new purchase from her sister. She had been anticipating this day for an entire week, counting the days with bated breath. For her, every moment spent awaiting Shen Qingyu felt akin to anticipating the arrival of happiness. This sense of longing ignited a flicker of hope within her. The moment Shen Qingyu appeared, her eyes sparkled with delight. Approaching him felt like drawing closer to bliss. She restrained her excitement, her face flushed by the sun, nervously clutching the hem of her dress. Lin Xingmian lowered her head and greeted, "Good afternoon, Teacher Shen." Her long eyelashes fluttered like wings poised for flight, and Shen Qingyu recalled that afternoon when the girl kissed a butterfly. He offered her a gentle smile and bent down to pat her head, replying, "Good afternoon, Mian Mian." A splendid bouquet of flowers came into her view, causing Lin Xingmian to look up in astonishment. Did Teacher Shen bring her flowers again? These were different from the last ones, truly beautiful. Yet, regardless of the gift's nature, she would cherish it simply because it came from him, for the precious sentiment it carried. Shen Qingyu, noticing her dazed expression, smiled and explained, "I passed by a flower shop and remembered that you didn't have this color on your balcony. It should look lovely alongside your sunflowers." Lin Xingmian's heart raced. She didn't focus on the flowers, but rather gazed intently into Shen Qingyu's eyes. In that moment, his eyes outshone countless stars. His beautiful, deep gaze reflected her image as if it contained nothing but her essence. The girl struggled to articulate the feelings surging within her, oblivious to its significance. Her face flushed with warmth, and her heart blossomed with a multitude of tiny flowers. Upon receiving the bouquet, her little finger trembled involuntarily. She bit her lip tightly, fearing that her smile might appear too peculiar and raise Teacher Shen's suspicions. Suddenly, her mood soared to unprecedented heights, and even the sunlight felt more comforting. Softly, she inquired, "Teacher Shen, where are we going today?" She recalled his promise to take her out, and now she no longer felt averse to the idea. For the first time, the girl, who had once resisted the outside world, found herself looking forward to venturing out. With Teacher Shen by her side, the world held no fear or trepidation for her. In the world of Teacher Shen, sunshine and rainbows abound. Shen Qingyu, playfully withholding information, said, "Let us keep it a secret. Just follow me." Such words brought a profound sense of security to Lin Xingmian. The mere sight of Teacher Shen filled her with tranquility, causing her youthful eyes to sparkle with delight. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and with a bashful smile, she looked up at him. "Teacher Shen, I have a gift I wish to present to you." It took immense courage for her to utter those words. After speaking, she quickly turned and entered the door, glancing back to see if Shen Qingyu was following. Anxiety coursed through her. She dared not meet the expression on his face. Shen Qingyu noticed her unease but refrained from saying anything, silently trailing behind her as they ascended the stairs together. Lin Xingmian led him to the art studio, where a painting lay concealed beneath a black cloth. Standing beside it, she resembled a child awaiting praise from a teacher, her large, bright eyes betraying her excitement and anticipation. Shen Qingyu approached and lifted the black cloth, revealing a painting of a small mushroom and an umbrella created by Lin Xingmian. The significance of the artwork was unmistakable, and in that moment, Shen Qingyu felt deeply touched. He had become an immensely important presence in another's life. With eager eyes, she inquired, "Teacher Shen, do you like it?" Despite her efforts to mask her anticipation, her joy was unmistakable. As a girl as pure as a blank canvas, no sentiment could remain hidden from Shen Qingling's gaze. He smiled gently. I like it very much. Mian has painted wonderfully. Lin Xingmian blushed again, lowering her gaze to her toes, unable to suppress a quiet laugh. The two adorable dimples on her cheeks were as sweet as honey, reflecting her current elation. Teacher Shen had praised her, filling her with joy. Shen Qingling carefully covered the painting with the canvas once more. Let us leave the painting here for now. I will take it with me after the sketching session. All right. There is another painting I would like you to see, she replied. Intrigued, Shen Qingling followed her into her room. On her desk lay the painting he had gifted her, titled Sails in the Sea of Clouds. However, this time, the solitary sailboat was accompanied by two figures, himself and Lin Xingmian. A butterfly rested in the girl's hand, and above them floated a cloud. The butterfly represented her grandmother, while the cloud symbolized her sister, Ji Yunmiao. She hoped they could remain together forever. This was her beautiful aspiration. In Lin Xingmian's eyes, Shen Qingling held an importance akin to her family, yet with a unique significance that set him apart. Shen Qingling gazed into her innocent, clear eyes and gently ruffled her hair. Mian, this painting is truly beautiful, like a dream. Teacher Shen, I hope this isn't a dream. No, it is not a dream. It will become reality. It already is, for you are here, Teacher Shen. Her words were simple, yet profoundly moving. Perhaps those with intricate thoughts are more easily touched by such pure-hearted girls. Shen Qingling is indeed such a person. Being in the company of Lin Xingmian always brings a sense of ease. There is no need for excessive calculations, only sincerity is required to move her heart. Shen Qingling noticed that there were many jars on Lin Xingmian's desk, each containing pink stars. Has Mian begun folding stars again? I adore folding stars. My grandmother once said it is a way to express longing. When she misses Teacher Shen, she can also fold stars. Each star represents her yearning. Unlike the stars she folded for her grandmother, folding stars for Teacher Shen fills her with immense joy, often accompanied by an unconscious smile. At times, a particular phrase or expression from Teacher Shen would suddenly come to mind, causing her cheeks to flush. She has never felt this peculiar before. Little does she know, this is the first stirrings of love. After admiring the artwork, the two prepared to step outside. Just before leaving, Shen Qingling asked, Mian, do you have a hat? Lin Xingmian shook her head. Then we shall buy one shortly, Shen Qingling replied. Lin Xingmian's complexion was so fair that she felt even a hint of sunlight might burn her skin. The girl thought to herself how considerate Teacher Shen was. Shen Qingling led Lin Xingmian out, and they walked from the entrance to the outskirts of the villa area to catch a cab. Unbeknownst to them, someone lurked in the shadows, observing their every move. Shen Qingling recalled the 123 that the girl desired and first took Lin Xingmian to a pet store. The cats and dogs in this shop were utterly adorable. Lin Xingmian stood before a beautiful cat, her eyes brimming with curiosity and affection. When she turned to look at Shen Qingling, her eyes sparkled with the same exquisite roundness as the lovely little cat, resembling translucent glass. Both the girl and the cat gazed at Shen Qingling with wide eyes, softening his heart. This cat resembles you, doesn't it? Would you like to take her home? Shen Qingling inquired. On second thought, perhaps not. Lin Xingmian's mood suddenly soured. She feared she would not be able to care for the little cat properly. She dreaded the notion of the cat becoming just like her, an uncherished being. An unattended cat would be pitiful, and if she herself fell ill, how could she tend to the cat? If all she could offer was food and water, the kitten could thrive in the pet store without needing to accompany her to that cold, unwelcoming house. At least here, many customers would surely adore her. Noticing Lin Xingmian's change in demeanor, Shen Qingling approached and gently cradled the little cat, placing it softly in her arms. Lin Xingmian felt anxious and at a loss. Barely daring to breathe, her gaze fixated on the kitten in her embrace, appearing somewhat dazed. The kitten mewed softly in her arms, and Lin Xingmian's expression softened. So adorable. But I cannot bring you home. She nuzzled her face against the kitten, which nestled its head against her, closing its eyes in slumber. The shop assistant smiled and remarked, She seems to really like you. Would you consider taking her home? Lin Xingmian regretfully shook her head. I fear I would not be able to take proper care of her. Shen Qingling, why not give it a try? I believe Mian will take good care of her. With your remarkable sense of responsibility, you would never allow her to become a pitiful little kitten, would you? Lin Xingmian began to wrestle with her thoughts. The scars in her heart seeped into every corner of her life, constantly casting shadows over everything with reminders of past wounds. Does the little kitten truly like me? She has fallen asleep in your arms, so she must indeed have affection for you. Lin Xingmian gently caressed the kitten's head, and noticing her wavering resolve, Shen Qingling addressed the shop assistant directly. We shall purchase this little kitten. I will take care of the payment. Chapter 70. She embraced the entire spring teacher Shen. I cannot let you incur expenses. You are here to teach me. How could I allow you to spend money? Mian said. Today, she gifted me a painting. And as a teacher, one should reciprocate. This little cat is a token of our class today. Lin Xingyan wanted to say more, but Shen Qingyu took it upon herself to pay. A sweetness blossomed in her heart, and she glanced at the cat in her arms, breaking into a smile. You are so wonderful, so adorable. It was unclear whether she was referring to the cat or something else entirely. After purchasing the cat, Shen Qingyu mentioned she would return to collect it in the evening. Lin Xingyan softly suggested, could we wait a couple of days? I would like to buy some things for the kitten and learn how to care for her. Shen Qingyu smiled and replied, Mian, you are such a responsible owner. That sounds splendid. It will keep you company and alleviate your solitude when you're home alone. What shall we name the kitten? Let us leave that to you. Let us call her Lingling. After saying this, she cautiously stole a glance at Shen Qingyu. Which Ling? Wang Lingling. I thought it was a reference to my Ling character. It's quite similar. At her words, Shen Qingyu bit her lip, feeling bashful, and turned to leave without further explanation. Shen Qingyu chuckled as she watched the girl hastily retreat. Noticing a bicycle parked outside the shop, she approached. Excuse me, is the bicycle outside yours? Yes. I would like to rent your bicycle. Shen Qingyu paid to rent the shop's bicycle. The last time she rode a motorcycle was exhilarating. Feeling the rush of wind and the taste of freedom. This time, she opted for a bicycle to savor the gentle breeze and warm sunlight. Mian, hop on. A bicycle indeed. The shop isn't far. We can ride there. The weather is delightful today, and we should enjoy the scenery to truly embrace the beauty of spring. Lin Xingyan felt as if she were in a romantic drama. Teacher Shen was even more handsome than the male lead on television. As he turned back to look at her from the bicycle, get on. With sparkling eyes, Lin Xingyan took her seat behind him. How could she avoid falling? She decided to wrap her arms around Teacher Shen's waist for stability. Though she could hold onto his shirt, securing her grip around his waist felt more secure, minimizing the risk of falling. She convinced herself to embrace him, her fingertips trembling. I'm so nervous. Shen Qingyu merely smiled and asked, are you holding on tight? If so, I'll set off. I'm holding on tight, teacher. Very well, let us go. As Shen Qingyu pedaled, Lin Xingyan gently rested her head against his back. She heard nothing but the silence enveloping them, as if the world had faded away, leaving just the two of them. What a marvelous sensation. Shen Qingyu rode through the tree-lined avenue, while Lin Xingyan basked in the sunlight and felt the breeze, as if she were cradling the entirety of spring. Previously, her world had known no seasons, but this year marked the arrival of her own spring. Lin Xingyan retrieved her phone from her bag and opened the camera, capturing a photo of herself and Shen Qingyu's backs. Shen Qingyu caught a glimpse of a slightly turned profile, a strikingly exquisite visage that was almost beyond compare. The youthful smirk that graced his lips seemed to respond to her presence. In the enchanting realm of fluttering petals, she leaned against Teacher Shen's back, quietly beaming with an innocent smile, utterly immersed in a dream from which she wished never to awaken. Shen Qingyu rode her bicycle to the candy store, where the air was thick with the sweet aroma of confections, and an array of colorful candies in various shapes dazzled her senses. She purchased an assortment of sweets and packaged them into a box for Lin Xingyan. As she selected her treats, Lin Xingyan discreetly took out her phone to capture the silhouette of Shen Qingyu. Every moment spent with Teacher Shen was a memory worth cherishing. Upon turning around, Shen Qingyu noticed her, prompting Lin Xingyan to hastily set her phone aside. Shen Qingyu placed the neatly wrapped candy box into her hands, saying that whenever she felt down, she could enjoy some sweets. Yet Lin Xingyan's thoughts lingered on the idea that, whenever she missed Teacher Shen, she could indulge in candy. She took out 2 pieces, sharing one with Shen Qingyu as they resumed their journey. Seated on the back, she savored the candy, her smile unwavering. The treats gifted by Teacher Shen were delightful, filling her heart with sweetness. She realized that one could experience such profound happiness. Teacher Shen's promises were never broken. He fulfilled every single commitment, which, for Lin Xingyan, was happiness itself. The bicycle glided across the street, halting before a flower shop. Upon entering, Lin Xingyan was instantly captivated by the frost-blue roses, reminiscent of the sentiments Teacher Shen evoked in her. She yearned to purchase the flowers as a gift for him, knowing he would be delighted to receive them. Teacher Shen, do you think this is beautiful? Do you like it, Mian? I want to give it to Teacher Shen, is that all right? Her gentle laughter surpassed the beauty of all the flowers in the shop. Shen Qingyu paused momentarily before responding with a smile, of course. It was difficult to refuse someone with such enchanting eyes. Teacher Shen, could you wait for me outside? After Shen Qingyu stepped out, Lin Xingmian requested a card and pen from the shopkeeper. After careful contemplation, she inscribed a heartfelt message on the card. In my desolate world, you are the only blooming rose. Yet, upon reflection, she felt the sentiment might be overly intimate. Nevertheless, it was how she genuinely felt. After a moment's thought, she placed the card back into her bag, choosing not to insert it among the flowers. It was a secret message her heart could not bear to deliver. As the young girl emerged from the flower shop, she heard a soft, laughter-laden call, Mian Mian, I'm right here. Turning around, she found Teacher Shen waiting for her. Silhouetted against the light, everything felt beautifully surreal, stirring emotions that nearly brought her to tears. Tears fell upon the roses as she truly felt happiness enveloping her. The folded 3 stars represented her wishes, each one fulfilled. For reasons unknown, a wave of emotion suddenly surged within her, and after the bliss came the anxiety and fear. She wished for Teacher Shen to remain by her side forever. Without him, her world would revert to its former desolation, and she would wither away. As Shen Qingyu approached, she quickly wiped away her tears and cautiously extended the flowers. Teacher Shen, these are for you. The girl's earnest and anxious demeanor resembled that of a confession. Even without uttering a word, Shen Qingyu understood her sentiments. The girl's blush surpassed that of an extensive declaration of love. Shen Qingyu smiled as she received the flowers. Thank you, Mian Mian. Teacher Shen, shall we take the flowers and go sketching? All right. Lin Xingmian never painted people, but this time, she wished to capture her teacher on canvas. Even without gazing at Shen Qingyu, her image was already etched in her heart. The two made their way to a nearby botanical garden to sketch. What was ostensibly a drawing session felt more akin to a date. They strolled into the cherry blossom garden, where the blossoms were particularly resplendent at this time of year. Numerous couples were taking photos and enjoying the scenery, and naturally, Shen Qingyu and Lin Xingmian were perceived as a couple themselves. Nearby, a vendor selling couple bracelets called out to them, eager to entice them into purchasing matching accessories. Hey there, handsome. Why not buy a pair of couple bracelets to wear with your girlfriend? Chapter 71, The Punishment of a Love-Struck Heart. No need. Teacher Shen, I wish to see it. Shen Qingyu initially intended to refuse, yet Lin Xingmian could not resist the urge to purchase it upon seeing it. Shen Qingyu paused her steps, waiting for Lin Xingmian to acquire 2 bracelets. Lin Xingmian selected a star-themed bracelet for Shen Qingyu, while she chose a cherry blossom design for herself. Teacher Shen, I find this one quite beautiful, implying her desire to gift it to Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu, not wishing to decline her kindness, adorned her wrist with the bracelet. Lin Xingmian also donned her feminine bracelet, though she struggled to clasp it with one hand. I shall assist you. Shen Qingyu took the bracelet from her, bowing her head with earnestness as she fastened it for her. Lin Xingmian felt a wave of bliss that nearly overwhelmed her senses. Teacher Shen, yes? Will you always be my teacher? That depends on whether Mian Mian wishes to send me away. I would never. I hope you remain by my side forever. Shen Qingyu paused momentarily, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Xingmian's. What if you marry one day? Lin Xingmian shook her head. I would not. Such foolishness. Being alone is too lonely. With Teacher Shen, I am never lonely. Shen Qingyu smiled, and together they strolled beneath the cherry blossom tree. Retrieving their drawing pads and pencils to sit down, Lin Xingmian, recalling their earlier conversation, could not help but inquire, Teacher Shen, do you have someone you like? Are you getting married? No. Lin Xingmian pondered this. If Teacher Shen were to fall in love and marry, what would she do? Just the thought of it filled her with sorrow. What troubles you, Mian Mian? Teacher, if you marry, will I still be able to see you? Listening to the girl ask slightly jealous yet innocent question, Shen Qingyu couldn't help but laugh. Why do you laugh, Teacher Shen? I find you adorable. Lin Xingmian tilted her head in confusion, unsure why Shen Qingyu was amused. This question is far off. Many things depend on fate. Not far off at all. Lin Xingmian had already envisioned a lifetime. If Teacher Shen were to vanish, her life would reach its conclusion. Perhaps she would still exist, but her heart would be lifeless, and her spirit would dissipate with Shen Qingyu's departure. As she sketched, Shen Qingyu remarked, life is long. You will encounter many people. Perhaps one day, that person will arrive, and my presence will no longer hold significance. Teacher Shen is different. What makes me different? Teacher Shen is the only umbrella. Any that follow are inconsequential. It was Shen Qingyu's arrival that had rescued her in her time of need. Thus, no matter how many others came afterward, they would lack significance. I understand. Shen Qingyu's acknowledgement offered a response, and Lin Xingmian's eyes curved into a smile. The two sat quietly beneath the cherry blossom tree, sketching together, their scene picturesque and dreamlike, akin to a romantic drama. However, this beautiful tableau appeared quite differently to another woman. She observed Shen Qingyu taking her to a pet store to buy a cat. She witnessed Shen Qingyu cycling with her through the tree-lined avenue. She saw them wandering through a candy shop and a flower shop. Observing Shen Qingyu accept the flowers she had gifted, and witnessing Shen Qingyu adorn her with a bracelet, the two appeared like young lovers seated beneath the cherry blossom tree. Engrossed in their artistic endeavors. What an exasperating sight it was. Sheng Mo's demeanor was frosty, her eyes imbued with an indescribable dampness. The avaricious woman, typically found poring over reports in the Shang Corporation's office, was instead lurking nearby, fixated on Shen Qingyu and Lin Xingmin. From the moment Shen Qingyu and Lin Xingmin stepped outside, she had been shadowing them. Merely viewing photographs had been unbearable. Witnessing Shen Qingyu's tender affections towards another woman was even more intolerable. This was a side of Shen Qingyu she had never encountered before. No woman could resist falling for such a version of him. Alas, this tenderness was not meant for her. Did this young woman possess some extraordinary quality? In just a brief moment, Sheng Mo had thoroughly investigated everything about Lin Xingmin. He did not believe that Shen Qingyu had fallen in love with Lin Xingmin. Yet he did feel a sense of pity. Otherwise, at this stage in his life, there would be no need for him to assume the role of an art teacher. The modest sum of money that Wen Sulan provided him was ultimately a manifestation of her overflowing compassion. How absurd. To think one could rescue a girl lost in darkness? Why, with such kindness, do you not come to her rescue? She too requires his salvation. Sheng Mo, increasingly displeased, turned and made a phone call. He was willing to pay any amount, without question. If the task was not accomplished within an hour, the individual could resign and leave. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu was engrossed in her painting, unaware of the sudden announcement from the botanical garden staff that it was closed to the public for urgent reasons, necessitating the evacuation of all visitors. Shen Qingyu inquired with the staff but received no satisfactory explanation. Sheng Mo, without hesitation, bore the exorbitant costs. A sum unimaginable to an ordinary person, yet trivial to him. Upon exiting the botanical garden, Shen Qingyu found her bicycle, which had previously been intact, now reduced to mere fragments. Shen Qingyu exclaimed, "What on earth is this? Is there truly someone brazenly stealing bicycle parts at such a time? What purpose does the security serve here? The troubling reality is that these parts hold little value, don't they? Is this a manifestation of societal retribution?" Lin Xingmin never expected that someone could be so malicious as to not spare even a bicycle. She consoled, "It's all right, Teacher Shen, we can take a taxi back." Shen Qingyu nodded in agreement. "All right, I will take you home first." Shen Qingyu escorted Lin Xingmin back to her residence and subsequently negotiated with the pet shop staff to compensate her. Shen Qingyu could only lament his misfortune that day. Encountering such an incident, he truly did not dwell on it too much, considering that there are many abnormal individuals in society today, including those who vandalize electric bike seats. Who knows if someone is envious of his handsome appearance? Even if it were a conspiracy, targeting him by dismantling a bicycle seems rather trivial. Removing the bicycle poses no harm to him. For Shen Qingyu, dismantling the bicycle indeed has no significant impact. However, Sheng Mo finds the bicycle exceedingly bothersome, truly an eyesore. Even after its removal, her mood remains unchanged, not improving in the slightest. After resolving the issue with his bicycle, Shen Qingyu prepared to take a taxi back to the Gu family. Once he entered the vehicle, he succumbed to slumber, not out of fatigue or drowsiness, but rather due to the presence of a sedative within the car, while the masked driver posed no threat. When Shen Qingyu awoke, he found himself enveloped in darkness. His entire body was restrained, and his eyes were shrouded by a blindfold. Had he been kidnapped? Yet, beneath his feet lay a soft surface, akin to a carpet. The air was devoid of any unpleasant odors. Instead, it carried a pleasant fragrance reminiscent of a woman's boudoir or perhaps the scent of a luxurious hotel. He attempted to move, only to hear the clinking of chains. Shortly thereafter, he detected the sound of a door opening and the approach of high-heeled shoes, followed by the scrape of a chair being pulled back. "You are awake," a woman's voice declared, one he had never heard before, though it seemed altered, as if modified by a voice changer. "Who are you?" he inquired. "My identity is of little significance," she replied. "What matters is why you have been bound." "Why?" "Naturally, to punish you." Chapter 72. Sheng Mo is truly unhinged. The woman's voice exuded a menacing undertone. A palpable mockery and playfulness danced upon Sheng Mo's countenance. Shen Qingyu furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the implications. Had he inadvertently offended someone from that circle? How had they come to seek him out? He harbored no affinity for such pursuits. Suddenly, Shen Qingyu felt a frigid, unyielding object pressing against his chin. It was the stiletto heel of a woman's shoe. Seated with legs crossed, Shen Qingyu positioned the heel under Shen Qingyu's chin, lifting it slowly with a delicate motion. Bound by chains around his wrists and obscured by a blindfold, Shen Qingyu exuded an air of fragility. Witnessing Shen Qingyu's disarray seemed to invigorate Shen Qingyu, her excitement palpable. With his chin forcibly raised, Shen Qingyu's brow furrowed deeper in perplexity. Have I offended you? Not at all. So why have you bound me? Because you are disobedient. What? Shen Qingyu was taken aback, incredulous. Was this woman truly mad? What did she mean by disobedience, and who was she? As thoughts spiraled within his mind, Shang Mo's attention fixated on the pronounced Adam's apple of the young man before her. Her fingertips glided across it, causing Shen Qingyu to instinctively flinch. His expression now tinged with deeper restraint. With a single action, Shang Qingyu seemed to ignite something within him. He sensed a disquiet in his body. Frowning deeply, he spoke with a hint of humiliating anger. You drugged me. This was a far cry from the previous encounter with traditional medicine. Last time, he had unwittingly walked into a trap, but he was soon to acquire the antidote, enduring only a brief torment. This time, however, he was entirely at her mercy, and she appeared intent on not releasing him easily. Raising an eyebrow, Shang Qingyu declared, I am right here. You need only plead with me. Her condescending tone transformed Shen Qingyu's initial resolve into a deepening gloom. I possess no inclination for this, he replied, his voice growing hoarse yet imbued with an unexpected allure. Shang Qingyu narrowed her eyes, her hand caressing his flushed cheek, the heat radiating from him causing beads of sweat to form on his brow, dampening his tousled hair. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. This drug is potent, far from ordinary. Are you certain you wish to endure it? Shang Qingyu shook the vial in her hand, the antidote tantalizingly within reach. I hold the remedy. All you need do is ask. Her gaze was shrouded in a dark obsession, her voice laced with a sickly sweetness. Seeing you in such a state pains me as well. Simply admit your fault, and I shall grant you forgiveness, shall we? Yet, Shen Qingyu remained unresponsive, or perhaps he was merely enduring, turning his face away in silence, refusing to utter a single word, irrespective of his physical suffering. It was as though Shang Mo's entreaty met with a wall of cotton, ineffectual and yielding nothing. Rising, she tossed the vial aside, where it rolled across the floor, coming to rest just beyond Shen Qingyu's reach. Choosing silence, are we? The heel of her shoe suddenly pressed forcefully against his Adam's apple, inflicting pain, yet rendering him voiceless. Shang Qingyu and Shen Qingyu represent two stark extremes at this moment. Shang Qingyu is impeccably attired, while Shen Qingyu grapples alone in the abyss of desire. Shang Qingyu observes the scene with a keen interest. Regardless of her feelings, he knows she will inevitably suffer. From the very first intimate encounter with Shen Qingyu, he discerned that he was a youth brimming with pride. To witness him surrendering his dignity before a stranger in the throes of passion serves as an unforgettable punishment. Shen Qingyu is tormented, his eyelashes dampened with sweat, his face flushed with desire. Suddenly, the heavy pressure around his neck dissipates, replaced by a soft sensation upon his lips. This woman is kissing him. Shen Qingyu's eyes widen slightly. The familiarity of the sensation overwhelms him. He can distinctly perceive their entangled breaths, even faintly hearing the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Shang Qingyu recalls their first kiss, and a touch of tenderness graces her demeanor. The cool caress alleviates the heat within him, drawing Shen Qingyu into a state of reluctant indulgence. The woman chuckles softly, her laughter tinged with a hint of seduction. Aren't you quite stubborn? Yet here you are, yielding to a kiss. Shen Qingyu forcibly extracts himself from the depths of desire, immediately turning his face away, refusing to meet her gaze. Shang Qingyu freezes, her smile vanishing. She grips his head, pressing it against the wall as she kisses him. The forceful motion sends a clatter through the chains. This kiss is not like the previous comforting one. It is akin to a raging inferno, threatening to consume him. Rather than a kiss, it feels more like a gnawing hunger. Pain blooms on Shen Qingyu's lips as Shang Qingyu bites down, drawing blood. She glances down at him, a wave of intoxicating desire washing over her. The sight of the youth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his chest rising and falling with fervor. The elegance of his neck, broad shoulders adorned with a fine sheen of sweat, and his restrained expression, strikes her as utterly captivating. She takes out her camera, capturing this moment of Shen Qingyu. Satisfied with her photographs, Shang Qingyu crouches beside him, delicately wiping the blood from his lips with her finger. Her tone laced with warning. Keep your distance from those women. As she lowers her gaze, she notices the bracelet adorning Shen Qingling's wrist. Her expression darkens. A fierce desire to incinerate the cherry blossoms of the botanical garden stirring within her. Sheng Mo removes the bracelet from his wrist and rises. Looking down at him with an air of authority, endure this today. Remember the taste of this experience. It is your punishment. The sound of her heels gradually fades away, indicating that he is unlikely to escape this place today. Shen Qingling is uncertain whether there are cameras present and refrains from making any sudden movements. Damn. Sheng Mo is truly unhinged. He begins to piece together her identity. The moment her lips met his, the familiar sensation ignited suspicion within him, coupled with previous coincidences. He cannot help but question Sheng Mo's intentions. After all, merely 20 points of emotional attraction have driven her to such madness. What would happen if the points reached their zenith? Yet, it seems she has no intention of causing him harm. Perhaps his association with Lin Xingyan today merely provoked her. No wonder the botanical garden has suddenly closed and the bicycles have been dismantled. Sheng Mo is truly the embodiment of jealousy. No, she is a quintessential yandere. And not just any ordinary one. Shen Qingling's attempts to confront her are futile. He still needs to win her over. It must be said that Shen Qingling is quite ruthless. Despite enduring torment due to the effects of the medicine, he remains resolute in his pursuit. 077. The system shop contains an antidote, which the host can redeem using points. Shen Qingling, I will not exchange. How could he squander the hard-earned points he has accumulated? He resolves to endure it. Shen Qingling continually mutters to himself, 1 million points, 1 million points. After Sheng Mo stepped outside, she glanced at the star-patterned bracelet in her hand and let out a cold smile, discarding it directly into the trash. As for the flowers gifted by Lin Xingyan, they had already been reduced to ashes by Sheng Mo's flames, leaving not a trace behind. Tomorrow, she would ensure that Shen Qingling would not see her. Chapter 73. Gu Yijin is wronged. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyan sent a message to Shen Qingling. Lin Xingyan, has Teacher Shen returned home? She sent the message but received no reply from Shen Qingling. Later that evening, she sent another message. Lin Xingyan, is Teacher Shen busy? Still, there was no response. She presumed Shen Qingling was either in a bad mood or occupied and could only gaze forlornly at her phone. Before retiring for the night, she sent one final message. Lin Xingyan, see you tomorrow, Teacher Shen. Unfortunately, she did not receive a reply from Shen Qingling even as she drifted off to sleep. The Gu family was in a state of panic. Shen Qingling had inexplicably gone missing, when Sulan was the most anxious among them. Everyone had assumed Shen Qingling would return around 10 o'clock, as he had done consistently in recent days. Yet, today, even at 11, there was no sign of him. The messages and calls when Sulan had sent throughout the day had all gone unanswered, unable to remain idle. When Sulan searched the school and the orphanage for any trace of Shen Qingling, but to no avail, she contemplated reporting his disappearance to the police, but was stopped by Gu Chuang. To avoid the surveillance cameras, the family gathered on the second floor to discuss the situation. Gu Chuang dismissed when Sulan's suggestion, it has even been 24 hours. What is the point of reporting it? If we truly alert the police, it will stir up a storm throughout the city, and let us not forget that we are still in the midst of filming a program. When Sulan, her face etched with worry, replied, but he hasn't come home, and his phone is unreachable. I am genuinely concerned for him. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she glanced at Gu Yijin, fearing he might have done something sinister to Shen Qingling. After all, who in this family would most desire Shen Qingling's disappearance if not Gu Yijin? Gu Chuang also looked at Gu Yijin, questioning him. Do you know where Qingling is gone? Feeling bewildered by the scrutiny, Gu Yijin protested. Why on earth would Shen Qingling's disappearance have anything to do with me? I am utterly innocent. Although he had previously harbored ill intentions, none had come to fruition. Suppressing his rising anger, Gu Yijin stated, I don't know. I don't even have his phone number, so how could I possibly know where he is? Lin Qingdai chimed in. Aren't you usually very concerned about brother Qingling's whereabouts? Gu Yijin retorted, what do you mean by that? I truly don't know. Gu Chuang furrowed his brow, asking, what were you doing today? His tone clearly reflected suspicion. Like when Sulan, he surmised that if Shen Qingling had vanished, the beneficiaries would either be Gu Yutong or Gu Yijin. While Gu Yutong was not cruel enough to resort to such measures, Gu Yijin certainly was not beyond suspicion. Gu Yijin could only insist, I was ill and spent the entire day in bed. Aside from getting up to eat and drink, I didn't go anywhere. If you don't believe me, ask the household staff. Moreover, there are cameras from the production crew watching. What could I possibly do? Let me see your phone, why can't I? It's not that I can't. I have my own privacy. I want you to look at what I shun ti. In the oppressive gaze of Gu Chuang, Gu Yijuan reluctantly retrieved his phone. Gu Chuang scrutinized whom Gu Yijuan had called and messaged, leaving no stone unturned. Even delving into his Weibo searches. Upon opening his Weibo, the search bar was saturated with the names Gu Qiling and Shen Qingyu, a staggering count exceeding 100. The screen was awash with references to Qingling. He had even followed Shen Qingling's fan club and discussions with a secondary account. Everyone regarded Gu Yijuan with peculiar glances, making him feel as though he had been stripped bare. Why search for so many variants of Qingling's name, if not your own? I was merely monitoring public sentiment due to Qingling's recent criticism, he defended. You can ask Qingling himself. I even mentioned it to him, but he dismissed it. When Sulan was unconvinced of Gu Yijuan's altruism. Moreover, the absence of incriminating evidence on his phone did not preclude the possibility of him having harmed Shen Qingling. For such records could easily be erased. With her lips pursed and a menacing glint in her eyes, when Sulan declared, if Qingling does not return safely tomorrow, I shall unearth the deceitful villain behind this, come what may. Her gaze was fixed intently on Gu Yijuan. Gu Yijuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What are you staring at? Go find him. He never anticipated that he would one day be wrongfully accused. Gu Chuang interjected, enough with the theatrics. I will send someone to search for him. Do not fret. Qingling is no fool. I trust he will return unscathed. In the live broadcast room, some viewers noted Shen Qingling's absence that evening and began to speculate. Why hasn't Shen Qingling returned? Is he too frightened by the comments to show his face? It's because you all speak such harsh words. Tone it down. Without him, what will we watch? There are no other handsome leads of such caliber. I can't even sleep. Have you noticed the Gu family's uneasy expressions? Especially Madame Gu. She seems anxious, constantly on the phone. Could she be trying to reach Shen Qingling? Where has Shen Qingling gone? Is something amiss? Could it be that Shen Qingling is avoiding dinner with Gu Yijuan, fearing he might cling to him? That would be worse than stepping in something foul. What nonsense! Yijuan is resting in bed. He has been ill all day and looks pale. Don't drag innocent parties into this. Is a rivalry among the wealthy unfolding? Is Gu Yijuan afraid Shen Qingling will claim the family fortune, prompting him to eliminate the competition? Have you been watching too many dramas? Gu Yijuan is a kind soul. How could he possibly harm anyone? What if Shen Qingling is the one in trouble? How thrilling. This is the drama I've been waiting for. Will Shen Qingling appear tonight? Let us wait and see. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Gu Chuang mobilized numerous individuals to search for Shen Qingling, while when Sulan tapped into her networks for information, Gu Yutong and Lin Qidai set out together to search for him. Meanwhile, Gu Yijuan remained restless at home. He hid in his room and called Zhang Jing. His face etched with anxiety. Shen Qingling is in trouble. You must go find him, he urged. On the other end of the line, Zhang Jing was taken aback. What? You want me to look for Shen Qingling? Haven't you always wanted him out of the way? Don't ask so many questions. The fact is, he cannot be in danger today. Everyone suspects it was me. Not you? But who else in Jianqing would want to harm him? How would I know? I'm just as confused. Right now, the priority is to clear my name. If anything happens to Shen Qingling, when Sulan will come after me with a vengeance. If he wants to die, he better not drag me down with him. All right. Don't panic. I'll go look for him right away. After hanging up, Gu Yijuan cursed under his breath. Damn it, Shen Qingling, I truly owe you one. Chapter 74. The love poem of a yandere. It seems that he indeed owes Shen Qingling an explanation. Gu Yijuan gazed out the window, his expression complex. As the overcast sky mirrored his tumultuous emotions, Shen Qingling could perish, but not at the hands of another. They were true adversaries, destined to meet their fates through each other as hands. Shen Qingling must descend into the abyss, transforming into someone akin to him, and then summon the strength to engage in a battle. To die at the hands of another would be utterly absurd. Presently, Gu Yijuan, the one who yearned most for Shen Qingling's return, found himself in turmoil as the news of her disappearance spread throughout Jiacheng, causing a stir. Even as the Gu family sought her discreetly. At home, Sheng Mo leisurely monitored the surveillance feeds. Shen Qingling had not eaten, and after the effects of the medication wore off, she succumbed to sleep. Observing her peacefully slumbering, Sheng Mo felt a blend of tenderness and joy. Suddenly, Sheng Xia knocked on her door. Without even shutting off the monitor, Sheng Mo called out, "Come in." Assuming Sheng Mo was engrossed in reports, Sheng Xia failed to notice the content displayed on her computer. With a serious expression, she furrowed her brow and announced, "Something has happened." Sheng Mo's demeanor remained calm. "What is it?" Seating herself in the chair opposite Sheng Mo, Sheng Xia continued in a troubled tone, "Shen Qingling is missing. Anyone is searching everywhere for her. Sheng Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Missing? How could this be? Shang Xia earnestly analyzed. I find it strange too. How could a person as vibrant as Shen Qingyu simply vanish? By all accounts, Jiangsheng is relatively safe. Has she offended someone? Or is it possible she simply doesn't wish to return? Perhaps she quarreled with someone from the Gu family? Beyond that, I cannot speculate. Should we assist in the search? After all, we share a long-standing relationship. Very well, I shall enlist some help, replied Sheng Mo sighing. Shang Xia remarked. I hope she is safe. If something truly has happened to Shen Qingyu, Sheng Mo fixed her with a penetrating gaze. If something were to happen, it would have no bearing on you. How can you say it has no bearing? It is a matter of life and death. Have you suddenly become compassionate? Or are you simply unwilling to let go? I have not. I assure you, whether Shen Qingyu lives or dies has no connection to you. With a dismissive pout, Shang Xia turned and exited, closing the door behind her. Sheng Mo let out a cold laugh. Even if Shen Qingyu were to die, her ashes would remain with him. And no one else would dare to touch a single fragment. While chaos reigned outside as people searched for Shen Qingyu, Sheng Mo slept soundly until the following morning. When Shen Qingyu awoke, the sun still shone brightly outside. The chains that bound her were removed, and her blindfold was gone. She surveyed her surroundings and discovered she was in a luxurious hotel, having slept in the presidential suite. Lowering her gaze, Shen Qingyu contemplated that she could not simply endure Sheng Mo's treatment. Her phone lay on the table, but upon checking, it was dead and could not be turned on. She picked up the phone and stepped out to the front desk to charge it. Upon powering it on, she was greeted with over 100 missed calls and several hundred messages, all searching for her. Among the numerous texts, one peculiar message stood out at the beginning. Shen Qingyu furrowed his brow and recited, I wish to slice open your heart. This was a love letter penned by Shang Mo. I long to dissect your heart, to ascertain whether I reside within it. I yearn to shackle you, imprison you in a basement, ensuring that your sole knowledge is the love you hold for me. I wish to shred you into fragments and encase you within a doll. I desire to sever your limbs, rendering you incapable of escape. I shall let scalding wax drip into your throat, silencing your cries. I wish to pin you to the wall, transforming you into my private masterpiece. I will etch my name into your bones with a sharp blade, and with a searing iron, I shall imprint love eternally upon your heart. I could sever your head, cradling it as I witnessed the splendid sunrise. I could sever each of your tendons, dancing with you in the moonlit rose garden. I could intertwine our bodies with steel, seated by the seaside, gazing at the stars above. I embrace you, and your grave and funeral are enveloped within my embrace. The truest form of love I possess for you is to consume you, allowing you to enter my stomach through my mouth, merging our bloodlines. Where I am, you shall also be. I will slice your flesh into strips, air-drying them, weaving them into everlasting blooms of silver threads, with your pallid skin as bloodless leaves, your raven hair fashioned into tassels, accentuating your deep brown eyes. I gaze upon them, as if peering into your affectionate gaze, yearning to pierce your eyes, wishing to cut open the vision you cast upon others. From this moment forth, your eyes shall hold only me. Shen Qingyu, Shen Qingyu, Shen Qingyu. My soul prey, succumb to me entirely. Hush, turn around. I am right behind you. Shen Qingyu's eyelids fluttered. He turned to look, only to find emptiness behind him, nothing at all. A sigh of relief escaped him as he muttered, Madman. Shen Qingyu promptly returned a call to Wen Sulan. Having spent a sleepless night, Wen Sulan shed tears upon hearing that Shen Qingyu was unharmed. As long as you are safe, as long as you are safe. Where are you, child? Mother is coming to get you. Shen Qingyu provided the name of the hotel, and Wen Sulan immediately drove in that direction. Shen Qingyu sought to review the surveillance footage at the hotel, inquiring about the name under which the room was booked. However, the front desk informed him they could not disclose such information. Unless it was a police inquiry, they could not reveal any guest privacy. Shen Qingyu surmised that Sheng Mo had left a contingency plan, and this matter would likely yield no resolution. Nonetheless, he at least discerned that the individual was Sheng Mo, having unveiled a lurking wolf in the shadows, which could not be deemed a futile endeavor. Shen Qingyu entered the restroom and poured cold water over himself. He needed to recover from this affliction. Having suffered such a significant loss, he ought to extract some measure of emotional value from Sheng Mo. This damned yandere, feeling a pang of concern for you, is beneficial. Perhaps next time he would think twice before treating him this way. Yanderes always talk of killing you, threatening your demise. Yet if anything were to truly befall Shen Qingyu, Sheng Mo would be utterly frantic. When Wen Sulan arrived, she found Shen Qingyu, pale and standing at the door. Braving the cold wind, as if he might be swept away by it at any moment. She was heartbroken, yearning to inquire about something, yet Shen Qingyu remained silent. A glance downward revealed the marks on Shen Qingyu's wrist, etched by chains, causing Wen Sulan to nearly faint. Clearly, Wen Sulan had misunderstood. She believed Shen Qingyu had endured some inhumane treatment. Witnessing Shen Qingyu in such a state only intensified her desire to ask, yet she felt too afraid to do so. Weakly, he averted his gaze and murmured, "I am fine. Let us return home." As Wen Sulan drove, tears streamed down her face, her heart seething with a desire to rend the one who had tormented her son into 1,000 pieces. Upon returning to the Gu family estate, Shen Qingyu collapsed at the doorstep. The Gu family erupted in chaos. The trending news was equally tumultuous. At that moment, the calm and composed facade of Shang Mo shattered upon hearing the news. What? Shen Qingyu has fainted? Chapter 75. The hand that strikes shall be severed. After Shen Qingyu fainted, when Sulan could no longer concern herself with the program, she cried out for help, prompting the crew to abandon their tasks. A tall, robust man carried Shen Qingyu upstairs to the bedroom. The Gu family, hearing the commotion, emerged to assess the situation. Gu Yijin was the first to rush over, only to find Shen Qingyu's room surrounded by people. He forced his way in and beheld the pale, nearly lifeless form of Shen Qingyu on the bed. In his memory, Shen Qingyu had always been distant and composed, or rather, formidable, impervious to harm despite any efforts to wound him. Yet, this very Shen Qingyu now lay in such a vulnerable state. Gu Yijin was momentarily taken aback. When Sulan shooed the crew outside, awaiting the arrival of the family doctor, Gu Chuang turned to Wen Sulan and asked, "What has happened?" With her head resting beside Shen Qingyu, Wen Sulan began to weep. I don't know." This child remained silent, refusing to speak. "It is all my fault. I failed to protect him. I failed." The memory of Shen Qingyu collapsing like a gust of wind before her shattered her heart. She felt an overwhelming guilt toward Shen Qingyu. Returning home had not only failed to mend their relationship but had resulted in his suffering. Whether it was being berated online or collapsing in reality, her self-recrimination deepened. For reasons unknown, Gu Yijin found something unsettling in Wen Sulan's words. His gaze fell upon the wounds on Shen Qingyu's wrist, causing his pupils to constrict momentarily. "His wrist!" he exclaimed. Everyone turned their attention to Shen Qingyu's wrist. The Gu family, seasoned in such matters, recognized immediately that these injuries were not typical. They bore the marks of chains, coupled with Wen Sulan's mention of Shen Qingyu's silence. Gu Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth, followed by an eruption of fury. Who would commit such a heinous act? Though she had initially harbored reservations about Shen Qingyu, he was nonetheless of the Gu bloodline, and she could not abide the thought of him being harmed or humiliated by outsiders. Gu Chuang approached Shen Qingyu, examining him closely. His brow furrowed deeply, as if he could crush a mosquito with it. There is also a wound on his lip, as if bitten, he noted. At that moment, the anger of the Gu family reached a boiling point. In the high society of Jiangcheng, numerous individuals reveled in the pursuit of handsome young men, with some men particularly fervent in their desires. They favored youthful and attractive boys, and someone as elusive and enchanting as Shen Qingyu was a rare gem. The day prior, Shen Qingyu had inadvertently appeared in the spotlight, and by nightfall, he had vanished. They could not help but wonder if his stunning presence had drawn the attention of those perverse individuals in Jiangcheng, leading to such inhumane treatment. The Gu family was convinced that Shen Qingyu had suffered unspeakable indignities, and that his safety was compromised. A misunderstanding escalated into a full-blown crisis. Gu Chengwang bellowed in outrage. "How dare anyone lay a hand on my son? If I do not see them imprisoned, then I am no man. Call the police. We must report this." After Gu Yutong's anger subsided, she shook her head and said, "Dad, we cannot report this to the police. If this escalates, how will he face the scrutiny and gossip of others? Our family is still recording a show. If this were to leak, he would bear such a cruel label for life. Even if Shen Qingyu is a man, such an incident would cast a shadow over him. Wouldn't it only deepen his wounds if others looked at him through tinted lenses?" Lin Qidai, having taken leave from class today, was reminded of her own experiences and dreams upon seeing Shen Qingyu in such a state, her eyes immediately reddening. She sobbed, "Let us wait until Brother Qingyu wakes up. The priority is to comfort him and prevent any psychological scars." Even Gu Yijun could not help but feel sympathy for Shen Qingyu. Who could be so cruel? Even at his worst, he never considered subjecting Shen Qingyu to such indignities, preferring instead that he consort with women. Truly, there are depths to human depravity. What if Shen Qingyu were to spiral into self-destruction? Wouldn't he that render him useless? What, then, would be the point of their struggles. Gu Yijun exclaimed in fury. Such a person is nothing but filth. What if we do not find him and he targets Qingling again? Who knows if there will be a next time? Gu Chuang nodded, saying, Indeed, we can investigate this matter privately, keeping it under wraps. After all, we need not rely solely on police connections. We can conduct our inquiries discreetly. The only troubling aspect is if a prominent figure in Jiangcheng is behind this. It may prove difficult to achieve any results. This is likely not their first offense, and they may well have acted with impunity knowing we would struggle to uncover the truth. A clever individual would leave no traces. Currently, the sole clue lies with Shen Qingyu. Gu Chuang surveyed the room, adopting a warning tone as he addressed everyone. You must keep silent about today's events. If even a whisper escapes your lips, do not blame me for being merciless. To the outside world, we will say that Qingling was at a friend's house last night, and his phone died, hence the lack of contact. His fainting this morning was due to having been caught in the rain yesterday. Is that clear? Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. It was the family doctor of the Gu household. As the doctor entered, Gu Chuang specifically instructed, check to see if there are any injuries on his back. The doctor's pupils widened in shock, then bowed his head and replied, Yes, Mr. Gu. Gu Qingwang maintained a stoic expression as he awaited the results. He could hardly fathom that someone would dare to harm a member of the Gu family. The person behind this must either possess a status that surpasses the Gu family or be a true madman, indifferent to the consequences. Others stood outside, awaiting the doctor's verdict. When Sulan, lost in despair, stared blankly at the door as if she could see the frail child within. She longed to hear the doctor declare that Shen Qingling was unharmed, yet feared the outcome would not align with her hopes. Observing her distress, Gu Yutong offered a word of comfort. Aunt Wen, he will be all right. However, when Sulan remained unresponsive, seemingly entranced. It was a tragedy for a child to have such a powerless mother. Deep within her heart, she incessantly berated herself, her thoughts veering increasingly towards extremity. A fierce determination gradually ignited in her eyes. She resolved to no longer be a mere decorative figure in social circles, with a person to protect. She recognized the necessity of her own strength. As a mother, it was her duty to shield her child from harm. An unexpected incident became the catalyst for Wen Sulan's transformation. No mother could tolerate her child being so grievously wronged. In maternal ferocity, she vowed to become a protective shield for Shen Qingling. Fixing her gaze upon Gu Qingwang, she declared, We must find that person. The hand that harmed Qingling shall be severed, and should they commit further atrocities, I shall ensure their demise, feeding their remains to wild dogs. Gu Qingwang lowered his eyes, taken aback by the fierce resolve of his typically meek wife. Observing his silence, when Sulan pressed on, Why do you not speak? That is your son. Are you not most concerned about your own dignity? Gu Qingwang beheld the wild fury igniting in her eyes, a manifestation of years of suppressed anger, resentment, and guilt towards Shen Qingling. At a loss for words to comfort her, he merely patted her back, urging, Calm down, we shall inquire about the situation once Qingling awakens. With reddened eyes, when Sulan pushed him away, gritting her teeth, You remain ever so composed, always prioritizing the interests and so-called glory of the Gu family. Do you not see your child? He bears your blood, and we have not nurtured him for a single day. We are utterly inept as parents. If he does not return, perhaps he would not have to endure such suffering. If we cannot even protect him, we are unworthy of the title of parents. We failed to safeguard him in his youth, and now that he has returned, it is no different. Gu Yiqin has endured no hardships in the Gu family for years, yet Qingling returns only to face scorn and injury. In what way have we justified our roles? Gu Qingwang, you once traversed a similar path. As a father, can you not spare a shred of love from your icy world for him? Consider it a recompense and solace for your younger self. Blood trickled from Wen Sulan's bitten lips. She no longer wished to maintain the facade of tranquility. The peace of this household had been sustained through the regression and forbearance of others. Her feelings towards Gu Yiqin could no longer mirror those of the past. She loathed him, resenting him for enjoying all that rightfully belonged to Qingling, for usurping the joyful moments that were meant for her and Qingling. If only he did not exist, she had contemplated this more than once. She wished fervently for Gu Yiqin to vanish from this world. Gu Chuang, observing Wen Sulan, found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to express himself. As the patriarch of the Gu family, it seemed every father bore this same essence, silent, solemn, and immovable. To put it bluntly, they were the most selfish individuals within this household. He too had once been like Shen Qingling. With his own father placing greater emphasis on the glory of the Gu family, nurturing him primarily as an heir, while the bond of paternal affection was scant. Even in marriage, he had no choice. His feelings towards Gu Yiqin could hardly be described as love or concern. He was merely cultivating a successor, not a son. Years ago, he vowed to himself that he would not become the same kind of man as his father, yet ultimately, he transformed into the very image he most dreaded. He endeavored to raise Gu Yiqin in a similar manner, resulting in a dismal outcome. Was Shen Qingyu destined to follow this same path? Gu Qingwang wished for Shen Qingyu not to become a second Gu Yiqin, nor did he desire to witness the emergence of another version of himself. Perhaps his child could also attain happiness. When Sulan fixed her gaze upon him, resolute in her quest for an answer, her words, offering a modicum of solace and compensation to the youth, struck a chord within Gu Qingwang's heart. With a countenance laden with complexity, he replied, "I understand." Gu Yiqin sensed an unsettling shift when Sulan's agitation regarding Shen Qingyu seemed out of place, and Gu Qingwang's attitude towards Shen Qingyu appeared to be evolving. What he had failed to alter over the years, Shen Qingyu accomplished in mere days. What, then, did all his years of effort amount to? At that moment, the doctor emerged, and all eyes turned towards him. Having caught a chill and developed a fever, his strength was depleted. Fortunately, apart from his wrist and lips, he bore no other injuries. "Is he awake?" someone inquired. "Not yet. He remains feverish. I administered antipyretic medication and advised him to rest. I will check on him every 2 hours." Chapter 76. Jealousy to madness. The tumultuous affairs of the Gu family have become a trending topic. The moment Shen Qingyu fainted, the surveillance cameras in the hallway and living room captured every detail with startling clarity. The entry regarding Shen Qingyu's fainting surged to the forefront of trending searches. With the terms Shen Qingyu missing, Shen Qingyu fainted, and aristocratic family turmoil claiming the top 3 spots, audiences speculate about the events of the previous night. Did Shen Qingyu truly go missing overnight? How did he suddenly return only to collapse? I am beginning to entertain conspiracy theories. If both Gu Yiqin and Shen Qingyu are offspring of the Gu family, could it be that they are embroiled in a struggle for inheritance rights? Let us not forget about Gu Yutong. Just because she is a woman does not mean she lacks inheritance qualifications. What if she harbors resentment and seeks to eliminate her 2 brothers to ascend? Gu Yutong has ventured into the entertainment industry. It is evident she is not being groomed as an heir. There is little hope for inheritance, perhaps merely a desire for revenge against her brothers. Then why not speculate about Gu Yiqin? The relationship between Gu Yiqin and Shen Qingyu remains enigmatic. It is still unclear who among them is the illegitimate child, but one of them undoubtedly is not a legitimate heir. How do we know one of them is not a legitimate child? The Gu family is yet to comment. Let us refrain from conspiracy theories. After all, Yiqin cannot possibly be that sort of person. The disparity in their appearances is too pronounced. If Shen Qingyu and Gu Yiqin were truly siblings, how could their looks differ so drastically? The Gu family's affairs have stirred a frenzy, propelling the program's popularity beyond any previous season. The production team convened an emergency meeting. They wished to capitalize on this surge in interest without incurring the ire of the Gu family or provoking the audience's disdain. Some topics come at a cost. Yiqili furrowed her brow in contemplation. I initially intended for the Gu family to disclose Shen Qingyu's identity, but they declined. The others expressed confusion. Why refuse? The cloud of illegitimacy surrounding the family cannot be beneficial. This is Shen Qingyu's desire. I cannot fathom why he would prefer to endure criticism rather than reveal his identity, especially when doing so could absolve him of all accusations. This is rather peculiar. Could it be for Gu Yiqin? If Shen Qingyu were to step forward and clarify, all the accolades and honors previously bestowed upon Gu Yiqin would be wholly usurped by him. I recall that the Gu family's initial participation in the variety show was to elevate Gu Yiqin's status. Indeed, Gu Yutong's involvement was also intended to pave the way for him. In this light, the Gu family appears woefully biased. Shen Qingyu bears the brunt of the criticism while Gu Yiqin reaps the rewards. Shen Qingyu has never received anything from the Gu family, and upon his return, he is met only with scorn. My heart aches for him. Currently, most of the staff are aware that the individual intended for promotion in this program is Gu Yiqin, while Gu Yutong serves merely to facilitate his ascent. Prior to this, Shen Qingyu was likely nothing more than a scapegoat. Shen Qingyu has not only garnered the audience's concern and sympathy, but also that of the production team. Do not underestimate the significance of the production team's staff. Many individuals seek to inquire about so-called insider information from them. The more elusive such information appears, the more credible it seems to the public. Shen Qingling's reputation within the production team has eclipsed that of Gu Yijin. The Gu family did not anticipate that Shen Qingling, a participant absent from the show, would capture all the attention and rise dramatically in popularity. This is precisely why Shen Qingling chose not to disclose his identity from the outset. The greater the mystery, the more curiosity it incites among the audience, resulting in heightened discussion surrounding him. The eventual twist must be sufficiently exhilarating. He chiefly believed that Shen Qingling's fainting incident would provoke even more baseless speculation if it could be leveraged to clear the rumors surrounding his illegitimacy before rejoining the program. It would be ideal. He chiefly negotiated with the Gu family for the opportunity to persuade Shen Qingling to participate in the show, utilizing the production team's statement as leverage. Given the incident had trended on social media, the scrutiny was overwhelming, and everyone questioned what had truly befallen Shen Qingling. Thus, the Gu family sought to harness the production team's influence to address this situation, believing a direct statement would be most effective, regardless of initial audience belief. Once the fervor surrounding the event subsided, the statement would prove valuable. After reaching an agreement with the Gu family, he chiefly issued a statement via the official program's Weibo account, echoing Gu Qingwang's narrative, claiming that Shen Qingling had merely gone to a classmate's home. However, the audience, being astute and discerning, were not easily deceived. Conspiracy theories abounded, and a significant number began to question Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin, while comfortably at home, found himself embroiled in a scandal of which he had no knowledge. Frustrated by the deluge of conspiracy theories circulating online, he was infuriated. If he were to confront Shen Qingling, he would not resort to such underhanded tactics. The imaginations of these netizens were indeed boundless. If he were to discover who was orchestrating this behind the scenes, he would undoubtedly confront that individual with great ire. To this day, there remains no fully convincing explanation for the audience. The production team has done all that it could. In this era of entertainment obsession, the director seeks only popularity and profit, beyond which they will not extend their efforts. While the incident of Shen Qingling's fainting has escalated dramatically, there is one person who remains oblivious to it all. Lin Xingyan seldom engages with the online world, aside from checking Shen Qingling's WeChat. She pays little attention to anything else. By afternoon, when Shen Qingling had yet to arrive for class, she sensed something was amiss. She never doubted Shen Qingling's previous words, but her intuition told her that there must be a reason for his absence. She believed that Shen Qingling would not be one to break his promises. Furthermore, as Shen Qingling had not replied to her messages the previous day, Lin Xingyan could not help but reach out to Ji Yumiao. Ji Yumiao, taking a brief respite from her busy lab work, glanced at her phone and quickly informed Lin Xingyan of Shen Qingling's fainting incident. Upon learning of Shen Qingling's condition, Lin Xingyan became increasingly anxious, akin to an ant on a hot pan. She felt compelled to visit Shen Qingling. Yet her prolonged absence from social interactions filled her with trepidation. Lin Xingyan, sister, I wish to visit Teacher Shen, but I am frightened. Ji Yumiao, shall I accompany you, dear sister? Teacher Shen has shown such concern for you. We ought to pay our respects during his illness. Lin Xingyan, when are we going? I wish to see Teacher Shen sooner. Ji Yumiao, do not be anxious. I shall come to fetch you right away. As Ji Yumiao made her way to pick up Lin Xingyan, she pondered how they might gain an audience with Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling's identity remained shrouded in mystery, yet it was certain that entering the Gu family would prove challenging. Ji Yumiao attempted to call Shen Qingling. Lin Xingyan had always dared not to call him, preferring to send messages instead. Ji Yumiao believed that only with Shen Qingling's consent could they gain entry to the Gu family. When the call connected, a woman answered, whom Ji Yumiao surmised to be Shen Qingling's mother. This was the fifth call received by Wen Sulan. The first was from Sheng Mo, who, along with Sheng Xia, intended to visit Shen Qingling. The second was from Wan Mingyi, who also wished to pay her respects. The third call came from an unfamiliar girl, who merely inquired about Shen Qingling's well-being. The fourth was from Song Jining, who too wished to visit. And now, the fifth was Ji Yumiao. Wen Sulan felt a swell of gratitude for the multitude of people concerned for Shen Qingling, indicating that her child was indeed cherished and not the withdrawn individual he sometimes appeared to be. She resolved to share this with Shen Qingling upon his awakening, suggesting that if he were willing, he could invite these young ladies over for a gathering, perhaps to lighten his heart and help him forget his troubles. By the time Shen Qingling awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The Gu family had gathered around him, their expressions filled with concern. Shen Qingling felt a bit disoriented. He had merely wished to evoke a sense of guilt in Sheng Mo. Why then did the Gu family bear such expressions? Their looks were steeped in pity, a desire to console him, yet hesitant to voice their thoughts. In confusion, Shen Qingyu asked, "Why do you all look at me like that?" When Sulan, "Good child, if you wish to cry now that you are home, then do so. We shall not utter a word. No matter what transpires, mother will always stand by you. Tell me, who is that person? I will ensure he pays dearly." Gu Yutong. Qingling, I know this is hard to accept, but I hope you can find a way to let go of this matter. It is not your fault. Lin Qingdai, Brother Qingling, you are wonderful. It is those wicked individuals who are at fault. It is your kindness and perfection that have drawn their attention. No matter what occurs, you shall always remain our perfect brother Qi-Ling. Simply be yourself. Gu Chuang, everyone is right. We shall face every trial together. I have already arranged for a psychologist for you. If you do not wish to speak with us, confide in the doctor instead. The only one who remained silent was Gu Yijin. Observing the others comforting Shen Qingling, any sympathy he had once felt dissipated, leaving only twisted jealousy and resentment in its wake. He had never received such affection, never, in just a few days since Shen Qingling's return. He had received the love that Gu Yijin had never known. With dark and twisted thoughts, Gu Yijin mused that perhaps it would be for the best if Shen Qingling were to become embittered. He wished to see if, after such experiences, he could still retain his innate goodness and innocence. You extend goodwill to the world, yet it responds not with kindness. Shen Qingling, will you change this time? Shen Qingling merely felt a sense of bewilderment. When Sulan noticed his troubled expression and gently said, "All right, let's allow Qi-Ling some time to reflect on her own. There is no need to dwell on it further." After dismissing the others, she refrained from inquiring about the matter, fearing it might distress Shen Qingling. Instead, she shifted the conversation to the several young ladies who had called him. "Qingling, your friends are quite concerned about you. Would you like to meet them? Very well. I shall call them on your behalf and invite them to our home in a couple of days." Shen Qingling lowered his head and smiled faintly. The gathering of Sheng Xia, Sheng Mo, Wan Mingyi, Song Jining, Ji Yunmiao, and Lin Xingyan would undoubtedly create an enthralling spectacle. Sheng Mo, if you dare to treat me this way, then experience the taste of being neglected. I intend to make you so envious that you will be driven to madness. Yet too fearful to approach him again. Chapter 77. The Blood Flowers That Bloom in Darkness. Sheng Mo received a return call from Wen Sulan, during which she learned about Shen Qingling's condition. A fever? Arriving at the Gu family in 3 days? Very well, and after hanging up, Sheng Mo stood in a daze. How could this be? Following her fainting spell, Shen Qingling had developed a high fever and required several days of rest to recuperate. It sounds quite severe, the woman murmured, her brows knitting in concern. She longed to visit Shen Qingling, but for now, when Sulan had stated that no visitors were allowed, an unexpected surge of irritation coursed through Sheng Mo. Not directed at anyone else but at herself. If only she had not acted so impulsively, she felt a pang of regret. Indeed, having grown up in an orphanage, Shen Qingling's health was likely fragile. She had drugged him, and he had endured it all, straining his body after a night of fasting and thirsting. Sheng Mo recognized that she had crossed a line this time. Yet, she could not rein in her emotions. She despised witnessing him smile at other women, resenting every female presence around him, especially when she observed the tenderness he exhibited towards that young girl, a warmth she had never received from him. Jealousy surged within her like a vine, suffocating her with its grip. She was nearly driven to madness by envy. The image of Shen Qingling and Lin Xingmian together, their happiness searing her heart, remained vividly etched in her mind, as if it had just transpired. She both loathed her inability to control her jealousy and felt powerless to possess Shen Qingling. Suddenly, the room darkened. A storm was approaching. Sheng Mo moved to the window, gazing at the overcast sky that mirrored her tumultuous emotions. It was in this very spot that she had shared a kiss with Shen Qingling last time. She brushed her fingers across her lips, lowering her gaze as if enduring some unseen torment. After a moment of silence with her eyes closed, unable to find solace, she approached the table. From the drawer, she retrieved a small knife, its blade reflecting her fierce brow and eyes. Lifting her skirt, she pressed the knife against her thigh, creating shallow cuts that instantly bled profusely. The crimson blood seeped from her pale skin, staining her black dress a vivid red, resembling blood flowers blooming in the darkness, a hauntingly beautiful sight. Sheng Mo's face paled with pain, her lips pressed tightly together as her body trembled. Perhaps this was her way of sharing Shen Qingling's suffering. She had inflicted harm upon him. Now it was time for her to punish herself. Her inability to control her impulses threatened to plunge her into an endless abyss. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, and Sheng Mo recognized it to be Shang Xia. With an impassive expression, she called out, "Come in." Upon entering, Sheng Xia's eyes widened in shock at the scene before her, but she quickly regained her composure. She stepped forward and snatched the knife from Sheng Mo's grasp, muttering, "What has triggered you this time? Haven't you taken the medication prescribed by the doctor?" Sheng Mo lowered her gaze, a cold laugh escaping her lips. If medication could resolve everything, there wouldn't be so many troubled souls in this world. Sheng Xia retrieved a first aid kit to staunch the bleeding, wrapping bandages around her thigh while inquiring, "Who has upset you this time?" Clearly, this was not the first instance of such behavior, and she had become adept at handling it. Shen Mo remained silent, merely gazing out at the gloomy sky. It was raining. "Surely you are not still planning to go to the office?" "No, I lack the spirit for it." "Did you have a quarrel with that man you kissed?" "You do talk a lot." "Oh, then let me speak of something else. I heard Gu Yijin say that Shen Qingyu is quite ill. Aunt Wen was in a terrible rage today. Who knows what actually transpired, but it certainly cannot be something as trivial as a cold." Sheng Mo's expression darkened further. "Be quiet. Is this also off limits?" "Fine, I shall refrain from speaking. It is pointless to share my thoughts with you. You simply do not care about the lives of others." Sheng Mo's eyes flickered as he turned to Sheng Xia and inquired, "Do you think there is anyone in this world who would love me?" Sheng Xia raised an eyebrow and smiled enigmatically. "What do you think?" "I do not know." "No." "Why?" "Because you cannot learn to love someone in a normal way, and others will not offer you normal love in return. You speak as though you were capable of loving others normally. You treat Gu Yijin like a well-behaved dog. If he were stripped of all his allure, would you still love him? Do not speak so plainly. Such clarity makes us both uncomfortable. The Sheng family is devoid of warmth." Sheng Xia packed away the medicine box and said, "I am leaving. If you go mad again, it is no longer my concern. Find a doctor to handle it yourself. I will go to the Gu family in 3 days." "Understood." After Sheng Xia exited the room, she could not help but sigh. It was uncertain who owed whom between her and Sheng Mo. Truly, there was not a single normal person in this family. Sheng Mo found himself ensnared in a state of waiting. He had never perceived 3 days to be so interminable. Day after day, he tormented himself. Uncertain of the purpose behind it all, only the pain kept him more alert. In the room, Shen Qingyu lay. Noticing the data panel indicating Sheng Mo's progress had risen from 20 to 30. This meant that Sheng Mo's affection had increased by 10 points. For other targets, this increment might seem trivial, but securing even 10 points of affection from Sheng Mo was no easy feat. It appeared that this woman still felt compassion. She was not entirely indifferent. There was hope. Upon observing that Ruan Mingyi's affection value had also risen, it became evident that she had never truly given up on Shen Qingyu. She had continuously kept an eye on him, though she stubbornly claimed not to care about him for the sake of her insignificant pride. When Shen Qingyu's fainting episode trended on social media, Ruan Mingyi felt as if her soul had departed. Initially, she had resolved to refrain from contacting him. Yet curiosity gnawed at her, compelling her to inquire about his condition. After much deliberation in the WeChat dialog box, she finally sent a simple message, "Are you all right?" Receiving no response from Shen Qingyu, Ruan Mingyi grew anxious. After tossing and turning for a long while, she could no longer resist the urge to call him. Upon hearing a woman's voice at the other end, she felt a pang of jealousy, but when she recognized it was Sulan, she felt a sense of relief. Yi Qiao, noticing her dazed expression, advised, "Perhaps you should find a time to visit Shen Qingyu." Ruan Mingyi awkwardly said, "What identity do I have to approach him? Whether he will see me is uncertain. Just the thought of him coldly telling me to leave breaks my heart." She yearned to see him again, yet feared the absence of a response from Shen Qingyu and dreaded even more the possibility of him dismissing her. The memory of her last tearful encounter at the CAF was still vivid, a source of great embarrassment. She was terrified that in a moment of impulsivity, she might kneel before Shen Qingyu, pleading for forgiveness. Yi Qiao observed her indecision, sensing her desire to go, but also her fear of lacking an excuse. All Ruan Mingyi needed was a stepping stone. If Shen Qingyu were willing to provide one, she would gladly ascend, regardless of the nature of the support. Unfortunately, Shen Qingyu's disposition precluded such generosity. He demanded to see Ruan Mingyi humbled, for only when she truly lowered herself would he begin to care for her. The Ruan and Gu families were not strangers to one another. If absolutely necessary, she could visit him under the pretense of family connection. However, she learned from Mrs. Gu that he needed time to recuperate and would not entertain visitors for 3 days. Ruan Mingyi now awaited that day with trepidation, akin to a condemned prisoner anticipating execution. In any case, whether she extended her neck or withdrew it, the outcome was the same. It would be better to face the inevitable with resolve than to languish in torment at home, allowing Shen Qingyu's icy demeanor to extinguish her hopes entirely. Alone at home, Ruan Mingyi indulged in her imagination, envisioning countless scenarios and dialogues upon encountering Shen Qingyu, which only heightened her anticipation. Alongside her, Lin Xingmian also felt her heart stir, as did Shang Xia and Chu Jiaojiao, whose feelings of regret and yearning intensified. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu reclined in bed, leisurely contemplating the toll of his feigned illness. He had surmised the identity of the unknown caller. It was Chu Jiaojiao. She was filled with regret and found it hard to face Shen Qingyu. On the day she moved out of the dormitory, thoughts of him flooded her mind. At that moment, she was utterly alone. Her roommates loathed her and wished for her swift departure, leaving her without a place to belong, much like a rat scurrying through the streets, despised by all. The men around her were unreliable, and she could not expect assistance from those wealthy heirs. In their eyes, she was inconsequential, perhaps even nothing at all. The one person who had truly cared for her had been deeply hurt by her actions. She had contemplated seeking help, but the allure of her dreams of grandeur made her abandon the idea. To preserve her image, she could not allow those men to witness her moving into a dilapidated rental. In that moment, she found herself reminiscing about the days when Shen Qingyu was still present. Had their relationship not fractured, he would surely have come to her aid. Alas, one must bear the consequences of their choices. On the day she moved into the rental, Shen Qingyu trended on social media, and it was then she discovered his connection to the Gu family, even possibly being their son. In a state of despair, Chu Jiaojiao shattered a cup, her brow furrowed as she nearly fainted. She had been but a step away from her dreams, only to have them obliterated by her own hand. As Chu Jiaojiao's vision darkened, a wave of regret washed over her, reaching its zenith. In the subsequent days of torment, her thoughts incessantly drifted to Shen Qingyu, and her heart's yearning grew ever stronger. She pondered the nature of humanity, realizing that often, one only comprehends the weight of loss when it is irrevocably gone. Memories of Shen Qingyu's kindness flooded her mind, alongside the carefree days they once shared. Particularly his words, "Jiao Jiao stands before my future." Yet, she was a stubborn and resolute individual. Aware of the impossibility of rekindling their relationship, she refused to seek Shen Qingyu out, unwilling to approach him like a destitute dog begging for pity. Now, he was the esteemed scion of the Gu family, while she was merely a fallen childhood friend who had hurt him for a mere sum of money. The chasm between them had become insurmountable. Upon learning of Shen Qingyu's illness and fainting, she could not resist the urge to call and express her concern, although she now only dared to use an unfamiliar number. Upon discovering that he had regained consciousness, Chu Jiaojiao felt a sense of relief. However, she ultimately lacked the courage to intrude upon his life any further. She resolved to accept this reality. He was a soaring eagle, while she was but a frog at the bottom of a well. She would allow him to reside solely in her memories, vowing not to see him again until the day she fulfilled her dreams. Chapter 78. Your innocence and kindness will lead to your demise. Chu Jiaojiao's internal struggle and torment were unknown to Shen Qingyu, who had no desire to uncover them. Such a woman, when faced with even the slightest setback in life, would inevitably recall Shen Qingyu. Her feelings of regret and infatuation would only continue to escalate. Shen Qingyu found it unnecessary to exert much effort in winning her over. Time would reveal everything to her. Presently, he had no leisure to ponder the thoughts of that woman, for he had to contend with Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin, inexplicably compelled, visited him late at night under the pretense of inquiring about his health, though in truth, it felt like madness. "Qingyu, are you feeling any better?" Gu Yijin's gaze was tinged with a semblance of sympathy, albeit feigned. Upon witnessing Shen Qingyu surrounded by his family, genuinely caring for him, any trace of his initial sympathy was swiftly supplanted by jealousy. What enchantment did Shen Qingyu possess that allowed him to effortlessly transform the Gu family's peculiarities? In comparison to himself, Shen Qingyu exhibited no particular warmth towards the Gu family. He had not bestowed upon them any significant affection. His demeanor towards Gu Chengwang was neither particularly respectful nor filial, and he had shown no tenderness towards Gu Yutang, nor had he extended any assistance to Lin Qingdai. Yet, it was as if the members of that household were bewitched, utterly captivated by Shen Qingyu. Even Gu Yijin found himself harboring a sense of sympathy for Shen Qingyu, a sentiment that felt like a betrayal to his own being. With a renewed sense of determination, Gu Yijin diligently reflected on himself and reignited his disdain for Shen Qingyu. Uncertain of Gu Yijin's motives for this late-night visit, Shen Qingyu had already devised his own approach to handle the situation. He cast his gaze downward and replied, "It's nothing serious, merely a cold." Gu Yijin continued to regard him with feigned sympathy, saying, "Oh, don't be stubborn. It's just the two of us now. Why not confide in me?" Gu Yijin aimed to evoke in Shen Qingyu memories of his past sufferings, deepening his anguish and hastening his descent into darkness. "Suffer. Embrace the darkness, Shen Qingyu. I have nothing to share. What is it that you truly seek from me?" Shen Qingyu appeared remarkably composed, even more so than the agitated outsider before him. Seeing Shen Qingyu remain impervious to his provocations, Gu Yijin grew anxious. "Qingyu, do you understand why you endure such trials? It is precisely because you are too kind. Your innocence and kindness will lead to your ruin." A large question mark seemed to hover above Shen Qingyu's head. Gu Yijin leaned closer, fixating on Shen Qingyu's beautiful, clear eyes. Whispering like a demon, "Qingyu, let me enlighten you. Those in high society are the most vile. They are the most despicable and shameless people in this world. You must see this clearly. Your kindness will only hasten your destruction. You must learn to adapt and embrace the rules of this circle to survive." In that moment, Shen Qingyu comprehended that Gu Yijin had come to indoctrinate him. Noticing Shen Qingyu's indifference, Gu Yijin seized his shoulders. "Look into my eyes. Do not continue to evade. Evading will not resolve the issue. The reason you have been harmed this time is that you are simply too captivating yet lack the means of self-protection. Surely, you did not guard against others? One must not place too much trust in those around you. Anyone could stab you in the back, even your own parents." Gu Yijin perceives himself as a devilish puppeteer, leading a kind-hearted, sunny individual into the abyss, molding Shen Qingyu, this blank canvas, into his desired form. Shen Qingyu observes that Gu Yijin seems on the verge of madness. Provoked by something, she finds him somewhat amusing and is tempted to tease him. Turning to Gu Yijin, she inquires, "What about you? Can I trust you?" Gu Yijin is taken aback. What is this naive fool babbling about? It has been stated time and again that one should trust no one. Why is she looking at him with such an innocent expression? With a gaze imbued with profound meaning, Gu Yijin smiles and replies, "Of course, you can trust me. After all, you said we are friends. When you have wholly placed your trust in me, I shall deliver a harsh blow from behind. Revealing the treacheries of society and the terrors of human nature, I shall confess, I am not as fragile as you may think. This is not a matter of great consequence. Not a matter of great consequence. You cannot be taking this lightly." Gu Yijin is tempted to pry open Shen Qingyu's mind to understand how she can be so nonchalant about such affairs. Shen Qingyu nods. "It was merely an encounter with a somewhat deranged woman. I have often had girls follow me. It's just that this time it went a bit too far." "What? A woman? Not a man." "No, it was a woman." At last, Gu Yijin comprehends Shen Qingyu's calm demeanor. After Shen Qingyu succinctly recounts the events, Gu Yijin feels a wave of disappointment wash over him. She was only bound by a woman for a single night? Nothing more transpired. He had anticipated that this would serve as a catalyst for Shen Qingyu's dark transformation. Gu Yijin's dreams are dashed, and his plans for Shen Qingyu's corruption fail. That woman is utterly incompetent. Having captured Shen Qingyu, she merely bound her for a night? There was no indication of any physical manipulation. How could one even justify labeling her a pervert? Utterly useless. Gu Yijin can only muster a smile. "So that is how it is. Everyone misunderstood. It's a relief that you are unscathed, although the situation was not as they had imagined. It was not entirely without merit. At least Shen Qingyu was willing to share the truth with him, indicating a degree of trust. Gu Yijin has gleaned a glimpse into Shen Qingyu's heart. She does not despise him. Afterward, Gu Yijin informs his family of the events. He hopes they will not extend too much sympathy towards Shen Qingyu, as the situation is far from what they perceive. Upon learning the truth, the Gu family breathes a sigh of relief. However, this incident serves as a dangerous signal. It appears necessary to find someone to protect Shen Qingyu. When Sulan, however, questions, "How did Qingyu come to confide in you? Did you bring it up intentionally? Why would she mention such things?" When Sulan harbors suspicions regarding Gu Yijin's intentions, Gu Yijin explained, "I was concerned that he might become mentally troubled being alone, so I engaged him in conversation and inadvertently mentioned this matter." Gu Yijin harbored no fear of Shen Qingyu exposing him. Shen Qingyu was exceedingly kind-hearted. He would never act in such a manner. They were good friends now. And given that Shen Qingyu could be forgiving towards someone who was once his adversary, how much more so in the present? Reflecting on Shen Qingyu's experiences, Gu Yijin suddenly perceived that being extraordinarily handsome might not be entirely advantageous. It was evident that Shen Qingyu had endured his share of harassment from perverts, and discussing it had become second nature to him. It must be acknowledged that, in certain respects, Shen Qingyu possessed remarkable resilience. When Sulan did not treat the incident lightly simply because the perpetrator was not a man or because the severity of the crime was less than they had imagined. When Sulan declared, whether the individual is a man or a woman, they must not be overlooked. An investigation must proceed. The fact that Qingyu was injured and fainted is indisputable, and I will not let that person go unpunished. Displaying an unusual firmness, when Sulan's demeanor left others speechless. Gu Qingwang also noticed the change in Wen Sulan. Perhaps he should feel relieved? Yet, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to his wife's sudden shift in character. Nevertheless, compared to her previous submissive self, the current Wen Sulan possessed a more endearing quality, resembling more of the Wen family spirit. For the past few days, Wen Sulan had been preoccupied with investigating the woman behind the incident, while Shen Qingyu recuperated at home. Wen Sulan practically catered to him, slicing fruit to feed him and occasionally inviting a psychologist to provide counseling. In her eyes, Shen Qingyu had become akin to an injured child. Gu Yijing could only slink in the shadows. He had also heard about the Gu family's recent seclusion, intended to prevent any exposure of Shen Qingyu's injuries that might spark negative public opinion. They truly took meticulous care of him. The wounds on Shen Qingyu's hands could be concealed with long sleeves, and the injury on his lip would take 2 or 3 days to heal completely. By the third day, the mark on his lip had vanished, revealing no trace of the incident. Yet his complexion remained pallid. Of course, this was intentional. He had not diligently taken the medication prescribed by the doctor, deliberately prolonging his suffering until a few women arrived to witness his plight, particularly for Sheng Mo's sake. Shen Qingyu held a grudge. He had not forgotten how Sheng Mo had tormented him. In recent days, Sheng Mo had attempted to reach out to him, but Shen Qingyu purposefully ignored her, not responding to a single message. He sought to make her endure, to instill a sense of unease within her. Would she remember the taste of punishment? Then let her truly experience the agony of anxiety. Once she arrived at the Gu residence, there would be even more sensations awaiting her. After 3 days of torment, Sheng Mo finally awaited her day at the Gu family home. The gathering was arranged in the Gu family's back garden, prompting them to request the production team to remove their cameras, a request to which the crew acquiesced, recognizing their lack of authority to interfere with matters of privacy. Although the director was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity, he ultimately had to yield to Wen Sulan's assertive stance. Although the scene of the garden gathering could not be captured upon their arrival, Sheng Mo and Sheng Xia made their way to the living room of the Gu family villa to meet with others. Consequently, the camera recorded the attendees of this gatherings, all of whom were, without exception, stunningly beautiful women, each possessing the potential to debut in the entertainment industry with ease. Sheng Mo and Sheng Xia were among the earliest arrivals. Today, Sheng Mo adorned herself in a gentle manner, eschewing the typical professional suit or the imposing attire of a powerful female executive, instead donning a flowing white satin mermaid gown that exuded tenderness and femininity. Sheng Xia, as always, presented herself with exquisite elegance, unmistakably a wealthy heiress, captivating and enchanting. Upon entering, she affectionately linked arms with Wen Sulan, playfully exclaiming, "Aunt Wen, good afternoon." Sheng Mo offered a faint smile, greeting, "Aunt Wen." After exchanging a few pleasantries, another woman arrived, Wan Ming-yi. Sheng Xia furrowed her brow, while Sheng Mo's gaze turned noticeably colder. Both simultaneously pondered, what is she doing here? Shortly thereafter, Song Jining arrived as well. Sheng Mo's grip on her teacup tightened to an unbearable degree. Finally, Ji Yin Miao and Lin Xing Mian made their entrance, causing Sheng Mo's cup to shatter in her hand. Chapter 79. The overlooked Shen Mo. A bevy of beauties graced the screen, igniting a flurry of comments. 1, 2, 3, 4. My wife has arrived. Excuse me, is this beauty pageant taking place in the Gu family's living room? This villa now seems to emanate a fragrant allure. I wish to be reborn as Mrs. Wan. So many stunning women. Is this the charm of Shen Qingyu? I can't fathom how blissful I would feel if I were Shen Qingyu at this moment. 5 women, each possessing their unique beauty. Is Shen Qingyu truly that remarkable? Isn't that the heir of the Sheng group, trending on social media? How did she shatter the glass? Suddenly, the cup in Sheng Mo's hand shattered, drawing the attention of all present. When Sulan expressed her concern, to which Sheng Mo responded with a composed smile, I momentarily lost my focus. My apologies. When Sulan furrowed her brow, Sheng Mo, your hand. Allow me to summon a doctor for a bandage. Lin Xingmian noticed the cuts on Sheng Mo's hand from the shattered glass and retrieved a tissue from her bag, offering it to her. Yet, her gaze reflected a hint of trepidation, her lips pressed together, at a loss for words. With her head bowed, Sheng Mo was taken aback when a delicate, snow-white hand appeared before her. She paused, then looked up to see who it was, her. Sheng Mo accepted the tissue, lowering her eyes once again. Thank you. Lin Xingmian cautiously retreated to stand beside Ji Yunmiao, resembling a well-behaved child. Ji Yunmiao gently patted her head in encouragement. Since Shen Qingling's arrival, Mian had undergone a significant transformation. Although she still exhibited some shyness in social interactions, she had made considerable progress compared to her previous silence, for which Ji Yunmiao sincerely appreciated Shen Qingling. Unfamiliar with the identities of those seated around her, Lin Xingmian's primary concern was Shen Laoshi's well-being. However, she felt too intimidated to engage with Madame Gu, opting instead to occasionally glance outside, pondering when Shen Laoshi would make an appearance. Suddenly, a woman approached her, startling Lin Xingmian. "Little sister, what is your relationship with Shen Qingling?" asked Wang Mingyi. She was acquainted with nearly everyone present, save for Ji Yunmiao and Lin Xingmian. The two sisters bore a striking resemblance, yet their demeanors were entirely different. Ji Yunmiao exuded an air of intelligent elegance, while Lin Xingmian resembled a delicately crafted doll, her eyes shimmering like crystal, devoid of any ill will. Wang Mingyi anticipated that Ji Yunmiao might not engage with her, so she chose to converse with the seemingly innocent Lin Xingmian. A bit anxious, Lin Xingmian mustered the courage to respond. "Shen Laoshi is my tutor." "So, you are a student of Shen Qingling?" "Yes. Is that so?" "It's simply unimaginable that someone like him would choose to be a tutor." Wang Mingyi found it hard to envision Shen Qingling, a figure of such stature, taking on the role of an educator. Was he perhaps as stern and serious as he appeared? At that moment, Shen Qingling descended from the second floor. Wang Mingyi was already aware of Shen Qingling's demeanor as a teacher. Mian had arrived. The youth appeared pale, suggesting that he had yet to fully recover from his illness. Yet he smiled at Lin Xingmian with a tenderness that none of them had ever witnessed before. It was a visage of fragility, gentleness, and vulnerability. The barrage of comments had gone utterly wild. "Oh my, who is this pale and melancholic handsome man? I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed by Shen Qingling. This is the first time I've seen Shen Qingling exhibit such a gentle side. If he were to look at me with such eyes, I'd immediately need a change of pants. Shen Qingling, would you dare to smile like that at the camera? I beg you, glance my way, just once, and I would feel instantly better. I can't even imagine how blissful it would be to be a student of Shen Qingling. Is he still offering tutoring? I wouldn't even blink at 100,000 per hour. As a child, I was terrified of riding the rocking horse, but as an adult, I have no desire to dismount from Shen Qingling's. Shen Qingling, show me a bit of romance. I'll be wild. You take it slow. Shen Qingling. My canine teeth are a bit sharp. Bear with me. I just bought some cream puffs but forgot the cream. Could you spare me some, Shen Qingling? Shen Qingling. Are you capable or not? I mean truly capable. He actually calls her Mian Mian. Oh my, how sweet and gentle. Shen Qingling, call me too. I'm Xinxi. The fervor of the comments surpassed even the last time Shen Qingling was caught in the rain. This time, the contrast of his character was strikingly pronounced. They had uncovered an unknown facet of Shen Qingling, akin to discovering a treasure, a revelation that brought delight. No one could remain unmoved by such a Shen Qingling. The typically aloof and indifferent individual had bestowed his singular warmth upon them. Just contemplating this could induce a swoon. Shen Qingling's admirers had reached an alarmingly high number. The system's points had accumulated to 370,000. Lin Xingmian never anticipated that Teacher Shen would be the first to speak to her. Her eyelashes fluttered as she offered a shy smile. "Hello, Teacher Shen. My sister and I have come to visit you." Her voice was soft, yet Shen Qingling heard her. Ji Yunmiao also revealed a gentle smile. "Qingling, are you feeling better?" The other women were astonished to hear her address him so. Shen Qingling nodded, much improved. "Thank you for visiting me." At that moment, he turned to see Wang Mingyi standing beside Lin Xingmian. You have come." It seemed her arrival was unexpected for him, and his words bore a hint of surprise, yet out of politeness, he refrained from making her feel uncomfortable. Wang Mingyi felt awkward. She had previously declared that she would no longer serve, yet upon witnessing Shen Qingling faint, she had been as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, desperate to rush to the Gu family. "Ahem, I came to see you. After all, we are friends." Wang Mingyi lowered her head to offer an explanation, unsure of how to face Shen Qingling. In truth, she herself was uncertain about the nature of her feelings toward him. Seeing his pale complexion, she felt a deep sense of discomfort and sorrow. She could no longer convince herself that she did not care for Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu nodded and then turned his attention to Song Jining, who gazed at him with unwavering admiration, her eyes brimming with affection and concern. "How are you feeling, my idol? This is a gift from my parents who brought it back from abroad. I hope it aids in your recovery. It's nothing serious. I appreciate uncle and aunt's concern." Shen Qingyu replied, engaging in light conversation before finally noticing the two sisters from the Sheng family. Miss Sheng. Sheng Imo understood that this remark was directed not at her, but at Sheng Xia. Sheng Xia's eyes sparkled as she stepped forward, saying, "Shen Qingyu, you look so pale. Have you not recovered after 3 days of rest?" Shen Qingyu shook his head. "I do not know why, but this illness is taking longer to mend." Cough, cough. He frowned, succumbing to another bout of coughing. Witnessing this, Sheng Xia felt a pang of sympathy. It was difficult for any woman to remain indifferent when someone like Shen Qingyu revealed even a hint of vulnerability. She quickly reached out to support his hand. "Would you like to rest a bit more?" Shen Imo watched intently as Sheng Xia touched Shen Qingyu's hand, feeling a painful sting as her palm bore the marks of her grip. From the moment Shen Qingyu arrived, his gaze had never once strayed towards her. Not for a moment. His tenderness was not directed at her, nor was his fragility. Finally, Shen Qingyu looked at her. "President Sheng." A simple, detached, and polite utterance. Just those 2 words. Not a syllable more. It was even less intimate than Sheng Xia's Miss Sheng, and even Ruani Mingyi, with whom the relationship had frayed, had received a forward acknowledgement. In that moment, a string within Sheng Imo snapped. Chapter 80. The outburst of a yandere when Sulan smiled and suggested, "Let us sit in the garden. The sun is just right, allowing Qingling to bask in its warmth." Thus, the group made their way to the garden in a grand procession. The audience expressed their regret, eager to witness the conversation between Shen Qingyu and the group of enchanting women. The identities of these women and their relationship with Shen Qingyu sparked much speculation. However, those matters were of little concern at present, for Shen Qingyu was relishing the sunlight and the splendid scenery, along with a certain delight in deliberately vexing Imo. When Sulan had transformed the back garden into a charming little feast, complete with a beautifully set dining table, delectable food, and fine wine, sitting in the garden, basking in the sun while sipping wine, was truly delightful. This pleasure was reserved for those who had received Shen Qingyu's favorable attention, such as the 2 sisters from the Ji family, Song Jining and Sheng Xia. Only 2 individuals were left feeling dejected. Ruan Mingyi sat forlornly to the side, sipping her drink. Suddenly, Yi Chao's call came through. "Hello? Where else could I be but at home, sleeping?" On the other end, Yi Chao teased, "Sleeping? Have you fallen asleep at Shen Qingyu's house? Or perhaps you dream of him so much that you find yourself in his presence? Stop lying to me. I saw you on the variety show. Admit it, you can't let go of Shen Qingyu. Go and apologize to him. What's the use of being stubborn?" Ruan Mingyi, eyes cast down in disappointment, replied, "But he is surrounded by so many people. It seems he doesn't need me at all. It's all too late." Shen Qingyu had changed dramatically, surrounded by women who were each more exceptional than the last, while she felt utterly insignificant. "What else with this defeatist talk? Where's your tenacity? Are you willing to surrender so easily?" "Of course, I am not willing, but I genuinely do not know how to win him back. He has grown so cold towards me. Xiao, I feel so miserable, truly miserable. His attitude towards Sheng Xia is far warmer than his demeanor with me. I am on the verge of madness. What should I do?" In this moment, Ruan Mingyi was no better off than Sheng Imo. She was teetering on the brink of despair. She feigned indifference towards Shen Qingyu while suffering inwardly, whereas Shen Qingyu seemed genuinely unconcerned. She was reaching the limit of her self-deception, and it became increasingly apparent that she had truly fallen for Shen Qingyu, a love that remained unreciprocated and humble. Once a woman who scoffed at love and viewed men as mere playthings, she now found herself yearning for a pure love. She contemplated humbling herself to seek Shen Qingyu's forgiveness. Ruan Mingyi felt as though she had betrayed her former beliefs. The most despairing thought was that it seemed this individual would never love her in return. Was this merely a cruel punishment for her emotional manipulation? Sheng Imo appeared calm on the surface, yet she was on the brink of madness as well. Having been at the Gu residence for an hour, Shen Qingyu had spoken merely 2 words to her. Who could remain sane under such circumstances? Seeing Shen Qingyu surrounded by several other women only fueled the tempest of resentment within her, which she struggled to contain. Sheng Imo had to continuously remind herself that Shen Qingyu was unwell, and that her actions had contributed to his condition. She could not afford to inflict further pain upon him. Yet, it is unbearably painful. She cannot endure even the gaze of Shen Qingyu resting upon another. Her possessiveness towards him has not only gone unchecked, but has deepened profoundly. She is compelled to suppress her desire for possession, struggling in solitude. The youth remains oblivious to her torment, reveling in an atmosphere of joy. Surrounded by 4 women, Shen Qingyu appears to be the subject of their scrutiny. Akin to selecting a daughter-in-law, Song Jining, vivacious and bright, speaks of him as a male god, endearing herself to all. Oh, male god. You have no idea how hard I've worked to defend you against detractors. I've even become the president of your fan club. Should anyone dare to slander you, I shall be the first to charge into battle. The Ling family army will march forth, leaving no ground unclaimed, ensuring that those critics return defeated. Attack, attack, attack. Detractors, begone. With a heroic stance reminiscent of a valiant warrior, Song Jining elicits a genuine smile from Shen Qingyu, unable to restrain her laughter. Joyfully tilting her head, Song Jining exclaims, "You smiled. Finally. It pains me to see you frowning and disheartened. Loving someone means striving to bring them happiness." During the time Shen Qingyu faced criticism, she too felt sorrow. To alter this state, she diligently worked to become the leader of the fan club, thus contributing in her own way. She recalls Shen Qingyu's words about aspiring to be a person of great renown. Therefore, she will stand behind him, witnessing his ascent step by step. When he achieves success, a part of her effort and sacrifice will be present, and she shall rejoice, for she has strived for the one she cherishes, without regret. She desires for all to recognize the brilliance of the one she loves. Shen Qingyu is deserving of everyone's affection. Lin Xingmian and Shang Xia are captivated by Shen Qingyu's smile once more. Lin Xingmian tugs at his sleeve and says, "Teacher Shen, what is it, Mian Mian? Tomorrow, I will bring the kitten home." "All right, it seems you are well prepared." Lin Xingmian's eyes crinkle with joy. "Yes, next week, Teacher Shen can meet the kitten." The girl's gaze sparkles, as if she has found a beacon of hope. She firmly believes that Teacher Shen is a divine gift bestowed upon her. Each day henceforth holds something to anticipate and await. Previously, she was lost in the past, blind to the present and the future. But now, she envisions a future filled with hope and light. That person stands in her future, amidst the brilliance. "I apologize for not responding earlier when I was unwell, Mian Mian." "Teacher Shen, you need not apologize. I know it wasn't intentional. You are not that kind of person." She possesses unwavering trust in him, with not a shadow of doubt. Lin Xingmian retrieves the candy Shen Qingyu had purchased that day. "Teacher, this candy is truly sweet. It will surely lift your spirits." She gently places the candy into Shen Qingyu's palm, the colorful coating shimmering beautifully in the sunlight, mirroring the beauty of her eyes. Shen Qingyu savors a piece, feeling a warm comfort within. Truly, she is a little angel. Lin Xingmian distributed candies to everyone present. This seemingly childish act endeared her to Wen Sulan, who found it quite charming. Lacking a daughter, which she regarded as a regret, Wen Sulan felt a softening in her heart upon seeing Lin Xingmian, especially since Gu Yutong was not particularly close to her. After accepting the candy, she smiled and inquired, "Mian Mian, what subject does Qingling teach you?" "Teacher Shen is skilled at drawing. He teaches me how to paint. He always smiles at you, which is rare since he is usually quite serious." "Teacher Shen is very gentle." "Indeed, who could possibly be stern with such an adorable young lady?" Lin Xingmian felt her cheeks flush. Mrs. Gu was so gentle, a stark contrast to her own mother. A twinge of envy towards Teacher Shen emerged within her. "Mrs. Gu, you are truly wonderful," the girl exclaimed thoughtlessly, prompting Wen Sulan to respond with a smile. "How can you say that? This is our first meeting. How would you know I am good?" Lin Xingmian blinked and replied, "You care deeply for Teacher Shen. That makes you a wonderful mother." Wen Sulan was momentarily taken aback, as this compliment touched her profoundly. Her smile radiated genuine happiness. Others observed Lin Xingmian's ability to bring joy to Wen Sulan with curiosity. Shang Xia remarked, "This little girl is quite impressive, making Aunt Wen so cheerful." Shen Qingyu smirked. No one can resist Mian Mian's charm, except for Sheng Mo. The facade of perfection that Sheng Mo maintained was on the verge of collapse. She could no longer bear the sight of Shen Qingyu laughing and conversing with those women. Taking a deep breath, she rose and moved to the fountain. Attempting to calm herself, she closed her eyes to mask the dark emotions swirling within her. Fearful that her jealousy and resentment would spill forth if she let her guard down. Picking up sharp stones scattered by the hot spring, she clutched them tightly. Pressing down forcefully, the woman grimaced in pain. Though it hurt, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming anger and bitterness she harbored inside. Shen Qingyu, how can you disregard me? How can you smile so tenderly at other women? How can you not love me? Why? The stones sank deeper into her flesh as Shen Qingyu kept her eyes shut, blood dripping from her hand. This was her first experience of such a loss of control in public. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Greater turmoil was imminent. A familiar voice broke through the chaos. It was the voice she longed to hear. President Sheng. Chapter 81. I will kill you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shen Qingyu turned in astonishment. Indeed, it was him. Shen Qingyu hastily concealed her hand behind her back, fearing how Shen Qingyu would react if she discovered her true identity. No one would love the genuine her. No one. Even though she quickly hid her hand, Shen Qingyu noticed. With a slight frown, he remarked, President Sheng, your hand. It appears to be bleeding. President Sheng. What a title, Shen Qingyu thought, feeling an uncontainable surge of anger at the mention of it. Not long ago, he had affectionately referred to her as sister. How could everything change overnight? Was it because he now had more significant women in his life, rendering her dispensable? Did he still remember that kiss? Or was she the only one who held on to lingering sentiments? Was she merely being overly sentimental? Shen Qingyu lowered her gaze and replied, It's nothing. I merely cut myself on a shard of glass. Are you truly all right? Yes, I'm fine. Seeing Shen Qingyu come to her, noticing her presence, quelled some of the fury raging within Shen Qingyu, albeit just a fraction. I intended to inquire about your health. But I see you were quite busy, she said, laced with an unintentional hint of jealousy. Shen Qingyu detected it but feigned ignorance, for it was deliberate on his part. Since he had tormented her previously, she would now torment him emotionally. Let us see who is more ruthless. Today, there are quite a few people around. I did not notice President Sheng. My apologies. It's nothing. Did this imply she was now the insignificant one? What then? Was the purpose of seeking her out? Did you have something to discuss with me? A flicker of anticipation ignited within Shen Qingyu's heart. Did he wish to convey something more? Shen Qingyu noticed her injury or had come simply to check on her well-being. The next moment, he spoke. My mother mentioned she needed to speak with you regarding the marriage alliance. It was when Sulan seeking her, not him. Shen Qingyu felt a pang of disappointment. Her eyelids fluttered slightly as she cast her gaze downward. The inconspicuous mole on her eyelid was more alluring than ever, perhaps due to the vulnerability she unconsciously revealed. The more powerful and assertive a person is, the more captivating their moments of fragility become. This principle held true for both Shen Qingyu and Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu found Shen Qingyu oddly enchanting at that moment. The disappointment in Shen Qingyu was nearly palpable, impossible to disguise. Was it all for Guijin and Sheng Xia's sake? All right, I'll come right away, he said. Shen Qingyu nodded and departed. The young man's silhouette bore no trace of reluctance, not a single word of pleasantry exchanged. The previous moments of ambiguity now felt like mere figments of her imagination. Shen Qingyu pressed her lips together and took a deep breath. Never mind, she would endure. There would be future opportunities. Shen Qingyu exerted every ounce of restraint to quell her bitterness, regaining a serene demeanor as she approached Wen Sulan. By this time, several others had gathered around Wen Sulan, Gu Yijin, Sheng Xia, and Shen Qingyu. Only Shen Qingyu was missing. Aunt Wen, what brings you to me today? Since you are free, I would like to discuss the marriage between our families. Very well. Shen Qingyu picked up a glass of water beside her, seeking to calm her nerves. When Sulan began, what I mean is to arrange a union between Qingling and Xia. Crash. The sound of the glass shattering echoed through the air. Shen Qingyu lowered her head to gather the shards. It's nothing. Please continue, she urged. Xia has changed her mind and is now willing to be with Qingling, which brings me great joy. Shen Qingyu paused momentarily, lifting her gaze to inquire. What about him? Does he feel the same? Her eyes were fixed on Shen Qingling, just as Shen Qingling was about to respond. Sheng Xia interlinked her arm with his, beaming as she tilted her head, and said, Qingling said he would consider it, right? As long as I behave well during this time. Sheng Xia gazed at Shen Qingling with stars in her eyes, her affection surging uncontrollably. Shen Qingling glanced at Wen Sulan, seemingly reluctant to oppose her, and instead of rejecting Sheng Xia, he simply pressed his lips together and nodded, indicating he would contemplate the matter. Although Shen Qingling merely stated he would consider it, Shen Qingyu was utterly distraught. She disregarded the shards of glass and directly pulled Sheng Xia aside in front of the bewildered onlookers. Shen Qingyu led Sheng Xia to a secluded corner, ensuring they were alone before halting her steps. Furiously shaking off Sheng Mo's grip, Sheng Xia exclaimed, What are you doing? Why are you causing a scene at the Gu residence? The shadow in Sheng Mo's eyes could no longer be concealed as she gritted her teeth and demanded, Who gave you permission to arrange a union with Shen Qingyu? Do you not remember what you said before? With a nonchalant flick of her hair, Shang Xia replied, the past is the past, and the present is the present. How does Gu Yijin compare to Shen Qingyu? Why shouldn't I marry someone more exceptional like Shen Qingyu? You are quite peculiar. Why do you wish for me to marry Gu Yijin, who has already been abandoned by the Gu family? A hint of suspicion crossed Shang Xia's mind, though she failed to grasp the core of the issue. Are you afraid that I will marry Shen Qingyu and claim your inheritance? Sheng Mo's expression darkened as she replied, regardless, I shall never consent to this. Shang Xia scoffed. You say you won't agree? As long as Shen Qingyu is willing, I will marry him. Your words hold no weight. In a swift motion, Sheng Imo struck Shang Xia across the face. A tempest brewed in her eyes, barely contained. Undeterred, Shang Xia met her gaze defiantly, gritting her teeth as she spoke coldly. Sheng Imo, your violence is futile. I am drawn to Shen Qingyu. Even if he inherits the Gu family, I will not covet your wealth. What are you truly afraid of? Sheng Imo reiterated her stance. I will not permit you to marry Shen Qingyu. The next moment, her eyes narrowed like a venomous snake as she warned, if you dare to do so, I will end your life. Shang Xia could see the unmistakable intent to kill in her eyes. She truly meant to take her life. Fear gripped her, prompting her to step back, only to find herself against a wall, with no place left to retreat. In the sweltering summer, Shang Xia trembled as she uttered, have you lost your mind? I am your sister. Is the family fortune truly that significant? Unbeknownst to Shang Xia, what Sheng Imo coveted was not the wealth of the Sheng family, but rather Shen Qingyu. Sheng Imo tightened his grip around her neck, his fingers gradually constricting. I shall inquire once more. Do you absolutely intend to marry Shen Qingyu? A defiant spirit ignited within Shang Xia, and she stubbornly replied, I shall do so. If you possess the courage, then go ahead. Kill me. Do you think I fear you? Sheng Imo leaned in closer, whispering menacingly in her ear, let me assure you, I have a myriad of ways to erase you from this world. You lunatic. You should have been allowed to perish from the start. She continued to provoke his patience. If you truly dare to wed Shen Qingyu, I would not hesitate to send you both to your demise. Shen Imo had completely lost his sanity. Chapter 82. You should drink some traditional Chinese medicine, sister. The desperate call from Sheng Xia momentarily halted Sheng Imo, causing her grip to loosen slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Shang Xia pushed her away and ran, gasping for breath. Ever since that incident, she had refrained from addressing Sheng Imo as sister. Today, however, her life depended on uttering that word once more. Sheng Imo gazed at her trembling hands, her anger reigniting as she watched Shang Xia's retreating figure. Indeed, she should not have shown any softness towards Shang Xia. Once free from Sheng Mo's clutches, Shang Xia collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily, ensuring that Sheng Imo was not in pursuit. She took a few deep breaths, adjusting her hair and clothes, but she was uncertain about the marks on her neck. Sheng Imo had gripped her with such ferocity that red marks were surely present and would not fade quickly. What should she do? At that moment, a pair of hands appeared before her. Looking up, she recognized Shen Qingyu. Instinctively, she covered the injury on her neck, fully aware of how disheveled she must appear. The youth's cool, melodious voice reached her ears. I will not pry into your private affairs. Shang Xia was taken aback. Had Shen Qingyu seen what transpired? Anxiously, she inquired, what did you see? Shen Qingyu reassured her, I saw nothing. I merely found you alone here and felt a bit concerned, so I came to check. Shang Xia's breath hitched. Did he not realize that such words could be utterly disarming? She bit her lip, hesitating before placing her hand atop Shen Qingyu's. With a gentle tug, he helped her to her feet. By instinct, she leaned into his embrace, surrendering to the comforting scent that enveloped him. A fragrance that captivated her senses. Nestled against his chest, she felt a heartbeat, rapid and fervent. Had she fallen asleep? Shen Qingyu's lightly teasing remark jolted Shang Xia back to reality. She stepped back, reluctantly extricating herself from his embrace. Wait for me here, he instructed before departing. Confused about his intentions, Shang Xia obediently stood still, awaiting his return. After a brief interval, Shen Qingyu reappeared, holding an exquisitely wrapped box. Blinking in surprise, Shang Xia asked, what is this? He placed the box in her hands, saying, you'll know when you open it. As she unwrapped it, a beautiful silk scarf lay within, and she stood frozen in place. He had noticed the injury on her neck, yet chose not to inquire, instead providing her with a scarf to preserve her dignity. Do you need help putting it on? A moment of dizziness washed over Shang Xia. Was this the privilege of being Shen Qingyu's intended fiancée? Oh heavens! If she truly became his fiancée, she would gladly reside in a villa and drive luxurious cars. Yes, Please help me, she replied, her cheeks flushing crimson. Just moments ago, when Xing Imo had grasped her tightly, there was no such sense of suffocation. Shen Qingyu, with utmost seriousness, retrieved a silk scarf from the box and delicately tied it for her. Observing that face from such proximity, Shang Xia truly felt herself on the verge of fainting. In a dazed manner, she murmured, Shen Qingyu, could you possibly step back just a little? Why? I feel a bit dizzy. What do you mean? I mean, you are simply too handsome. Shen Qingyu paused, raising his gaze to meet hers. Quickly hide that look in your eyes. I can't take it anymore. Shen Qingyu stepped back and turned away, saying, then you can tie it yourself. I shall not look. In a flurry of urgency, Shang Xia managed to tie the scarf in place. She approached Shen Qingyu and gently poked his shoulder. Shen Qingyu, thank you. Will you truly consider allowing me to be your fiancée? With a bashful demeanor, she lowered her head, swaying slightly as if embodying a delicate bird. Not far away, Gu Yijin and Zhang Jing observed this scene. Zhang Jing, with a glint of disdain in his eyes, remarked, Shen Qingyu is quite the charmer. He has so many women captivated by him. Gu Yijin replied, being excessively handsome may not always be a blessing. Having too many admirers is not necessarily advantageous. Zhang Jing inquired, what do you mean? Gu Yijin stated, you simply do not understand. Upon learning that Shen Qingyu had been harassed by numerous perverts, Gu Yijin's admiration for his looks diminished. Zhang Jing commented, look at those two, all cuddly and affectionate. It seems that fellow is truly attempting to encroach upon your territory. With unwavering conviction, Gu Yijin shook his head. He would not do that. Zhang Jing, exasperated, retorted, they are embracing, and you still say he wouldn't? Shang Xia is not the type to be foolishly infatuated. Do you believe she would remain loyal to you if you lost your status? It is impossible. I am not speaking of Shang Xia, but of Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu has already embraced Shang Xia. Did you not notice? Gu Yijin scoffed. It is evidently a ploy by Shang Xia. Shen Qingyu holds no genuine interest in her. Zhang Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. What is wrong with you, Yijin? Have you fallen under Shen Qingyu's spell? With a sigh, Gu Yijin replied, you do not understand him. When Sulan suggested a union between Shen Qingyu and Shang Xia, he anticipated that Shen Qingyu would never consent. The moment they departed the Sheng residence, Shen Qingyu's demeanor had already signified as much. He understood Shen Qingyu too well. With Shen Qingyu's inherent purity and kindness, it was utterly implausible for him to covet another's fiancée. Zhang Jing perceived Gu Yijin's thoughts as irrational. I believe you are in need of some herbal medicine. What purpose would that serve? To restore balance. Yijin, I sense that Shen Qingyu is not as simplistic as he appears. You must exercise caution. You are overthinking. Shen Qingyu is remarkably foolish, hopelessly naive, treating even his enemies as friends. What malice could he possibly harbor? And how do you know he is not merely acting? If he possessed such acting prowess, he would be an award-winning actor. Zhang Jing was left speechless. Gu Yijin smiled and raised an eyebrow, suggesting, how about we make a bet? With a playful demeanor, Gu Yijin stealthily approached the backs of Shen Qingyu and Shang Xia alongside Zhang Jing. Shang Xia was still awaiting Shen Qingyu's response to her inquiry. Will you truly consider making me your fiancée? Absolutely not. Shang Xia's smile faltered at the corners of her lips. With a glimmer of hope, she implored, why not? Is it because I previously spoke thoughtlessly? I sincerely apologize. I did not mean to offend you. I'm truly sorry. No, I am not so petty. Then what is the reason? Am I not beautiful enough? Not intelligent enough? Neither of those. Shen Qingyu finally turned to face her, stating, it is because you are Gu Yijin's fiancée. Shang Xia's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. But that was in the past. Shen Qingyu frowned, responding, he holds a deep affection for you. The implication was clear. How could a benevolent person like herself ever covet someone whom Gu Yijin cherished? Chapter 83. Please, stop fighting. In the sweltering summer, Shang Xia grasped Shen Qingyu's hand and remarked, his affection for me is his concern. I no longer harbor any feelings for him. Shen Qingyu shook his head, replying, that is not permissible. My earlier statement of consideration was merely to spare my mother's feelings and to avoid putting you in an awkward position. With a downcast expression, Shang Xia pouted and implored, is there truly no chance for reconsideration? I will clarify everything with Gu Yijin. In truth, he never truly cared for me. He was fervently involved with another woman behind my back. Feigning ignorance, Shen Qingyu displayed a look of astonishment and inquired, is that so? Is he truly that kind of person? Suddenly, Gu Yijin appeared out of nowhere, exclaiming, Shang Xia, what nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, Shang Xia felt an inexplicable fury upon seeing Gu Yijin. Had it not been for him, Shen Qingyu would undoubtedly have agreed to their union. All blame rested on Gu Yijin. With a cold snort, Shang Xia retorted, "Am I not stating the truth? I witnessed it firsthand. You still dare to argue?" Gu Yijin cast a glance at Shen Qingyu, who was regarding him with an inexplicable expression, seemingly torn between belief and disbelief regarding Shang Xia's claims. Furious, Gu Yijin declared, "Shang Xia, cease your baseless accusations. I was drugged." In Shen Qingling's eyes, he should appear as a decent elder brother. Now that he had finally gained Shen Qingling's trust, he could not allow Shang Xia to tarnish that, as it would hinder his ulterior motives against Shen Qingling. Shang Xia could not ruin his plans. Gu Yijin, looking at Shen Qingling, insisted, "Allow me to explain." Zhang Jing watched the scene unfold, feeling as though he were witnessing something surreal. Had Gu Yijin and Shang Xia, this engaged couple, turned against each other over Shen Qingling? The development was utterly bewildering. In a fit of desperation, Gu Yijin seized Shang Xia and thrust her toward Shen Qingling, exclaiming, "Someone truly drugged me that day. Shang Xia, you must explain." Gu Yijin was frantic. Shen Qingling toyed with the two of them as though they were mere puppets. He feigned a frown and asked, "Is that true, Shang Xia?" In her determination to sever ties with Gu Yijin, Shang Xia found herself unrestrained in her words. With fervor, she exclaimed, "No. Shen Qingling, do not listen to his excuses. He merely toys with women. Fang Qingran can attest to this. She witnessed it." Recalling Fang Qingran, Shang Xia's eyes brightened. "Yes, I will call Fang Qingran. If you doubt me, let her speak and see how you can continue to argue." As she reached for her phone to call Fang Qingran, Gu Yijin's expression shifted, and he rushed to snatch the device from her. They engaged in a tussle on the grass. "Please, cease your fighting," Shen Qingling shouted from the sidelines. Zhang Jing stood agape, utterly stunned. It was madness. They had all lost their minds. The commotion culminated when Gu Yijin and Shang Xia accidentally knocked Shen Qingling down in their struggle over the phone. Given his already fragile health, Shen Qingling appeared even paler, and he could not suppress a couple of coughs. Gu Yijin, in a fit of anger, struck Shang Xia, exclaiming, "Look at the chaos you've caused. You've pushed Qingling down. Today marks the second slap that Shang Xia has endured this sweltering summer. While it is one thing for Shang Mo to strike her, how dare Gu Yijin, a mere nothing, lay a hand on her?" In retaliation, Shang Xia delivered a resounding slap and exclaimed, "Gu Yijin, you were nothing more than a tail-wagging dog by my side, and yet you presumed to hit me. Furthermore, it was you who pushed Qingling down. If you were not feeling guilty, why would you snatch my phone? Are you not afraid that Fang Qingran will expose your true colors?" Seeing that she could not clarify matters, Gu Yijin resorted to mutual disparagement. "And what of you, Shang Xia? Do you consider yourself any better? Previously, you swore before me that you would never change your marriage contract. You declared that you would rather die than marry Qingling, insisting that you would only marry me." Gu Yijin, even more outrageous, you went so far as to insult Qingling, calling him a worthless orphan. Those words were spoken by none other than you. Shang Xia's expression shifted as she turned to glance at Shen Qingling, who appeared momentarily taken aback, revealing a look of disappointment. Shang Xia's heart shattered. She urgently glared at Gu Yijin, insisting, "You are speaking nonsense." To which Gu Yijin retorted, "Whether I speak nonsense or not, you know in your heart the truth." Feeling utterly drained, Shen Qingling lowered his gaze and said, "Enough. You two converse as you wish. Whatever misunderstandings there may be, it is best to resolve them without needing my explanation." With that, Shen Qingling departed, his back radiating a sense of solitude and sorrow. Both Gu Yijin and Shang Xia were momentarily stunned. It seemed that Shen Qingling was genuinely hurt. They glared at one another, each blaming the other for causing Shen Qingling's distress. After Shen Qingling had walked away, he glanced back at the two. Gu Yijin and Shang Xia continued their quarrel, while Zhang Jing attempted to mediate, only to be knocked to the ground by Shang Xia's punch. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow, a wry smile playing on his lips. What a bunch of useless people. He appeared to have everyone dancing to his tune, including Shang Mo. As Shang Mo approached and observed the altercation between Gu Yijin and Shang Xia, Shang Xia felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of her brother and ceased her quarrel with Gu Yijin, preparing to leave. Shang Mo's icy voice rang out from behind, "Stop." Shang Xia swallowed hard and turned to face her brother, asking, "What do you want?" Shang Mo stepped between the two and inquired, "What are you arguing about?" Gu Yijin smirked and replied, "Ms. Shang Xia is venting her frustrations on me because Shen Qingling rejected her marriage proposal. You ought to discipline your sister. Look at how she is clawing at my face." Shang Mo's expression shifted slightly. "Oh, Shen Qingling has rejected the marriage proposal to Shang Xia?" To which Gu Yijin confirmed, "Indeed." Qiling did not wish to take away my fiancée, hence the rejection. But why did he previously claim he would consider the matter? Merely to preserve my mother's dignity. Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow at the disheveled Shang Xia, her anger dissipating significantly. She had always wondered how Shen Qingyu could possibly be interested in Shang Xia. In a buoyant mood, she approached Shang Xia and whispered, "Did you see? He has no desire for you. You are only worthy of someone like Guijin. I shall elucidate everything to Shen Qingyu. He merely harbors some misunderstandings towards me." Upon finishing her words, Shang Xia fixed Guijin with a venomous glare and exclaimed, "Only a dog would marry Guijin." Unyielding, Guijin retorted, "Only a dog would wed you, Shang Xia." The animosity between Guijin and Shang Xia had reached a point of no return. Sheng Mo, indifferent to the state of their relationship, turned to Guijin and remarked, "In truth, the Sheng family hopes for your union. My perspective has never wavered. It has always been you." Guijin was taken aback, utterly astonished by her high regard for him. However, given the rift that had developed between him and Shang Xia, how could a union possibly be arranged? He cast a troubled glance at Shang Xia and said, "The issue is, with the situation escalated to this extent, how can a union be feasible?" Chapter 84. The union between me and Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu declared with an air of detachment, "It is merely a marriage alliance. Love is unnecessary. Please consider it carefully, and I shall convey my thoughts to Anwen." With that, Sheng Qingyu departed with a certain nonchalance. Guijin felt a rush of satisfaction. It seemed that Sheng Qingyu possessed quite a discerning eye. She was correct. It was merely a marriage alliance devoid of emotional ties. After all, his previous coaxing of Shang Xia was merely a strategic maneuver for mutual advantage with the Sheng family, rather than any genuine affection for that headstrong and vacuous young lady. Now that Sheng Qingyu had spoken, there was nothing for him to fret about, as long as the true power holder of the Sheng family acknowledged him. Shang Xia's thoughts were of little consequence. Guijin advanced and grasped Shang Xia's wrist, speaking with fierce determination, "You shall not marry Qingling. Sheng Qingyu has declared that his preferred partner for the alliance is me. You will be eternally entangled with me." After uttering these words, Guijin forcefully shoved Shang Xia away, finally releasing years of pent-up resentment. From this moment on, he would no longer endure. Shang Xia could only stand there, frantically screaming in despair. Thus, a grand drama came to a close. Shang Xia's regret reached its zenith, while her infatuation score peaked at 83. After experiencing a tumultuous emotional roller coaster, Shang Mo's mood increased by 10 points. At last, the progress bar had reached 40. Shen Qingyu sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. He had intentionally provoked Sheng Qingyu, incessantly irritating her until she lost her composure. Then, just as she teetered on the brink of despair, he offered her a glimmer of hope. It was akin to playing with a dog, albeit one that was somewhat more challenging to tame. Taming a ferocious dog could indeed be entertaining. Shen Qingyu was a master of manipulating emotions, far surpassing Sheng Qingyu in this regard. Though he appeared to be doing nothing, he had meticulously calculated the sentiments of everyone involved. When he returned to Wen Sulan's side, feigning dejection, he garnered the attention of all around him. They inquired about his well-being, to which he forced a faint smile. "I am fine." It was evident to all that his spirits were low. He sat in silence, lost in thought, while others wished to console him but were at a loss for words, unaware of the circumstances that had transpired. Lin Xingyan approached cautiously, asking, "Teacher Shun, are you feeling unwell?" Shen Qingyu seemed uncertain how to articulate his feelings to her, and with a complex expression, he sighed, "I am well. I simply did not expect to discover that I am rather unlikable." Lin Xingyan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Teacher Shen is the best person. How could anyone dislike you? Who is so cruel as to say such hurtful things to Teacher Shen? It is utterly outrageous." She felt a pang of sympathy for him. She delicately touched Shen Qingling's finger, saying, "Please do not be disheartened. In my eyes, you are truly extraordinary." Teacher Shun was, without a doubt, an angel, a divine gift bestowed upon her. Teacher Shen is good. Those others are bad. Shen Qingling managed to smile. Thus, Mian, you are unlike them. Lin Xingyan, with an innocent expression, replied, "No matter what others say, in my heart, Teacher Shun is the best." She pondered how she might lift Teacher Shun's spirits, and, in a moment, her gaze fell upon the nearby greenhouse. The young girl's eyes sparkled as she said, "Teacher Shun, would you allow me to teach you how to weave a flower crown?" In her youth, her grandmother had taught her this craft, and she found that engaging in such activities helped dissipate negative emotions. Weaving a flower crown? Those flowers over there look exquisite. May I pick them, Teacher Shen? Certainly. Let us go, replied Shen Qingyu, observing the girl's eyes light up with joy. Previously, it was teacher Shen who dispelled the clouds of gloom for her. And now she yearned to do something for her mentor, believing that even the smallest gesture would bring her happiness. Lin Xingmian and Shen Qingyu arrived at the flower house, where an abundance of flowers flourished, arranged with remarkable precision, clearly tended by a skilled florist. Lin Xingmian's eyes gleamed as she gently caressed the blossoms. So beautiful. These lovely flowers are meant for the lovely teacher Shen. Shen Qingyu chuckled at her words. Beautiful? Am I truly beautiful? Lin Xingmian bashfully nodded. Yes, very beautiful. Your eyes are beautiful, your nose is beautiful, your lips are beautiful, and your soul is even more beautiful. Lin Xingmian gazed at Shen Qingyu, who seemed to radiate with an ethereal glow. The two selected an assortment of flowers in the greenhouse, after which Lin Xingmian sat down to weave the crown while Shen Qingyu watched, enveloped in a serene moment. The sun illuminated the transparent flower house, casting a halo around the girl as she meticulously crafted the crown. The sunlight made her hair shimmer, and the fine hairs on her face appeared adorably soft. In that instant, Shen Qingyu thought she truly resembled an angel. When Xingmo, Shang Xia, and Gu Yijin returned, they found no trace of Shen Qingyu and began to inquire. Where has Qingling gone? Shang Xia asked. How can you even ask? Gu Yijin replied. She was driven away by you. As their argument seemed imminent, Shangmo interjected with a frown. Enough, be silent. Song Jining and Ji Yunyu were seated together, chatting. Song Jining expressed her concern. He seems to be in a rather low mood, looking quite dejected. Mianmin has gone to the flower house with him. Shangmo glanced in the direction of the flower house. Following the earlier incident regarding Shang Xia's desire for a marriage alliance with Shen Qingyu, she now found Lin Xingmian endearing. For the first time, Shangmo remained calm, taking a seat without anger. Her threshold for irritation had evidently risen. No longer prone to outbursts, Shang Xia and Gu Yijin exchanged cold snorts, each taking a seat at opposite ends of the table. When Sulan noticed the tension between them, but was unaware of the cause, she turned to Shangmo and asked, what happened between them? They seem off. Shangmo replied nonchalantly, Aunt, you may not know, but they just had a quarrel over Shang Xia's proposal to marry Qingling. When Sulan's eyes widened in surprise, what? They fought? Did anyone get hurt? It seemed Gu Yijin opposed the union with Shang Xia, leading to a heated argument. Just a minor scuffle, Shangmo reassured. But it appears that a marriage between Shang Xia and Qingling may not be suitable after all. In the sweltering summer, Shang Qingling appeared irritable, seemingly lacking in eloquence and not possessing a soothing nature. Thus, Gu Yijin seemed to be a more suitable choice. Wouldn't you agree? When Sulan furrowed her brow, hesitatingly responding. But, Shangmo interrupted her softly. I understand your concerns. From this moment forth, the Shang family will consistently support Shang Qingling, and you need not worry about that. At this point, Shangmo's gaze grew dim. She lowered her eyes and added, if you still harbor concerns, there is, in fact, a more reliable solution. When Sulan, intrigued, asked, what solution? Shangmo unexpectedly dropped a bombshell. Let me form an alliance with Shang Qingling. Chapter 85. She is not a silent sea. Shangmo appeared composed, yet she had been teetering on the brink of madness for some time. Otherwise, she would not have abruptly proposed a union with Shen Qingling. When Sulan could scarcely believe that she was speaking earnestly. To be frank, she had thought Shangmo would never marry, for she had no need for a man, let alone a matrimonial alliance. Prior to this, Shangmo had always exuded an aura of coldness and indifference, prioritizing her own interests above all else. Her gaze was perpetually calm, rational, and unperturbed, akin to a meticulously programmed machine, impervious to any disturbances. This was true of her character as well, calculating every benefit with a refined self-interest, devoid of love or compassion. When Sulan vividly recalled the first time she encountered Shangmo, at that time, Shangmo was merely an adolescent girl, yet her beauty was striking, particularly her enchanting eyes. However, those beautiful eyes were devoid of warmth. They harbored no affection for anyone. She loved no one. What Sulan did not realize was that those indifferent eyes brimmed with emotion when directed at Shen Qingling. Shangmo was a heartless individual to others. Yet she poured all her fervent love upon this singular person. She was both a creature of detachment and the most passionate of souls. Her indifference applied to everyone but Shen Qingling. To paraphrase a somewhat cliché saying, she was not a silent sea. Rather, she simply did not search for you. The arrival of Shen Qingling had stirred tumultuous waves in her world. Alas, she could not allow anyone to discover this, for her fervent love could incinerate everything. And when Sulan's view, Shangmo felt little affection for her own parents and sister, let alone for her prospective spouse. When Sulan hoped that Shen Qingling's union with Shang Xia would be genuine, as Shang Xia's infatuations were marked by true passion. Previously, she had perceived Shang Xia as a love-struck individual, a stark contrast to Shang Mo's demeanor. Though she could be somewhat temperamental, she radiated vitality, unlike Shang Mo's frigid nature. When Shang Xia was enamored, she would orbit around her beloved, seemingly willing to offer everything and sacrifice anything for him. Yet, these were mere facades, unbeknownst to Sulan. Gu Chuang was adamant about uniting the Shang and Gu families. If a marriage with the Shang family were inevitable, she would certainly prefer it to be with Shen Qingyu, rather than Gu Yijin. The Shang and Gu families were already intricately bound in cooperation. The choice of a spouse would dictate who could ascend that well-prepared vessel. When Sulan was reluctant to bestow this opportunity upon Gu Yijin, for should she gain the Shang family's support, it would bode ill for Shen Qingling. Moreover, she could never comprehend why Gu Chuang insisted on retaining Gu Yijin. In truth, there was little genuine affection. A man like Gu Chuang would possess scant paternal warmth. Despite the upheavals of recent days, Gu Chuang had remained largely indifferent, merely a spectator. When Sulan could not discern his thoughts, all she could do was strive to secure more opportunities for Shen Qingling. When Sulan fell into a contemplative silence, Shang Mo continued, "And you must understand that I am a far superior choice compared to Shang Xia. With my assistance, he will undoubtedly ascend to the position of heir within the Gu family, unchallenged. From that moment on, our two families will stand united, and Jiancheng will be our dominion." From a pragmatic perspective, Shang Mo possesses power, wealth, and cunning. An alliance with Shen Qingling would certainly be the wisest decision. However, from the standpoint of happiness, when Sulan felt that Shen Qingling would not find joy in such a union, for she has everything, save for genuine affection. Moreover, when Sulan could not fathom her true intentions, why, when a union with Shang Xia was readily achievable, would she propose an alliance with Shen Qingling instead? When Sulan did not entertain the notion that Shang Mo harbored feelings for Shen Qingling. Instead, her mind was preoccupied with the possibility of ulterior motives, questioning whether Shang Mo sought to gain something through this alliance. The impression Shang Mo had previously left was too deeply ingrained. Few would believe that a woman of her caliber would enter marriage for love. Their conversation was hushed, and the two seated at opposite ends of the table remained oblivious. When Sulan first glanced at Shang Xia before turning to Shang Mo, saying, "But I see that Xia is quite fond of Qingling. Wouldn't this hurt her feelings?" Gu Yijin did not seem particularly upset about the engagement with Shen Qingling either. Young affections are fleeting. In my view, Shen Qingling would never consent to a union with Shang Xia. Someone like him could never bear to take away Gu Yijin as betrothed. Moreover, you may not know that Shen Qingling once visited the Shang family, unbeknownst to Shang Xia. During that visit, Shang Xia proclaimed at the table that she would rather die than marry that worthless orphan returned from the orphanage. Just moments ago, Gu Yijin relayed to Shen Qingling what Shang Xia had confided in him. It was those very words that caused Shen Qingling sorrow. "Are you truly certain you wish for Shen Qingling to be wed to Shang Xia?" Shang Mo's assertions left Sulan in a state of contemplation. There was no need for Shang Mo to deceive her. She could easily inquire with Qingling to ascertain the truth. If this were indeed the case, then a union with Shang Xia would be unnecessary. Yet, this did not imply that she would support a marriage between Shen Qingling and Shang Mo. The latter's overt eagerness to propose such an alliance undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. She would not expend effort without a vested interest. Shang Mo was a woman of profound cunning, and even if she were to ask, the answers would remain elusive. "Aunt, please contemplate this matter thoroughly. I shall demonstrate my sincerity," she urged. At that moment, Shen Qingling and Lin Xingmian returned, interrupting their conversation. Shen Qingling approached Sulan and gently placed a floral crown upon her head. When Sulan looked up at him, smiling, "Did Qingling make this crown?" "It is truly lovely." Shen Qingling replied with a faint smile, "I lack such skill. It was Mian who crafted it. She holds great affection for you." Lin Xingmian offered Sulan a shy and demure smile. Sulan mused that if she were to disregard all considerations, having a girl like Lin Xingmian as her daughter-in-law would be delightful. Alas, being part of the Gu family, Shen Qingling did not possess such freedom. A girl as innocent as her would find little happiness in marrying into the Gu family. Sulan gently took Lin Xingmian's hand and rose, saying, "You all continue your conversation. I will take Mian to retrieve something." Lin Xingmian's immediate reaction was to glance at Shen Qingling. A hint of anxiety coursed through her, causing her eyes to blink rapidly several times. Shen Qingling offered a reassuring smile, saying, "It's all right, Mian, I will be here waiting for you." With that, Sulan led Lin Xingmian away, Shen Qingyu noticed that when Sulan had a fondness for Lin Xingmian, it was delightful. Who wouldn't he be enamored by an angelic girl? Lin Xingmian and she were polar opposites. Was it the same in Shen Qingling's heart? She turned to Shen Qingling and asked, "Would it be convenient for us to speak privately for a moment?" Chapter 86. The advantage is mine. Shen Qingling and Shen Qingyu arrived beside the fountain. What could it be that President Sheng wished to discuss? Just the other day, he had addressed her as sister. Why the sudden shift to President Sheng? Surely, he could not be concerned about this formality. Shen Qingling refrained from directly responding to his query, allowing her thoughts to wander. Shen Qingyu chose not to dwell on the title, instead broaching the subject of their potential union. "I had a conversation with your mother earlier," he began. "And it seems that a marriage between Shang Xia and yourself is not suitable." "Yes, I am aware. Thus, I propose that you and I enter into a union." Upon uttering this proposition, Shen Qingyu fixed his gaze intently upon Shen Qingling, eager to discern whether her reaction would be one of surprise or disdain. Shen Qingling settled on a middle ground. She was indeed astonished. Feigning astonishment, her expression shifted slightly before she furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "How can this be?" Sheng Mo's eyes darkened as he replied, "Why can't it?" Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized the young man's countenance, her gaze imbued with an undeniable pressure. "What can Sheng Xia offer you? Can a dim-witted fool like her provide you with any tangible benefits? I have already inherited the Sheng family fortune. Whatever you desire, I can procure for you, be it the position of heir to the Gu family or the Gu group itself. Our union would constitute a formidable alliance. Why would one not embrace such an opportunity?" Shen Qingyu reasoned that, since immediate possession of Shen Qingling was unattainable and coercive measures would not suffice, a marriage proposal would be a favorable alternative. The notion of love following marriage was not entirely out of the question, as long as he was securely bound to her. Persistence would yield results. Once Shen Qingling consented to their union, she would possess both the standing and justification to eliminate any woman from his side, ensuring that no one could approach him without her approval. Given Shen Qingling's character, she was certain he would naturally distance himself from other women upon agreeing to the marriage. She had even contemplated the arguments she would employ to persuade Gu Chuang. She was prepared to relinquish substantial benefits for Shen Qingling's sake, confident that Gu Chuang would not forsake such advantages merely to unite with the foolish Sheng Xia. The previous arrangement between their families had been predicated on Sheng Mo's reluctance to marry, as she had little interest in Gu Yijin. Now that she was amenable to the union, Gu Chuang would likely acquiesce. Once he made his decision, when Sulan would have no ground for dissent, she would be compelled to agree. It was a matter of choosing between two. Without Sheng Xia, the choice would fall to her, leaving Wen Sulan powerless. As for Shen Qingling, with the many insults hurled at him by Shang Xia, along with Gu Yijin being her fiancée, he would surely reject the idea of marrying Shang Xia. The benefits she could provide him were incomparable to what Shang Xia could offer. In essence, their desire to unite with Shang Xia was rooted in the support she could provide. As long as Shen Qingling possessed a modicum of wisdom, he would not refuse. Sheng Mo's strategy seemed flawless. She held the upper hand. Yet, she had failed to anticipate Shen Qingling's reaction. "President Sheng," he began, "you are indeed remarkable, capable, and exceptional. These qualities are indisputable. However, President Sheng, marriage is not akin to seeking employment. No matter how impeccable your credentials may be, they bear no relevance in this context. I married for love, not for gain." Shen Qingling's few words left Shen Qingyu momentarily speechless. With an expression of disbelief, she questioned, "What are you saying? For love?" She laughed, as though mocking Shen Qingling's naivety. "Have you not yet recognized reality? Being a part of the Gu family, you are destined never to attain love." "No, you are mistaken. Regardless of my circumstances, as long as I desire it, I can have it. It is merely a matter of choices." Sheng Mo's temper flared. The implication of Shen Qingling's words was that he would rather relinquish the Gu family inheritance to pursue what he called love. Suppressing her anger, she inquired, "Whose love are you pursuing? Wan Mingyi or Lin Xingmian?" Shen Qingling effortlessly ignited Sheng Mo's fury. Her composure seemed trivial in the face of his words. Yet the next moment, the youth's statement quelled her rage. "She has not yet arrived, but I am willing to wait for her." The hostility in Sheng Mo's eyes gradually faded. It is not simply about falling in love with a woman. Shen Qingling led Shen Qingyu on an emotional roller coaster, allowing her heart to plummet before offering a glimmer of hope. Consequently, Sheng Mo's affection for him increased. Shen Qingling had deftly mastered Sheng Mo's emotional triggers. Now, he toyed with her as one might with a playful pet. Throughout this relationship, Sheng Qingyu had never been the one in control. She merely appeared to occupy a position of power. In matters of the heart, It is not merely the hierarchy of status or madness that determines who holds the upper hand. From beginning to end, Shen Qingyu was the one with the decisive authority in this relationship. With just a gentle temptation, he drove Shen Qingyu to distraction. The onus to respond lay with her. She was the one who pursued, yearning for what seemed unattainable. She was compelled to decipher his intentions, to seek his presence, with her thoughts consumed by him. Should she fail to receive a response from Shen Qingyu, she would spiral into chaos. A mere title could haunt her. How could she claim to be in control? The true power dynamic in this relationship resided entirely with Shen Qingyu. With an innocent facade, superior tactics, and the most enigmatic motives, he maintained his elevated position. As the adage goes, a hunter always presents themselves as prey. Shen Qingyu believed herself to be the hunter, unknowingly stepping into the carefully constructed trap Shen Qingyu had laid for her. In truth, from the moment Shen Qingyu learned of Sheng Mo's 3S status, his intent was to forge an alliance through marriage with her. The Gu and Xing families were determined to unite. He would choose Shen Qingyu over Shang Xia without hesitation. However, he had not anticipated that he would end up with a delicate, obsessive partner. Though Shen Qingyu was erratic, with proper guidance, she could become his greatest ally. Shen Qingyu was not a true altruist, nor was he a self-denying saint. His return to the Gu family was driven by a desire to possess everything. His ambition was no less than anyone else's. Marrying Shen Qingyu was merely a step in his grand design. Yet he understood that he and Shen Qingyu could never truly reach the altar. He sought merely to use the pretense of marriage to obtain all he desired. Furthermore, it could not be a union he sought actively. It had to be Shen Qingyu who proposed the alliance. Only someone like Shen Mo, who painstakingly works for everything, can truly believe in the authenticity of it all. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before she harbors doubts about Shen Qingyu. For Shen Qingyu, she can endure anything, but if she discovers that this has been a meticulously orchestrated deception from the outset, she might genuinely devour Shen Qingyu. Thus, Shen Qingyu can appear to be at an advantage, and when the time comes for him to claim everything, no one will suspect his intentions. In the eyes of all, Shen Qingyu is perceived as a victim, innocent and unblemished, a pure lily untouched by strife. More ruthless and calculating than that, Shen Qingyu is a heavyweight in his own right. He is akin to the pinnacle of excellence, no matter the type of woman. She will be molded into his desired form. In Lin Xingmian's eyes, the seemingly benevolent teacher Shen, who possesses a beautiful soul, is, in truth, a heart cloaked in darkness. Chapter 87. Lin Xingmian feints Shen Qingyu. You must perceive reality clearly. Regardless of who that woman is, she can never surpass the value I bring to you. However, marriage is not a mere transaction. A union calculated solely on benefits cannot yield happiness. How can you assert that being with me would not bring you joy? What if I could provide you with both benefits and happiness? Shen Mo's words seemed to momentarily silence the young man, who struggled to articulate his thoughts. Unsure of how to counter her, stepping closer, Shen inquired, "Do you find me repugnant?" "Not at all." "Then why not consider agreeing to my proposition first? Why presume in advance that we would not find happiness together? I speak your mind. I assure you, I will not take offense." Shen Qingyu hesitated before responding. "If I were to say it's because you are a yandere, wouldn't that provoke you?" After some inner turmoil, he finally admitted, "I simply do not understand why you would desire a union with me." Perhaps it was a common thought. Why would Sheng willingly engage in such a union? With Sheng Xia as an intermediary, she need not involve herself directly, rendering her actions seemingly superfluous. Her voice softened, a hint of barely perceptible amusement lacing her words. "What if I said I like you?" She smiled gently, her gaze upon the young man filled with tenderness. In that moment, she cast aside all her previous hostility and defenses, revealing merely a woman yearning for the affection of her beloved. "Impossible. You cannot jest with me in such a manner." His immediate reaction was disbelief, and Sheng understood his skepticism. In this era, it was indeed rare for her to speak a truth that went unacknowledged. She conveyed her genuine feelings through jest, yet felt compelled to mask her sincerity with falsehoods. Lowering her gaze to conceal her disappointment, she continued, "Then let us abandon the jest. Truthfully, I am motivated by self-interest. I do not wish for you to be with Sheng Xia. In the past, Gu Yijin was a fool, their union posed no threat. But you, Shen Qingyu, are different. You surpass Gu Yijin in every regard, and I am wary of your potential alliance with Sheng Xia. Is that reason sufficient?" When Sheng claimed her motives were for love, no one would believe her. Yet when she stated it was for self-interest, everyone would choose to accept it. "But I truly do not wish for a union, neither with you nor with Sheng Xia. That matter is beyond your control." Sheng Mo's gaze was as frigid as a deep lake. Regardless of Shen Qingling's consent, she would employ every means necessary to compel him to acquiesce. Whatever Sheng Mo desired, she would not allow herself to be deprived of it. From a young age, she had learned one crucial lesson in the Sheng family. One must strive to seize whatever one desires. Surrender is a choice only a fool would make. Shen Qingling was someone she was determined to possess. Miss Sheng, I have no intention of inheriting the Gu family estate. Thus, threatening me with the position of heir is futile. Shen Qingling spoke the lie effortlessly, yet managed to present it convincingly. With a charming smile, Sheng Mo raised her eyebrows and remarked, I do not threaten you. The position of heir may indeed be inconsequential to you, but it is not so for your mother. Sheng Mo was acutely aware that Shen Qingling returned to the Gu family for the sake of Wen Sulan, which constituted her sole vulnerability within the Gu household. She relentlessly pressured Shen Qingling, stating, surely you would not wish to see Aunt Wen's lifelong efforts go to waste? She has dedicated countless years to the Gu family. And if either Gu Yutong or Gu Yijin inherits the family, both you and your mother will face dire consequences. Gu Yijin is not the benevolent brother you perceive him to be. He covets the position of heir with great intensity. Gu Yutong harbors a profound animosity towards your mother, a sentiment that cannot be easily resolved. Under such circumstances, if you do not contend for your rightful place, you would be driving your mother to a dead end. Shen Qingling's countenance changed dramatically at Sheng Mo's words. The young man, aware of the validity of her claims, stubbornly averted his gaze and muttered, they are not that kind of people. Sheng Mo leaned closer, the distance between them mere inches, their breaths almost intertwining. The woman's gaze and tone radiated peril. Let me impart this one truth to you. If you abandon your claim to the Gu family, I shall choose to assist others, leaving you with nothing. Shen Qingling met her eyes, which shimmered with danger, excitement, and an unwavering determination. I will consider your words, he replied, fishing for a response, neither yielding to her demands nor allowing her to descend into utter despair. Yet, at the very least, this answer fell within the realm of what Sheng Mo could accept. Sheng Mo's demeanor softened. Very well, I shall give you time to ponder. Sheng Mo's affection meter surged by 2 points. Resistance came first, contemplation followed, igniting both disappointment and renewed hope. This was Shen Qingling's secret strategy to elevate Sheng Mo's affection. I have another request. What is it? You must no longer refer to me as President Sheng. Sister. Shen Qingling's ears flushed crimson once more. Sheng Mo smirked, reveling in the thrill. She stifled her excitement, striving to maintain a steady tone as she replied, then I shall continue to call you Qingling, as before. After their conversation by the fountain, they returned. Upon Shen Qingling's arrival, Wen Sulan and Lin Xingyan had already returned to the garden. Indeed, Wen Sulan had taken a liking to Lin Xingyan, gifting her an exquisite set of jewelry. Lin Xingyan, unfamiliar with such treasures, declined several times but ultimately accepted, feeling anxious and uncertain about how to proceed. Waiting to discuss it with her teacher, Shen. As soon as Shen Qingling returned, Lin Xingyan approached him and tugged at his sleeve. The young girl stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, Teacher Shen, the lady gifted me jewelry. Shen Qingling smiled and replied, that is wonderful. It seems my mother is very fond of you. The girl frowned, biting her lip in unease, but it seems a bit too extravagant. It matters not. This is her sincere intention, and as long as Mian Mian accepts it, she will surely find joy in doing so. Is that truly the case? Indeed. You presented her with a floral wreath, and this is her token of gratitude. Wen Sulan does not place value on the extravagance of jewelry, rather, she cherishes the purity and kindness that Lin Xingyan embodies, qualities that are seldom witnessed amidst the opulence of aristocratic families. Due to their rarity, they are all the more precious. Lin Xingyan nodded, gently caressing the box and breaking into a smile. It seems that someone might genuinely appreciate her. What was Teacher Shen occupied with just now? She was discussing matters of arranged marriage. Gradually, Lin Xingyan's smile faded. A profound sorrow enveloped her heart, as thoughts of Shen Qingling's impending departure consumed her mind. The girl's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and she could barely maintain her balance before collapsing. The exquisite jewelry box fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Xingyan fainted in Shen Qingling's embrace. Mian Mian, Mian Mian, Mian Mian, please wake up. Chapter 88. She fell in love with Shen Qingling when Lin Xingyan awoke. Night had already fallen. Where was she? It was an unfamiliar room. Turning her head, she caught sight of Shen Qingling, who was asleep with his head resting on the edge of the bed. She couldn't help but furrow her brow, recalling the events leading up to her fainting. Teacher Shen was getting married. Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down like rain. Fearing that she might wake Shen Qingyu, she stifled her cries, curling up in a corner like a wounded creature, whimpering softly. She huddled her entire being, wrapping her arms around herself in a futile attempt to find a semblance of safety. Her clear, beautiful eyes gazed longingly at Shen Qingyu's sleeping visage, glistening tears rolling down one by one. The tears blurred her vision, making even Shen Qingyu's figure appear indistinct. In the future, his presence would also fade, gradually disappearing from her world. It was such a profound sadness. Just the thought of it was suffocating. The people she cherished could not be retained. Her grandmother, and now teacher Shen. Although Shen Qingyu had once assured Lin Xingmian that even after marriage, he would still be her teacher, she understood that it would be different. Once married, he would wholly belong to another woman. At that moment, she realized that her feelings for Shen Qingyu transcended mere admiration from student to teacher. In gratitude for guiding her out of the shadows, she had fallen in love with Shen Qingyu. When this sentiment had begun to blossom, she could not pinpoint. Perhaps it was the moment he emerged from the rain, cradling a painting, or when he expressed his desire to not let her hopes be dashed. It might have been when he took her outside to witness the rainbow, or when he brought her to visit her grandmother and serenaded her. Each moment of heart-fluttering enchantment had rendered Shen Qingyu her salvation. She could not help but love him. Lin Xingmian finally came to this realization. Her once chaotic and tormented mind now clarified. She sniffled, rising from her corner to approach Shen Qingyu's side. There she lingered, entranced by the face that lingered in her thoughts, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch him. Teacher Shen. No. He should not be addressed as such. Tentatively, she whispered the name she had kept hidden within her heart. Shen Qingyu. The name rolled off her tongue, igniting an uncontrollable affection within her. Her trembling fingertips hovered over Shen Qingyu's eyes. She adored his eyes most of all. They were so gentle when they looked at her, as if they held countless stars, drawing her in deeper, rendering her helpless. And then, Shen Qingyu opened his eyes. They locked gazes. His cool demeanor softened into warmth. The depth of his gaze turned shy. Xingmian, you're awake. Teacher, you're awake. They spoke in unison, then both broke into laughter. Shen Qingyu began. You go first. Xingmian is currently at my home. Your sister is in the guest room next door. I let her sleep first. Did teacher Shen stay by my side all this time? In a moment of vulnerability, she expressed her fear of waking to find him absent. A single phrase from Shen Qingyu stirred a profound emotional response within her, evoking both joy and sorrow. Shen's kindness enveloped her like a warm embrace, drawing her into an inescapable affection for him, yet forever out of her reach. She pondered whether this was a divine punishment or a gift from fate. The arrival of Shen Qingyu felt like a blessing, yet the ephemeral nature of his presence seemed to serve as a cruel reminder of her limitations. Will Shen always be by my side? She mused. Yes, he replied, not just today, but forever. Shen Qingyu's gentle smile reassured her. I will be here tomorrow, the day after, and always. Yet, doubts lingered in her mind. Had he not previously mentioned the prospect of an arranged marriage? It was merely a discussion, he clarified. And I have not consented. Hope ignited anew in her eyes. Is it true? Will Shen not enter into an arrangement? Shen Qingyu sighed with a complex expression. I cannot say, but for now, there is no agreement. Although a tinge of disappointment washed over her, she cherished the moments they shared. Even under the guise of teacher and student, each encounter, however fleeting, felt like a slice of happiness. She wished fervently that Shen would remain unwed. She recognized the selfishness of her desire, yet felt powerless to change their circumstances. The thought of being with him seemed a distant dream, one she scarcely dared to envision. Oh, Shen, you are so wonderful, she whispered, her unexpressed affection lingering in the air. She always regarded him with a sense of reverence, akin to a wanderer in darkness yearning for the moon's light, untouchable yet desperately sought after. Once oblivious to the significance of that moonlight, she now grasped its essence. Shen Qingyu affectionately ruffled her hair. Mian, you are wonderful too. Would you like to sleep a little longer? It is still early. You should rest as well, or you'll strain your neck. Please go back to your room. I promise to sleep obediently. He chuckled softly. This is my room. Her eyes widened in innocent surprise, resembling a charming fawn. A blush crept across her fair skin, realizing she lay upon Shen's bed. Lowering her gaze, she bit her lip and asked, will you join me? Shen? Her naive tone evoked no wicked thoughts, only tenderness. I can sleep here just fine, she insisted. You can come up. There is plenty of space. I'll keep watch over you. Yet, fear gripped her heart. I want you to stay with me. Her watery gaze held a plea, innocent and expectant. Shen Qingyu, unable to resist her imploring eyes, lay beside her fully clothed. The little angel occasionally misbehaved, knowing he could not bear to refuse her, feigning fear to elicit his sympathy. Inwardly, she chastised herself for her mischief, yet took joy in his soft-hearted concession. With Shen lying beside her, Lin Xingmian felt a rush of excitement and happiness. Though a thin veil of distance separated them, it felt intimately close. She could almost hear the rhythm of his breath, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Thus, she found herself utterly unable to sleep. The joy that had eluded her was now a source of restlessness. Unable to restrain herself, she turned her gaze toward him. Shen Qingling was also observing her. Under the moonlight, the girl appeared almost ethereal in her beauty. Her innocent and crystalline eyes were filled with adoration as they lingered upon him. No man could possibly resist such a gaze. Can you not sleep, Mian Mian? A little. Then allow me to tell you a story. All right. Lin Xingmian obediently closed her eyes, awaiting Shen Qingling's tale. His voice was enchanting, akin to the gentle murmur of a stream flowing through one's heart, and gradually, the girl's breathing steadied. Have you fallen asleep? Lin Xingmian remained silent, prompting Shen Qingling to surmise that she had indeed drifted off. As drowsiness enveloped him, he too closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. However, after a while, the girl who should have been asleep opened her eyes once more. Cautiously, she reached out to gently touch the boy beside her. Shen Qingling, lost in dreams, showed no reaction. She carefully sat up and leaned closer to him. Lin Xingmian's face flushed, her heart raced, and her breath grew erratic. She leaned down and softly pressed a kiss upon Shen Qingling's cheek. The girl's long, delicate hair cascaded over him, resembling entwined vines that had taken root. Good night, Teacher Shen. Chapter 89. The fierce battle of the Sheng sisters while Shen Qingling and Lin Xingmian are engaging in a sweet idol drama. The Sheng family is embroiled in a tumultuous, century-long conflict. During the day, Shang Xia discovers in the car that Shang Mo intends for her to enter into a marriage alliance with Shen Qingling, resulting in a fierce argument between the two. Although Shang Xia dominates the conversation, Shang Mo shows little interest, allowing her to vent her frustrations alone. Upon returning home that evening, Shang Xia relentlessly demands an explanation. Annoyed by her persistence, Shang Mo refuses to meet her gaze and retreats to her room, locking Shang Xia out. In a fit of rage, Shang Xia finds a hammer from somewhere and begins to pound on Shang Mo's door. Standing before Shang Mo's desk, the two exquisite women resemble warriors poised for battle. Shang Mo, do you think that by closing the door, I cannot enter? I have made my way in. Why do you oppose my union with Shen Qingling? Is it because you wish to claim him for yourself? Why are you doing this? You were so dismissive of the marriage proposal before. The alliance with the Gu family was decided by our parents, and the one to marry can only be me. If you wish to form an alliance, go with Gu Yijin. Why must you compete with me for Shen Qingling? Have you never been able to bear my happiness? You have held on to this resentment for all these years, haven't you? Shang Xia's fury reaches its peak as she glares at Shang Mo, incredulous that the object of her desired union is to become her brother-in-law. If this were in the Huaitong, she might confront it boldly. But Shang Mo is not an incompetent elder sister. Any attempt to confront her would be futile. Even at this critical juncture, Shang Mo remains composed, calmly working at her computer, dismissing Shang Xia's outburst as a mere distraction from her work. Shang Xia's rage feels like an impotent fury directed at the indifference of her sister. Frustrated by Shang Mo's silence, she hurls the hammer aside and seizes Shang Mo's computer, throwing it to the ground, followed by a cascade of items from the desk. The desk cleaning champion, Shang Xia, is now in full force. Shang Mo, I am speaking to you. Look into my eyes and answer me. Indeed, not even the bond of sisterhood can withstand the cold violence of silence. Enough with the pleasantries. You. Shang Xia strides around the desk, confronting Shang Mo with fiery indignation. Tell me, why do you wish to marry Shen Qingling? Don't you have a secret boyfriend? The man you kissed, have you forsaken him? With calm composure, Shang Mo retrieves her computer from the floor, adjusting her glasses, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes behind the transparent lenses. The man I kissed? Yes. You seemed quite disturbed by him the last time. Don't think I didn't notice. Shang Mo raises an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. What if I said that man is Shen Qingling? Momentarily taken aback, Shang Xia quickly recovers, her expression morphing into one of derision. I believe you must have been struck senseless by dollar bills to be delusional. Shen Qingling would never kiss you. Don't be absurd. Besides, with your temperament, if Shen Qingling dared to kiss you upon your first meeting, his lips would likely vanish by the end of the day. Oh, perhaps it's not just talk. Shang Mo remarked nonchalantly. To tell you the truth, whether you believe me or not is beyond my control. So, why exactly did you enter into a union with Shen Qingling? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive at play. right? Could it not simply be that I have feelings for him? If you, Shang Mo, can wed Shen Qingyu for the sake of love, then I, Shang Xia, would rather indulge in something unpleasant. You do not intend to exploit Shen Qingyu to seize control of the Gu Corporation, do you? Am I nothing more than a mere financial asset in your eyes? No, I am not. Shang Xia was adamant about obtaining an answer. Leaving Shang Mo no choice but to respond, Shen Qingyu is not like Gu Yijin. I cannot trust him to be with you. As expected. Your concerns revolve around your status and inheritance. How predictable. Now that I am aware, you may leave. I have more to say. Release me. Since you were so determined to marry Shen Qingyu, why not include me in the arrangement? Shang Mo looked at Shang Xia as though she were foolish. What did you just say? Include you? In what manner? Shang Xia, we live in a society governed by law. Do you realize that bigamy is a criminal offense? Shang Xia retorted with confidence. Yet your union with Shen Qingyu lacks any semblance of love, rather than allowing him to be coveted by others. Why not grant me the privilege? Shang Mo was nearly exasperated to the point of laughter. So, what do you propose? Shen Qingyu poses as my husband by day and spends his nights with you in your room? Shang Xia replied, that would not be out of the question. By day, I would refer to him as brother-in-law, and by night, well, by night, brother-in-law could indulge me. With a composed demeanor, Shang Mo picked up a lamp from the floor and hurled it directly at Shang Xia's face. The force was such that it could have marred her appearance, clearly indicating her ire. Fortunately, Shang Xia reacted quickly, or else her visage would have indeed been ruined. Nevertheless, her hand was bruised from the impact, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Still shaken, Shang Xia shielded her face and exclaimed, Shang Mo, have you lost your mind? Had I not dodged swiftly, my face would have been disfigured. Shen Mo retorted with a cold laugh. So, you are aware of the concept of saving face? I had presumed you were shameless. Shang Xia, cradling her injury, muttered, but why are you so furious? Such arrangements in affluent circles are commonplace. Why is it that you refuse to share even with your sister? It would be a disservice to allow someone like Shen Qingyu to be taken advantage of by outsiders rather than granting me the opportunity. With an icy glare, Shang Mo approached her, gripping Shang Xia's chin as she warned, have you forgotten what I said earlier? Should you dare covet what is not yours, I shall gouge out your eyes and consign you to the ancestral home to guard their graves for eternity. Shang Xia's eyes widened in shock as she frowned. What does it matter to occupy a space without purpose? Shang Mo replied, even if I do not engage, I shall still occupy it. There are countless public restrooms outside. But Shen Qingyu is my personal possession, and no one shall defile it here. Shang Xia responded, understood. I shall simply observe your actions. Only then did Shang Mo release Shang Xia. Now leave. Only in the sultry summer can I dare to mutter a few words in frustration behind your back. The notion that Shen Qingyu would consent to a union with you is utterly absurd. She looks down upon women like myself. What chance do you, with your frigid demeanor, stand? Your outbursts could easily terrify Shen Qingyu to death. It seems I am the only one capable of tolerating you. I am genuinely curious to see if Shen Qingyu would still dare to consider a union with you upon discovering your true nature. Do not presume that you alone possess the cunning to undermine others. I, Shang Xia, am no easy target. I possess ample strength and means. Shang Xia remains undeterred. Shang Mo has surmised her relentless ambition. She will still orchestrate a union between Shang Xia and Gu Yijun. Two sisters marrying two brothers, a match so exquisite. She is suited for Shen Qingyu, while Shang Xia is destined for Gu Yijun. The intelligent are paired with the intelligent, and the foolish with the foolish. Is that not the very essence of a match made in heaven? Chapter 90. The Chongsam woman of Shen Qingyu and Lin Xingmian epitomized a sweet idol drama, and the Sheng family represented a thrilling century-long conflict. Then Ruan Mingyi was enacting a sorrowful tale of heartbreak. Water cascaded from the woman's head, dampening her eyelashes. She felt utterly forsaken by the world. She could no longer distinguish between water and tears. The thought of Shen Qingyu only intensified her sorrow, and she wept like a child. Throughout the day, Shen Qingyu had ignored her, treating her as if she were invisible. The pain was excruciating. She felt as if she were seeking out her own torment. Particularly agonizing was the sight of Shen Qingyu leaving right before her eyes, cradling Lin Xingmian. He was so anxious, so concerned for that girl, a level of worry he had never shown for her. The last time it was Sheng Mo, and now it was Lin Xingmian. Each time, he pierced her heart in her presence. It seemed he always extended his sympathy and compassion to other women, disregarding her, Ruan Mingyi, as if she were merely a stray dog by the roadside. She was melancholic, she was in pain, and then, why had the water stopped? The somber atmosphere was interrupted, and the rain ceased. A voice from outside the door, belonging to Yi Qiao, broke through. Wan Mingyi, are you dead in there? Have you been showering for 2 hours? Don't tell me you're occupied with Shen Qingyu. The phrase occupied with could be interpreted in 2 ways. Wan Mingyi wiped her face dry, wrapped herself in a towel, and emerged, her voice tinged with sadness as she sniffled. Shen Qingyu ignored me all day. I didn't even have a chance to coax him back. Coax him? From what I see, it looks more like you're preparing to be his dog, Yi Qiao retorted. Right now, you resemble a stray dog at the mercy of its owner. Wan Mingyi lowered her eyes in despondency. It's not like that. Mainly, he probably wouldn't even want me as a dog now. Indeed, there were far too many women online eager to be Shen Qingyu's dog. One wouldn't even have a chance to catch up. When Shen Qingyu carried Lin Xingmian back to the bedroom today, the cameras captured the moment. Some comments expressed concern for Lin Xingmian, while the majority fervently desired to serve as Shen Qingyu's devoted companion. Just think about it. You were the first to approach him, the one with the greatest opportunity, and yet you've ended up in this predicament. I almost want to berate you for being useless, squandering a good hand. I truly am useless, so how can I salvage this now? I don't know. Shen Qingyu has everything now. What you can offer him is no longer needed. So, there's no hope? Pretty much. What if I were to sleep with him, conceive his child, and then return with our offspring one day? Would he possibly glance my way then? Uninstall that tomato novel app from your phone. Otherwise, you'll ruin your brain. Wan Mingyi declared resolutely, No. I will not give up easily. From this day forth, I shall persistently pursue him. I want to be a delicate flower, battered yet unyielding amidst the storm. To move his heart. In the pouring rain, I stood waiting for him, drenched. Under the blazing sun, I lingered in the light for him. Amidst the snow, I awaited him in the cold. Even in the face of a tornado, I would cling to him resolutely, without faltering. He might think me unwell, perhaps even question my intelligence. Nevertheless, I am determined to pursue my beloved, and nothing shall deter me from my affection for Shen Qingyu. Not only must I pursue, but I shall do so with fervor. I want the entire world to know that Wan Mingyi is enamored with Shen Qingyu. Yet, Wan Mingyi remains oblivious to the impending union between Shang Mo and Shen Qingyu. Gu Chuang learned of this development from Wen Sulan. He does not oppose it, after all. Sheng Mo is indeed a more suitable match than Sheng Xia. However, since Shen Qingyu has expressed the need for further contemplation, he refrains from pressing the matter. Shen Qingyu is still in university, and there is no urgency on his part. Only Sheng Mo is in a hurry to impress Gu Chuang. Sheng Mo has even offered to secure the coveted land in the development zone for him. Presently, various factions are vying for that piece of land. Gu Chuang initially intended to collaborate with the Zhang family to acquire it, yet such an alliance would necessitate splitting the profits, and the likelihood of their joint success remains uncertain. Now, with Sheng Mo promising to secure the land and relinquish it all to him, as long as he gains the opportunity for marriage, Gu Chuang is intrigued. The only lingering question is whether Sheng Mo can indeed secure that land. Even Gu Chuang lacks absolute certainty, so can Sheng Mo succeed? He acknowledges that Sheng Mo is a formidable character, yet they are not the sole competitors for this prize. To ensure a stable acquisition of the land, Gu Chuang proposes that the 3 families enter the fray together. Sheng Mo demands no personal gain, solely assisting them in seizing the land, thereby increasing their chances of success. This is a fierce battle among the elite. News of Sheng Mo's entrance quickly swept through Jiancheng. The Nan family and the Xing family are unlikely participants in the development zone venture. I recall that the Xing family's enterprises do not extend into real estate. The youth seated on the sofa possesses striking handsomeness, his eyes sharp like those of a wild hawk, radiating an innate chill and an untamed wildness. Nan Yan's expression darkens. This is to be a gift for his mother's 32nd birthday. We do not know, young master. The Sheng family has suddenly begun to take action. Enough. I understand. You may leave. Nan Yan rises and exits the courtyard. The Nan family still resides in their ancestral home, which occupies a vast area divided into several courtyards. In the heart of Jiacheng, where skyscrapers rise, such an old residence is a rarity. This old house, a legacy from the ancestors of the Nan family, appears somewhat eerie at night, yet Nan Yin has long grown accustomed to the darkness. He traverses the eaves and arrives at the ancestral hall. With the Qiming festival approaching, his mother often comes here to burn incense. Their family lacks gravestones, leaving them no place to pay their respects. Thus they honor their ancestors in the ancestral hall with memorial tablets. Before the tablets stands a woman clad in a black and gold qipao. Her hair is styled in cascading waves, her figure alluring, with a high bosom tapering to a slender waist. The qipao accentuates her curves flawlessly, leading down to her voluptuous hips, a captivating silhouette. This garment suits her exquisitely. Mother. The woman remained silent. She lit 3 incense sticks before the ancestral tablet, then inserted them into the incense burner. Only then did she turn to look at him. Ian, what is it? It's about the development zone. There are uncertainties. Come out and speak. The woman swayed her hips as she walked to the door, extending her hand towards Nanyan. With practiced ease, Nanyan retrieved a lady's cigarette from his pocket and handed it to her. She placed the cigarette between her lips and leaned slightly forward. Nanyan respectfully produced a lighter to ignite the cigarette for her. The flickering flame illuminated her crimson lips, rendering them exceptionally full and luscious, akin to blood flowers blooming in the night. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, with delicately arched brows that exuded the charm of a Jiangnan woman. Her eyes were long and slender, with the outer corners slightly upturned, reminiscent of a fox. Yet, her gaze bore a hint of mischief and an untamed wildness strikingly similar to Nanyan's own, though he was not her biological son, having been raised by her. The resemblance was unmistakable when he called her mother. Nanyan took a puff of the cigarette, his eyes narrowing, enhancing the fox-like quality. Leaning against a pillar, she inhaled the smoke, her posture reminiscent of the glamorous women depicted in vintage magazines, a silhouette that stirred the heart. Her voice, when she spoke, was a sultry, mature melody, the pitch slightly rising at the end, rich with allure. What uncertainties! The Xing family has entered the fray. Chapter 91. Guijuan. You really ought to consider taking some traditional Chinese medicine. The entrance of the Sheng family is not favorable news for Nanzhan. The woman exhaled a cloud of smoke, the pale mist enveloping her alluring eyes, which shimmered with a hint of coldness amidst their dazed gaze. I recall that the Sheng family's ventures do not extend to real estate. Indeed, it is curious why they have suddenly entered the fray. It must have something to do with the Gu family. In Jiacheng, the relationship between the Gu and Qing families is transparent. They are deeply intertwined allies, having nurtured a close familial bond over many years. The Sheng family's abrupt involvement can only be attributed to the Gu family. Nanzhan remarked. The new heir of the Sheng family is a woman who only acts when there is profit to be gained. It seems that Gu Chuang has promised her quite a few benefits. Nanyan replied. Gu Chuang initially brought the Zhang family into the fold, and now the Sheng family is joined. How much can he possibly retain after such a division? It is quite disheartening. Nanzhan paused in her smoking, her delicate brows knitting together. This does not align with Gu Chuang's character. Having spent many years in Jiacheng, Nanzhan had dealings with several prominent families. Gu Chuang is a man of inscrutable depth, unlikely to relinquish so much. But then, why would the Sheng family agree to assist him? There must be some ulterior motive at play. Let us investigate and see if we can uncover anything. With that, Nanzhan tossed her cigarette onto the ground. Nanyan, with a piercing gaze, asserted, regardless of the hidden intricacies, if the Sheng family is intent on joining forces, once the 3 families unite, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Then let her withdraw, Nanzhan replied. The woman lowered her eyes, catching sight of the still smoldering cigarette on the ground. She pressed her elegant stiletto heel down upon it, grinding it thoroughly until it was completely extinguished. Just like the smoke, let it be snuffed out. Yes, mother. I will investigate at once. Do not worry. I shall secure this land for you. With that, Nanyan turned and vanished into the night. Nanzhan lifted her gaze towards the frost-like moonlight, lost in contemplation. The contest for this land had already commenced, yet the Sheng family had only just made their entrance. Sheng family, Gu family. What sudden shift could this be? Nanzhan opened her phone and casually searched for news, quickly uncovering several headlines. Sheng Yemo had trended for kissing an unknown man by the window. The alliance between the Sheng and Gu families now appeared to be in flux, with rumors of a rift between Sheng Xia and Guijuan. However, the most sensational news pertained to the Gu family, which had gained an unidentified youth suspected to be an illegitimate son. Nanzhan raised an eyebrow. Shen Qingyu. Upon seeing the exquisitely handsome face of the trending figure, a change flickered in her eyes. The undercurrents of Jiacheng swirled ominously beneath the cloak of night. Yet with the dawn, Jiacheng remained as beautiful as ever. Shen Qingyu continued to live a life of dutiful schooling while also preparing for a variety show. Prior discussions between the production team and the Gu family had permitted Shen Qingyu's participation. Aware of his reluctance, the team did not require him to overly cooperate, only asking that he refrain from wearing a mask during public appearances and engage in normal conversations with his family. The demands had reached an extreme low, prompting Shen Qingyu to acquiesce. After all, feigning avoidance of the camera every day was exhausting. Gu Yijin was far from pleased. Ever since Shen Qingyu made her debut, the audience had gone utterly wild. When she appeared on screen, the barrage of comments was filled with fierce criticism. Yet, in her absence, the viewers clamored for her husband to return home. This ignited a surge of unnameable anger within Gu Yijin. Initially, his fans could contend with those detractors, but eventually, they began to curse Shen Qingyu, only to fall for her in the process. Gu Yijin felt as though his domain had been invaded. He was incensed. Shen Qingyu had done nothing wrong. Why was she so endearing? Her kindness and perfection had never been showcased on camera. So did her admirers truly adore her solely for her appearance? If her virtuous and beautiful side were to be revealed on screen, what chances would he have left? Gu Yijin resolved that he could no longer remain passive. One morning, as Shen Qingyu prepared for a run, Gu Yijin suddenly rose early to call out to her just as she was about to leave. "Qingyu, are you going for a run?" "Yes." "Why?" "Let me join you. I wish to keep fit as well. I see your physique is quite impressive. I run quite fast. Can you keep up?" Upon uttering this, the comments began to take a peculiar turn. "How fast is fast?" "Let me try, darling. I'll wrap my legs around Shen Qingyu's waist and let you know how fast it is. Having experienced it, it's incredibly swift. Akin to flying in an airplane. No need to ask. This is a private matter between my husband and me. Indeed, it's remarkably quick, in an instant." "You're soaring." Gu Yijin seems rather inadequate. He appears the type to suggest, "Baby, I'm not feeling great today. Let us call it an early night after a few moves." It's odd. Listening to the conversation between Gu Yijin and Shen Qingyu gives me a strange feeling. Haven't you noticed how Gu Yijin is particularly attentive to Shen Qingyu? I've noticed, whenever Shen Qingyu returns, he refreshes like an NPC in a game, appearing in various places she is. Is the ship sailing? Is Gu Yijin possibly harboring a secret crush on Shen Qingyu? By the way, is Gu Yijin straight? Gu Yijin, you might need to consider some traditional medicine. The last comment seemingly came from Zhang Jing herself. With a smile, Gu Yijin replied, "It's all right. I will strive to keep up with you." Shen Qingyu nodded. "All right, then let us go together." Gu Yijin followed Shen Qingyu out for a run. Unbeknownst to Shen Qingyu, Gu Yijin had ulterior motives. Regardless of what schemes he concocted, she would not allow him to succeed. Gu Yijin secretly equipped himself with a recording device provided to each guest by the production team. This meant that although the audience could not see their outing, they could certainly hear it. Gu Yijin believed Shen Qingyu was completely oblivious, reveling in his secretive triumph. He felt a thrill from the notion of covertly undermining Shen Qingyu. The enemy was in the light, while he remained in the shadows. This advantage was his. The viewers in the live stream soon discerned that Gu Yijin had seemingly taken the recording device with him. They could hear the sounds of their running breaths. Did Gu Yijin take the recording device with him? Did he forget it, or was it intentional? Perhaps it is in the interest of the collective welfare that we hear the labored breaths of Shen Qingyu as she runs. At this moment, Shen Qingyu's panting has transcended mere physical exertion. Its essence is something I shall not articulate. Why must it be morning? If it were evening, I would have taken action. It truly resembles that, do you not agree? Utterly captivating, indeed. Is no one concerned for Gu Yijin's well-being? His gasps sound as though he is on the brink of death. Gu Yijin, a young master accustomed to luxury for many years, cannot possibly compare to Shen Qingyu, who, after merely a few strides, is already breathless. "Qingyu, shall we take a break? Are you unable to continue?" "Indeed, my heart is racing quite alarmingly." "Very well. Let us rest upon this bench." Shen Qingyu and Gu Yijin settled together on the bench. Gu Yijin deliberately remarked, "Qingyu, what are your thoughts on midsummer?" Chapter 92. You are a wonderful brother. Gu Yijin harbored a deep grudge, recalling the previous altercation between Shangxia and herself. She was the first to wish for Shen Qingyu to unleash her ire upon Shangxia. Logically speaking, given Shangxia's numerous transgressions and her hurtful remarks towards Shen Qingyu, such as calling her a worthless orphan returning from an orphanage, Shen Qingyu should harbor little fondness for her. Yet, to Gu Yijin's surprise, Shen Qingyu merely chuckled. She found her quite endearing, albeit foolishly so. Gu Yijin was taken aback. Was Shen Qingyu jesting at his expense? How could Shangxia possibly be considered adorable? Had Shen Qingyu witnessed that day when Shangxia effortlessly knocked down Zhang Jing, she would surely not express such sentiments. Gu Yijin pursed his lips, remarking, "It seems you hold her in high regard?" "Not at all. Rest assured, she is your fiancée. I shall not consent to any union with her," Shen Qingyu replied. "You two make quite the compatible pair. I could not bear to see you separated." Gu Yijin, however, harbored a yearning for Shen Qingyu to dissolve their bond. In truth, he found himself wishing for Shen Qingyu to wed Shang Xia, as he had already learned of Xing Mo's impending engagement to Shen Qingyu. If Xing Mo were to marry Shen Qingyu, what future would await him? Undeterred, Gu Yijin pressed on. What is your opinion of President Xing? He remained cautious. At such a moment, he dared not utter Xing Mo's name outright. However, upon hearing the mention of President Xing, Shen Qingyu fell silent. Meanwhile, Xing Mo, who was listening to the live broadcast, wore a dark expression. Shang Xia is charming, he thought. Yet when it comes to me, silence reigns. What does this silence signify? Why the reluctance to speak? It is just the two of us. There are no others present. Feel free to express yourself candidly. I was merely curious about your perspective on President Xing, Shen Qingyu stated. I have no particular opinion, she added, leaving Gu Yijin perplexed as to why she could openly discuss Shang Xia, yet remained reticent regarding Sheng Mo. There were neither commendations nor criticisms. Yet, as Shen Qingyu chose not to elaborate, he refrained from pressing her further. Instead, he inquired, what do you think of me as a brother? He purposely employed the term brother, hoping to solidify his identity as a member of the Gu family. Henceforth, people would regard Shen Qingyu as an illegitimate child rather than himself. It was a fact that Shen Qingyu had returned from the orphanage, and the matter of his lineage remained unresolved. Regardless of whether people labeled Shen Qingyu as an illegitimate child or as someone who had been reclaimed, Gu Yijin found himself unconcerned. He understood that the Gu family would not allow Shen Qingyu to bear the stigma of being an illegitimate child indefinitely. Once public opinion reached its peak, they would step forth to clarify the truth. What Gu Yijin sought was to establish his status as a legitimate member of the Gu family. Suddenly, Shen Qingyu turned his gaze towards him, causing Gu Yijin's heart to flutter. Here it comes again. That innocent, white lotus expression. He had developed a sort of post-traumatic stress at the sight of such a look. In truth, Shen Qingyu had long since noticed the recording device that Gu Yijin had inadvertently revealed. How could someone seasoned in the entertainment industry fail to recognize such a device? Gu Yijin was merely naive to attempt such tricks in his presence. Shen Qingyu is a man who seamlessly integrates his persona into his daily life. In his previous life, the number of friends he had in the entertainment industry was rather limited. Yet, when various celebrities made phone calls during variety shows, they almost invariably chose